Chapter 1. Enduring Scorn. The hospital corridor was bustling with people. Yet, Yi Fan was oblivious to it all, crouching in a corner and crying uncontrollably. Your mother's stomach tumor has worsened. If you don't pay the 100,000 for surgery soon, she'll only have a month to live. The doctor's cold words pierced his heart like needles. But Yi Fan simply didn't have access to such an expensive sum. His adoptive father, Yi Wujiu, had gone missing at sea a year ago, and his adoptive mother, Shun Bi-chin, had collapsed and was hospitalized due to her stomach tumor. Fresh out of school, Yi Fan had become the pillar of the family. Over the past year, to pay for his mother's treatment, Yi Fan had exhausted the family savings, maxed out all his online loans, and even went to the Tang family to become a Livian. Son-in-law for good luck that he worked tirelessly for the Tang family, sacrificing his dignity, and in return, he managed to get 500,000, but that money was gone in the blink of an eye at the hospital. Now, Yi Fan was left with nothing but a phone and 10 yuan. Another 100,000. Another 100,000. Thinking of the number the doctor had mentioned filled him with deep despair. With nowhere to turn, how was he supposed to gather that 100,000? Yet he couldn't just stand by and watch his mother I have to borrow that 100,000. Wiping away his tears, Yi Fan gritted his teeth and stood up. I cannot let anything happen to my mother. He decided to swallow his pride and asked for a loan. Yi Fan went to his uncle's house first and knocked on the door. His aunt opened the door with a stern expression. Yi Fan desperately pleaded, "Aunt, my mom needs money for surgery." Still asking for money? Haven't we given you 200 already? Is that not enough? Get lost. Get lost. We don't want greedy relatives like you. As she spoke, his aunt pushed Yi Fan out and slammed the security door shut. Hearing those harsh words, Yi Fan trembled with anger and punched the wall. He knew people could be cold-hearted, but he was shocked that his uncle, who had taken their father's ancestral home, wouldn't even lend a fraction to help. With no other options, Yi Fan had to shamelessly seek loans from other relatives, but was met with closed doors. They even warned him not to disturb them again, threatening to call the police if he did. Next, the landlord called, stating that if he didn't pay the rent within a week, he would clear out Shun Baiken's room. The online loan companies were relentless, their calls ringing in his ears like death knells. With a heavy heart, Yi Fan called Tang Ruoxua, who was vacationing in the Maldives. But as soon as she heard him asking for money, she hung up in annoyance. Desperation set in. After wandering the streets in the cold wind, Yi Fan wiped his tears and arrived at the 0-degree bar. This was owned by his ex-girlfriend Yuan Jing, or rather, by his former roommate Huang Dongxiang, who had lent 5 million to Yuan Jing to fulfill her dreams. Of course, it was also because of that 5 million that Yuan Jing left Yi Fan and fell into Huang Dongxiang's arms. With the allure of a high-class beauty, the bar was thriving, becoming a hotspot for many wealthy second-generation heirs from Zhonghai. Yi Fan felt like a mere joke among them. Even though he felt humiliated to come here, the thought of his mother's surgery cost compelled him to step into the 0-degree bar. He believed that Yuan Jing would lend him the 100,000 out of old feelings. Inside, someone was strumming a guitar and singing, the atmosphere lively and upscale. The scent of perfume in the air made Yi Fan feel even more inferior as he walked in a hall. The entire place fell silent in an instant that a dozen or so well-dressed men and women glanced over. Yi Fan also looked at Huang Dongxiang and Yuan Jing. In Huang Dongxiang's eyes, he saw confidence and a strong sense of disdain, but not a trace of guilt. Yuan Jing was wearing a low-cut tank top, revealing a smooth, white abdomen, and her lower half was clad in impossibly short shorts. Her fair skin and long legs, combined with her stunning face, were certainly eye-catching. However, her cold and haughty expression made many people hesitant to make eye contact. She looked at Yi Fan with indifference, as if she were observing a stray dog on the street. Yuan Jing's friend, Yang Qianqian, jumped down from a high stool and said, "Yi Fan, what are you doing here?" Her tone was dismissive. Yi Fan mustered his courage. "I'm here too. We don't need any cleaners here." Yang Qianqian mocked coldly. "You can leave." She had always looked down on the impoverished Yi Fan and was the one who had actively tried to match Yuan Jing with Huang Dongxiang. Yi Fan hurriedly waved his hands to explain, "I'm not here to be a cleaner. I'm here too. Lemonade is 28. Cocktails are 180. Can you even afford that?" Yang Qianqian sneered. "Even if you have some pocket money from the Tang family's charity, we still don't welcome you here." Huang Dongxiang spat. "Damn it, what bad luck. I didn't check the calendar today and ended up bumping into this loser. Ye Fan situation as Olivian's son-in-law to bring good luck was already known to Huang Dongxiang and the others. The group of men and women burst into laughter at his expense. Yi Fan gritted his teeth and stepped forward, about to speak to Yuan Jing, when another pretty girl shouted, "Get your filthy hands away from the leather sofa." She waved her hand in front of her nose, as if Yi Fan were some kind of foul-smelling creature. Yi Fan instinctively withdrew his hand, his face burning with embarrassment. He knew he would be humiliated, but he didn't expect it to be so ruthless. He bit his lip and blurted out, "I'm here to find Yuan Jing. Yuan Jing, let's step outside to talk." Yi Fan hoped to salvage a bit of dignity. Yuan Jing, with her long legs crossed and her fair toes sparkling under the lights, showed no sign of mockery or movement, but that was precisely the greatest disdain. Huang Dongxiang smirked. "Yuan Jing is my girlfriend now. You can't just come looking for her." He even demonstratively rubbed her thigh. Yi Fan's cheeks flushed. "Yuan Jing, I really need to talk to you. Let's go outside." Yuan Jing looked at Yi Fan without responding, her expression a mix of pride and indifference, as if she were looking at an insignificant ant. "Get lost, you make me sick." Yang Qianqian shouted impatiently. "Don't ruin our mood." Seeing Yuan Jing, who offered him no shred of dignity, Yi Fan felt extremely disappointed and sad, but still managed to squeeze out a line. "Yuan Jing, I want to borrow 100,000. Yi Fan made a promise. "Don't worry, he'll definitely pay you back. I can leave my ID and diploma as collateral." 100,000? Yang Qianqian exclaimed dramatically. "Yi Fan, you want to borrow 100,000? You're not even worth $100. Yi Fan looked at Yuan Jing and explained, "My mom needs money for surgery. I know this is abrupt, but I really need help to save her. Please." He even took out his mother's medical records, hoping to move Yuan Jing. Huang Dongxiang looked at him as if he were an idiot. "Your dad is missing. Your ancestral home was taken by your uncle, and now you're renting. You're Olivian's son-in-law without a job. How do you plan to borrow 100,000? Since graduating a year ago, Yi Fan had been either busy with his mother's illness or taking care of the Tang family, and he hadn't looked for a job. So now he was still unemployed. "Once my mom's surgery is over, I'll find a job immediately. I promise I can pay you back." Yi Fan felt utterly ashamed. He wished he could turn and run away. But having come this far, he had to persist. "Yuan Jing, I'm begging you. My mom needs this surgery. We really need the money." At that moment, Yi Fan felt as low as a dog. Yang Qianqian scoffed, "We're not your dad. Your mom needs money for surgery. What does that have to do with us? Yuan Jing, please help me." Yi Fan looked at Yuan Jing with pleading eyes. "I will definitely pay you back." Everyone turned to look at Yuan Jing. Yuan Jing coldly regarded Yi Fan and spoke in a tone even colder than her expression, delivering words that chilled him to the bone. "Borrow money from me? Don't you think that's ridiculous? Your mom's life or death has nothing to do with me." She scoffed. "Do you think we have any old feelings between us? Don't get carried away. No white swan would care about a toad." Yi Fan stared at Yuan Jing in disbelief, struggling to accept that she had said such things. "Our circles are not the same. You can't just walk in. My money, Yuan Jing's money, is not something you can borrow. I have no feelings for you whatsoever. By the way, when we were dating, I got sick, and you gave me a piece of Tai Chi jade, saying it would keep me safe. Now, erase the Tai Chi jade back. Take it and use it to keep your mom safe." Yuan Jing pulled a piece of Tai Chi jade from the drawer under the table and expressionlessly tossed it into Yi Fan's hands. "Just go. Don't come back here. You appearing at 0-degree bar is inappropriate. It annoys me." And Dongxiang. Her voice was calm, lacking any arrogance, yet pressed down on him like a weight, as if she were an eagle looking down on an ant from the sky. "Know your place." Yang Qianqian pushed Yi Fan away. "Get lost, toad." Yi Fan looked utterly hopeless. Suddenly, Huang Dongxiang spoke up. "I can lend you 100,000. Yi Fan's eyes lit up, and his whole body trembled with excitement. "Really?" Huang Dongxiang smiled mischievously. Neil. A rush of blood surged through Yi Fan, anger flashing his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. Thud! Yi Fan knelt down straight. His knees hurt, but his heart hurt even more. But for his mother, Yi Fan had no hesitation. "Ha ha!" Yang Qianqian and the others laughed, not expecting the so-called toughest guy, Yi Fan, to kneel before them like this. Someone took out their phone to capture the moment. Yuan Jing proudly lifted her snow-white chin, exuding an air of princess-like disdain. A man without any backbone. Huang Dongxiang went to the restroom, returning with a cup filled with a yellow liquid, which he slammed down in front of Yifan. Kneel and drink it. Huang Dongxiang tossed a bank card on the table. Hey, race 100,000 for you. Staring at the cup, Yifan was momentarily stunned, then filled with rage. This is urine. You bastards. Yifan hurled the cup at them, shouting, this is too much. Yuan Jing and the others screamed in shock, their faces a picture of horror. Huang Dongxiang, furious, commanded, get him. Yifan turned and ran. A group of 7 or 8 wealthy young men surged forward. Outnumbered, Yifan was quickly overwhelmed. He leaned against the wall, his hands tightly covering his head. He could feel nothing in his hands, relying solely on instinct to protect himself. While he shielded his head, other parts of his body were left exposed, and after taking a few heavy punches, Yifan began to bleed. Yuan Jing and Yang Qianqian cheered at the spectacle to TO them. Yifan's attempt to fight back were nothing short of rebellion, and his current predicament was purely self-inflicted. What a waste. Huang Dongxiang placed a foot on Yifan's head. Bang! Yifan's hands finally loosened their grip on his head, and he slid down the wall, collapsing to the ground in a heap. He lost consciousness. A pool of blood flowed from his palms, seeping into the ancient Taiji jade. Whoosh! A flash of light disappeared in an instant. Chapter 2. A breath of fresh air. I am the Tai Chi medical immortal. From today onwards, you shall be my disciple, inheriting my Tai Chi classic and the jade of life and death to heal the world and help others as well as yourself. Yifan felt himself suspended in a misty void. As the sound of inheritance resonated, a vast amount of information flooded into his mind. Martial arts, medical techniques, profound acupuncture methods, and cultivation formulas bombarded him relentlessly. When a piece of the jade of life and death surged into his palm, Yifan couldn't help but scream, ah! He awoke to find himself in a hospital, his body covered in bruises. He struggled to recall what had happened and remembered being beaten up by a group and then thrown out of a bar. The pain in his head confirmed this. However, he was alarmed to discover that the dream was still vivid. Could it be that what he just experienced was real? That was absurd. Yifan mumbled to himself. But when he closed his eyes, he was shocked. There really was a Tai Chi classic in his mind. Was this dream too real to be a dream? Still skeptical, Yifan opened the Tai Chi classic and began to cultivate according to the methods inside. If nothing came of it, then the jade of life and death and the Tai Chi classic would just be a joke. But the reality left Yifan dumbfounded once again. In less than half an hour, he felt a small stream of heat rising from his dantian. This warmth then spread throughout his limbs and bones, bringing an incredibly refreshing sensation. At the same time, he noticed a faint Tai Chi diagram forming in the palm of his left hand. The jade of life and death. White representing life, black representing death. Each side had 7 rays of light, faint shadows layered distinctly. Yifan thought he had accidentally smudged the pattern and rubbed his wrist against his thigh, but the Tai Chi diagram remained. Moreover, it began to spin. In the next moment, a stream of information suddenly appeared in his mind. Status: 13 abrasions, 3 levels of damage to internal organs, mild concussion. Cause: result of violent group assault. Repair or destroy. Yifan was stunned. What was this? He instinctively issued a repair command, and the jade of life and death began to spin. A flash of white light then entered Yifan's body. Snap! Suddenly, his body underwent an unusual transformation. His blood vessels heated uncontrollably, followed by a wave of heat throughout his body. Yifan felt every cell in his body racing, as if they were running in packs. His bones crackled and popped. Before long, Yifan's body shook violently, and all the pain vanished completely. The abrasions on his arms and face healed as well. Meanwhile, the white light on the Tai Chi diagram dimmed slightly. This was miraculous healing. Yifan was exhilarated, while others repaired ancient artifacts and paintings. His jade of life and death could heal bodily ailments. It seemed everything from the dream was indeed real. This was truly a gift from heaven. Yifan scrambled out of bed and rushed to the inpatient department as fast as he could. He pushed open the door to his mother Shun Bichin's room. Seeing her frail figure, eyes tightly closed, Yifan rushed over and placed his left hand on her stomach. Status: anemia, myocardial strain, gallstones, gastric tumor degeneration. Cause: years of hard work, improper diet, and exposure to wind and cold. Repair or destroy. Yifan blurted out, repair? The life and death jade stirred again, and 5 beams of white light entered Shun Bichin's body. Instantly, her body became a battlefield, with countless cells boiling and rushing like an army charging into battle. Boom. Not long after, Shun Bichin's head shook slightly. Yifan instinctively shouted, Mom. Shin Biqing slowly opened her eyes, her pale face gaining a hint of color. Yi Fan. I'm hungry. Yi Fan was overjoyed and cried tears of happiness. He retracted his left hand and noticed that only one beam of white light remained from the life and death jade. Clearly, the more severe the illness and injury, the more white light was consumed. Yi Fan didn't think about how to restore the white light. He only wanted to take good care of his mother. 15 minutes later, Yi Fan brought a bowl of plain rice porridge and carefully fed it to his mother. This was the first time Shin Biqing had an appetite for food in half a year. After finishing, Yi Fan called the beautiful doctor over again. After a thorough examination, the doctor was astonished. How is this possible? Shin Biqing is better. Upon learning that her health was no longer a concern, Shin Biqing insisted on being discharged. Besides the hospital expenses, she was tired of being in the hospital for a year and wanted to return home to feel the warmth of life. Yi Fan couldn't convince her otherwise, so he had to handle the discharge procedures. While doing so, Yi Fan thought his account balance was nearly depleted, only to find out that he had received a refund of 95,000. When he inquired, he learned that someone had deposited 100,000 into the hospital account the day before. Upon checking, he found that the person who sent the money was Tang Ruoxue. His heart warmed. Tang Ruoxue still cared for him. Yi Fan kept 5,000 for his mother as a reserve and returned the rest of the money to Tang Ruoxue, then packed his things to leave the hospital. Just as Yi Fan was supporting his mother and they reached the entrance, 3 expensive luxury cars sped past them. Fast and furious. The wheels nearly crushed Shin Biqing's toes. Yi Fan shouted angrily, "What kind of driving is that? In a hurry to reincarnate?" Shin Biqing softly advised. Yi Fan, let it go, let it go. The luxury cars reversed and came to a stop, and a young man with earrings jumped out, cursing. How dare you insult Huang Xiao? Are you looking for death? Following him were Huang Dongxiang and Yuan Jing's group. Oh, it's Yi Fan? Kid, quite tough, huh? Out so soon. Seeing Yi Fan, Huang Dongxiang swaggered over, grinning mockingly. Your mom is out too? Can't borrow money. Planning to go home and wait to die? Need me to sponsor you a coffin made of Nama wood? His companions burst into laughter, filled with disdain and mockery. Yuan Jing remained her usual aloof self, and seeing Yi Fan only added to her contempt. The humiliation Yi Fan faced when he begged for money yesterday had made Yuan Jing lose interest in ridiculing him. Yi Fan's voice turned heavy. Huang Dongxiang, are you cursing my mom? Looking for death? What the hell are you? Huang Dongxiang stomped his leather shoes on the ground, his arrogance palpable. Who gave you the courage to challenge me? The young man with earrings chimed in sarcastically. Isn't it enough to get beaten up yesterday? A few beautiful female companions covered their mouths and giggled. Kneeling down, they bowed their heads in apology. Huang Dongxiang pointed at Yi Fan. I'll pretend this never happened. Otherwise, I'll send both you and your mother to the morgue. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan's eyes turned cold. Don't push your luck. Huang Dongxiang sneered. What if I do? Not satisfied. Several henchmen pulled out their batons and surrounded Yi Fan, twisting their necks. Yuan Jing's voice was indifferent. Yi Fan, stop being stubborn. Hurry up and apologize. Dongxiang is not someone you can provoke. Young man, let's talk this over. At that moment, Shin Biqing firmly held back the furious Yi Fan, stepping in front of him and smiling at Huang Dongxiang. Young Master Huang, I used to work for your family, and I know your mother. Please give me some face and don't hold this against Yi Fan. He is young and doesn't he know better? You're a bigger person. Let him off this time. Shin Biqing wore a forced smile. Give you face? Huang Dongxiang scoffed, spitting on Shin Biqing. What are you? Why should I give you face? An old hag like you thinks you deserve it? Do you really think you're worth it? For anyone, such a rude and disrespectful approach would be considered an insult, but Shin Biqing didn't dare to retaliate. She accepted the humiliation. Humiliated, mocked, bullied, she wouldn't cause trouble. Not out of generosity, but because the little people have no choice. How dare you treat my mother this way? Are you looking for death? Yi Fan clenched his fists, his face full of rage, ready to charge forward, but his mother held him back tightly. Seeing Yi Fan's stubbornness, Yuan Jing became very angry. Yi Fan, are you still trying to act tough? Dongxiang is not someone you and your mother can afford to offend. Just kneel. It's not like you haven't done it before. Everyone knows each other well, so stop pretending. She tried to mediate, partly because Yi Fan's lack of achievements frustrated her, and partly to showcase her own generosity in front of others. But unexpectedly, Yi Fan completely ignored her. Rest assured, I will never kneel again. Yuan Jing grew impatient. If you don't listen to my advice, I won't care about you anymore. Without my face, you might not even keep your life. She raised her chin arrogantly. Yi Fan bluntly shouted, get lost. Yuan Jing's pretty face turned cold. Dongxiang, I'm done with him. Do whatever you want. Young Master Huang, Yi Fan is just being immature. Please be understanding. Don't worry, He won't provoke you again. Seeing Huang Dongxiang's fierce expression, Shen Biqing quickly dragged Yi Fan behind her. Let us just forget about today. Here's a little something, just a token of appreciation. For young Master Huang and all the brothers to enjoy some tea. Shen Biqing took out 3,000 yuan from her pocket, bending down humbly to stuff it into Huang Dongxiang's pocket. Slap. Huang Dongxiang slapped Shen Biqing across the face. She instinctively gasped, young Master Huang. Slap. Another crisp sound echoed. You think a bug like you deserves my forgiveness? Before Shen Biqing could react, Huang Dongxiang kicked her. She let out a muffled grunt and stumbled backward. Whoosh. At that moment, Yi Fan's figure flickered. Huang Dongxiang hadn't even realized what was happening before he felt a tight grip around his neck. Yi Fan had seized Huang Dongxiang by the throat and, with a speed so quick that no one could react, slammed his head against the window of a luxury car. Bang! The startling impact shattered the window instantly, and blood splattered from Huang Dongxiang's head. The force was terrifying, but it didn't end there. Yi Fan tossed the dazed Huang Dongxiang to the ground and delivered a merciless kick to his arm. Crack! The sound of breaking bones echoed, and Huang Dongxiang's left arm was instantly fractured. One of his companions was momentarily stunned before charging at Yi Fan. Without even glancing back, Yi Fan swung his hand and sent him flying 5 meters, blood gushing from his mouth and nose. The entire scene left everyone in shock. No one expected Yi Fan to be so powerful and ruthless. Shen Biqing's mouth fell open in disbelief. Yi Fan didn't stop. He beckoned the remaining few with a flick of his fingers. Come at me together. The 4 of them yelled as they rushed forward. Yi Fan simply crushed them with his speed and strength. 1 punch for each, 1 kick for each. Bang, bang, bang. The 4 who charged were brutally taken down by Yi Fan, left bruised and battered, with broken bones. The crowd was in utter astonishment. Several beautiful girls looked at Yi Fan in disbelief, unable to comprehend how this supposed loser could fight so well. How could this be? Yuan Jing couldn't accept the outcome. Yi Fan had actually taken down so many people? She wanted to see him begging for mercy on his knees, not dominating the scene like this. As she observed the onlookers, each with faces full of shock and even admiration for Yi Fan, her heart sank. A wave of inexplicable anger surged within her. The Yi Fan she had dismissed should have been utterly useless. How could he suddenly become so formidable? Was he on drugs in the hospital? Yes, that must be it. Otherwise, he wouldn't be this powerful. Then, Yuan Jing bit her lip in frustration. Even if he could fight, so what? What kind of society is this? You can fight, but can you fight against knives, guns, or the state? Without education, background, or connections, you are destined to live a mediocre life. After a moment of self-consolation, Yuan Jing's heart gradually calmed down. At that moment, Yi Fan was slowly walking over to Huang Dongxiang. Kid, do you dare to hurt us? Huang Dongxiang was dumbfounded but still tried to sound fierce. Do you know what the consequences are for touching me? Before he could finish, Yi Fan slapped him hard. 2 of Huang Dongxiang's teeth flew out, and his mouth filled with blood. Then, Yi Fan grabbed him by the neck. Tell me, what consequences? Yi Fan, that's enough. Yuan Jing shouted angrily as she stepped forward. You've already caused trouble. If you don't stop now, you'll regret it. Smack. Yi Fan slapped Huang Dongxiang again. What trouble have I caused? Huang Dongxiang roared in anger. You bastard. Not satisfied, Yi Fan delivered another hard slap. Huang Dongxiang covered his cheek, his face filled with resentment, but too intimidated to retort. Yuan Jing was furious. In her eyes, only Huang Dongxiang had the right to teach Yi Fan a lesson. Yi Fan had no right to bully him. Yi Fan gently slapped Huang Dongxiang's face and said, Tell me, what are the consequences? What trouble? Huang Dongxiang felt extremely aggrieved, but finally gritted his teeth and replied, Fine, I admit defeat today. What do you want? Yi Fan, as steady as a mountain, held onto his throat and said, Slap yourself 10 times, apologize to my mom, and pay compensation. Otherwise, I'll ruin you. Shen Biqing tugged at Yi Fan's sleeve, saying, Yi Fan, forget it, just let it go. Huang Dongxiang looked into Yi Fan's eyes and felt an inexplicable fear. Although he felt humiliated by Yi Fan today, he believed that Yi Fan was serious about his words. He sensed that Yi Fan had transformed into a different person. No longer the weakling who could be easily bullied. Huang Dongxiang could even feel the chill from Yi Fan's fingertips. If he pushed back now, he would only suffer more. He decided to endure for today and think of a way to deal with this mother and son duo later. With this thought in mind, he reluctantly bowed his head to Shen Biqing, saying, Auntie, I'm sorry. He then slapped himself 10 times and took out several thousand yuan to compensate. Although Shen Biqing was worried, hearing the apology still brought her a sense of relief. Yi Fan stared at Huang Dongxiang, catching the resentment in his eyes. knowing that Huang Dongxiang would seek revenge sooner or later. With a shift in his thoughts, the jade of life and death glimmered. At the same time, a stream of information surged into Yi Fan's mind. Status: early-stage liver cancer, plum blossom virus, arm fracture. Causes: excessive drinking and indulgence, drug use, being beaten. Repair or destroy. Yi Fan hesitated not at all before choosing destruction. He knew that would worsen the condition. A wave of black light surged into Huang Dongxiang's body. Huang Dongxiang let out a mysterious scream and then collapsed to the ground from Yi Fan's grip. Late-stage liver cancer. Yi Fan shouted, "Get lost." Huang Dongxiang left with Yuan Jing and others, filled with resentment. Watching Huang Dongxiang's pathetic retreat, Yi Fan's eyes flickered with a glimmer. This was a dead man walking. Chapter 3. Tang Ruoshua's amulet Shinbichin felt that her son had changed quite a bit, but she didn't ask too many questions. After spending nearly a year in the hospital, it was natural for Yi Fan to have changed due to the hardships he faced. She also refrained from inquiring about Yi Wujiao's situation, not wanting to add another wound to Yi Fan's heart. Upon returning to their rented apartment, Yi Fan settled the overdue rent with the landlord and then took his mother to move out late at night. This was not only to avoid harassment from the online loan companies, but also to prevent any retaliation from Huang Dongxiang and his gang. Yi Fan had the strength and confidence to protect himself, but his mother was fragile enough to be easily blown away by a gust of wind. Yi Fan rented a small room in Baishazhou village for his mother to recuperate temporarily. Shinbichin's health improved, and the burden of medical expenses lessened. But Yi Fan still felt the pressure, as he was still in considerable debt from online loans. Additionally, he was determined to find his adoptive father, Yi Wujiao. Whether he was alive or dead, it was something he needed to know for certain. Ding. On the morning of the 5th day after Shinbichin's discharge, her health had improved enough for her to take care of herself. Yi Fan turned on his phone, which had been off for 5 days, and was immediately flooded with dozens of text messages. Shortly after, a call came in. Yi Fan put on his headphones to answer, and a cold voice came through quickly. "Finally turned your phone on? I thought you had vanished with the money. You haven't answered your messages, and no one has been home for days. What have you been up to? If you don't want to stay with the Tang family, you might as well get lost." It was Tang Ruoshua. Yi Fan hurriedly explained, "I'm sorry, I've been with my mom. She just got out of the hospital and needs someone to take care of her. I turned off my phone because the debt collectors were calling 24/7, and I didn't want her to worry, so I temporarily shut it down." He softly asked, "What do you need from me?" Despite enduring disdain from the Tang family over the past year, Yi Fan knew he didn't have the right to lose his temper, especially since they had initially provided him with 500,000 yuan for medical expenses. Hearing that Yi Fan was taking care of Shinbichin, Tang Ruoshua's tone softened slightly. "Send me your location. I'll come pick you up." Yi Fan was slightly surprised. "You're back from your trip?" A week ago, the 5 members of the Tang family had gone abroad for a vacation, leaving Yi Fan alone to watch over their house. "Can't you understand what I'm saying? Just send me your location," Tang Ruoshua said impatiently before hanging up. Yi Fan had no choice but to send her the location. Half an hour later, a red BMW pulled up in front of Yi Fan. The door opened, and a stunning beauty stepped out. The woman was dressed in black, with exquisite features, snow-white skin, and a cold yet alluring demeanor. Her long, shapely legs were particularly eye-catching, and as she walked, she exuded an irresistible charm. Many passers-by couldn't help but stare, their breaths quickening. Tang Ruoshua, the most beautiful woman in Zhonghai, was also Yi Fan's wife. "You really are a filial son, renting such a shabby place for your mother," Tang Ruoshua said, her tone as sarcastic as ever. However, she handed him several bags of bird's nest and ginseng. "These are supplements for your mom. Make sure she takes good care of herself. Wasn't she supposed to have surgery? Why did the money get refunded?" She threw a bank card at him. "The Tang family has already spent 600,000 or 700,000 on you, so what's another 100,000? Yi Fan quickly waved his hands. "No need. She's much better now. No surgery is needed. Just take it." She interrupted him sharply. "So you don't have to embarrass yourself borrowing money everywhere. Don't act all high and mighty. If you had any pride, you wouldn't have married into the Tang family and taken 1,000 a month from me for medical expenses." Her tone carried a hint of disdain, and Yi Fan's refusal, in an attempt to maintain some semblance of dignity, felt like mere pretension. Her words hit Yi Fan hard, just as he was about to throw the bank card back. Tang Ruoshua had already slipped into the car. He could only hold on to the supplements and the card, saying, "Thanks. Have my parents come back yet?" Tang Ruoshua replied coldly, "What does it matter to you if they come back? Hurry and give those things to your mom. I need to talk to you." Yi Fan fell silent, took the items to his mother's south rented place, greeted her, and left. Just as he slid into the passenger seat, Tang Ruoxue slammed down on the accelerator and took off. Yi Fan's body jolted, and his left hand accidentally brushed against Tang Ruoxue's thigh. It was smooth and delicate. At that moment, a message flashed in Yi Fan's mind. Status: malevolent energy infiltrating the body, bad luck lingering, harming friends and family, death threats. Cause: a Buddhist amulet obtained during an overseas trip has been cursed. Repair or destroy. Yi Fan wanted to say repair, but before he could think it through, Tang Ruoxue's gaze turned icy. He quickly moved his hand away. He wanted to help Tang Ruoxue dispel the malevolent energy, but repairing it required physical contact, and she would never let him touch her. So he could only kindly remind her, Ruoxue, your forehead is darkening, your aura is weak, and you might be facing a blood disaster. You should find a master to help you resolve this. Tang Ruoxue scoffed, haven't seen you in a few days, and you've learned some skills, huh? Now you can read fortunes? Yi Fan awkwardly replied, no, you really do have malevolent energy around you. It must have happened when you were traveling. Do you have a Buddhist amulet with you? He blurted out her situation all at once. Shut up. You're the one with malevolent energy. You're the one facing a blood disaster. Tang Ruoxue was infuriated. I'm perfectly fine. If you keep cursing me, just get lost. Yi Fan sighed. I really didn't curse you. Then just be quiet. Tang Ruoxue shot him a fierce look. You know nothing, and just blabber on. You're just someone who can cook. Do you really think you can read fortunes? Yi Fan, sensing the tension, fell silent. Seeing him not speak, Tang Ruoxue grew even angrier. Not only was he useless, but he was also cowardly. What good was he? But a flicker of doubt crossed her mind. How did Yi Fan know about her amulet? After all, she kept it close to her heart. Could it be that this jerk was spying on her and using it to mess with her? It had to be that way. Tang Ruoxue concluded, her pretty face now even more disappointed. Not only was Yi Fan useless, but he was also a pervert. Yi Fan, this month, once I finish my business, I want a divorce. Tang Ruoxue's gaze was more determined than ever, no matter if you agree or not. I am going to divorce you. A year ago, the Tang family faced a string of misfortunes, and Tang Ruoxue fell seriously ill. Out of a need for good fortune, they invited Yi Fan to join the family. Over the past year, the Tang family's bad luck has dissipated, and Tang Ruoxue has recovered. So the family is now considering getting rid of Yi Fan like a useless burden. Everyone in the Tang family has grown to dislike Yi Fan. Tang Ruoxue's feelings have shifted from pity to disdain. She sees no value in this man at all. Upon hearing about the divorce, Yi Fan remained silent, his expression growing dim. He truly felt like a rat crossing the street. Do you know why my parents and brother-in-law are all disappointed in you? It's not because you lack money or because you came into the family. It's because you are too weak and useless. Over the past year, aside from doing some housework, you haven't accomplished anything worthwhile. You are just so cowardly and incompetent. I really don't want to spend my life with a man like you. Even if you were just a tool for the Tang family to bring good luck. Don't worry, when we divorce, I will give you an additional 500,000. That way, you won't have to worry about your mother's medical expenses. Tang Ruoxue's voice was devoid of emotion. Let's part on good terms. Don't make me completely look down on you. Parting on good terms? A trace of pain flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. He vaguely recalled that snowy evening. The little girl in a red dress with braids, the girl who saved him with a bag of barbecue buns. Although 18 years have passed, Yi Fan still remembers her face and her kindness. This was the main reason he was willing to join the Tang family for good fortune. 500,000 is certainly important, but more importantly, Yi Fan wants to repay the kindness he received back then. Otherwise, he could sell himself for much more than 500,000. Yi Fan sighed inwardly. Perhaps it's time to let go. Did you hear that? Seeing Yi Fan lost in thought, Tang Ruoxue, frustrated, spoke up. I want a divorce. Whoosh. Before her words had fully settled, Yi Fan, who had been silent, suddenly sat up straight, his ears twitching. He leaned toward Tang Ruoxue, his immense strength pinning her down. The next second, he turned the steering wheel with his left hand and pressed down on her long thigh with his right. The BMW, which was about to stop at the red light, suddenly surged forward like an arrow. Yi Fan, Tang Ruoxue screamed. Are you crazy? Boom. Just as the car sped across the intersection, a dump truck came barreling through, crashing into 6 vehicles, leaving destruction in its wake. Screams erupted all around. Tang Ruoxue pushed Yi Fan away, slammed on the brakes, and turned her head to look. Blood was everywhere. Chapter 4, Accident Rescue Yi Fan. Looking at the tragic scene, Tang Ruoxue felt an indescribable despair. What are you doing? What are you doing? You've caused so many accidents, so many people are hurt. How are you going to take responsibility for them? She fumbled to unbuckle her seatbelt and got out of the car. She believed that Yi Fan had run a red light, causing the dump truck to lose control, triggering the series of accidents. Tang Ruoxue rushed toward the epicenter of the crash. At this moment, stunned bystanders and car owners were coming to their senses and flocking towards the scene. Many women instinctively let out piercing screams at the sight of the bloody chaos. Yifan also managed to crawl out of the car. Dozens of injured people lay on the ground, wailing in agony, some with broken arms, others with shattered legs. The dump truck driver was also sprawled in a pool of blood, convulsing, but still alive. Jianqian, Jianqian. A heart-wrenching scream suddenly pierced through the air, drawing everyone's attention. From a bulletproof Audi, a woman in a purple dress emerged, her beauty striking but her body smeared in blood. She seemed oblivious to everything around her, only calling out to the collapsed back seat where her precious daughter was trapped beneath an overturned SUV. Tears streamed down her face as she desperately pushed against the vehicle. Bang! A black box marked with the code 9981 rolled off the seat and fell to the ground. The woman in purple ignored it completely, continuing her frantic efforts to lift the SUV. Tang Ruoxue dashed over, urging, "Everyone, come help. We need to get the child out." A group of bystanders rushed to assist, straining to lift the SUV. Yifan wanted to join them, but suddenly he noticed a little girl, around 7 or 8 years old, standing in front of him. She had a watermelon-shaped haircut, a longevity lock around her neck, and was wearing a pink dress, quite adorable. However, the little girl had no smile. Her eyes were vacant as she moved stiffly through the panicking crowd. "Hey, little one, don't wander off." With so many people around, Yifan worried the girl might get lost. "Where are your adults?" He grabbed her wrist, feeling an inexplicable chill in his palm. The girl didn't respond. She just stood there, staring blankly into the distance. "Get out of the way." A woman in a red dress came rushing over and, seeing Yifan standing motionless, shouted angrily, "If you're not going to help, then get lost. You're blocking the way." With that, she shoved Yifan aside with surprising force. In the next moment, she passed right through the little girl, as if she had walked through a wall. Yifan was completely stunned. Can she really walk through walls? How else could the girl remain unharmed? The woman in red paid no attention to Yifan's shock, merely turning her head to spit in his direction. At this point, Tang Ruoxue glanced back and saw Yifan standing there, looking dazed. Her pretty face was a mix of anger and disappointment. Did this idiot not realize that his recklessness had caused the accident? Instead of coming to help and redeem himself, he just stood there watching the chaos unfold. What a useless and heartless coward. Divorce. She had to get a divorce. Tang Ruoxue had lost all faith in Yifan. He was truly a piece of useless clay that couldn't be molded. Bang. Just then, the crowd managed to pull the Audi aside enough to reveal the little girl completely. The girl's pale, paper-like face, marred by bloodstains all over her body, was heart-wrenching. Yifan's eyes widened in shock. 7 or 8 years old. A watermelon haircut? A longevity lock? A pink dress? He looked at the girl being carried out by the crowd, and then at the girl he was holding on to. A chill surged to the top of his head. It was the same person. At that moment, Yifan felt the girl in his hand tremble, her figure becoming blurry, as if she could be blown away by a gust of wind. Someone rushed past him, their body passing right through the little girl. There was no obstruction. Yifan was completely stunned. Then, he noticed what seemed to be an invisible rope pulling the little girl towards the shadows. "Don't go." Yifan jolted and held onto the little girl tightly. His instinct told him that if he let go of the shadow in his hand, the little girl would be completely lost. Just then, an ambulance arrived, and doctors and nurses rushed to the side of the Audi. A doctor checked the little girl's eyes, listened to her pulse and heart, and then shook his head helplessly. Seeing the doctor's apologetic expression, the woman in purple collapsed to the ground, crying out, "Save my daughter, please save my daughter. Whoever can save my daughter, I, Song Hongyan, will serve them for life." She was utterly devastated. Tang Ruoxue, tears streaming down her face, mourned the loss of the little girl, who was like a delicate flower. Others, while feeling pity, were also shocked by the identity of the woman in purple. Song Hongyan, the founder of the Woohoo Group, one of the few powerful women in Zhonghai. With a fortune of billions, gaining a favor from Song Hongyan would mean prosperity for life. Unfortunately, Qianqian's injuries were too severe, no one could bring her back. Wait, just as the medical staff were about to carry Qianqian away, Tang Ruoxue suddenly heard a familiar voice. She can still be saved. Yifan dragged the shadow through the crowd, kicked aside a black box that was blocking the way, and rushed to the little girl on the ground to press on her vital points. Condition: internal organs damaged, 3 broken ribs, internal bleeding, soul leaving the body. Cause of illness: severe car accident. Energy insufficient, unable to fully heal, but the 9 Palaces resurrection needle can be used for rescue. The white light of the life and death jade was almost gone. 9 Palaces? He hadn't even started learning medicine. How could he save her? By the time he learned it, she would likely already be lost. Save her! Save her! Restore her soul! Yi Fan screamed inwardly. Whoosh! A beam of white light entered the little girl's body. A hint of color returned to her face. Little sister, come back, please come back. Yi Fan anxiously shouted at the girl in his arms. The little girl obediently lay down, but her head just wouldn't settle down no matter what. Bang! Yi Fan struck her forehead with the life and death jade, forcing her head down. He felt the little girl's body tremble, as if she was reassembling. Yi Fan, what are you doing hitting her head? At that moment, Tang Ruoxue reacted, angrily shouting, Isn't the trouble you've caused enough? She was filled with disdain for Yi Fan. If it weren't for him running the red light, this accident wouldn't have happened. It wouldn't have taken the innocent Qianqian's life. She reached out to grab Yi Fan, but he didn't budge. Hey, what are you doing? The victim's life is gone. There's nothing we can do. Are you out of your mind? The doctors said there's no hope. What are you even doing here? Trying to show off? This guy was just watching the commotion earlier, and now he pops up, clearly trying to make a scene. Who would exploit a car accident like this? Behind her, a crowd of onlookers shouted at Yi Fan, their faces filled with contempt and disdain. Song Hongyan completely lost her composure. Don't touch my daughter. She slapped him across the face. The sharp sound echoed, leaving 5 finger marks on Yi Fan's cheek. Yi Fan's body shook, pain coursing through his face. But he ignored it. He pressed down on the little girl's head, preventing her from rising again. Go back. Just then, Yi Fan's palm lightened, and the little girl's chest heaved as she coughed up a mouthful of blood. Quick, quick! Yi Fan shouted, get help. The doctors and onlookers were completely stunned. They never expected that the girl, whom the doctors had declared dead, would come back to life. After a brief pause, the medical staff scrambled to provide aid, and once the situation stabilized a bit, they immediately contacted the hospital for surgery. Song Hongyan was momentarily frozen. Then she erupted with joy. She bowed to Yi Fan 3 times in gratitude before rushing off to the hospital with the ambulance. How could this be possible? Tang Ruoxue was equally shocked, looking at Yi Fan as if she didn't recognize him at all. Chapter 5. The fake painting at 6 o'clock in the evening. Yi Fan and Tang Ruoxue emerged from the traffic police station. Tang Ruoxue looked quite embarrassed. In order to seek leniency, she had taken the initiative to assume all responsibility as soon as she entered. She didn't mention that Yi Fan had grabbed the steering wheel. Instead, she stated that she was willing to bear all the consequences, whether it meant paying compensation or serving time in jail. However, the police officer looked at her with curiosity and informed her that neither she nor Yi Fan bore any responsibility. The cause of the accident was due to the front tire of a dirt truck being worn out and blowing out. The officer even reviewed the surveillance footage and praised Yi Fan for his quick thinking. If it hadn't been for Yi Fan's timely escape, they could have been crushed on the spot. Tang Ruoxue was stunned. She realized that not only had she wronged Yi Fan, but she also owed him a thank you. If it weren't for him, she might have been in grave danger. Once inside the BMW, she initially wanted to apologize, but her pride held her back. In the end, she simply said, "You're lucky this accident didn't involve you. Otherwise, you'd be facing serious jail time." Yi Fan had long been accustomed to the stubbornness of the Tang family. I understand. I'll be more careful next time. Having just taken the blame for him, Yi Fan felt a warmth in his heart. No matter how much Tang Ruoxue looked down on him, she still had a protective instinct towards him. He then gently touched the black box in his hand. The box had fallen out of the Audi, and the code on it read 9981. Song Hongyan had specifically called to have the police hand the box over to Yi Fan, insisting that he must accept it. Yi Fan didn't hesitate. After all, a life like Qianqian's was worth a gift. Thinking of Qianqian, a trace of worry crossed Yi Fan's eyes. The faint white light had barely managed to repair her soul, but it wasn't enough to help her through the danger. He planned to check on the little girl tomorrow. Hearing Yi Fan's words, Tang Ruoxue turned the steering wheel and said, "You've finally matured." Yi Fan withdrew his gaze from the distance and, taking advantage of Tang Ruoxue's relaxed mood, said, "Ruoxue, I'm not joking. Your negative energy is causing you blood-related misfortune, and this accident is proof." He reminded her, "You'd better get rid of that amulet." "Shut up." Tang Ruoxue's face darkened instantly. "Can you stop talking nonsense? This amulet was given to me by my mom when we were traveling. Are you implying that my mom wants to harm her daughter?" Yi Fan quickly waved his hands. "That's not what I meant. It's just that your mom might also be a target. Come on. When we're traveling, nobody knows anyone. Do you think those people have nothing better to do than to plot against the Tang family?" Tang Ruoxue interrupted the conversation with annoyance. "The accident was just an accident. The idea of blood-related misfortune is ridiculous. Don't bring this up again, or I'll throw you out of my car." To her, Yi Fan was just trying to be dramatic. Yi Fan felt quite helpless and stopped talking, not wanting to provoke Tang Ruoxue further. While internally, he pondered how to help resolve the issue. The amulet was still absorbing Tang Ruoxue's luck and vitality, and in a week or two, she would face a life-threatening situation again. He needed to resolve this matter as soon as possible. Half an hour later, the red BMW stopped in front of the Phoenix Hotel. "Why are we here?" Yi Fan was slightly taken aback, then slapped his forehead. Tonight was his father-in-law Tang Songwa's 50th birthday. The Tang family had booked a banquet at the Phoenix Hotel to celebrate. He had almost forgotten about his father-in-law's big day. He needed to go buy something. Over the past year, Yi Fan had endured a lot of disdain, but it was still his father-in-law's special occasion, and he felt he should make some gesture. "No need. I've got it," said Tang Ruoxue as she opened the trunk of the car and took out a gift box, then walked into the hotel without looking back. Yi Fan thought for a moment and decided to bring in the black box that Song Hongyan had given him. Although he hadn't opened it yet, since Song Hongyan had the confidence to give it to him as a life-saving gift, it should be acceptable to give it to his father-in-law. Soon, Yi Fan followed Tang Ruoxue into the banquet hall and noticed that the Tang family had invited quite a few relatives for the celebration. Nearly 30 people were gathered around 3 large round tables, creating a lively atmosphere. His sister-in-law Tang Fenghua and brother-in-law Han Jianfeng were also present. However, his father-in-law Tang Sanghua and mother-in-law Lin Xiuling had not yet arrived, and his sister-in-law was studying abroad and could not return for the occasion. "Ruoxue, you finally made it. Today is Dad's 50th birthday. Why are you so late?" Tang Fenghua exclaimed. "Even though Mom and Dad have always pampered you, you should still put in some effort." Seeing Tang Ruoxue and Yi Fan appear, Tang Fenghua and the others smiled and gathered around, chatting animatedly. They didn't even glance at Yi Fan. He didn't mind. But his brother-in-law Han Jianfeng continued to make things difficult. "Yi Fan, it's Dad's 50th birthday. What gift did you bring? Please don't say that whatever Ruoxue bought is from you. You eat and live in the Tang family, so on such a big occasion, you should at least spend some money to show your appreciation, right? You're not showing up empty-handed, are you?" He looked at Yi Fan with a forced smile, but there was a hint of resentment in his eyes. Although his sister-in-law Tang Fenghua was beautiful, she was no match for Tang Ruoxue. Therefore, he viewed Yi Fan, who had won the heart of such a beauty, as a thorn in his side. Yi Fan replied calmly, "I brought a gift." Tang Ruoxue was taken aback. She had no idea when Yi Fan had received the box from the traffic police. "Ha ha ha, you brought a gift?" Han Jianfeng laughed heartily. "Let me see what you got." Before Tang Ruoxue could react, Han Jianfeng quickly stepped forward and snatched the black box from Yi Fan's hands. He opened it, revealing an ugly, red, dragon head-shaped ginseng fruit that caught everyone's attention. A gift? Ginseng fruit. With such shabby packaging and such an ugly fruit, it's definitely a roadside vendor's item. Someone exclaimed. "Yeah, it looks horrifyingly bright red. It must be loaded with chemicals. It could kill someone. Trash is just trash. On Dad's birthday, you bring a ginseng fruit that costs $5? And if you were going to bring something, at least choose something normal. This hideous, bright red thing looks like a counterfeit product. You can't even be bothered to care about Dad's birthday, and you still have the nerve to be his son-in-law? You should just get a divorce and leave." Han Jianfeng and the Tang relatives laughed heartily, their eyes filled with disdain and contempt. Tang Ruoxue's pretty face turned rigid. She hadn't expected Yi Fan to embarrass her again. She muttered angrily, "Useless thing." Yi Fan didn't respond. He was too shocked to look away from the ginseng fruit. He never imagined that Song Hongyan would give such an expensive gift. Seeing Yi Fan standing there in silence, everyone assumed he was embarrassed from being exposed. And another round of laughter erupted. "Fool, just look at what I brought for Dad," Tang Xiao said, revealing the gift he held, a painting by Wu Daozi from the Tang dynasty. Han Jianfeng opened his gift with pride, saying, "This is Bright Moon over the sea. I put a lot of effort into acquiring this. It cost me 330,000. Its true market value is worth 10 times that. I even consulted several experts in this area for authentication." Han Jianfeng clearly intended to showcase his gift to highlight his superiority in front of the relatives. Not wanting to boast directly, he used Yi Fan as an excuse. "Yi Fan, remember, when giving gifts to Dad, it should be something of this caliber. Don't just throw together some cheap trinkets for Mom and Dad." The relatives of the Tang family gasped in admiration. Gifts worth hundreds of thousands were indeed impressive. Compared to Yi Fan's ugly ginseng fruit, the difference was like heaven and earth. "Brother-in-law, I admit your gift is quite nice," Tang Ruoxue said, forcing herself to defend Yi Fan, "but giving gifts to Dad isn't about the price. It's the thought that counts." She regretted not noticing the box in Yi Fan's hands earlier. Otherwise, she would have tossed that embarrassing gift in the trash. The thought counts, but sincerity matters too. Han Jianfeng sneered. "You all live off Mom and Dad. So spending a little more to make them happy shouldn't be a problem. It's clear you don't value them. Tang Fenghua, with a smile hiding a knife, added, Jianfeng, let it go. Ruoxua has it tough enough. Having to support that freeloader Yifan. Laughter filled the air once more, creating a lively atmosphere. Tang Ruoxua's face flushed with embarrassment. You guys. Even though she was the president of a company and earned a few million each year, her parents took most of it, leaving her with very little disposable income. Gifts costing tens of thousands were simply out of her reach. Ruoxua, don't be upset. Our gifts may be ordinary, but they come from the heart. Just then, Yifan spoke up calmly. At least it's better than brother-in-law giving mom and dad a fake painting for their birthday. The room fell silent in an instant. Chapter 6. The humiliation at the family feast fake painting? Everyone looked at Han Jianfeng in astonishment. Nonsense. I spent over 300,000 to get this painting from a prodigal. Just look at the sun, how big and round it is. And the sea, how blue and deep. I even consulted several experts, including the renowned Master Ghost Eye, who all confirmed it's authentic. As Han Jianfeng faced the questioning relatives, he felt a surge of anger. They all said it's worth over 3 million. How can it suddenly be fake when it comes out of your mouth? He glared at Yifan, demanding, I want you to apologize right now. Or else, this isn't over. Exactly. You can eat whatever you want. But you can't just say anything. Tang Fenghua added, her expression full of disdain. The relatives, who had been shocked moments ago, suddenly realized they had been fooled by Yifan. How could a useless son-in-law, supported by the Tang family, possibly understand such sophisticated art? If he really had any skills, he wouldn't be a live-in son-in-law trying to bring good luck. Yifan, if you don't understand, just shut up and stop slandering Jianfeng. Yeah, look at yourself. What do you know about being a professional? Can you even tell the difference between good and bad? You can't even find a job. Yet you dare to claim the painting is fake? Master Ghost Eye is the top expert in appraising treasures, and if he says it's real, then it's definitely real. The dozens of relatives grew restless, mercilessly mocking Yifan with voices that cut sharp. Tang Ruoxua's face turned crimson, lacking the strength even to scold him. When would Yifan stop being so useless? She felt utterly exhausted. Yifan maintained a calm demeanor. My dad is an antique collector and has appraised countless paintings. Let us have him take a look later, and we'll know the truth. Han Jianfeng felt a slight tremor of doubt. Besides Yifan's calmness, he recalled that he hadn't actually spent 330,000 on the painting. It had only cost him 30,000. Despite repeated assurances that it was real, he had always felt something was off. After all, it had been too easy to get it for such a low price. Now, unease crept in. Was there really something wrong with the painting? What's all this shouting about? At that moment, a stern woman's voice rang out from the entrance. It's a beautiful day, and you're making it sound like a marketplace. Lin Xiaoling entered with her husband Tang Sangwa. In her 40s, the years had not left many marks on her face or body. She was strikingly beautiful, with fair skin and a lingering femininity. If her age were not mentioned, she could easily be mistaken for someone in her 30s. It was said that Lin Xiaoling was a beauty in her youth, with suitors numbering in the dozens. Her 3 daughters had inherited her looks. However, she had a strong and domineering personality, being the owner of a large clinic, which made her assertive both at home and in public. Even Tang Sangwa listened to her every word. Thus, when Lin Xiaoling walked in, the entire room fell silent. Han Jianfeng pointed at Yifan and complained, Mom, I'm not the one causing trouble. It's that idiot Yifan who said the painting I bought for you is fake. Isn't this slandering my reputation? He looked aggrieved. Yifan replied calmly, it's fake to begin with. Shut up, what do you know? Tang Ruoxua pulled Yifan's sleeve angrily. Can you not embarrass yourself? Although she wanted Yifan to save some face for her, as Han Jianfeng said, how could Yifan possibly understand antiques and art? Lin Xiaoling shot Yifan a disdainful glance and took Tang Sangwa to the main seat. Bring the painting over. She pointed at Han Jianfeng. Let me and your father have a look. Tang Sangwa had a fondness for collecting antiques, and Lin Xiaoling had learned a bit from him. Han Jianfeng quickly handed over Bright Moon over the sea. Tang Sangwa and Lin Xiaoling carefully examined the piece. 3 minutes later, Tang Sangwa whispered something in Lin Xiaoling's ear. Lin Xiaoling raised her head and shot a displeased glance at Han Jianfeng. Han Jianfeng felt like he could die. It was obvious they were saying the painting was a forgery. Tang Ruoxua also caught that look and felt a thrill of joy. Could it be that Yifan's luck was finally turning around? But Lin Xiaoling's next words poured cold water on Tang Ruoxua's excitement. This painting is genuine. A real work by Wu Daozi. Lin Xiaoling fixed her gaze on Yifan, her expression stern as she questioned, Yifan, you're inexperienced and have accomplished nothing. Don't meddle in antiques and make a fool of yourself. You've tarnished your brother-in-law's reputation. Go and apologize to him properly with a cup of tea. Otherwise, You can forget about returning to the Tang family. Yi Fan was taken aback. This painting clearly had issues, and with Tang Sanghua and Lin Xiuling's expertise, they would definitely be able to tell. Han Jianfeng was also stunned, then suddenly felt a rush of excitement. He understood. Dad, Mom, take another close look. This painting is definitely fake. Yi Fan wanted to explain, but Lin Xiuling interrupted sharply. Fake? What do you mean? Are you implying that your father and I are getting old and can't even distinguish between real and fake anymore? I say it's real, so it's real. With that, she commanded, apologize to your brother-in-law right now. Tang Fenghua arrogantly shouted at Yi Fan. Yi Fan, since Mom says it's real, what are you arguing about? Mom, don't be angry. Yi Fan is just a waste. Pretending to be knowledgeable in front of you and Dad is absurd. Exactly. A live-in son-in-law has no right to argue. I told you, a stay-at-home husband knows nothing about art. He must be slandering Jianfeng. A crowd of relatives laughed mockingly at Yi Fan. Han Jianfeng, full of confidence, said, Yi Fan, come here and apologize. Yi Fan shot a sharp look at Lin Xiuling, his face suddenly showing a hint of mockery. It wasn't that she didn't see through it. She just didn't want to expose Han Jianfeng. To her, Yi Fan was merely a son-in-law, while Han Jianfeng was a successful construction company owner with a bright future. How could Lin Xiuling let him lose face because of Yi Fan? Tang Ruoshue's pretty face dimmed. Yi Fan, just apologize. Tang Fenghua huffed, still not apologizing? Do you want to make Mom and Dad angry? Yi Fan smiled, a bright smile. So many people were bullying him. It truly was the original sin of the weak. In the past, Yi Fan would have certainly bowed his head and slapped himself twice in apology, but tonight he did not want to back down anymore. Retreating only allows the other party to take advantage, and it would also harm those around him. Yi Fan stepped forward, raised a finger, and pinched. The material of the painting was fabric, and with that pinch, a thread came loose. Then, Yi Fan yanked it hard. The painting, claimed to be worth 3 million, was instantly destroyed by Yi Fan, causing the expressions of Tang Ruoshue and the others to change dramatically. Han Jianfeng seethed with anger. Yi Fan, what are you doing? Yi Fan, however, ignored the gazes of everyone and directly tossed a thin line onto the table. Nylon, a synthetic fiber, invented in 1938. Did Wu Daozi, who lived over 700 years ago, paint this? The room fell into a dead silence. Everyone was momentarily stunned. Tang Fenghua gasped, her mouth agape in disbelief. They had initially come to watch Yi Fan make a fool of himself, only to be faced with the harsh reality of his blunt revelation. The presence of modern nylon in a painting from 700 years ago was something even a fool would know was impossible. Han Jianfeng felt a burning pain in his cheek. Lin Xiuling's expression darkened. Even if the painting were fake, it was still 100 times better than his so-called ginseng fruit. Seeing the disdainful looks from her relatives towards her husband, Tang Fenghua could no longer hold back and took out Yi Fan's box. She opened it, dumped out the ginseng fruit with a thud on the table. Our fake painting was a deception. Giving it to Dad for his birthday is just disrespectful. But you give Dad a ginseng fruit, which is nothing but junk that could be deadly. Tang Fenghua pointed at Yi Fan, scolding him. Compared to your gift, ours is 100 times better. Han Jianfeng also joined in, accusingly. This ginseng fruit is so ugly. Do you want to poison Dad? The crowd turned to look at the grotesquely red ginseng fruit, all of them condemning Yi Fan's ill intentions. Tang Ruoshue frowned and tugged at Yi Fan's sleeve. Yi Fan, apologize to Mom. Yi Fan did not apologize. Instead, he pointed at the ginseng fruit. Mom and Dad, do you also think this is junk? Tang Sanghua stared at it. Suddenly his eyelids twitched as he looked shocked. Just as he was about to jump up and shout, Lin Xiuling pulled him back. It's ugly, bright red, and smells awful. What do you mean it's not junk? Lin Xiuling glared at Yi Fan, saying, on your father's birthday, you give him this? Are you wishing for his longevity to be cut short? Lin Xiuling sternly reproached, your brother-in-law is right. No matter how bad the fake painting is, it's still better than your malicious heart. She was defending Han Jianfeng, and the fire of criticism turned squarely on Yi Fan. Tang Ruoshue looked at Yi Fan with anger, thinking this idiot was making a scene and embarrassing her even more. Did you hear that? Han Jianfeng sneered, fool. If you want to embarrass me, in the end, you're the one who will be humiliated. Yi Fan looked at Lin Xiuling and Tang Sanghua and asked, is this gift really garbage? What else could it be? Tang Fenghua's pretty face turned cold. To me, it's even worse than garbage. Yi Fan felt disappointed in the Tang family, and decided not to give them any more face. He picked up the ginseng fruit, snapped it in half, and while munching on it, he opened his phone to project a news article onto the screen. This afternoon, the annual Rare Treasures auction successfully concluded at the rich hall of the Zhonghai Wuzhou Hotel. A century-rare dragon-head ginseng fruit from Kunlun Mountain fetched an astronomical price. Ms. Song Hongyan from Woohoo Group acquired it for $3 million. On the screen, the host spoke passionately, not only showing footage from the auction, but also revealing the ginseng fruit itself. It was ugly, bright red, and shaped like a dragon's head, just like the one Yi Fan was eating. Even the box's code on the table matched perfectly with what was on the TV, 9981. Ginseng fruit. Kunlun Mountain. Century rare? 3 million? Everyone was completely stunned. Lin Xiaoling clutched her clothes tightly. A wave of intense regret surged through her mind. Chapter 7. I want a divorce. Why doesn't Taiji just die? Why doesn't Taiji just die? Lin Xiaoling exploded in anger as soon as she returned to the Tang family's villa, the front door still open. Get this useless waste out of here. Get out of our Tang family. She shouted at Yi Fan, who hadn't even stepped inside yet. Get as far away as you can. Yi Fan publicly exposed the painting as a fake, not only slapping Han Jianfeng in the face, but also putting her, the supposed protagonist, in an embarrassing position. If even someone living off others could identify the counterfeit, how could she and Tang Jingwo not see it? Didn't that make them even worse than useless? Lin Xiaoling couldn't tell everyone that she was deliberately favoring Han Jianfeng. What truly infuriated her was that ginseng fruit, worth 3 million, a treasure for longevity. That precious item had been completely consumed by Yi Fan. After all, it was originally meant for old Tang and herself. This made Lin Xiaoling feel like her heart was bleeding. It was like losing a 3 million lottery ticket in the washing machine. She felt humiliated, angry, and frustrated. But she wouldn't blame Han Jianfeng and his wife. Her hatred was reserved for the rebellious Yi Fan. Get out. Did you hear me? Lin Xiaoling screamed at Yi Fan. The Tang family doesn't want a traitor like you. Tang Sangwa looked helpless, wanting to say something, but ultimately remained silent. Yi Fan didn't step inside, avoiding the noise pollution. After practicing the Taiji Scripture and mastering the life and death jade, he unknowingly became more confident and composed. Mom, what did I do wrong? Yi Fan, shedding his previous weakness, spoke boldly. The painting wasn't even a gift from me. It was from my brother-in-law. If you want to scold someone, scold him for giving a fake. As for that ginseng fruit, it was you who called it garbage. Facing Lin Xiaoling's piercing gaze, Yi Fan calmly stated, no matter how upset you are, you can't blame me. Do you think I'm so foolish that I can't tell that painting is fake? That ginseng fruit is real. I saw through everything at a glance. Lin Xiaoling snapped, but in that situation, could I slap your brother-in-law's face? Just because you can't hit him, you think you can hit my face? Yi Fan smirked. And it's quite unfair to twist the truth like that. Tang Ruoxue couldn't help but frown. She felt Yi Fan was different from before. Hit your face? What kind of face does a live-in son-in-law like you even have? Lin Xiaoling grew even angrier. Does your face compare to your brother-in-law's? A mere house husband who only does chores can't be compared to him, who runs a business. Jianfeng contributes hundreds of thousands to the Tang family every year. While you've only spent that much, hitting your face is an honor for you, you ungrateful wretch. She pointed at Yi Fan and cursed, honor. Do you understand? In Lin Xiaoling's eyes, Yi Fan should endure all the oppression and injustice. Any resistance was seen as a grave offense. Yi Fan merely smiled lightly and fell silent, turning his gaze towards Tang Ruoxue, hoping she would say something fair. He wasn't afraid of Lin Xiaoling's wrath. He just wanted to feel that he wasn't alone at that moment. He wanted to remind himself that he was a married man. Tang Ruoxue exchanged a cold glance with him, showing a hint of impatience. All right, it's late at night. Everyone stop arguing. Yi Fan, apologize to Mom. No matter what. She's the elder. Making her angry is your fault. In the end, Tang Ruoxue sided with her mother. Hurry up and apologize to Mom. Tang Sangwa chimed in. Yi Fan. Just apologize. Lin Xiaoling pointed outside and shouted, I don't want him to apologize. I want him to get lost. Yi Fan stepped forward and calmly spoke, Mom. I want to divorce Ruoxue. Fine. Lin Xiaoling reflexively responded, divorce if you want. Halfway through her sentence, she jolted in surprise. What did you say? Yi Fan repeated, I want to divorce Ruoxue. Divorce? The whole family fell silent. Lin Xiaoling and the others stared at Yi Fan in disbelief. No one expected him to say such a thing. According to Lin Xiaoling and their assumptions, Yi Fan should have been begging and crying for forgiveness. After all, he was useless, couldn't even find a job, and relied on the Tang family's pocket money to pay for Shun Biqin's medical treatment. Yet, he wanted to divorce Tang Ruoxue. This statement not only shocked Lin Xiaoling and the others, but also left them feeling uneasy. Tang Ruoxue's face went blank. You want to divorce me? Let's part on good terms. Yi Fan replied calmly. For the Tang family, my value as a good luck charm has run out. Staying here would only be a burden to you. Ruoxue, bring your household registration tomorrow, and we'll go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get the divorce. Tang Ruoshue's earlier attitude had extinguished any last hope he had for their relationship. She had never regarded him as a husband. It was all one-sided on his part. Memories of their first meeting 18 years ago resurfaced in his mind. But people change, and the fiery yet clear-cut girl he once knew was long gone. Divorce? Lin Xiaoling finally reacted, her anger turning into laughter. A man living off others dares to demand a divorce? You really think highly of yourself. In the past few months, she had urged Tang Ruoshue to divorce Yi Fan more than once, but each time, various unexpected events had thwarted her plans. Lin Xiaoling had been eager for Yi Fan to leave the Tang family, but now her feelings had changed. After all, this was Yi Fan who brought it up first. This not only embarrassed her daughter, but also made her and the Tang family feel humiliated. What qualifications do you have to talk about divorce? Lin Xiaoling pointed at Yi Fan angrily. Without the Tang family, you useless bum would starve to death in no time. Yi Fan's gaze remained calm. Let's divorce. I don't want to have any ties with the Tang family. Don't want ties with the Tang family? Lin Xiaoling laughed in anger. Fine, if you want a divorce. That is okay. Forget the 500,000. This past year, you've eaten, drunk, and lived off the Tang family. You owe us a huge favor. Her voice suddenly rose. If you want a divorce, you need to settle this debt first. Yi Fan spoke calmly. How do I settle it? The Shanghai Chamber of Commerce owes my Chunfeng Clinic 2 million in goods. Lin Xiaoling let out a cold laugh. You're so capable and bold. Why don't you go and get that money back for me tomorrow? Once you do, I'll have Ruoshue divorce you immediately. She pressured Yi Fan mercilessly. Otherwise, you'll have to work hard, sell your blood, or even do the most degrading jobs to repay the Tang family. Tang Ruoshue's pretty face changed. Mom. Shut up. Lin Xiaoling interrupted Tang Ruoshue, fixing her icy gaze on Yi Fan and coldly asking, any problems? Yi Fan nodded. No problem. He then silently walked through the hall and headed upstairs to Tang Ruoshue's bedroom. The bedroom was a suite. Upon entering, there was a small living area, with the bedroom tucked away behind it. Tang Ruoshue lived in the inner room, while Yi Fan slept on the sofa in the small living area. For a year, Yi Fan had been just a wall away from Tang Ruoshue, yet he had never entered the bedroom, let alone shared an intimate moment with her. Lin Xiaoling often mocked him, calling him a doorman. Countless times, Yi Fan had longed to sleep in the big bed of the inner room. But after a year, he was increasingly aware that it was an unattainable fantasy. Tonight, it made Yi Fan realize that it was time to let go. As soon as Yi Fan sat down on the sofa, Tang Ruoshue pushed the door open and stormed in, brimming with anger. Yi Fan, what do you think you are? What right do you have to look down on me? She questioned him bluntly. What gives you the right to ask for a divorce? Yi Fan deliberately provoked her. A crazy woman who can't tell right from wrong. Why keep you around for the new year? Crazy woman? Tang Ruoshue laughed in rage. Then what are you? You can't find a job, can't handle housework, and still want money from a crazy woman to treat your mother. You're even worse than a crazy woman. You're just useless. She looked at Yi Fan with even more disdain. In addition to being weak and incompetent, he was also arrogant. Yi Fan responded with a nonchalant smile. If I'm really useless, then let's get divorced sooner rather than later, and part on good terms. Tang Ruoshue, humiliated and furious, shot back. You have no right to talk about divorce. Only I can file for it. Do you really think you can recover 2 million? Yi Fan, don't overestimate yourself. She sneered. With debts from the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, a loser like you could spend 100 years and still not get it back. After saying this, Tang Ruoshue slammed the door and stormed out. She would never believe that Yi Fan could recover the 2 million debt. Yet, there was an indescribable feeling in her heart, because when she had just locked eyes with Yi Fan, she had seen a depth in his gaze. Moreover, it carried an immense confidence. Chapter 8. Misunderstanding. The next day, before dawn, Yi Fan got up. He hadn't slept all night, yet he felt incredibly energized. What worried him the most was the fiery sensation in his stomach, as if it were burning through his insides. Could it be that ginseng fruit? Yi Fan quickly formed a hypothesis, thinking it might be the result of eating the ginseng fruit. But that didn't make sense. Wasn't it just a fruit hyped up by marketing? And if it was some kind of poisoning, did it really possess any mystical effects? Yi Fan didn't know how to deal with it. He had no memory of how to counteract the effects of the ginseng fruit. He could only climb up to the rooftop and practice the Tai Chi Sutra. After a session of breathing exercises, Yi Fan managed to extinguish that internal fire, feeling his spirit and energy elevate. However, he was troubled by the overwhelming power that surged within him. This force ebbed and flowed, making him want to lash out in anger. He struggled to suppress those violent thoughts. Next, Yi Fan noticed that the life and death jade showed no signs of activity. The white side remained dull and lifeless, while the black side still had 6 flickering black lights. Yi Fan searched through his memories again, but he couldn't find any methods for recovery. This shattered his hopes of using the life and death jade as a shortcut to save lives. He decided to earnestly study the medical knowledge he had inherited. To his surprise, his efficiency was 10 times better than the day before. Many concepts that had once been difficult to grasp now made perfect sense with just a glance. Yi Fan quickly began practicing the Tai Chi Divine Needle. This technique consisted of 9 forms, each with 9 variations, capable of stopping bleeding, detoxifying, dispelling evil, and even reviving the dead, exceptionally powerful. The first form was the 9 palaces returning to life. Thinking of the uncertain fate of Qian, Yi Fan practiced the 9 palaces returning to life thoroughly. He then moved on to the 8 trigrams dispelling evil, the 7 stars extending life, the 6 paths subduing demons, the 5 elements stabilizing blood, and the 4 symbols detoxifying. After completing the Tai Chi Divine Needle in one breath, Yi Fan saw that there was still some time left. So he practiced a few more martial arts manuals. Although Yi Fan didn't like fighting, he felt he needed to learn some self-defense techniques since he was going to collect debts today. After 3 hours, Yi Fan felt he had changed significantly. He also noticed a layer of greasy dirt on his body, sticky and uncomfortable. He hurried to take a shower and discovered that the scar from the dog bite had vanished, and his skin had become fairer. Even his strength had increased considerably. While washing in the bathroom, he accidentally broke a piece of tile. Just as Yi Fan stepped out of the shower, he heard a piercing scream from the gym on the 2nd floor, filled with immense pain. He initially didn't want to investigate, but hearing Lin Qiuling's anguished cries, especially since Tang Sanghua and Tang Ruoxue had gone out for a morning run, he hesitated for a moment before finally heading upstairs. "Mom, what's wrong?" In his line of sight, Lin Qiuling was standing barefoot on the yoga mat in the gym, her hands pressed together high above her head, maintaining a yoga pose. Her curvaceous figure was wrapped in a black bodysuit. From her proud, high bust to her slender waist, from her smooth back to her pert posterior, and from her long, beautiful legs to her bare arches, every aspect showcased her maturity and the beauty of her curves. Yi Fan couldn't help but admit that his mother-in-law still exuded charm. "Get lost." Upon seeing Yi Fan, Lin Qiuling disdainfully exclaimed, "You useless waste can't help at all. Hurry up and call Ruoxue and the others." Yi Fan furrowed his brows and replied, "Dad and Ruoxue went for a run. They probably won't be back for a while." Before he could finish, Lin Qiuling swayed and began to fall to the floor. Yi Fan rushed forward and caught her just in time. "Mom, what's wrong?" he asked, noticing her odd posture, with her hands pressed together and raised stiffly in the air. As he pressed down on her hands, Lin Qiuling let out a sharp scream. "It hurts, it hurts, it hurts." Feeling her pain, Yi Fan quickly released his grip. He turned his palm to the life and death jade, and information flooded his mind. Condition: meridians misaligned, blood flow reversed, must be treated promptly, or it could lead to strains or ruptures. Cause: excessive yoga practice. Insufficient energy for repair, can use Tai Chi hands to adjust the bones. "Mom, you must have pulled a muscle while doing yoga," Yi Fan said as he helped her stand upright. Lin Qiuling snapped back, "No kidding. Hurry up and call your dad and Ruoxue to take me to the hospital. Quickly, quickly, it's unbearable, it hurts so much." She felt her meridians tightening and the pain intensifying. "There's no time. Mom, I can treat this, just a few adjustments will do." Seeing Lin Qiuling's face turning redder, Yi Fan scanned her major acupoints and said, "I've seen a similar wellness program. Get out of the way. What are you doing messing around at a time like this? You're even less useful than the janitor at my clinic. What do you know about treating illness?" Lin Qiuling scolded, her face stern. "Hurry up and leave. You're just making things worse. You annoy me." "Mom, there's no time. If we delay any longer, your arms could get severely injured." Yi Fan stepped forward and reached for Lin Qiuling's arm. Although he didn't want to deal with her, he knew that if she ended up disabled, it would make things difficult for Tang Ruoxue, so he reluctantly offered his help. "Pervert!" Lin Qiuling exclaimed, startled by the heat radiating from Yi Fan. Was he trying to take advantage of her? She shouted angrily and took a few steps back. "Yi Fan, what are you doing? Beast! I'm your mother-in-law." Instinctively, she tried to retreat, but Yi Fan was already in front of her, his hands making contact with her arm, feeling the softness of her skin. With a swift motion, Yi Fan pressed on the Yangqi, Xiuqi, and Tianjing acupoints, allowing her blood flow to normalize. Then, he moved his fingers downwards. With a firm press on the Jianjing and Jianjing acupoints, 2 crisp sounds echoed as Lin Qiuling's meridians were realigned. Though her arm was back to normal, Lin Qiuling still held her hands high, the initial pain leaving her highly tense. She was already terrified of the pain. This didn't faze Yi Fan. His hands glided down to Lin Qiuling's pants. He pretended to tug them down. "You beast." Lin Xiaoling yelled angrily, her hands dropping as she fiercely clutched her pants. In order to practice yoga without any constraints, she hadn't even worn underwear, just the thinnest pair of leggings. How could Yi Fan just pull them off? Whoosh. Taking advantage of Lin Xiaoling's hands being occupied with her pants, Yi Fan pinched her acupoints on her waist and abdomen. Lin Xiaoling's body trembled, and all her soreness vanished in an instant. Yi Fan, what are you doing? At that moment, Tang Sanghua and Tang Ruoxua appeared at the door, rushing towards Yi Fan and Lin Xiaoling. Smack! Tang Ruoxua pushed Yi Fan away angrily, shouting, "How dare you disrespect my mom?" Tang Sanghua's veins bulged as he yelled, "You little brat, in broad daylight, disrespecting my mother-in-law? I'll kill you." He punched Yi Fan on the shoulder, having just returned from a morning run. They heard Lin Xiaoling's screams and rushed over, only to find her looking embarrassed and furious while Yi Fan was tugging at her pants, a scene too distressing to behold. They instinctively assumed Yi Fan was trying to assault Lin Xiaoling. Yi Fan swayed slightly, then withdrew his hands. Lin Xiaoling, filled with rage, urged, "Quick, call the police. Send this bastard to jail." Tang Ruoxua looked at him with disgust. "Yi Fan, you're nothing but a beast." Yesterday, Yi Fan's behavior had given Tang Ruoxua hope that he was turning over a new leaf. But she never expected him to be such a pervert, disrespecting her mother. It hurt her deeply. Yi Fan's expression remained calm as he coldly looked at Lin Xiaoling. "Mom, you should clear my name." Lin Xiaoling was taken aback, then glanced at her agile hands, quickly realizing that Yi Fan hadn't assaulted her, but was actually treating her. However, she didn't explain to Tang Sanghua and Tang Ruoxua, "Clear your name? What do you mean by that?" She scoffed. "Do you not know what you're doing?" Lin Xiaoling was still fixated on the shame she felt from last night's banquet. Disrespecting her mother-in-law and being caught red-handed, what further explanation could there be? Tang Sanghua pointed at Yi Fan and cursed, "Get out. Just get out." He wanted to call the police, but feared the family scandal would be exposed. Yi Fan stared at Lin Xiaoling. "Mom, aren't you going to clear my name?" Smack. A loud slap echoed through the room. Tang Ruoxua gritted her teeth as she looked at Yi Fan, bullying my mom and then threatening her to clear your name? Do you think we're all fools? The sting of the slap left 5 red marks on Yi Fan's face. He clenched his fists tightly, but when he saw Tang Ruoxua's pale face, he relaxed again. Touching his sore cheek, Yi Fan smirked, glanced at Lin Xiaoling, then turned and left the yoga room. Tang Ruoxua wanted to scold him further, but was struck mute by the desolate look on his face. That slap seemed to widen the distance between them even more. Then, her gaze caught the camera in the corner. Lin Xiaoling liked to record her yoga sessions. Tang Ruoxua walked over and played back the footage. Soon, her expression changed dramatically. "Mom, Yi Fan didn't assault you. You got stuck while practicing yoga, and he was helping you." Tang Ruoxua placed the camera in front of Tang Sanghua and Lin Xiaoling. Tang Sanghua leaned in to take a look, and his expression changed. He had just let his anger cloud his judgment, but now, seeing the video, he immediately noticed the flaws in their narrative. If Lin Xiaoling had truly been assaulted by Yi Fan, she would have made sure to deal with him severely. There was no way she would just casually tell him to get lost. "Yes, it was my yoga practice that left my hands stuck, and he used his poor medical skills to help me out of it." Lin Xiaoling pushed her husband away fiercely, exclaiming, "But so what? Do I have any obligation to explain myself to him? Are you all going to stand up for him? Do you want to hit me? Go ahead, kill me. Or better yet, kill your own mother." She acted like a petulant child, almost rolling on the floor in tantrum. "You." Tang Sanghua was so furious that his scalp tingled. It didn't matter that Yi Fan had been wronged. He had irrationally punched Yi Fan in anger. What was he supposed to do now? Moreover, Lin Xiaoling had been fanning the flames, watching everything unfold without stopping him or offering any explanation. Wasn't that putting him in an unjust position? "What should I do? What should I do?" Lin Xiaoling shouted. "The Tang family has supported him for a year, and he made me lose face last night. Am I not allowed to feel wronged?" Tang Sanghua felt as if he had lost all dignity, wishing he could just disappear into a crack in the ground. Tang Ruoxua felt a headache coming on. "Mom and Dad, you have to apologize to Yi Fan." "Are you kidding? Why should I apologize to a thankless wolf?" Lin Xiaoling retorted, non-committal. "If I apologize to him, does he even deserve it? Is he not afraid of being struck by lightning?" With that, Tang Ruoxua turned and left the Tang family villa. Chapter 9. Let me help. After leaving the villa area, Yi Fan arrived at the bus station. Lin Xiaoling's actions left him feeling despondent, but his innocence no longer mattered. All he wanted was to recover the 2 million he was owed, after which he could distance himself from the Tang family. However, instead of heading straight to the Sihai Chamber of Commerce, he waited for the bus to the hospital, unable to shake off his concern for Qian. Just under 5 minutes later, a red BMW pulled up beside him. The window rolled down, revealing Tang Ruoshue's cool and graceful face. "Where to?" she asked. "To the hospital." Yi Fan replied curtly. Tang Ruoshua let out a long sigh. "Get in, I'll give you a ride." "No need, we're headed in different directions." Yi Fan declined without hesitation. "You should go to work." He knew Tang Ruoshua was aware of the truth. Otherwise, she wouldn't have offered him a ride. However, since she hadn't even said sorry, there was no way he would lower himself. The events of the past year had taught him that being overly humble and compromising without principles would only earn him disdain from everyone. Tang Ruoshua's lips twitched slightly. Then she tried to maintain a calm demeanor. "I have plenty of time today. I can take you to the hospital." She pressed on. "You're going to see Qian, right?" "Exactly," Yi Fan responded. "Her condition is unstable. She probably hasn't passed the critical phase yet. I want to see if I can help." Of course. He also wanted to express his gratitude for Song Hongyin's ginseng fruit. After eating the ginseng fruit, Yi Fan felt his energy levels significantly boosted. It would at least save him 3 to 5 years of hard work. "You can't even understand medical books. What help can you provide?" Tang Ruoshua shook her head dismissively, but still coldly insisted, "Get in the car, we're going together." Yi Fan remained silent, simply staring at her. If she would just say "I'm sorry," he would relent. Tang Ruoshua snapped. "How long are you going to keep this up? Are you really going to be so petty about it?" Yi Fan still said nothing. "Whether you like me or not, who do you think you are?" Tang Ruoshua felt a surge of irritation seeing Yi Fan's silence. She had been polite, but he was still unyielding. With a flick of her wrist, she tossed a paper bag at Yi Fan and stepped on the gas to leave. With a thud, Yi Fan caught the paper bag and opened it to find a carton of milk and a basket of char siu buns. He felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him, as if he were back in the days of wandering the streets. At 9 a.m., Yi Fan arrived at Zhonghai Hospital. He bought a box of silver needles from the traditional Chinese medicine department, inquired around, and made his way to the 4th floor ward. As soon as the elevator doors opened, he saw Tang Ruoshua coming out with a bag of fruit, but she walked past him without acknowledging his presence. Knowing her temper, Yi Fan didn't bother to engage and headed straight to Qian's hospital room, just in time to see Song Hongyin sitting on a bench, lost in thought. Her delicate face looked despairing, as if she had lost over 10 pounds overnight. Yet, despite her haggard appearance, she retained her beauty, and her sorrowful gaze evoked a sense of tragic beauty. Surrounding her were about a dozen elegantly dressed men and women, but not a single sound was made. The atmosphere was heavy. Seeing this, Tang Ruoshua instinctively halted, contemplating how to comfort Song Hongyin. "Miss Song," Yi Fan walked over directly. "How is Qian doing?" Song Hongyin was momentarily taken aback. She looked up, and, upon seeing Yi Fan, immediately became excited. Benefactor, you're here?" The wealthy and powerful woman, worth billions, showed no sign of arrogance at that moment. "Just call me Yi Fan," he replied, placing a hand on her shoulder. "The term benefactor is too heavy for me to bear. You saved Qian, so you are my benefactor," she insisted, her gaze unwavering. "If you ever need my help, don't hesitate to ask. I'm sorry for slapping you yesterday." In the next instant, she raised her hand as if to slap herself. Yi Fan's reflexes kicked in, and he quickly grabbed her wrist. "Miss Song, I don't blame you. I understand what you're going through. No matter how guilty you feel, let us wait until Qian wakes up." Her wrist felt delicate in his grip, and for a moment, he forgot to let go. "Brother Yi, you're such a good person," Song Hongyun said, not struggling to free herself. "I will remember you for a lifetime." Seeing Yi Fan holding Song Hongyin's hand and the tenderness in her eyes, Tang Ruoshua, who approached, smirked slightly and cleared her throat. Yi Fan quickly realized and released her hand. Song Hongyun looked up at Tang Ruoshua with a gentle smile. "Miss Tang, thank you for organizing the rescue efforts yesterday." Tang Ruoshua replied softly, "You're too kind, Miss Song." "How is Qian doing?" Yi Fan asked with a smile. "Has she passed the critical period?" "Not optimistic." Song Hongyin's expression darkened. "Her injuries are too severe. We've tried to save her several times, but she hasn't made it through yet. Even old Sun is struggling to turn the situation around." She bit her lip, clearly distressed and heartbroken. Yi Fan comforted her gently. "Don't worry. Qian has good fortune and will be fine." Suddenly, Song Hongyin's eyes brightened. "Brother Yi, since you were able to save Qian yesterday, your medical skills must be quite impressive. Could you take a look for me?" She was truly at her wit's end. "I'm sorry, Miss Song, but Yi Fan doesn't actually know any medicine." Yesterday was just a stroke of luck, Tang Ruoshua had to clarify, even though she also hoped Yi Fan could help the little girl. "Miss, she's right. I'm not a doctor," Yi Fan admitted honestly. "I've never treated anyone before." Upon hearing this, Song Hongyun was taken aback, and then her eyes filled with pain. A hint of sorrow crossed her stunning features. Although Qian was her adopted daughter, after 7 years of raising her, she felt like her own. If she were to lose her, Song Hongyan didn't he know how she would carry on. Miss Song, I haven't studied medicine, but I've read quite a few medical books. Yi Fan shifted the conversation. If you trust me, I'm willing to give it a try. Of course I trust you. Song Hongyan's eyes lit up again. For some reason, she felt an inexplicable trust in Yi Fan. Brother Yi, follow me. Without hesitation, she took Yi Fan's hand and led him toward the hospital room. Yi Fan, Tang Ruoxue called out anxiously, don't act recklessly. You could endanger someone's life. Yi Fan smiled lightly. Don't worry, I'm sure I can save Qianqian. Tang Ruoxue was so angry that she stomped her feet. What kind of trust is that? Messing around will lead to trouble. Luck won't always be on Yi Fan's side. Are you sulking because I won't say sorry to you? Suddenly, Tang Ruoxue remembered something. Fine. I apologize now. I was reckless this morning and shouldn't have let Mom mislead me into blaming you. As long as it helps you feel better and be more rational, I'll let you slap me back anytime. She thought Yi Fan was deliberately going against her by trying to save Qianqian. Yi Fan replied calmly. You never believed in me. Just then, an alarm blared in the intensive care unit and a dozen doctors rushed in. In addition to the hospital's specialists, there were also several traditional Chinese medicine practitioners that Song Hongyan had invited for consultation. Leading the group was an elderly man with white hair, over 60 years old. Looking vigorous and dressed elegantly, he was Sun Xingshou, a renowned doctor from Zhonghai and the founder of the Huichun Tang Clinic. With over 40 years of experience, he had treated thousands of patients and garnered countless honors. He dedicated his life to traditional Chinese medicine, earning him great respect and admiration from all corners of Zhonghai. As the situation with the patient grew urgent, he rushed in the fastest. Song Hongyan and Yi Fan followed closely behind. They found Qianqian had stopped breathing, and various machines were blaring alarms, causing anxiety in everyone present. The attending physician was tense as he administered adrenaline and used a defibrillator to try to save her. However, Qianqian's condition was dire, showing almost no response. Qianqian, Song Hongyan was on the verge of tears. As the ECG began to flatten into a straight line, the faces of the attending doctor and others turned somber. I'll take over. At that moment, Sun Xingshou instructed the other doctors to step back. He pinched 6 silver needles between his fingers and swiftly inserted them into Qianqian. This was the revival 6 needles, aimed at gathering the last glimmer of life within her. Last night and earlier that morning, it was Sun Xingshou who had brought her back to life. Unfortunately, this time, Qianqian showed no reaction at all. Sighing, Sun Xingshou inserted another 6 needles, but Qianqian remained unresponsive. The elderly man shook his head, and a wave of sadness swept over the room. Song Hongyan's face turned pale with despair. Yi Fan looked through the crowd and suddenly saw a faint image of Qianqian. Without a second thought, he dashed into the ward and slapped her forehead. Let me do this. Chapter 10. Resurrection. The shadow laid back into Qianqian's body. Yi Fan extended his left hand, pressing the life and death jade tightly against Qianqian's head, giving her soul no chance to separate. With a perforated gallbladder, liver damage, and severe abdominal bleeding, the energy of the life and death stone was insufficient for repair, but it could still perform the 9 palaces resurrection needle to get through the danger. Just as Yi Fan had worried yesterday, although a burst of white light could repair the soul, it wasn't enough to help Qianqian survive the critical moment. Yi Fan could only rely on the medical skills he had learned that morning. Seeing Yi Fan's actions, Sun Xingshou was furious. Who the hell are you? What are you doing to Qianqian? Don't you know she's dead? Why are you messing with her body? It's already heartbreaking that she died so young. And now you're treating her like this. It's inhumane. Sun Xingshou angrily stepped forward to grab Yi Fan. At this critical moment, Yi Fan couldn't afford to stop. With a shake of his arm, he flung Sun Xingshou away. Stumbling back, Sun Xingshou nearly fell to the ground. Yi Fan then pulled out the silver needles he had just bought. Taiji Divine Needle, First Form, 9 Palaces Resurrection. Yi Fan silently recited the acupoints, Baihui, Fengqi, and Tianzhu, before slowly inserting the sterilized silver needles. Each needle emitted a faint white light that flashed and then disappeared into Qianqian's body. As Yi Fan followed the meridian pathways with the needles, 9 grid patterns appeared on Qianqian's body. The grids spread out, connecting with the needle technique, and suddenly, a layer of color returned to Qianqian's pale skin. It felt as if the sun had dispelled the darkness. Sun Xingshou was about to rush over to push Yi Fan away, but upon witnessing this scene, he froze in shock. The patient is dead, and you're still poking her with needles? Do you think you're some kind of deity? How dare you shove Dr. Sun? Get him out of here. The medical staff's view was blocked by Sun Xingshou and Yi Fan, so they couldn't see the miraculous scene unfolding and began to shout for Yi Fan to be stopped. Yi Fan, do you know what you're doing? Tang Ruoxue, who had squeezed in from the doorway, panicked and yelled, Get out. You're not a doctor. Don't delay the doctors from saving lives. She couldn't understand why Yi Fan had lost his mind. It was ridiculous for a stay-at-home husband to rush in to save someone. Moreover, this was Song Hongyan's daughter. If she lost her rationality and sought revenge, even 10 of Yi Fan's lives wouldn't be enough to compensate. It seemed that the misunderstanding from the morning had caused Yi Fan to lose his sanity. This man, over a small matter, was seeking death. Why couldn't he be a bit more mature? A dozen medical staff rolled up their sleeves and rushed forward. Miss Song stopped them. Yi Fan shouted at Song Hongyan, "Give me 5 minutes, and I'll return you a Qianqian." After all, she was already dead. Could there be a worse outcome? Song Hongyan, who had been heartbroken, was jolted awake by Yi Fan's shout. In the past, she would never have believed there was hope for her daughter. But the rescue attempt she witnessed yesterday had sparked a glimmer of hope. Yi Fan was capable of miracles. Let Brother Yi save her. Song Hongyan's beautiful face turned cold in an instant as she forcefully pushed aside the medical staff, shouting, "You can't save her. Let Brother Yi treat her." Although Song Hongyan was a woman in her 20s, her commanding presence was exceptionally powerful. The medical personnel immediately halted in their tracks. "Miss Song, please be reasonable." A doctor shouted, "Your daughter is gone. Stop putting her through this. Let her rest in peace." Another nurse, clearly distressed, added, "No, we must call the police. We need to have this bastard arrested." Many of them were parents themselves and could not bear to see Yi Fan mistreating Qianqian in such a way. The medical staff stepped back a few paces, blocking the door to prevent Yi Fan from causing a scene and escaping. Tang Ruoxue also turned to Song Hongyan, saying, "Ms. Song, Yi Fan is my husband. He really doesn't know anything about medicine. Please don't let him interfere." Song Hongyan's expression was resolute. "I believe in him." "Miss Song." Tang Ruoxue was at a loss for words. How could Song Hongyan be so unreasonable? She couldn't understand why someone deemed useless by the Tang family would earn such trust from Song Hongyan. It struck her as ridiculous and left her feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Her own husband was being prioritized by another woman, and it was someone as stunning as Song Hongyan. The onlookers, patients and their families gathered at the door, began to verbally attack Yi Fan. "She's gone. Let her rest in peace. Why disturb the dead? As for saving her, that's a joke. Her heart has stopped. How could she possibly come back?" No one believed in Yi Fan's abilities, and they shouted for the police to arrest him, even suggesting he should be executed on the spot. However, Sun Xingqiu remained silent, his eyes fixed intently on Yi Fan's silver needles. 9 Palaces Resurrection? He recognized it, his excitement mounting. Is it really 9 Palaces Resurrection? He recalled that this was an ancient and miraculous acupuncture technique, the first form of the Taiji divine needle, known for its life-restoring effects on those at death's door. As long as there was still a breath left, it could bring them back to life. Sun Xingqiu never expected to see a technique mentioned in ancient medical texts right before his eyes. Heaven has eyes. Heaven has eyes. He trembled as he took out his phone to record the moment. Just then, a robust security guard burst into the room, and a sharp beep from the medical equipment pierced through the tension, causing the ward to fall silent. Following that, a series of beeping sounds filled the air. When Song Hongyan looked up, she was immediately dumbfounded. The few doctors at the front were equally astonished, their faces filled with fear. The once flat line on the monitor began to show fluctuations. Heartbeat, pulse, and breathing were all restored simultaneously. It started slowly, but within 5 seconds, it reached a frequency of 10 beats per minute. Though still precarious compared to a healthy person, it represented a possibility. Qianqian was really alive. Everyone in the room was stunned. The patient previously declared dead had now regained a heartbeat. It was unbelievable. How could this be? A person whose brainwaves had flatlined was somehow able to come back to life. How was this even possible? Ding ding ding. Regardless of whether they believed it or not, Chi-Chi's heartbeat gradually returned. 10 times, 20 times, 30 times, 60 times. It was back to a normal range. She was alive. Sun Shengtu dropped to his knees with a thud, truly a miraculous revival. Chi-Chi had come back to life. "Quick, take over the treatment." Yi Fan shouted, "Quick, help out." This was his first time performing acupuncture to save a life. There were many nuances to grasp, and it was mentally exhausting. Sun Shengtu and the others, startled by his shout, rushed forward without a second thought to assist in treating Chi-Chi. Everyone's faces were filled with astonishment. Many doctors, while checking her condition, couldn't help but glance at Yi Fan. This guy was incredible. He really brought someone back from the dead. Tang Ruoxue was also in shock, staring at Yi Fan, who remained calm and composed, feeling momentarily dazed. Was this really the same guy she remembered, the so-called sugar daddy? Chapter 11. The 5 Lakes Vermilion Bird card. After being busy for over an hour, Sun Xingqiu and his team finally stopped. Qianqian had finally passed the critical period. Her heartbeat, breathing, pulse, and various bodily functions were all returning to normal levels. Looking at the fluctuating data, the attending physicians couldn't help but cheer, but soon stood there in a daze beside the hospital bed. It was only now that they realized what they had just experienced. A patient who had been declared dead had been brought back to life in their hands. This was not some so-called state of suspended animation where the patient suddenly revived on their own. Rather, it was a case of true death from severe injuries, which they had miraculously reversed. This was something they could boast about for a lifetime. Then, they all turned to look at Yi Fan, who had been holding the line throughout the ordeal, their expressions a mix of complexity. There was surprise, sentiment, admiration, but more than anything, there was guilt. Remembering the insulting words they had thrown at Yi Fan and their impulsive desire to attack him, they wished they could dig a hole and hide in it. They had not only looked down on him, but had nearly caused Qianqian's death. At that moment, Sun Xingqiu walked up to Yi Fan and deeply bowed in respect. The other doctors followed suit, bowing respectfully. "I'm sorry." It was an apology and a gesture of profound respect. Yi Fan waved his hand and smiled, saying, "As long as Qianqian is alive, that's all that matters. This is impossible, impossible." At the entrance, Tang Ruoxue's lips twitched. Aside from being in awe of Yi Fan's remarkable medical skills, it was hard for her to accept the respect that Sun Xingqiu and the others were showing him. Before today, she would never have imagined that Yi Fan, whom the Tang family looked down upon, could earn such respect from others. Then, she felt a pang of regret for having reprimanded Yi Fan. However, her pride kept her from lowering her face, and the mentality of having underestimated him for a year wouldn't change overnight. Humph. It must be a case of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Tang Ruoxue raised her chin defiantly and thought, if his medical skills were that great, he wouldn't even be able to save Aunt Shun. She was trying to find a reason for herself, as strong-willed as she was. She really didn't want to bow her head in front of Yi Fan. However, when she caught a glimpse of Song Hongyan, who was looking at Yi Fan with endless tenderness, it made her discomfort grow. Whether Yi Fan's skills were genuine or just a stroke of luck, she had lost to Song Hongyan this time. As Sun Xingqiu and his team continued to monitor Qianqian, Yi Fan squeezed through the crowd to step outside. The Nine Palaces returning Yang Needle had taken a lot of his energy. However, Yi Fan didn't mind. As long as Qianqian could live, that was all that mattered. Moreover, with a turn of his Tai Chi classic, his energy and spirit would quickly recover. The concept of life and regeneration was one of the impressive highlights of the Tai Chi classic. Just as Yi Fan sat down on a bench at the end of the corridor, Song Hongyan followed him out, kneeling before him with a thud. "Brother Yi, from now on, my life belongs to you. I would go through fire and water for you, no matter the cost." Although she was a woman and her words were quite cliché, every word carried immense weight. The onlookers were left speechless, never expecting that the strong-willed Song Hongyan would kneel before a young man like this. As long as Qianqian is okay, that's what matters. Seeing this, Yi Fan quickly helped Song Hongyan up. "Besides, I'm just lucky." At the same time, he noticed that the life and death stone had gained an additional white glow. Yi Fan couldn't help but be stunned. Could it be that saving a life without using the life and death stone would restore a piece of white light? He felt a surge of excitement and thought about going to the intensive care unit to save a few more people. "Lucky?" Song Hongyan chuckled and shook her head. "Once is luck, twice is still luck, but that would insult my intelligence." She had seen countless people and could tell at a glance whether Yi Fan had any real skill. Yi Fan smiled. "There's no need to be polite. It was just a small effort. Brother Yi, if you ever need my help, just let me know. Regardless of whether I can do it or not, I'll do my utmost," Song Hongyan said, her sincerity evident. After 2 miraculous resurrections of her daughter Qianqian, she felt a deep gratitude towards Yi Fan. Not only had he saved her daughter, but he had also transformed her own life. She then took out a card and handed it to Yi Fan. "This is the Zhuke card from Woohoo Group. With it, you can enjoy all the services under our brand for free. If necessary, you can also use it to mobilize Woohoo Group's funds and manpower." Song Hongyan's tone carried a hint of respect. "This is just a small token of my appreciation. I hope you'll accept it." The card was bright red, studded with diamonds, fireproof and waterproof, with Woohoo written on the front and Zhuke on the back, exuding luxury and elegance. Yi Fan was taken aback. No, this is too valuable. Besides, I ate a 3 million-year ginseng fruit from you yesterday, Brother Yi. Don't be so modest. You saved Qianqian twice. You are truly our great benefactor and completely deserve the Zhuke card," Song Hongyan said earnestly. "Also, Qianqian might need to trouble you again in the future. If you don't accept it, we'll feel bad about bothering you." "All right then." Seeing that Song Hongyan had put it this way, Yi Fan had no choice but to accept it. "Thank you, Miss Song. It should be me who is thanking you." Song Hongyan said, genuinely pleased that Yi Fan accepted the card. She then leaned closer to his ear and whispered, this card has another use. If you want to know something, just call the customer service number on the back, and you'll get the information you seek. Her smile took on a mysterious quality. You might not need it now, but you will definitely find it useful in the future. Yi Fan was taken aback and astonished, not expecting that this card could also provide information about the world. Song Hongyan's lips curved into a captivating smile. You won't be disappointed. Just then, another person appeared nearby, Tang Ruoxue, who was expressionless as she watched the intimate exchange between the two. She had been worried about Qian's sudden change, and only came out after confirming that her condition was stable. To her surprise, as soon as she stepped out of the room, she saw Song Hongyan leaning close to Yi Fan's face. The intimacy between them resembled that of a young couple. Moreover, Tang Ruoxue could see the gratitude and admiration written all over Song Hongyan's starry eyes as she looked at Yi Fan. This made her frown unconsciously. Song Hongyan moved in even closer to Yi Fan and softly asked, are you free for lunch? Let us grab a meal together. Thank you, Miss Song. But Yi Fan is busy, he replied. Tang Ruoxue couldn't hold back any longer. With a smile, she walked over and linked her arm with Yi Fan's. He's having lunch with me today, she said, before pulling Yi Fan into her red BMW. She stepped on the gas and sped away, leaving Song Hongyan in stunned silence. Yi Fan was equally bewildered. Is this what jealousy feels like? As they drove out of the hospital, Tang Ruoxue coldly remarked, Song Hongyan is quite beautiful and gentle. Isn't she? Song Hongyan was indeed stunning, and when she was gentle, she was as captivating as a spring breeze in March, making it hard for anyone not to be enchanted. But Yi Fan wasn't foolish. He thought to himself, she's got some looks, but she's nowhere near your level. Tang Ruoxue's face lost some of its chill. Just then, Yi Fan's phone vibrated. He pressed the answer button, and soon he heard his mother-in-law's sharp and domineering voice. Yi Fan, don't forget to go collect the debt from the Sihai Chamber of Commerce. Chapter 12. A bottle to the head. Yi Fan initially wanted to head to the Sihai Chamber of Commerce early to collect his debts, but he was forcefully pulled by Tang Ruoxue to have lunch instead. He could sense that, compared to her previous indifference, Tang Ruoxue now regarded him with a bit more importance. At noon, the two entered the Aegean Sea Western restaurant. It was the peak lunch hour, and many diners brushed past them, the air filled with delectable aromas. Outside, several luxury cars were parked. However, compared to the heavily made-up young women, Tang Ruoxue's elegance was in a league of its own. As soon as they walked in, numerous admirers cast heated glances at Tang Ruoxue, successful business people, wealthy second-generation heirs, and even some youthful heartthrobs. Nevertheless, Tang Ruoxue didn't spare them a glance. She chose a table in the corner, ordered 2 steaks, a salad, and a bottle of wine. Today, Tang Ruoxue was dressed in a stylish urban outfit that accentuated her alluring figure. Her dazzling white thighs, bare of stockings, added to her temptation as they shifted and occasionally brushed against each other, leaving Yi Fan parched. He quickly took a couple of gulps of lemon water to quell the fire within him. Remember, after we finish eating, go see your mom, and come home for dinner later, Tang Ruoxue reminded him, recalling Lin Xiuling's phone call. She looked at Yi Fan and added, I'll help you calm her down. You absolutely must not go to the Sihai Chamber of Commerce to collect debts. She was worried that Yi Fan might impulsively put himself in danger after being provoked by his mother. Yi Fan hesitated before speaking. Ruoxue, I still want to give it a try. He had made Lin Xiuling extremely angry the night before, and if he returned without successfully collecting the debt, he feared she would humiliate him over and over again. Most importantly, he wanted to help Tang Ruoxue as soon as possible. Tang Ruoxue's expression hardened. Are you ignoring what I said? Yi Fan replied calmly. If I don't get back the 2 million, my mom will scold me for a whole month. If I say I shouldn't go, then I shouldn't go. Why all this nonsense? Tang Ruoxue, visibly irritated, retorted, I'll handle it. Even if I can't, let her scold me if she wants. A few words of criticism are better than you losing a hand or a foot. The waters of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce are deeper than you can imagine. Yi Fan fell silent, merely sipping his lemon water. It was settled then. Tang Ruoxue, as always, was assertive. She then fixed her gaze on Yi Fan and coldly asked, when did you learn medicine? If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed that Yi Fan had saved Qian. Even now, it felt unreal to her. How could this son-in-law, who couldn't even find a job around the house, have such miraculous medical skills to save Qian? If she told others, they would surely not believe it. Yi Fan explained, I've picked up a bit here and there over time, occasionally flipping through my parents' medical books. From watching TV, Tang Ruoxue suddenly recalled the Chinese medicine program on Channel 8, where Tang Sanghua had once appeared for an episode. The show was just too professional, making it somewhat dull. and young people hardly watched it. I didn't expect Yi Fan to binge watch it, and even pick up a few basics. This indeed explains how he could convincingly revive Qian Qian, while he felt helpless when Xun Biqin was hospitalized for a year. Because saving Qian Qian was truly a case of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Realizing this, Tang Ruoxue was immediately filled with anger. You really are reckless. Daring to save someone just from watching a TV show? What if Qian Qian didn't make it? You might not die, but you'd definitely be in deep trouble. She was visibly upset, having been on edge all morning, and even now, she felt a bit of dread. It's important to remember that Yi Fan didn't have a medical license. If something went wrong with Qian Qian, he could be sent to prison at any moment. I only acted because I was confident. I happened to see that case on the show, Yi Fan explained. Besides, Qian Qian was already in a critical state. I was just trying anything that might work. Let us just drop it this time, Tang Ruoxue warned. Next time, you absolutely cannot recklessly try to save someone. You need to know your own limits. Yi Fan remained silent, not responding. I'm not concerned about you, nor am I trying to lecture you, Tang Ruoxue said, her tone turning cold. I'm worried that you might harm others and bring trouble to the Tang family. Yi Fan couldn't help but let out a bitter smile in his heart. He initially thought she was worried about him, but it turned out she was really concerned about how he might implicate the Tang family. Excuse me, miss. Just then, a beautiful waitress approached with a tray. This is a drink from young Master Lin for you. She placed a bottle of Bordeaux wine worth 5,000 yuan on Tang Ruoxue's table. Wine delivery? Both Tang Ruoxue and Yi Fan were taken aback, then followed the waitress's gaze to see a well-dressed man in head-to-toe Armani smiling and nodding at them. Young, handsome, and wealthy, he was clearly a successful individual. Surrounding him were several well-dressed men and women, all watching Tang Ruoxue and Yi Fan with amused expressions. Without hesitation, Tang Ruoxue declined the offer. Sorry, I don't know him. Please take the wine back. The beautiful waitress frowned. Miss, young Master Lin is rarely this enthusiastic. I hope you can accept it. You should know, he is charming and wealthy, and many women would jump at the chance to please him. He has made an effort to send you wine. Shouldn't you feel honored? I don't quite understand why you're refusing. She looked at Tang Ruoxue as if she was being ungrateful. There was no doubt that the Armani-clad young man was a regular at the establishment and had a connection with the waitress. Yi Fan remained silent, focusing on his steak. At 381 yuan a plate, he couldn't afford to waste it. Are you deaf? Tang Ruoxue's voice turned icy. Take the wine back. You've interrupted our meal. She shot a glance at Yi Fan, who was acting like an ostrich, and a flicker of disappointment crossed her eyes. Just this morning, she thought Yi Fan had changed. But he turned out to be just as spineless as before. Her simmering heart cooled a bit. Seeing Tang Ruoxue pushing people away, the beautiful waitress showed a hint of annoyance. Miss, I'm doing this for your own good. Young Master Lin is so outstanding. You should cherish the opportunity he has given you to get close, she said, looking down on Tang Ruoxue's attitude. She thought Tang was just putting on airs. With someone like Lin, who was 100 times better than the men around her, how could she not want to climb the social ladder? You'll definitely regret it if you miss out. She even shot a disdainful glance at Yi Fan, fully aware of his presence. To her, Yi Fan was incomparable to Lin Baishan. Tang Ruoxue was blunt, replying with a single word, get lost. The beautiful waitress looked down at her condescendingly. Miss, that's enough. This act is getting old. Tang Ruoxue raised her eyebrow. Get your manager over here. Just then, Lin Baishan, who had been watching the situation unfold, took the initiative to walk over with a glass of wine in hand, exuding confidence. His face radiated determination. A few of his friends followed, grinning as they joined in on the spectacle. Lin Xiao was as impressive as ever. Was he really about to publicly snatch someone's woman? Hey, when Lin manager has his eye on someone, no one can escape. They all willingly throw themselves at him. The last time, that little internet celebrity cursed Lin Xiao out. But in the end, she was won over with 200,000. Today was bound to be entertaining. Many diners in the restaurant eagerly began to gossip, relishing the chaos. The beautiful waitress wore a smug smile. With young Master Lin making a move, would Tang Ruoxue really resist? Tang Ruoxue glanced at Yi Fan again, only to find he still had no reaction, making her feel even more self-deprecating and disappointed. Although they hadn't had a physical relationship, legally they were still a couple. A husband should be angry if his wife was being flirted with and disrespected. She thought he was too cowardly, too incompetent, and too irresponsible. She regretted having held Yi Fan in high regard earlier. Hello, beautiful. I'm Lin Baishan, he said, approaching Tang Ruoxue with a refined smile. It's fate that we meet today. May I have the pleasure of sharing a drink and becoming friends? His demeanor was confident and relaxed, completely ignoring Yi Fan's presence. Tang Ruoxue didn't even look at him, focusing instead on Yi Fan. Yi Fan, have you eaten enough? Let us go once you're done. The beautiful waitress was furious. Young Master Lin has approached you. Please be a bit more cordial. If you anger him, you'll regret it. Be gentle with the beautiful woman, Lin Baishan said to the waitress, waving her off. He then turned to Yi Fan, swirling his glass of red wine. Sir, I've taken a liking to your woman. Once you're done eating, it's best you leave. He tossed a set of Ferrari keys and a villa access card onto the table. His friends burst into laughter, and the beautiful waitress looked at Yi Fan with contempt. Other diners turned their attention to the scene, eagerly anticipating Yi Fan's reaction. After finishing the last bite of his steak, Yi Fan casually grabbed a napkin and wiped the corners of his mouth, unhurried and unfazed. Seeing that Yi Fan was ignoring him, Lin Baishan squinted his eyes and reached out to pat Yi Fan's cheek, chuckling. Can't you understand my words? You're so lucky with the ladies. I, Lin Gongzi, can only envy and hate you for it. This could have serious consequences. His laughter was wild and cold. Yi Fan replied indifferently. Do you know what the consequences are for slapping my face? Consequences? You're quite bold. I'm curious to see what kind of consequences there are. Lin Baishan sneered, continuing to slap Yi Fan's face without restraint. This time, however, his hand met air. Bang! Yi Fan swiftly flipped over, grabbing Lin Baishan by the neck and smashing his head down onto the table. Porcelain shards flew, juices splattered, mixed with glaring crimson blood. Yi Fan didn't stop, grabbing a wine bottle and delivering another blow. Bang! Lin Baishan's head burst open at the back. He struggled and whimpered, desperately grasping the table with both hands. Several women screamed in shock, and the men suddenly changed color. Tang Ruoxue instinctively covered her mouth in astonishment, completely unprepared for how things had escalated. At the same time, she felt a ripple of emotion inside her, experiencing a sense of safety for the first time. In the next moment, Yi Fan kicked Lin Baishan out, shouting, "Get lost!" Chapter 13. Pleading for mercy. Yi Fan's kick was powerful and heavy, sending Lin Baishan crashing to the ground with a scream, tumbling 4 to 5 meters away. His 3 companions were knocked over and collided with the dining table, sending dozens of plates crashing to the floor in a cacophony of shattering glass. The scene was chaotic. The patrons in the restaurant stood frozen in shock, all staring at Yi Fan. They were perceptive individuals, and with Lin Baishuan's expensive attire, it was clear he was worth hundreds of thousands. Such a person was not someone Yi Fan could challenge. Tang Ruoxue was also taken aback, not expecting Yi Fan to explode with such force. A wave of worry surged within her, but any disappointment quickly vanished. You dare hit me? Lin Baishan sneered as he got up, clutching his face. You're finished. 5 or 6 of his companions looked down on Yi Fan and Tang Ruoxue with arrogance. The attractive waitress called over several burly security guards. Yi Fan didn't even glance at them, his eyes cold as he focused on Lin Baishan. I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and apologize to my wife, or I'll make sure you lose a hand today. The diners around them scoffed at his words, doubting Yi Fan's ability to back them up. You piece of trash, who do you think you are? The beautiful waitress shouted angrily. What gives you the right to challenge young Master Lin? Do you even know who he is? He is the manager of the Woohoo Group's branch and a relative of President Song. How dare you insult him, you country bumpkin? She was furious that Yi Fan dared to lay a hand on Lin Baishan. Young Master Lin was a member of high society, and Yi Fan's challenge was simply outrageous. When the crowd heard that Lin Baishan was a relative of Song Hongyan and the manager of the Woohoo branch, many gasped in shock. Yi Fan was doomed, and Tang Ruoxue would suffer as well. Everyone thought the same way. Many women looked down on Yi Fan, considering him a fool who had gotten himself into serious trouble. Lin Baishan reveled in the fearful gazes of the crowd, and then approached Yi Fan, clutching his face. You dare smash my head? You've got guts. No one has ever dared to treat me this way in Zhonghai. You're the first, and I have to say, you're quite brave. But let me tell you, you're in big trouble. You'd better kneel down, break your own hand that hit me, and send your woman to my bed. Otherwise, you can expect some serious misfortune today. I want to take your lives, but you'll definitely suffer. Lin Baishan revealed a vicious side, and as he finished speaking, several of his friends moved closer, each holding a bottle, ready to smash it over Yi Fan's head. Tang Ruoxue's expression changed. What are you going to do? If you dare to act recklessly, I'll call the police. The beautiful waitress snorted dismissively. Call the police? The cops are all young Master Lin's friends. Ruoxue, it's fine. I'll handle this, Yi Fan said, holding her back. He turned to Lin Baishan, his tone calm. It seems you've given up on pleading for mercy. Lin Baishan spat. Plead for mercy? Do you think you're worthy of that? Yi Fan pulled a card from his pocket and casually tossed it into Lin Baishuan's hand. Is this enough? What kind of trick is this? Lin Baishan scoffed, unimpressed. The beautiful waitress sneered. Maybe it's to buy off Lin Xiao's bank card. When have I ever been short on money? What I want is your hand and a woman. Lin Baishun glanced disdainfully at the items in his hand. Just that one glance made him shiver, as if he had been poked with a hot iron. The word Zhuke pierced his eyes like needles. A Woohoo Zhuke card? He could hardly believe it as he picked it up to examine it, looking from beginning to end, touching it all over, trying to find a clue, only to discover that it was real. Cold sweat instantly dripped down Lin Baishun's face. It's over, it's over. I've stirred up big trouble today. For the first time, he thought about wanting to castrate himself. Yi Fan picked up a bottle of wine and poured himself a glass. What's wrong? Manager Lin, doesn't he recognize it? This. Lin Baishun fumbled between his hands, then hurriedly shoved it back into Yi Fan's hands. The Woohoo Zhuke card not only represented that the holder was a distinguished guest of the Woohoo group, but also symbolized Song Hongyan's absolute will. Who is Song Hongyan? To outsiders, she is the chairwoman of the Woohoo group, a successful businesswoman, but Lin Baishun knew a bit more. She also had a nickname, the Black Widow. And because he knew a little, Lin Baishun didn't dare to act recklessly. His distant kinship with Song Hongyan was trivial compared to the Zhuke card. Lin Baishun just couldn't understand how Yi Fan, so young and seemingly without any abilities, could gain Song Hongyan's complete trust. He was not willing to give up and took out his phone to make a call. Soon, his back was drenched in sweat. Song Hongyan only said one thing. Yi Fan is the most esteemed guest of the Woohoo group, esteemed enough that he could have him killed. Lin Baishun felt the world spinning, and all his luck and hope extinguished with that phone call. After hanging up, he fell to his knees with a thud. The whole place was shocked. Mr. Yi, young Master Yi, I'm sorry, I didn't recognize the mountain. Please, have mercy and give me a way out. I beg you. I was wrong just now, I was wrong. Lin Baishun slapped himself repeatedly. Young Master Yi, please give me a chance. He knew that if Yi Fan was unhappy, his life would be in jeopardy. The restaurant patrons felt their throats dry, shocked by the turn of events. Tang Ruoxue was also a bit surprised, not expecting Lin Baishun to kneel so easily after Yi Fan casually tossed something. After all, Lin Baishun was the manager of a branch of the Song family. The beautiful waitress was stunned and pulled at Lin Baishun, shouting, Lin Xiao, what's wrong? Why are you kneeling to this loser? Loser your mother. Lin Baishun slapped the woman and kicked her hard twice. If you slander young Master Yi again, I'll kill you. He was so scared he was almost in tears. At such a critical moment, he had offended Yi Fan, which was simply asking for death. The beautiful waitress quickly ended up bruised and on the ground, feeling wronged. Yi Fan smiled faintly. Weren't you going to cripple one of my hands and then send a woman over obediently? Young Master Yi, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Lin Baishun kept bowing his head and pleading. I beg you, give me a way to live. Sister-in-law, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I won't do it again. From now on, I'm willing to work like a beast of burden. If I don't satisfy Yi Fan today, even if he doesn't take action, Song Hongyan will take my life. Seeing Lin Baishun kneeling and bowing his head, everyone present held their breath, feeling as if a mountain had suddenly pressed down on their shoulders, incredibly heavy. All eyes were on Yi Fan, with expressions of curiosity, but mostly embarrassment. Just a moment ago, they had mocked him as useless, and now Lin Baishun was lying down like a dog. How ridiculous does that seem in hindsight? The pretty waiter was so scared she didn't dare to breathe, never expecting that Lin Baishun would be so afraid of someone like Yi Fan, who seemed to be just a street vendor. What on earth is going on? What was that card a moment ago? What is Yi Fan's true identity? Tang Ruoxue blushed when she heard the term sister-in-law. Yi Fan, he apologized. Can't we just let it go? Yi Fan picked up a dinner knife and plunged it into Lin Baishun's left palm with a thud. Blood gushed out. If apologies were effective, what would we need the police for? Chapter 14. The most powerful person this strike was ruthless and merciless, shaking countless people to their core. Yi Fan was no saint. He understood that without the backing of Song Hongyan and his own strength, he would likely be trampled like a dog by Lin Baishun today. If things went wrong, even Tang Ruoxue might fall victim to the other party's coercion. Therefore, he showed no mercy and crippled Lin Baishun's left hand. Only by doing this would Lin Baishun and his associates feel fear and respect, and refrain from targeting him and Tang Ruoxue. As it turned out, Lin Baishun's lingering defiance dissipated with Yi Fan's decisive blow. When Yi Fan left with Tang Ruoxue, Lin Baishun's eyes were filled with fear and a sense of relief at having survived. From this day forward, Yi Fan would be his nightmare. After leaving the Western restaurant, Tang Ruoxue wanted to question Yi Fan about his violent behavior, but an urgent phone call came in, and she had to rush back to the company for a meeting. She could only drop Yi Fan off at the bus station, reminding him as she left, no debt collection. After sending Tang Ruoxue off, Yi Fan left the bus station and hailed a taxi to the Sihai Chamber of Commerce. Regardless of whether a divorce was in their future, he wanted to repay the favor Lin Xiaoling had asked of him. In the taxi, Yi Fan took the time to review the martial arts forms he had practiced that morning. At 3:30 p.m., the car arrived at the end of Changle Street in Nanshan District. There stood a sturdy 7-story building. It had some age to it, but appeared solid, with a large open area in front and several small shops on either side. At the entrance, the words Sihai Chamber of Commerce hung prominently, exuding an imposing presence. On the way, Yi Fan had learned that Sihai Company was an organization under the Sihai Group. The chairman was Du Tianhu, and the branch manager was Huang Zhendong. The employees of Sihai Chamber of Commerce received treatment at Chunfeng Clinic and purchased large quantities of anti-inflammatory medication from the clinic every month. Although Lin Xiuling was reluctant to associate with these people, the clinic had no power to refuse patients, and they were also concerned about potential retaliation from Sihai Chamber of Commerce. Therefore, they had maintained a polite cooperation over the years. Sihai Company respected Chunfeng Clinic as well, settling accounts every 60 days, with debts consistently hovering around 1 million. It wasn't a large amount, but it wasn't cleared either, forcing Chunfeng Clinic to continue the partnership. However, for some unknown reason, they had failed to settle accounts this time after the 60 days, and just a few days ago, they had taken over 500,000 worth of medication on credit. The clinic's entire stock of anti-inflammatory and hemostatic drugs was wiped clean. The debt had suddenly surged to 2 million. This put immense pressure on Lin Xiuling and filled her with anxiety. Despite repeated urgings, Huang Zhendong kept insisting they would talk about it later. It was evident to anyone with a discerning eye that Huang Zhendong was trying to evade payment. 2 million was not a small sum for Lin Xiuling. Her annual profit was only around 1 million, and the debt caused her sleepless nights. Yet, she couldn't afford to confront Huang Zhendong openly, especially with Du Tianhu backing him. Thus, when Yi Fan announced he wanted to divorce Tang Ruoxue, Lin Xiuling seized the opportunity to pass the difficult problem onto him, hoping to see him make a fool of himself. As soon as Yi Fan stepped out of the taxi, a few thugs chatting at the entrance approached him. Seeing this, the driver sped away. Yi Fan walked calmly toward a group of thugs. A young man with dyed yellow hair shouted, "Who are you? What do you want?" Yi Fan replied politely, "Hello? I'm Yi Fan from Chunfeng Clinic. I'm here to collect the final payment from Mr. Huang." Yi Fan, Chunfeng Clinic? The worthless son-in-law of the Tang family? Hearing about the payment and Yi Fan, the young man's eyes lit up. "You're that useless guy?" In the next moment, he let out a sharp whistle. Suddenly, over a dozen thugs from the Sihai Chamber of Commerce emerged, wielding baseball bats and steel pipes. Before long, a bald man appeared, toying with a set of prayer beads. He had a rugged face and a menacing aura. This was Huang Zhendong, the leader of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce. He fixed his gaze on Yi Fan with a sneer. "So you're Yi Fan?" Yi Fan sensed something was off. "Yes, I am Yi Fan from Chunfeng Clinic. My sister-in-law is truly remarkable." Huang Zhendong smirked with pride. "She said that as long as we hold on to the payment from Chunfeng Clinic, the Tang family would send you this waste right to us." Yi Fan narrowed his eyes slightly. "What do you mean?" "What do I mean? Kid, you're in for some trouble." Huang Zhendong grinned maliciously. "Huang Dongxiang is my nephew. You hurt him, and I'm here for revenge. I initially thought of sending someone to find you, but my sister-in-law said you have some skills, and it would be too easy for you to slip away. It's better to hold your mother-in-law as payment hostage. This tricky problem, your mother-in-law will likely want you to solve. I'll just wait and see." Unexpectedly, you actually came. It's worth the wait for us these past few days. He burst into a loud, arrogant laugh. Meanwhile, on the second-floor balcony, familiar figures appeared, Huang Dongxiang and Yuan Jing's group. They looked down at Yi Fan with disdain. The fair legs of Yuan Jing and Yang Qianqian glimmered in the sunlight. Even from a distance of several meters, Yi Fan could sense their contempt. Clearly, they had been waiting for him for days. Yi Fan clenched his fists. The most venomous hearts come from women. He hadn't expected Yuan Jing to set such a trap for him. Unfortunately, she had underestimated herself. Huang Dongxiang had been disrespectful to his mother. He was merely defending himself. Yi Fan spoke calmly. "Besides, Mr. Huang, you're quite a figure yourself. Isn't it beneath your dignity to deal with a nobody like me in this way?" He attempted to reason with them. "I don't want to deal with you either, but my nephew offered a lot of money," Huang Zhendong said with a helpless expression. "So, consider yourself unlucky. However, I'm a reasonable person. You broke one of Dongxiang's hands. If you don't resist, we'll take both of yours. If you resist, we'll take your legs too." He stepped closer and lightly patted Yi Fan on the shoulder. "Any objections?" Smack. Yi Fan grabbed Huang Zhendong's hand. "Mr. Huang, you're going too far. In this world, the weak are preyed upon by the strong." Huang Zhendong broke free from Yi Fan's grip and took a step back. Laughing, "You're just too weak. You deserve to be bullied." "Uncle, stop wasting time with this kid," one of the thugs urged. Upstairs, Huang Dongxiang shouted. "Break his hands and feet. Let him crawl back like a dog." Yi Fan was at the hospital entrance, fiercely beating him and his companions, leaving Huang Dongxiang feeling humiliated in his dreams. After years of being a spoiled rich kid, he had always been the one to bully others. When had he ever been trampled on like this, especially in front of Yuan Jing and the others? Yuan Jing and her friends remained silent, only raising their cold, beautiful faces, waiting to see Yi Fan's embarrassment. Suddenly, Yi Fan charged out, delivering a resounding slap that sent Huang Jindong crashing to the ground. He then spun around and landed a punch on the chin of a thug with yellow hair. Bang! Before the yellow-haired thug could let out a scream, Yi Fan's left foot kicked another person in the calf. As that guy fell, Yi Fan closed in, knocking the third person away with a shoulder charge. In the next moment, a left hook struck the fourth guy in the neck, causing him to crumple to the ground like a noodle. Yi Fan then stomped down on the knee of the fifth person. In the blink of an eye, all 15 people surrounding Yi Fan were wailing on the ground, completely devoid of combat ability. It was fast, incredibly fast. The essence of Bejiquan was showcased to perfection. Witnessing this scene, Huang Dongxiang and Yang Qianqian were both dumbfounded. What the hell? This guy who relies on others. He dared to strike first? Isn't he useless? How can he fight like this? Yang Qianqian and her friends, who had come to see Yi Fan make a fool of himself, felt their cheeks burning with embarrassment. How is this possible? How is this possible? Huang Dongxiang and Yuan Jing's eyes widened in disbelief, looking utterly shocked. These 15 weren't just spoiled kids. They were seasoned street fighters. How could they be taken down so easily? Huang Jindong was equally incredulous. Amidst the complex gazes of the crowd, Yi Fan slowly walked up to Huang Jindong. With a swollen face, Huang Jindong's eyes turned cold as he pulled out a knife, lunging it toward Yi Fan's thigh. Slap! The dagger was halted midway. Not because Huang Jindong had a change of heart, but because Yi Fan had caught his hand firmly, steady as a mountain. The next second, there was a loud crack. Yi Fan brutally broke Huang Jindong's wrist. Huang Jindong let out a scream, sweating profusely from the pain. Watching the spectacle, Yang Qianqian and her friends felt a jolt of fear. Yuan Jing also covered her mouth, her eyes filled with astonishment. For the first time, she felt Yi Fan's strength. If you want to fight, then let us fight. Yi Fan kicked Huang Jindong away. I'm the head of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce. You've injured me and my brothers today. Huang Jindong, clutching his broken hand and writhing in pain, managed to squeeze out a word to maintain his facade. The brothers of Sihai will not let you off. The words Sihai Chamber of Commerce were a golden sign in Zhonghai, capable of intimidating many people. But to everyone's surprise, as soon as he finished speaking, Yi Fan coldly laughed and strode up to Huang Jindong, swinging his arm to deliver a loud slap. Slap! 5 more red marks appeared on Huang Jindong's face. His head buzzing, Huang Jindong heard Yi Fan's cold snort. No more words. Now, call for help. Bring the strongest, the most powerful. I want to know why the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce won't let me go. Chapter 15. Can't call for help? Huang Jindong's face was filled with indignation. Today he had truly been bullied to the extreme. He felt very upset and frustrated inside. However, he knew that talking nonsense would only add to his embarrassment. So, suppressing the pain, Huang Jindong took out his phone and shouted, "You wait." He was going to call for backup and seek justice. Yang Qianqian and the others were shocked and looked at Yi Fan as if he were an idiot, not backing down or taking the opportunity to escape. But continuing to challenge the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce was simply foolish. No matter how skilled Yi Fan was, could he defeat 15? 50? 500? Yuan Jing's surprise turned into mockery. Not knowing when to back off, acting recklessly, he was destined to be a small fry for life. Yi Fan ignored Huang Jindong and the others, standing still and continuously practicing the Tai Chi classic. Besides wanting to quickly restore his energy and stamina, he also needed to suppress the brutal and murderous intent within him. He felt that the fire he had suppressed in the morning was rekindling fiercely. If he didn't vent this fire, it would severely burn him from the inside out. Was it that there was too little white light, causing an imbalance of yin and yang, that was changing him? As Yi Fan's thoughts swirled, the Four Seas building erupted again with over 20 muscular men charging out with steel pipes. Following that, 8 vans rolled into the street. Huang Jindong called back all the key members working outside. The van doors opened, and more than 70 thugs from the Four Seas emerged. They weren't particularly large, but wore fierce expressions, clearly the type who thrived on violence. Without saying a word, they donned gloves and masks. Then, they dragged out several large boxes from the back of the vans, throwing them on the ground and opening them up to reveal titanium alloy batons. Each person grabbed one, striking it against their palms with a loud crack. Professional and ruthless. Yang Qianqian and the others sneered again, waiting to see Yi Fan get into trouble. In their minds, Yi Fan shouldn't be so arrogant. Small vendors hurriedly closed their doors. Those with a bit more courage dared to sneak a glance at these tough guys, while the more timid simply hid away, fearing for their safety. Seeing his reinforcements arrive, Huang Zhendong immediately gained confidence, pointing at Yi Fan and shouting, "Brothers, take this kid down." Over 100 people surrounded Yi Fan. Whoosh! Yi Fan didn't waste any time. His body shot out like a cannonball, instantly knocking Huang Zhendong to the ground. Ouch! Huang Zhendong was sent flying, crashing into a dozen people, landing in a heap, utterly embarrassed. The dozens of thugs momentarily hesitated. Then they all roared in unison, "Kill!" They swung their batons and charged at Yi Fan. Yi Fan counterattacked. Although there were dozens of them, he was completely unafraid. His Tai Chi classic fueling his relentless fighting spirit. He faced 10 with the strength of 1. The leading thugs found themselves airborne before their batons even touched him, followed by excruciating pain. Boom! They crashed to the ground with broken ribs. Yi Fan moved with lightning speed, covering the short distance in an instant. As the battle erupted, he snatched a baton, waving it like a shooting star, the wind whistling as he moved faster than lightning. Bang! 6 thugs felt a sharp pain in their heads, screaming as they fell to the ground, blood streaming from their foreheads. Yi Fan didn't pause. He spun around and charged at the dozens of attackers, fast and ruthless. Another round of screams echoed around. Several thugs, clutching their severed limbs, retreated, their clubs clattering to the ground. In the blink of an eye, over 20 men were incapacitated, showcasing Yi Fan's ferocity. Huang Zhendong was in a daze, present at the scene but unable to comprehend how Yi Fan had struck so swiftly. He began to feel that Yi Fan was somewhat sinister. Yang Qianqian and the others were similarly astonished. They had expected Yi Fan to be overwhelmed, to be beaten to a pulp if he survived at all. But to their surprise, Yi Fan was incredibly fierce, knocking down the charging thugs with just a few strikes. How could this be? Yuan Jing murmured to herself. How could this happen? In her mind, she was convinced that Yi Fan would be thoroughly defeated today. Even if he could take on 10 or 20 men, he could never win against 100. But the current situation showed that Yi Fan was indeed fighting 1 against 100. When did he become so powerful? The ex-boyfriend who once knelt before her, begging to borrow 100,000, seemed to be making a remarkable comeback, growing to a level she could never reach. She couldn't accept it. Keep going. With over 20 men lying on the ground, Yi Fan showed no signs of joy or excitement. He simply beckoned Huang Zhendong with a finger. Furious, Huang Zhendong shouted, "Go." As his words fell, dozens of men charged forward again. Bang! In the midst of the crowd's undeniable shock, Yi Fan shifted his foot, swayed his body, and sent one man flying 7 or 8 meters. Then, executing a mid-air kick, another opponent was sent crashing down like a winter melon. Following that, Yi Fan plunged into the crowd, swinging his club. Huang Zhendong and the others couldn't even catch a glimpse of the club. What they saw was a burst of light swirling around Yi Fan, like silver snakes dancing or a mighty dragon soaring. Screams and cries of panic quickly became the dominant melody. The chaos was palpable. No one expected that dozens of fierce fighters couldn't subdue a single man. The 20 or so thugs who charged in were once again knocked down by Yi Fan, each one either with broken limbs or heads bleeding profusely. The last rays of the setting sun cast a beautiful arc around Yi Fan's figure. Yuan Jing felt slightly dazed, her heart growing heavier. No, I want to accept this. At that moment, Yi Fan extended his club forward, blocking 7 descending steel pipes, then delivered a spinning kick. Bang! 8 men were sent flying through the air, unmatched. Yi Fan looked at the remaining thugs and sneered, "Keep going." His cold, emotionless voice struck hard against the hearts of Huang Zhendong and the others. After years of dominance, they now felt a sense of impending collapse. Huang Zhendong gritted his teeth and shouted, "Charge." Over 50 people roared and charged forward. Yi Fan met them head-on, his club slicing through the air like a shuttle through waves, causing chaos wherever he went. The screams were relentless. In an instant, Yi Fan had passed through the ranks of more than 50 men. Behind him lay the battered and bruised warriors of the 4 seas, with broken hands and feet. Amidst the cries of agony, injuries, and sheer shock, the scene appeared almost mythical as Yi Fan single-handedly faced off against 100 foes. After kicking the last thug aside, he slowly approached the visibly distressed Huang Zhendong. "Continue." Hearing those 2 words, Huang Zhendong and his men instantly fell apart. "Don't come any closer," he stammered, trying to rally his remaining thugs to charge forward while trembling and retreating at the same time. Stay back. Stay back." At that moment, Huang Zhendong was filled with 4 parts fear, 3 parts grievance, and 3 parts pain, with not a shred of defiance. No one stepped up to protect him. Aside from many who had truly lost the will to fight, The main reason was that Yi Fan was simply a devil. This guy was just terrifying. Stop talking, call for more people. Keep calling, Yi Fan said as he stood in front of Huang Zhendong. Bring the strongest, the best fighters you have. Huang Zhendong's face turned pale, but he gritted his teeth and made another call. Before long, over a dozen cars arrived, bringing more than 100 men from the outer circle. Yi Fan wasted no time, charging in with unstoppable momentum and knocking them to the ground. Call for more. Keep calling. Yi Fan slapped Huang Zhendong's face. Trembling, Huang Zhendong pointed to call for more. Soon, over 200 more thugs arrived. But their combat effectiveness was even weaker. Yi Fan effortlessly took them down. 500 now. Bang. As Yi Fan kicked Huang Zhendong down again. The sound of him hitting the ground struck terror into the hearts of Huang Dongqiang and the others. Yang Qianqian and the others felt their hearts shatter. The revered gang leader Huang Zhendong was utterly defeated at Yi Fan's hands. Yi Fan, the underdog they had looked down upon, now seemed to tower over them. Looking down with disdain, Yuan Jing's emotions were even more complex. This battle felt like a deep humiliation. The anger bubbling from her core was like a raging fire ready to consume her. The Yi Fan she had always looked down upon was so brutally straightforward in his approach, leaving her completely humiliated and in shambles. She found it hard to describe her feelings. Frustration was certainly predominant, but there was also a sense of awe. Yet the more awe she felt, the more uncomfortable she became. In the end, she could only curl her hands into fists, the veins on her temples bulging. So what if you can fight? Can you achieve anything with it? What era are we in now? No matter how skilled you are, you can't outmatch a gun. But the more she thought this way, the more uneasy she felt, especially when she saw the admiration in her companion's eyes, which made her discomfort even worse. Huang Dongqiang kept repeating, "This is impossible. This can't be happening." In the open space, Yi Fan stood over Huang Zhendong. "Call for more, keep calling. Big brother, there's no one left." Huang Zhendong looked like he was about to cry. There really is no one left. He had already summoned all the elite members of the business association. The rest were just low-level thugs, and bringing in more would only lead to more chaos. Who else can we call? Who else can we call? Should we contact Mr. Du? If Mr. Du finds out that the entire business association has been challenged, he might just shoot me on the spot. Yi Fan shouted at Huang Zhendong. Is this all the strength the prestigious Four Seas Chamber of Commerce has? Only 500 capable men. I'm deeply disappointed in you, and I feel sorry for Mr. Du. Yi Fan, frustrated, added, "Get me the phone, call Mr. Du, this is too much, far too much." Huang Zhendong was on the verge of tears. His understanding of the world didn't match this reality. In the next moment, he bent his knees and knelt before Yi Fan, saying, brother, I was wrong. I truly was wrong. I bow to you in apology. Please give me just one more chance." He wept bitterly. "I promise I'll never dare to offend you again. 200,000. No, 10 million. I will offer it all willingly." Chapter 16. The Blade of Guan Yu at 5 p.m. in the president's office on the third floor of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce. Yi Fan sat in a boss's chair, leisurely eating chilled watermelon while surveying the room, exuding an air of calm confidence as if this were his territory. After an intense battle, he didn't feel tired. Instead, he felt a sense of relief. The fiery energy from the ginseng fruit had finally settled down. Across from him sat several female secretaries from the chamber, nervously pouring tea, cutting watermelon, and shelling sunflower seeds for Yi Fan. They had all witnessed his fight. Their initial disdain and contempt had been thoroughly crushed by his prowess. Now, all they felt for him was admiration and flattery. If Yi Fan desired, they would be ready to offer their affection at any moment. Yi Fan paid little attention to them, his gaze drawn to the Guan Yu blade in the corner. It was an old, 3-meter-long sword, hanging on the wall, glimmering sharply. He could see a few strands of red light entwined around it. That was the aura of blood. "Brother Yi, those bastards Huang Dongqiang and the others slipped out through the back door while we were in a fierce fight." Huang Zhendong rushed in, wiping the sweat from his forehead. "But don't worry, I'll send someone to bring them back immediately." Today's conflict was instigated by Huang Dongqiang. So Huang Zhendong naturally needed to deal with him to explain to Yi Fan, or he might end up facing dire consequences himself. Moreover, he harbored resentment towards Huang Dongqiang. Someone he considered worthless had caused the entire chamber to be put on the line. "Forget it, don't bother bringing them back. I'll handle it myself." Yi Fan decided after a moment of thought. It wasn't he out of mercy. He was more interested in seeing Huang Dongqiang suffer a slow demise from liver cancer. Rumor had it that those in the late stages of liver cancer lived like ghosts. Yi Fan was curious about how Yuan Jing would react upon learning of Huang Dongqiang's condition. Would she continue to stand by him or abandon him? Understood. Huang Zhendong had no objections and immediately rescinded the order to pursue Huang Dongqian. Brother Yi is truly magnanimous, repaying grievances with kindness. Yi Fan took a bite of watermelon. Cut the chatter, let us settle the debts. Yes, yes. Huang Zhendong shouted towards the door. Is the finance and legal team ready? Brother Yi has been waiting too long. Soon, a young woman rushed in, handing Huang Zhendong an envelope. Brother Yi, here, a 2 million check, settling the debt with Chunfeng Clinic in one go. Also, this is the contract for our 3-year collaboration with Chunfeng Clinic. Huang Zhendong laid out the contents of the envelope before Yi Fan, piece by piece. Please have a look. Yi Fan chewed on his watermelon. What is the meaning of this? Huang Zhendong nodded repeatedly. We acknowledge that the debt was our fault and that we troubled Brother Yi. So we want to make amends to Chunfeng Clinic. You don't have to worry. We won't incur any more debts. And we're also prepared to make a prepayment of 10 million. He pulled out a check and placed it into the contract. We hope we can continue our cooperation. While Yi Fan sensed that Huang Zhendong wasn't entirely trustworthy, the fact that the latter had already made a prepayment of 10 million alleviated his concerns about defaulting on the debt. Sure, I'll take the check and the contract back. Yi Fan said lightly, but whether or not we signed depends on my mother-in-law. Understood, understood. Huang Zhendong, seeing Yi Fan accept it, smiled even more brightly. He presented a watch box and said, Brother Yi, this is the latest model of Rolex. Since we had our misunderstandings, consider this a small token of our first meeting and our sincerity. He respectfully placed the watch in front of Yi Fan. Rolex? Yi Fan glanced at it casually. It's no use to me. I'm just a live-in son-in-law, spending my days mopping floors, cooking, and cleaning toilets. Wearing a Rolex doesn't fit the image. Moreover, with his identity, wearing a Rolex would only invite ridicule for being vain or for flaunting a counterfeit. Brother Yi, you must accept it. We were at fault first, and we should show our apologies. Huang Zhendong suddenly knelt down. If you don't accept it, we won't feel at ease. It'll seem like you haven't forgiven us. He continued, this Rolex was given to me by Huang Dongqian, so it's only right to pass it on to Brother Yi as a trophy. Please do us the favor and accept it. Several female secretaries and key staff also urged Yi Fan to accept the watch. Huang Zhendong truly was a character. Yi Fan had initially underestimated him, but now he realized that this guy was adaptable and had a stronger character than many others. After injuring 500 members of the Shanghai Chamber of Commerce, Huang Zhendong wasn't seeking revenge. Instead, he was making an effort to befriend Yi Fan, which was rare. All right, since you've put it this way, I'll accept the Rolex. Yi Fan helped Huang Zhendong up. I won't take advantage of you for nothing. This Guangong sword is an ominous object. Yi Fan pointed, you'd better get rid of it. Otherwise, you might soon face disaster. Having received a Rolex worth hundreds of thousands, Yi Fan merely reminded Huang Zhendong. The Guangong sword looked aged, but it still emanated a faint killing intent. Moreover, the sharp tip of the sword was aimed directly at Huang Zhendong's office chair. Being constantly surrounded by this killing intent, especially with the sword tip aimed at him, would greatly harm Huang Zhendong's fortune. Fortunately, the sword had only been placed there recently. Otherwise, Huang Zhendong might have already been in serious trouble. Disaster? Huang Zhendong was slightly taken aback, then looked at the Guangong sword. Brother Yi, this thing is a high imitation. I thought it looked nice, so I spent 10,000 to buy it just to display. It shouldn't be ominous, right? Although Huang Zhendong worshipped Guan Ergo, he fundamentally didn't believe in such things, so he didn't take Yi Fan's words seriously. For him, feng shui and mysticism were merely self-comforting notions with no real significance. He also thought that Yi Fan's mention of disaster was just a mockery of today's battle. Besides, other brothers and even Mr. Du worshipped Guan Ergo and had Guangong swords. Why didn't they face any disaster? If it weren't for Yi Fan's incredible performance this afternoon, he might have suspected Yi Fan was a con artist. Yi Fan replied lightly, it's better to get rid of it. Huang Zhendong quickly nodded. Thank you for the reminder, Brother Yi. I'll throw it away another day. Yi Fan detected the indifference in Huang Zhendong's tone and chose not to say more. He picked up a pen and paper, skillfully drawing a Tai Chi talisman to ward off disasters. Wearing it could save a life. After finishing, he left the office. Huang Zhendong looked at the Tai Chi talisman, smiled non-committally, and casually tossed it into the trash can. He admitted that Yi Fan had exceptional skills, but this kind of mysticism was nothing but feudal superstition. After all, he had studied Marxism-Leninism in college. A few minutes later, Huang Zhendong was heading downstairs with one of his subordinates, preparing to go to Zhonghai Hospital for treatment with a few key members. As he descended the stairs, he inexplicably slipped and tumbled down, hitting his head and opening a gash. Before he could curse and get back on his feet, a chandelier above him crashed down with a thud. If not for his subordinate pushing him out of the way just in time, he would have sustained serious injuries. Even so, he was left with numerous glass shards embedded in his skin, leaving him bloodied. Arriving at the door, a disheveled Huang Zhendong was about to get into his car when it suddenly erupted into flames. He exchanged glances with his trusted aides, both of them seeing uncertainty in each other's eyes. Could it be that Yi Fan was telling the truth? Talisman, talisman. In the next moment, Huang Zhendong dashed back to the office, overturned the trash can, and frantically searched for the Tai Chi talisman. Chapter 17. Forged? At 7 p.m., Yi Fan took a taxi back to the Tang family home. He removed his Rolex from his wrist and placed it back into its inconspicuous box. This was the latest model, a traditional watch but equipped with a fingerprint sensor that he had set up so only he could activate the hands. He didn't wear it inside, to avoid the sarcastic remarks from Lin Xiuling and the others. As he approached the door, Yi Fan felt a lingering sense of unreality. Just a week ago, he had knelt before dozens of people for a mere 100,000. Today, he not only had a Rolex worth hundreds of thousands in his pocket, but he had also helped the Tang family solve a significant problem. It was truly mind-boggling. Lost in thought, Yi Fan rang the doorbell. Shortly after, Tang Ruoxue came to open the door. Upon seeing Yi Fan, her gaze softened, and she silently returned to the dining room. Only then did Yi Fan notice that the entire Tang family was having dinner. Han Jianfeng and Tang Fenghua were also present, and the coffee table was piled with gifts, clearly meant to apologize to Lin Xiuling. Regardless, the issue of the fake painting had to be addressed. The five of them were enjoying their meal, and they had never had the habit of waiting for Yi Fan to join them for dinner, nor did they feel it was necessary. Yi Fan changed his shoes and casually tossed his Rolex onto the entryway table before walking into the dining room. Yi Fan, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Tang Sangwa coughed and said, come and eat with us. Feeling guilty for misunderstanding Yi Fan that morning and even hitting him, Tang Sangwa felt a pang of remorse. What else with the fuss? Are you hungry or what? Lin Xiuling shot back, glaring at him. There are only 8 dishes, and we can barely finish them ourselves, let alone feed a freeloader. Tang Sangwa hesitated, but 8 dishes. We can't possibly finish them all. Who says we can't? Lin Xiuling interjected. Jianfeng and Fenghua haven't eaten much yet. Han Jianfeng chimed in cheerfully, don't worry, Dad. I'll make sure to clean the table. Tang Sangwa glanced at Yi Fan with pity. After all, we're family. Yi Fan helped you this morning eating your food? With such a big chicken leg. Can't he manage? Lin Xiuling, even angrier at the mention of the morning incident, slammed her chopsticks down and shouted, if you don't shut up, you won't be eating either. Tang Sangwa had no choice but to lower his head. Why are you trying to be the good guy? That guy has got a tough skin, Lin Xiuling scoffed, shooting Yi Fan a disdainful look. He has had a divorce and is here to collect debts. He is way tougher than you. Is he really going to starve? Han Jianfeng added sarcastically, exactly. He is the one who has eaten 3 million worth of ginseng fruit. He could go 3 years without a meal. Tang Ruoxue's expression darkened, but she didn't say anything. Defending Yi Fan would only lead to her mother venting her frustrations even more. If the topic of debt collection came up, it would be even more embarrassing for Yi Fan. Better to endure it and let it pass. So, did you get the 2 million back? Lin Xiuling taunted Yi Fan. You've been out all day and didn't bring back 2 million. 2,000 shouldn't be a problem, right? Without any backbone. You're still complaining about eating soft rice. She brandished a long-handled soup spoon, clattering it against the ceramic bowl. If she didn't teach Yi Fan a harsh lesson this time, how would she manage him in the future? Tang Sangwa and Tang Ruoxue were blaming Yi Fan for everything that happened in the morning. Tang Sangwa quickly tried to smooth things over. Yi Fan was just saying that out of anger last night, so let's not hold it against him. Shut up. Lin Xiuling shot him a glare, then turned to Yi Fan with a cold smirk. You think their ambition is just a passing comment? Are you going to slap him in the face for that? Han Jianfeng chimed in loudly. If he can get money from the Sihai Chamber of Commerce, I'll eat this table. Yi Fan ignored Lin Xiuling and Han Jianfeng's ruckus. He pulled out a check for 2 million and slapped it directly on the table in front of Lin Xiuling. Bang. This is the 2 million that Sihai Group owes Chunfeng Clinic. Bang. This is a contract for the next 3 years with Sihai Group. Bang. This is a prepayment check for 10 million from Sihai Group. Yi Fan stared coldly at Lin Xiuling, speaking each word clearly. Not only did I help the Tang family recover their debt, but I also signed an additional 10 million contract. The favors from a year of free meals and drinks should be settled now. Then he turned to Han Jianfeng with a smirk. Brother-in-law, you can eat the table now. What? Hearing Yi Fan's words, the 5 members of the Tang family were all stunned, looking at Yi Fan in disbelief. He not only recovered the debt, but also signed a contract for the next 3 years, and even received a prepayment? This was unbelievable. Han Jianfeng was the first to react. The checks and contracts must be fake. There are many document forgers in People's Park. You must have gotten someone to forge these. How could a good-for-nothing like you possibly recover a debt and sign a 3-year contract? Yi Fan, let me tell you, forging checks and contracts is a crime. And you could end up in jail for that. He picked up the checks and contracts, scrutinizing them to find any signs of forgery. Yi Fan chuckled coldly. Just wait to eat the table. Tang Ruoxue, who had been silent up to this point, suddenly spoke up. Yi Fan, why are you like this? I told you I would handle Mom's emotions. I would deal with the debt properly. Even if Mom doesn't give me face, she wouldn't kick you out of the house. But you go and make a big deal out of fake checks and contracts. She fixed her icy gaze on Yi Fan. Can you at least make things easier for me? It was clear she also believed Yi Fan could not successfully recover the debt. Yi Fan's voice softened. Trust me. Tang Ruoxue shook her head weakly. Although Yi Fan had changed in the past couple of days, she still didn't believe he could recover the debt. Huang Zhendong was a ruthless person. You're really something now, Lin Xiaoling said, her expression revealing she saw through him as she pointed at the checks and contracts on the table. I'll give you one chance. If you honestly admit to your wrongdoing and kneel at the door for a night, I want to pursue this matter. Otherwise, I will really kick you out of the Tang family and make you leave as far as you can. She slammed the table. Confess. A son-in-law who relies on the Tang family getting back 2 million from Huang Zhendong? Isn't that absurd? Tang Sangwo was signaling to Yi Fan. Quick, confess. Your mother has a sharp tongue, but a soft heart. The check and the contract are genuine. Yi Fan replied calmly. What crime am I admitting to? You're not going to give up until you reach the Yellow River, are you? You won't shed tears until you see the coffin, right? Seeing Yi Fan refuse to admit his mistake, Han Jianfeng scoffed. I'm going to verify the contract on the official website right now. If it's fake, you'll voluntarily leave the Tang family. He picked up his phone to check the authenticity of the contract on the Sihai Group's official site. Lin Xiaoling stood up, impatiently shouting. What are you checking? It's obviously fake. Just let him get lost. She pulled out a chair, ready to leave. Just then, Han Jianfeng exclaimed in surprise. How is this possible? The contract is real. Lin Xiaoling was taken aback. She leaned over to take a look, and indeed, the contract matched the official website perfectly, with the code and amount aligning perfectly. Tang Ruoxue and the others crowded around, quickly becoming dumbfounded as well. No one expected the contract to be genuine. Next, Lin Xiaoling verified the check, and it also turned out to be legitimate. How could this be? Lin Xiaoling still found it hard to believe. How could this good-for-nothing accomplish this? Tang Sangwo laughed heartily. Not bad, not bad. Yi Fan has made progress. Thank you, father-in-law. Yi Fan looked at Lin Xiaoling and asked, Mom, does this clear the debt? Lin Xiaoling's expression darkened. Although this deal would make a lot of money, the fact that it was completed by Yi Fan made her feel very uncomfortable. It meant that this fool had slapped her in the face again. She huffed. I don't know what kind of luck you stumbled upon to sign this. Yi Fan turned to Han Jianfeng and smiled. Brother-in-law. Hurry up and settle the bill. Han Jianfeng turned his head away, not saying a word, and simply refused to pay. Seeing her usually doted-on brother-in-law being frustrated by Yi Fan, Lin Xiaoling felt very aggrieved, but the check and contract were legitimate. Brother-in-law, you're a big boss. Your words are worth 1,000 gold. Yi Fan provocatively teased Han Jianfeng. Do you want me to pour you some soy sauce to help settle the bill? Enough. Yi Fan. Lin Xiaoling slammed her chopsticks down and shouted, a petty person enjoying success. So what if you recovered 2 million and signed a contract? What is there to be proud of or arrogant about? Regardless, the debt had been reclaimed. Yi Fan asked, can I divorce Ruoxue now? Lin Xiaoling felt very frustrated. Not only did she not approve of this son-in-law, but refusing Yi Fan's request to divorce seemed to fulfill his wish, making her uncomfortable. Ruoxue, tomorrow bring your household registration book. We're going to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a divorce. Yi Fan stopped pressuring Lin Xiaoling and turned to the complexly emotional Tang Ruoxue. Divorce? What divorce? Did I agree to divorce you? Tang Ruoxue suddenly exploded with anger. Throwing down her chopsticks and shouting, Mom agreed to the divorce, but I haven't agreed yet. If you're so capable, then get back the Yunding Mountain Villa, rebuild it, and restore the dignity that the Tang family lost. The moment I see the Yunding Mountain Villa returned, that's when I'll divorce you. Otherwise, you'll just have to wait until I take a break from you. Chapter 18, This Watch is Mine. Yunding Villa, located in Zhonghai's prime area on Yunding Mountain, stands at an altitude of 900 meters, benefiting from both wind and water. It once had the potential to become the most prestigious wealthy district in Zhonghai. Many years ago, Tang Sangwo was one of the developers of this villa, but unfortunately, an unforeseen event caused the project to lose its funding and come to a halt. Yunding Villa ultimately became a half-finished building. Although the Tang family would find it hard to revive Yunding Villa in their lifetime, everyone knew that they often reminisced about it. It was their opportunity to join the ranks of Zhonghai's elite families, and it had become a thorn in their side. That's why Tang Ruoxue used it to provoke Yi Fan. After proposing her conditions, the Tang family dispersed, leaving with mocking smiles. What Yi Fan, the son-in-law, could achieve, they believed, was something Tang Songwa's family could never fulfill. Yi Fan cooked himself some noodles, and after eating, he went to the rooftop garden to clear his mind. Tang Ruoxue was tired of living with him, so Yi Fan took the initiative to propose a divorce. This wasn't about defending his dignity. It was simply about preserving the Tang family's reputation. No matter how much Tang Ruoxue disliked or looked down on him, Yi Fan didn't want her to be criticized for abandoning him. However, he didn't expect that the Tang family would fail to appreciate his good intentions and instead continue to impose harsh demands out of pride. In the past, the mere mention of Yunding Villa would have left Yi Fan in despair, but at that moment, it stirred no emotions within him. Just wait. I will definitely build Yunding Villa. A spark of determination glimmered in Yi Fan's eyes. He stayed on the rooftop for an hour before gathering his emotions and heading downstairs. Naturally, he wanted to divorce as soon as possible, but unfortunately, the agreement clearly stated that only Tang Ruoxue could initiate an unconditional divorce. Yi Fan did not have the right to unilaterally file for divorce. As Yi Fan walked into the living room after showering, he suddenly heard Tang Ruoxue's voice from the inner room rise in pitch. Lin Huanhuan, Yang Jingxiao, we're meeting at Sunshine Club tomorrow, right? No problem. I'll definitely make time to go, but you all need to bring a few handsome guys along. I've been working like a dog for the past few months. It'd be nice to have some eye candy, or even some fresh meat. Would do. The woman laughed and joked with her friends. Her words clear enough to reach Yi Fan's ears and inadvertently jabbing at his nerves. Tang Ruoxue caught sight of Yi Fan entering the living room and quickly closed the door with a loud bang, cutting off their connection. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling a twinge of irritation, but he quickly suppressed it. That night, although they appeared to coexist peacefully, neither of them slept soundly. So, when Lin Xiuling's shouting echoed in the morning, the couple almost simultaneously jumped out of bed. Yi Fan and Tang Ruoxue reached the door just in time to see the early risers Lin Xiuling and Tang Songwa inspecting the Rolex that Yi Fan had brought home. They were clicking their tongues in admiration. Ah, whose Rolex is this? Why is it just left here at the entrance? Lin Xiuling stared at the watch. It looks so new. It must have just been bought. Whose is it? Although the Tang family had a substantial income of several million each year, Tang Songwa and Lin Xiuling had always been reluctant to spend money on consumables. Aside from buying houses, antiques, saving money, and expanding the scale of the Chunfeng clinic, they hardly spent much on entertainment. Thus, the 4 cars in the garage were all mid-range models, and Tang Ruoxue's BMW was just over 400,000. Therefore, when Lin Xiuling saw a Rolex worth several hundred thousand placed in the foyer, she couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Yi Fan hesitated and managed to say, "Mom, this watch." Lin Xiuling's eyes sparkled as she turned to Tang Ruoxue. "Ruoxue, did you buy this watch for your dad?" Tang Ruoxue let out a bitter laugh. "Mom, this watch is clearly worth tens of thousands. My salary card is with you. If there were any significant transactions, you would know, right?" That made sense. Aside from giving that ungrateful son a monthly allowance of 10,000, she hardly had any other major expenses. Lin Xiuling withdrew her gaze, but then her eyes lit up again. "If you didn't buy it, and it wasn't your dad or me, then it must be your brother-in-law who bought it. If your brother-in-law bought it for himself, he would have just worn it. No need to package it so nicely and leave it in the foyer. It must be a gift for your dad." Her expression brightened. Jianfeng is such a good kid. Tang Songwa's eyes also lit up as he picked up the watch and put it on his wrist, grinning. "Wow, it fits perfectly. It really is for me." Yi Fan felt a chill run down his spine. He wanted to say something, but didn't know how to start. Jianfeng. Just then, Lin Xiuling called out loudly to the second floor, "Is this Rolex from you for your dad?" As she shouted, Han Jianfeng and Tang Fenghua, who had been yawning, pushed open the door and walked out. They had drunk quite a bit last night and stayed over at the Tang family home. Tang Fenghua rubbed his eyes. "Mom, what watch? Which watch? You want to give your dad a surprise, right?" "It's a Rolex." Lin Xiuling feigned a stern expression. Tang Songwa raised his wrist, speaking in a relaxed tone. "You're really something, buying so many supplements and still getting a Rolex. Tens of thousands, that's a bit extravagant." He sounded like he was complaining, but in reality, he was pleased. "Just don't do this next time." Yi Fan opened his mouth, but ultimately stayed silent. Tang Ruoxue glanced at Yi Fan, her pretty face slightly dejected. When would Yi Fan also be able to afford a watch worth hundreds of thousands for his parents? A Rolex? Han Jianfeng suddenly perked up, exchanged glances with Tang Fenghua, and rushed over, staring at the Rolex on Tang Songwa's wrist in shock. He hadn't bought that watch. Yesterday, he had spent 50 to 60,000 on supplements. There was no way he could afford a Rolex worth hundreds of thousands. Jianfeng, are you playing dumb again? You could win an Oscar for this. Lin Xiaoling laughed brightly. No need to pretend you don't know. This watch isn't from us. Nor from you. Did it just fall from the sky? We could guess you wanted to surprise your dad. She spoke with an undeniable fondness. Her attitude completely different from her harshness towards Yi Fan. Tang Ruoxue looked at Yi Fan again, silently wishing that it was Yi Fan who had bought this watch. How wonderful that would be. Unfortunately, Yi Fan even needed to ask her for medical expenses. In the past couple of days, he even took the initiative to get a divorce to defend his meager dignity. My parents are wise. Upon hearing the words of Lin Xiaoling and her husband, Han Jianfeng's eyes twinkled as he suddenly burst into laughter. I knew I couldn't fool you. I originally planned to tell you later to give you a nice surprise. But I didn't expect you to find out so soon. Dad, I didn't do well at the birthday banquet. So here's this Rolex as a token of my apology. Han Jianfeng said, shooting a glance at Tang Fenghua. I hope you like it. Tang Fenghua immediately chimed in with a smile. Yes. Jianfeng has been feeling guilty since the banquet. Dad, please accept it. Otherwise, Jianfeng will feel bad. He never blamed Jianfeng. He was deceived too, Lin Xiaoling said, patting Tang Songwa's shoulder. Old Tang, Jianfeng has a good heart. Just accept it. Accept it. Accept it. Tang Songwa laughed heartily, shaking his wrist to let the gold gleam. Jianfeng, you're wonderful, truly wonderful. Yi Fan was preparing to turn and leave to avoid the awkwardness. Of course, he's wonderful. Lin Xiaoling shot a glance at Yi Fan. Compared to a certain ungrateful opportunist, he's 100 times better. They're both sons-in-law. But how can the difference be so stark? One has never shown any filial piety to his parents, getting a small achievement and feeling proud, while the other is full of filial devotion, bringing real gifts to make his in-laws happy. Where do you think you're going? You should learn from your brother-in-law about how to do things. When will you buy something nice for your parents too? Lin Xiaoling stopped Yi Fan. If you can't afford a $100,000 watch, a few thousand will do. Mom, Yi Fan doesn't have that much money. Tang Ruoxue frowned slightly. Besides, he just got back $2 million and signed a $10 million contract. That's what he should be doing. Otherwise, the Tang family is raising a freeloading son-in-law. Lin Xiaoling gave Yi Fan a cold look. As for showing filial piety, what has he bought for us? He got lucky with the ginseng fruit, but ended up hogging it all for himself. If he really had a good heart, he would buy me a watch worth 100,000. Spare me the rest. She looked at Yi Fan with disdain. Can you afford it, Yi Fan? Tang Ruoxue wanted to say more, but seeing Yi Fan's silent expression, her anger bubbled up. Just last night, he was all cocky about getting a divorce. How did he turn into a turtle now? He can't even promise a $100,000 watch. Forget it. It's pointless to talk about him. Tang Songwa lifted the Rolex. Come, take a look at this watch. Lin Xiaoling and the others left Yi Fan behind, all smiles as they gathered to admire it. Hey, why isn't the watch ticking? Tang Songwa suddenly realized that the watch's hands had stopped at just after 7 last night, the time Yi Fan returned. Is it not wound? Han Jianfeng frowned. It shouldn't be, right? After a few attempts, the Rolex remained motionless. Lin Xiaoling frowned. Is it broken? Tang Songwa shook his head. How could that be? This is a Rolex, the latest model, worth hundreds of thousands. It shouldn't break so easily. The 4 of them were focused on the Rolex, with Han Jianfeng even bringing out the foreign manual to see how to get it started. With just 4 people causing a commotion, the Rolex remained completely still. Tang Songwa was so furious he was practically fuming, as he had planned to show it off today. But now the watch was on strike. Han Jianfeng was even angrier. I want to file a complaint. How dare they sell me a faulty watch? Yi Fan couldn't bear to watch any longer and stepped forward to pick up the Rolex. Lin Xiaoling and the others were startled. You ungrateful brat. Put that down. That's your brother-in-law's watch. Let go, let go. It's worth hundreds of thousands. Can you afford to break it? Tang Ruoxue also tried to pull Yi Fan back, knowing their parents were already upset and could easily take this chance to vent their anger. Yi Fan said nothing but gently pressed his thumb on the fingerprint sensor at the base of the Rolex. Beep, beep, beep. The Rolex started to move. Tang Songwa was taken aback. How did you manage to start it? That watch is mine. The air suddenly fell silent. Chapter 19. I will not agree. Han Jianfeng and the others left the Tang family with grim faces. Yi Fan's casual remark not only shattered the enthusiasm of the Tang Songwa, but also left Han Jianfeng and his wife feeling humiliated. In front of the true owner of the Rolex, Han Jianfeng felt utterly ashamed thinking about how he boasted about buying it as a gift for his father-in-law. However, the result of Yi Fan's straightforward slap in the face was that Lin Xiaoling made him do housework all day long and scolded him for nitpicking. As dusk approached, when Tang Ruoxue was about to go out for a gathering, Lin Xiaoling insisted on having Yi Fan accompany her for safety reasons. Yi Fan understood that while Lin Xiaoling pretended to be looking out for Tang Ruoxue, she was actually seeking revenge for his humiliation. Tang Ruoxue initially refused to let Yi Fan follow her, but Lin Xiaoling was determined to make Yi Fan uncomfortable, so in the end, he ended up going with her. At 6 o'clock in the evening, a red BMW drove down Zhonghai Avenue. Tang Ruoxue, with a cold expression, drove the car without saying a word to Yi Fan, seemingly still holding a grudge against him for wanting a divorce. Yi Fan also remained silent, merely observing the talisman around Tang Ruoxue's neck. He noticed that the malevolent energy around her had intensified, enveloping her legs and waist. At this rate, it would engulf her completely in a week, and she would once again face a life-or-death trial. While they were on their way, Tang Ruoxue stopped to get some egg tarts, and Yi Fan took the opportunity to create a few calming charms, placing them behind the seat, under her handbag, and inside her phone case. He couldn't bear to part with the talisman, so he could only do his best to slow the accumulation of the malevolent energy. When Tang Ruoxue returned and restarted the car to head to the club, Yi Fan clearly saw that the malevolent energy had receded significantly. Ding! Just as he let out a sigh of relief, a text message popped up on Yi Fan's phone. It was from Huang Zhendong. After losing his sword yesterday and wearing the peace charm that Yi Fan had drawn, he was still plagued by bad luck today. He almost choked to death while drinking water at noon. Huang Zhendong was eager to see Yi Fan immediately. Yi Fan had planned to meet Huang Zhendong the next day, but seeing his urgency and the dark circles under his eyes in the photo he sent, he decided to share the gathering location with him. Texting Song Hanyan. Noticing Yi Fan's silence and how cheerfully he was texting, Tang Ruoxue couldn't hold back any longer. If you want to go out to dinner with her, just go ahead. You don't need to accompany me to the shopping club. I can handle my own safety, and I'll talk to my mom. Her grip on the steering wheel tightened slightly. No, Yi Fan hadn't expected Tang Ruoxue to bring up Song Hanyan. After a brief pause, he shook his head and replied, "It's Huang Zhendong who is looking for me. He has been having some bad luck." "No, he is asking if Mom is willing to sign that contract." Yi Fan explained, "I told him to contact Mom directly." Upon hearing this, Tang Ruoxue's expression softened. But then she changed the subject. "So, Song Hanyan helped you a lot in getting the debts collected back from Sihai yesterday, right?" Yi Fan replied casually, "I did it myself." Tang Ruoxue was about to explode again. "Can you please speak properly?" She still can't believe that it was just Yi Fan who managed to retrieve 2 million. "Here's what happened. I went to the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce to collect a debt and happened to run into Huang Zhendong crossing the street. Seeing that telling the truth wouldn't help, Yi Fan had to lie. He wasn't paying attention and almost got hit by a car. But luckily I pulled him back in time to avoid an accident. He was extremely grateful to me. And since 10 million is just a drop in the bucket for him, he readily agreed to pay back the money and sign the contract. Of course, Song Hanyan also called. Tang Ruoxue wouldn't believe that he could take on 100 people alone, so Yi Fan chose a more acceptable excuse. "I see." Tang Ruoxue finally understood how Yi Fan managed to successfully collect the debt, sign a 3-year contract, and secure a 10 million advance payment. It turned out to be a case of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse, helping Huang Zhendong out. From now on, she should let Song Hanyan assist less. With a stern expression, Tang Ruoxue said, "Even though you saved Qianqian, you can't use that to demand favors in return." For some reason, just thinking about Song Hanyan made her instinctively want to explode. Yi Fan raised his eyebrows slightly. "Aren't you being a bit too nosy?" Tang Ruoxue arched her brow. "Enough with the nonsense. Just tell me if you'll listen or not." All right, I'll listen to you." Yi Fan quickly nodded in agreement. "I'll bother Song Hanyan less in the future." Tang Ruoxue then asked, "By the way, that Rolex of yours, worth hundreds of thousands, was it bought by Song Hanyan?" "No." Yi Fan shook his head. "Huang Zhendong gave it to me." Without waiting for Tang Ruoxue to question him, Yi Fan took out the Rolex and tossed it onto the car. "If you don't believe me, you can check the serial number to find out who bought the watch." Seeing this, Tang Ruoxue's cold expression finally softened, and she huffed. "I don't have time to deal with your trivial matters." As they spoke, the red BMW approached a magnificent club. With the lights coming on, cars were coming and going, and a fragrant breeze wafted through, with many handsome men and beautiful women entering and exiting. The red BMW stopped at the entrance, and Yi Fan followed Tang Ruoxue out, only to see a Maserati pull up nearby. 2 tall women emerged. It was Tang Ruoxue's close friends, Yang Jingxiao and Lin Huanhuan. Both were wearing low-cut blouses that revealed a glimpse of their smooth stomachs, and their lower halves were clad in the shortest of skirts. Their fair skin and long legs, combined with their stunning faces, drew the attention of passers-by. However, their cold and proud expressions caused many to look away. "Ruoxue, you're here?" Upon seeing Tang Ruoxue, Yang Jingxiao and Lin Huanhuan walked over. Tang Ruoxue smiled and hugged both of them. Jingxiao, Huanhuan, good evening. Ruoxue, you've become even more beautiful, Lin Huanhuan, dressed head to toe in Chanel, smiled as she looked Yi Fan up and down. So you're Yi Fan? What a face full of disdain. She was wearing an outfit worth tens of thousands, while Yi Fan was dressed in ordinary clothes that could be put together for $200. The contrast was striking. The cool and aloof Yang Jingxiao didn't even spare Yi Fan a glance, embodying the high-cold goddess vibe of someone who didn't want to be disturbed. Yi Fan greeted them lightly. Hello. Ruoxue, let us go in quickly, a lot of sisters are already here. Lin Huanhuan shot Yi Fan a glance and pulled Tang Ruoxue into the clubhouse. Just as Yi Fan was about to follow, the usually aloof Yang Jingxiao stepped forward, blocking his path. Yi Fan, I hope you and Ruoxue get divorced sooner rather than later, Yang Jingxiao said coldly. The value of your marriage has run its course. It would be wise for you to leave voluntarily. Yi Fan replied nonchalantly, whether or not I get divorced seems to have nothing to do with you. She is my best friend, so it certainly does concern me, Yang Jingxiao retorted, raising her delicate chin. You have no money, no skills, and you don't deserve to be with Ruoxue. You'll never fit into our circle. Looking at the high and mighty Yang Jingxiao, Yi Fan smirked. Miss Yang, you think too highly of yourself and too little of me, Yi Fan. While I may not have achieved much yet, I believe that in no more than 6 months, I will have my place in Zhonghai. In that moment, Yi Fan's demeanor shifted, radiating an aura that felt as powerful as a deity, overwhelming and commanding, leaving Yang Jingxiao struggling to catch her breath. As for your so-called circle, it is insignificant in my eyes. If it weren't for my mother-in-law's request, I wouldn't even bother attending gatherings like this. Let us not even discuss whether Ruoxue and I are a good match. Even if we weren't, what does it matter? Who do you think you are to dictate anything? With that, Yi Fan stepped into the clubhouse, leaving Yang Jingxiao stunned. After a moment, she seethed with anger and let out a cold laugh. Yi Fan, I don't know where your confidence comes from, but let me tell you, I will never agree to you two being together. Her eyes glinted with unwavering determination. Chapter 20. His money can't be borrowed. Yi Fan's words provoked Yang Jingxiao. She never expected that a live-in son-in-law would dare to throw shade at her. After all, she was not only Tang Ruoxue's close friend, but also the daughter of the Yang family's antique business, with a fortune exceeding 100 million. How could Yi Fan compare? However, she didn't rush to confront him. After a moment of calm, she dismissed Yi Fan's remarks as a cover for his excessive insecurity. No matter how arrogant Yi Fan acted, he was still just a poor kid without any background. They looked down on him. How could a mere live-in son-in-law compete with them? Having come to this realization, Yang Jingxiao lost interest in verbally sparring with Yi Fan. Soon, the four of them reached the 5th floor. Upon pushing open the door to a room called the Triumph Hall, Yi Fan immediately saw a dozen men and women gathered inside. They were all adorned in luxurious attire, exuding wealth and status. When they spotted Tang Ruoxue and her group, the crowd turned their heads to look, their eyes lighting up slightly. Clearly, Tang Ruoxue's beauty made a striking impression. Ruoxue, Huanhuan, Jingxiao, you're here. A chubby young man exclaimed with a hearty laugh, striding over with a group of people. The chubby guy had a prominent nose and a large build. Dressed in designer clothes, with gold chains around his neck and 3 gold rings on his fingers, he radiated the aura of a nouveau riche. Lu Fatty, you really haven't changed in 10 years, still as vulgar as ever, Lin Huanhuan scoffed. Why don't you get rid of those embarrassing gold rings and chains? Tang Ruoxue leaned closer to Yi Fan and whispered, this is Lu Fugue, our former class representative and the son of the owner of Huashi Coal Mine. But his family went bankrupt. Yi Fan nodded slightly, thinking to himself that the name truly suited him. Fugue indeed had a commanding presence. I want to get rid of them too. Lu Fugue replied with a bright smile. But I can't help it. My family's coal mine has been completely mined out, and our fortune has dwindled to almost nothing. All I've got left is this set of gold jewelry. It's my last capital to navigate the wealthy circles. Without it, I probably wouldn't even be able to enter this club. Despite his nouveau riche demeanor, Lu Fugue was quite straightforward in conversation, which earned him a bit of Yi Fan's favor. Lin Huanhuan sneered, what a bumpkin, so vain. Ruoxue, our campus belle, you're looking more beautiful than ever. Ignoring Lin Huanhuan, Lu Fugue turned his full attention to Tang Ruoxue with a friendly smile. It's a pity your family is doing well. Otherwise, I would definitely pursue you. Don't get your hopes up, Yang Jingxiao interjected, either intentionally or unintentionally. Ruoxue is already taken. This is her husband, Yi Fan, the live-in son-in-law. The crowd gasped in disbelief, looking at Yi Fan as if they couldn't comprehend that this inconspicuous man was Tang Ruoxue's husband. Don't be surprised. Although he is Ruoxue's husband, he's really just a tool for good luck, Yang Jingxiao said with a hint of hostility towards Yi Fan. Ruoxue could kick him out any time. Jingxiao. Tang Ruoxue frowned slightly, reproaching Yang Jingxiao for her lack of discretion. However, Yi Fan didn't mind. He greeted everyone with poise. Hello, everyone. A dozen fashionable men and women glanced around, sneering and completely ignoring Yi Fan. It was Lu Fugui who stepped forward, pulling out a business card. Hello, Brother Yi. I am Lu Fugui. Please take care of me. Although Yi Fan looked even more down and out than him, and didn't he even have a gold chain, Lu Fugui believed firmly that having more friends meant more opportunities. Yi Fan took the card and smiled. Hello, nice to meet you. A loser and a country bumpkin. Lin Huan looked on disdainfully. Birds of a feather flocked together. All right, Huan, let us not talk about them. When is young Master Zhang coming? Yang Jingxiao shot a dismissive glance at Yi Fan. We need to resolve Ruoxue's financial issues soon. Yi Fan was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected that Tang Ruoxue's company was facing problems. Lu Fugui's eyes widened in surprise. Ruoxue, you're having trouble with your cash flow? Yeah, just a small issue, Tang Ruoxue said, her lips twitching. After glancing at Yi Fan, she remained calm, thinking that since she was at the gathering today, she didn't mind Yi Fan knowing the situation. At the same time, she felt a bit complicated. If it weren't for Yi Fan being so useless, would she have to rely on her friend to borrow money? Lu Fugui, with his wealth, asked boldly, how much do you need? Lu, what does it matter to you how much she needs? Lin Huan scoffed. Your family is practically a shell now. Are you planning to sell it to lend Ruoxue some money? Lu Fugui's eyes widened. I may be a shell, but it's still worth something. If Ruoxue needs it, I can sell it right away. Yi Fan was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected Lu Fugui to be so righteous. And Lu Fugui didn't seem like a pursuer. Why was he so selfless? Tang Ruoxue waved her hand with a smile. Fugui, no need. Jingxiao is helping me sort it out. Yi Fan softly asked, is the gap very large? 50 million. Lin Huan turned to Yi Fan and Lu Fugui with a cold smile. Do you have that kind of money? Lu Fugui immediately fell silent. 50 million was a lot. In the peak days of the Lu family, it wouldn't be a problem, but now he could barely scrape together 500,000. As for his other wealthy friends, they could manage 2 to 3 million, but 50 million would probably get him blacklisted. Yi Fan frowned slightly. Not expecting Tang Ruoxue to be short of so much money, he made an excuse to step outside and went to the corridor, pulling out his 5 Lakes Juke card and dialing the customer service number. Usually so arrogant, but when it comes to crucial moments, you really fall short. Don't you? Seeing Lu Fugui silent, Yi Fan stepped out to make a call, and Yang Jingxiao looked at him with contempt. All right, I have no expectations of you. She was quite proud. I finally connected with Zhang Xiaojiang. He will come over to meet Ruoxue shortly. Lu Fugui was startled. Zhang Xiaojiang? The Zhang Xiaojiang from the Zhang group? You do have some knowledge. That's right, it's the same Zhang Xiaojiang. He has over a dozen engineering teams, dozens of projects, and a fortune of over 2 billion. Yang Jingxiao said indifferently. I worked hard to make this connection, so you better be smart and treat him well. It's helping Ruoxue. Ruoxue, Zhang Xiaojiang is a jerk. You'd better not borrow money from him. Lu Fugui frowned slightly. I have a friend who borrowed 1 million from him and ended up selling his house and car to repay over 10 million. His new wife was also taken advantage of by him. Shut up. Yang Jingxiao shouted. You fat pig, stop slandering young Master Zhang. Ruoxue, you can't borrow this money. Lu Fugui, undeterred, replied, I'll find a way to help you. 50 million is a lot for me, but I can scrape together 20 million even if I have to sell everything I own. I'll reach out to some other friends and maybe get a loan. 30 million shouldn't be a problem. Lu Fugui's face was serious as he continued. Yes, I'll get 30 million first, and you just hold on. Whatever you do, don't borrow money from Zhang Xiaojiang. Tang Ruoxue quickly waved her hands. Fugui, no need for that. I can't take your money. We're friends. Lu Fugui straightened up. If it weren't for you lending me money for my lawsuit back then, I'd probably still be in prison picking up soap. After his family went bankrupt, his stepmother tried to seize the last of the family fortune and even transferred her personal debts to Lu Fugui, who was on the verge of serving a long sentence. At a critical moment, Tang Ruoxue lent him money for the lawsuit and introduced him to some good lawyers, helping him to clear his debts and save a bit of family assets. That's why he has always been grateful to her. Are you done, you fat pig? Yang Jingxiao impatiently shouted. That little money of yours isn't even enough for your weight loss. Lu Fugui stubbornly insisted, no matter what, Ruoxue must not borrow money from Zhang Xiaojiang. Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, the tightly closed door of the private room was suddenly kicked open. Chapter 21. Don't touch her suddenly. The corridor lights flickered on, blinding everyone momentarily. A group of drunken men and women swaggered in, followed by 3 bodyguards in black suits. At the front was a long-haired young man wearing a skull-patterned shirt, adorned with earrings, exuding a flamboyant air with a hint of androgyny. With his hands in his pockets, he staggered forward a few steps and, without a word, kicked Lu Fuguei, who was blocking his path, across the floor. As a chair toppled over, Lu Fuguei let out a muffled groan as he hit the ground, and several women screamed, scrambling to get out of the way. Sore and angry, Lu Fuguei struggled to his feet and shouted, "What are you hitting people for? Should I just let you kick me like a dog blocking the road?" The long-haired youth scoffed and walked straight to the center of the room. Lu Fuguei, fuming, managed to get back up. Zhang Xiao. Recognizing the long-haired youth under the harsh lighting, Yang Jingxiao rushed over with a playful smile. "You're here. We've been waiting for you for so long." Lu Fuguei. "This is Zhang Xiao. You block his way and you think he shouldn't be angry?" She casually shoved the indignant Lu Fuguei aside. Tang Ruoxue reached out to steady the staggering Lu Fuguei, while Lin Huanhuan chimed in, "Hello, Zhang Xiao." "Cut the chatter." Zhang Xiaojing waved his hand impatiently. "Where's the beautiful woman in the photo you showed me? The one who wants to borrow money?" "Right here, Zhang Xiao." Yang Jingxiao quickly pulled Tang Ruoxue over. "Ruoxue. This is Zhang Xiao." Tang Ruoxue frowned slightly, already disliking Zhang Xiaojing's arrogance, but remembering the financial gap she needed to fill, she forced a smile. "Hello, Zhang Xiao. I'm looking to borrow some funds." "Wow, such a beauty. I thought you were just a pretty picture." Zhang Xiaojing's eyes lit up with a drunken glint as he stepped closer, his breath reeking of alcohol. "Not bad, not bad. A solid 9 out of 10 in looks. Tang, we're all adults here. Let us skip the pleasantries. 50 million, no problem. But the terms are 9 out of 13. Borrow 50 million. You take 45 million, and in 3 months, return 65 million. Given how beautiful you are, I'll let you off for 5 million less. But during these 3 months, you'll need to be at my beck and call." He wore an evil grin, his lecherous eyes shamelessly scanning Tang Ruoxue's long legs, revealing a desire to dominate. His companions laughed heartily. "Zhang Xiao, I'm sorry, but I can't borrow that money." Before Lu Fuguei could speak, Tang Ruoxue's face darkened instantly. "I'm borrowing money, not selling myself." If it weren't for Lin Huanhuan and the others being present, she would have slapped him across the face for his vulgar words. Ruoxue Yang Jingxiao stomped her foot in frustration. "It took so much effort to arrange this funding. How can you not borrow it?" "Yeah, Ruoxue. You've pulled so many strings and haven't managed to borrow a single cent. Zhang Xiao is our last hope," Lin Huanhuan added, trying to persuade her. "What is the big deal about accompanying him for a bit? Anyway, women are just like that, and besides, it's a savings of 5 million in interest." They all borrowed money from Zhang Xiaojing and haven't been able to pay it back, not daring to tell their families. So, they hope to sacrifice Tang Ruoxue to smooth things over. After all, Zhang Xiaojing said after seeing the photos that Tang Ruoxue looked just like in the pictures, and the final payment would be waived. Now that Tang Ruoxue isn't borrowing money, isn't that pushing them back into the fire? Are there really friends who do this? Jingxiao, Huan, how could you be like this? Tang Ruoxue glanced at her friends, and then, with a determined look on her beautiful face, said, "Zhang Xiao, I'm sorry to have wasted your trip." Lu Fuguei raised his fist. "Right, we can't borrow." "Can't borrow?" Zhang Xiaojing's eyes turned cold as he pushed Yang Jingxiao aside. "You've stirred my interest and wasted my time, and you say you want to borrow? Let me tell you, you must borrow this money. If not, give me 5 million as a hardship fee and accompany me for 3 days. And this will all be over." His expression was menacing. "Otherwise, I'll make your life a living hell." Lu Fuguei stepped in front of Tang Ruoxue and shouted, "Is this borrowing money? This is pure coercion." Before he finished speaking, a young man in a trench coat emerged from behind Zhang Xiaojing, closing in without saying a word. The speed of his movements caught everyone off guard. He swung his hand and delivered a loud slap, knocking Lu Fuguei to the ground. Zhang Xiaojing looked on with disdain. "You fat idiot. When did it become your turn to speak?" A few female classmates tried to help, but were grabbed by Zhang Xiaojing's followers and slapped twice. After the sound of slaps, several female classmates had blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. A few male classmates, filled with righteous indignation, stepped forward, but the young man in the trench coat kicked them all to the ground without hesitation. An impressive lackey, Yang Jingxiao and Lin Huanhuan fell silent and stepped back. They both knew Zhang Xiaojing's ruthless nature. Trying to negotiate now would only get them into trouble as well. Tang Ruoxue shouted, "Zhang Xiaojing, you're going too far." "And what if I am?" Zhang Xiaojing sneered dismissively. "What can you do about it?" Saying this, he suddenly lunged forward. Several female classmates surrounding Tang Ruoxue were again struck on the face by Zhang Xiaojing, leaving them pale and miserable. "There's no woman I can't get into bed with. And no money I can't lend out," Zhang Xiaojing sneered as he leaned closer to Tang Ruoxue, reaching out to stroke her delicate face. Bastard. Lu Fugui grabbed a bottle. But before he could even reach Zhang Xiaojing, the young man in the trench coat knocked him down with a single slap. Lu Fugui coughed violently, nearly spitting blood. Bastard. Tang Ruoxue couldn't hold back any longer and slapped out. With a loud smack. Her slap made Zhang Xiaojing stagger back a step. Zhang Xiao. Zhang Xiao. A dozen of his companions rushed forward to support Zhang Xiaojing. Zhang Xiao, are you okay? I'm fine. Zhang Xiaojing pushed away several of his subordinates, stopping the trench coat young man from making a move. He touched his stinging cheek and looked at Tang Ruoxue. President Tang, you hit me? Yang Jingxiao and Lin Huanhuan panicked. Ruoxue, what are you doing? Things have escalated dramatically, and it could very well come back to haunt me. People like you deserve a beating, don't you think? At that moment, Tang Ruoxue stepped forward. Is this how you conduct business? She regretted ever associating with someone like him. He was completely different from the merchants she usually dealt with. While those merchants were also self-serving, cunning, and treacherous, they at least had some regard for their reputation. But Zhang Xiaojing had no boundaries whatsoever. Business? Zhang Xiaojing smirked noncommittally, his arrogance and disdain evident. To him, business was simple. Those who follow me prosper, and those who oppose me perish. A vicious smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he boldly reached out to pinch Tang Ruoxue's cheek, crossing every line imaginable. He acted like an invincible king, capable of looking down on any formidable opponent. Don't touch her, or you'll regret it. A cold voice rang out from the doorway, and then Yi Fan walked in. Zhang Xiaojing didn't even turn around. Instead, he hastened to continue his advances on Tang Ruoxue. Boom. Yi Fan suddenly charged forward, kicking aside the lackey blocking his path, and without a word, he closed in on Zhang Xiaojing. No one had time to react to his swift movements. The young man in the trench coat's expression changed drastically as he tried to intervene. Without a glance, Yi Fan lifted his leg and delivered a flying kick. Bang! The kick sent the trench-coated youth flying, crashing into a marble table and landing hard on the ground. 3 ribs were broken, and blood poured from his mouth. He couldn't even get back up. Fear filled his eyes as he realized just how formidable Yi Fan was. Yi Fan didn't pause. He reached out and grabbed Zhang Xiaojing's hand that was reaching for Tang Ruoxue. I told you not to touch her. Why won't you listen? Crack. The sound of bones breaking echoed as Zhang Xiaojing's fingers were completely shattered. Chapter 22. I am Huang Zhendongbang. In the next moment, Yi Fan kicked Zhang Xiaojing to the ground. Zhang Xiaojing rolled for 4 or 5 meters, crashing into a few companions before coming to a stop. One of his ribs was broken, and he bit down so hard in pain that he couldn't scream, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The action was too swift and clean. Not a single pair of the dozens of eyes on the scene could see what had happened. Yang Jingxiao and the others were left stunned, their mouths agape. Yi Fan didn't hold back. He stepped on Zhang Xiaojing's calf and said, apologize properly. Or you won't be able to keep this leg. Ah, bastard. Zhang Xiaojing let out a series of terrible screams, the pain radiating throughout his body, making him wish he could just die. Not very obedient. Facing the shocked gazes of everyone, Yi Fan snapped, and with a crack, he broke Zhang Xiaojing's calf. Then, he moved on to the other leg. This. Yang Jingxiao and the others were taken aback, their mouths wide open in disbelief. There were over a dozen people on the other side, including 3 burly bodyguards. Was Yi Fan out of his mind to act so recklessly? Even Tang Ruoxue's brows furrowed, a chill creeping into her heart. Lu Fugui, however, was filled with excitement, his face flushed. Bastard, let Zhang Xiao go. A dozen followers shouted, ready to charge forward. The 3 bodyguards also drew their batons. Lu Fugui picked up a wine bottle and stood next to Yi Fan. Anyone who dares to take a step forward, I'll break Zhang Xiaojing's other leg. Yi Fan's simple statement instantly quelled the chaos in the room. The dozen or so followers of the Zhang family were furious, their hands on their weapons, but too afraid to act. Countless eyes darted back and forth, nervously and shockingly sizing up Yi Fan. The atmosphere in the private room was tense to the extreme, as if the air itself carried a chilling aura. Kid, you're so arrogant. Aren't you afraid you won't make it out of this club today? Zhang Xiaojing gritted his teeth and barked, don't think I won't let this go. The Sihai Chamber of Commerce won't let you off either. The Sihai Chamber of Commerce? Yi Fan smiled lightly. Interesting. Zhang Xiaojing looked down on Yi Fan. This is the Sihai Chamber of Commerce's club, Sister Rome's territory. I have my business, you have yours, and all of you have your own affairs to worry about. He was warning Yi Fan and also reminding Tang Ruoxue and the others. Although the Zhang Group was a leading construction firm in Zhonghai, Zhang Xiaojing had never been involved in that. He made his fortune through lending. He loved lending money to women, from college girls to urban housewives and corporate white-collar workers. As long as they were attractive and had needs, he would lend to them. 2,000 could turn into 800,000. And he could make entire families pay the bills. Since his targets were all women, combined with his exceptional methods, his business was not only incredibly profitable, but also carried no risk. Over the years, he had made a fortune and become increasingly arrogant, looking down on everything. Today, he had run into Yi Fan, but instead of reflecting and holding back, he was thinking about how to get rid of Yi Fan. Yi Fan, you're too reckless. What started as a small issue has escalated. Are you really not looking to settle this? Yang Jingxiao suddenly interjected, her voice filled with righteous indignation. I command you to apologize to young Master Zhang immediately, or you will bear all the consequences today. Yi Fan coldly replied, Yi Fan, do not need your instructions on how to conduct my affairs. What kind of talk is that? Jingxiao is looking out for everyone. If you keep causing trouble, everyone will suffer, Lin Huanhuan said with a sullen face. Ruoxue and even the Tang family will be affected because of you. Ruoxue will be fine. And the Tang family won't be harmed either, Yi Fan replied, glancing at Lu Fuguwei. Neither will Lu Fuguwei and his friends be in trouble. Yang Jingxiao shouted sternly, Yi Fan, if you don't let go of young Master Zhang, I won't get involved anymore, and you'll regret it. Lin Huanhuan also turned her anger towards the bystander Tang Ruoxue. Ruoxue, aren't you going to do something about Yi Fan? Do you want him to bring disaster to everyone? Tang Ruoxue remained silent. Although she didn't know the source of Yi Fan's confidence, she chose to stand by his side at that moment. Just then, a group of people entered from outside, with a dozen uniformed security guards escorting a strikingly beautiful woman. The woman was in her 30s, charming and tall, especially with her alluring curves. She was the club manager, Sister Rong. Oh my, young Master Zhang, what happened to you? Who dares to cross you? Sister Rong entered with a laugh, her words laced with sharpness. Which one of you dared to harm young Master Zhang? Please step forward. She shot a glance at Yi Fan, feigning ignorance. Yi Fan looked up with a smile and replied, Are you from the Sihai Chamber of Commerce? That's right. I'm the manager. Everyone, please show some respect and call me Sister Rong, she said with a playful laugh. Young man, fighting is not allowed here. So you've caused quite a mess today. Yi Fan smiled lightly. Aren't you going to ask about the rights and wrongs? Who started it first? Sister Rong paused for a moment, then with a mocking smile said, Of course, you're in the wrong. I'm in the wrong. Yi Fan raised his smile, looking at the sarcastic woman. You declare I'm wrong without even investigating? He suppressed his cold smile, scanning Sister Rong and the onlookers as if they were a group of lambs waiting for slaughter, making the bystanders feel uneasy and uncomfortable. Sister Rong's lips curled into a smirk. Then she became furious and spread her hands. Here, if I say you're wrong, then you're wrong. Yi Fan nodded slightly. Very well. Hearing you say that, I suddenly feel that you shouldn't be the manager anymore. Yang Jingxiao and Lin Huanhuan were both taken aback, a hint of surprise on their faces. How could this young man disregard Sister Rong and the powerful figure behind her? Sister Rong scoffed, If you have the ability, go ahead and make me leave. She didn't believe Yi Fan could do anything to her. Call the police? Sue the club? Those were just childish tricks. Then, she waved her hand lightly, and the dozen uniformed security guards moved closer, menacingly, surrounding Yi Fan. Two of them were even holding homemade shotguns. Kid, stop pretending, Zhang Xiaojing gritted his teeth, a sinister smile on his face. You're finished. Lin Huanhuan and Yang Jingxiao wore expressions of delight, eagerly awaiting Yi Fan's downfall. With a swift motion, Yi Fan stopped wasting words and wrote down a number on a piece of paper, then casually tossed it to Sister Rong. You have 1 minute to figure out the situation, then think about the club's stance for today. Sister Rong looked at the slip of paper in her hand, noting the familiar sequence of numbers, and with a hint of skepticism, she smiled and said, Still pretending? Is this amusing? Yi Fan took Tang Ruoxue's hand and said, 50 seconds left. This scene left both Sister Rong and Zhang Xiaojing stunned. Who on earth is this guy? His tone and demeanor exuded an air of contempt for everyone around him. On the other hand, Yang Jingxiao and Lin Huanhuan couldn't help but mock, thinking he was trying too hard to show off. Initially uninterested in getting involved, Sister Rong hesitated for a moment before pulling out her phone to make the call. Hello. This is Huang Zhendong. Sister Rong's wrist trembled, and a wave of fear surged within her. Chapter 23. No Way Out, I am Huang Zhendong. These 5 words hung in the air like a bloodthirsty curse, echoing endlessly in my ears. Sister Rong never imagined that Yi Fan had given her Huang Zhendong's personal number. This indicated a close relationship between the two. In front of Yi Fan, Huang Zhendong seemed weak and vulnerable, but in reality, he was one of the few big brothers in Zhonghai. The entire gray industry and most of the underground operations in Zhonghai were largely under his name. He was the real scapegoat for Du Tianhu. With a snap of his fingers, he could take Sister Rong's life, leaving her feeling completely chilled to the bone. Sister Rong was drenched in sweat, her charming face glistening. She struggled to look at Yi Fan, who sat down casually in a chair. Yi Fan poured himself a cup of tea and asked, "What's wrong? Did you make the call?" Thud. Sister Rong knelt down straight. "Brother, I was blind and didn't recognize you. I'm sorry, please forgive me." She disregarded her dignity and slapped herself twice. Seeing this, a dozen security guards quickly dropped their weapons and knelt down as well. Zhang Xiaojiang, with a face full of hostility, looked shocked at this scene. "Sister Rong, why are you kneeling? Get up and confront him. How could this happen?" Yang Jingxiao and the others were equally wide-eyed, their expressions twitching in disbelief. How could Sister Rong suddenly kneel down? Tang Ruoxue, Lu Fugui, and the others were even more astonished, completely clueless about what was going on. Clang. Just then, the elevator opened with a sharp sound, and over 10 muscular men rushed out. They even kicked a few security guards out of the way, exuding an impressive aura. The chaotic footsteps drew the attention of the onlookers gathered at the door, who instinctively turned to look. The club staff quickly made way, not daring to breathe a word. Although Huang Zhendong's head was wrapped like a rice dumpling, they could still recognize him as President Huang. The Buddhist beads around his neck and his distinctive walking style were too unique. With his head bandaged, Huang Zhendong strode in with the undeniable demeanor of a king. Brother Yi, finally, I found you." As Sister Rong turned her head to look at the door, Huang Zhendong had already rushed in with large strides. Upon seeing Yi Fan, his eyes lit up, and his anxious heart finally settled. He had finally met Yi Fan alive. It took him an hour to cover a 30-minute journey, constantly facing unexpected hurdles. He nearly tripped upon entering. Huang Zhendong enthusiastically grabbed Yi Fan's hand. "Come on, let us find a quiet place. I want to have a word with you." At this moment, Yang Jingxiao and the others were utterly shocked, their minds reeling. Huang Zhendong was actually being so polite to Yi Fan. In an instant, they felt dazed. Wasn't Yi Fan just a live-in son-in-law? How could he be involved with Huang Zhendong? This was a big brother with a significant status in the underworld. What qualifications did Yi Fan have to earn such respect? No wonder Yi Fan had always been so calm. It turned out he wasn't just putting on an act, but genuinely had the confidence. Yang Jingxiao and Lin Huanhuan, while astonished, also felt a sense of frustration and unwillingness. Why was Yi Fan so impressive? Zhang Xiaojiang's expression also changed dramatically. In terms of family wealth, his father is similar to Huang Zhendong, but when it comes to backing, even 10 Zhang families wouldn't be enough to fill the gaps for Huang Zhendong. Moreover, the Zhang family wouldn't dare to challenge the Sihai Chamber of Commerce at all. This is because the Zhang family has developed thanks to the Sihai Chamber of Commerce, relying on its protection for demolition, urban renewal, and sand and stone businesses. Just last week, the Zhang family secured the Disney project, which was contracted through the Sihai Chamber of Commerce. Therefore, no matter how unruly Zhang Xiaojiang is, he knows that tonight won't end well for him. Leave? Yi Fan smiled faintly. "I can't leave. This so-called Zhang Xiaojiang, forcibly borrowing money, bullying my wife, hitting people, and claiming that Sihai is his backing, threatening to use the Sihai Chamber of Commerce against me. If I leave, not only will they mock me, but my wife and others will also continue to be harmed by them." Yi Fan's calm remarks immediately plunged Zhang Xiaojiang and his group into despair. "Sihai? Backing?" Huang Zhendong's gaze turned cold as he fixed his eyes on Zhang Xiaojiang. "Who are you?" Zhang Xiaojiang hurriedly spoke up. "President Huang, I am Zhang Xiaojiang." "I don't know you." Huang Zhendong interrupted him rudely. "Sihai will not be your backing, nor will it help you deal with Brother Yi. I will demand an explanation from your elders for your words and actions today. Furthermore, you need to understand one thing. Brother Yi is a VIP of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce and my brother, Huang Zhendong. Opposing Brother Yi means opposing me, Huang Zhendong, and the Sihai Chamber of Commerce." His fierce declaration left Yang Jingxiao and the others in disbelief. They initially thought that Yi Fan and Huang Zhendong had only a casual friendship, but they were shocked to learn that Yi Fan held such a prestigious and untouchable status. The Sihai Chamber of Commerce would stand with Yi Fan through thick and thin. Zhang Xiaojiang was drenched in sweat. He was skilled at bullying women, but he felt completely powerless in front of someone like Huang Zhendong. Is there anyone else who wants to oppose Brother Yi? Huang Zhendong narrowed his cold eyes, scanning the stunned crowd. Yang Jingxiao and the others shivered in fear, frozen in place, unsure of what to do. They couldn't even imagine the severe consequences of offending Yi Fan, who was someone they needed to please. Mistake. It's a misunderstanding. Zhang Xiaojiang wiped his cold sweat, realizing he had gotten himself into big trouble. Slap. Huang Zhendong slapped Zhang Xiaojiang across the face. A misunderstanding? You dare to say that when so many eyes are on you, bullying Brother Yi's woman? Zhang Xiaojing covered his cheek. President Huang, my father is Zhang Daqiang. I hope you can show some leniency. Slap. Huang Zhendong slapped him again. Your father? Should I bring your father out to let him die? Besides, do you think your father can afford my consideration? Huang Zhendong looked around at Yang Jingxiao and the others, barking, do you think I owe you any consideration? Yang Jingxiao and the others lowered their heads, wishing they could bury their faces in the ground. For the first time, Zhang Xiaojing felt what true despair was like. However, Huang Zhendong did not stop there. Brother Yi is a simple man who doesn't like violence, but I, Huang Zhendong, will repay every grievance. Anyone who has offended the Yi brothers tonight, step forward. One hand each. Anyone who pretends to be deaf and mute will have to show both hands. Huang Zhendong's voice was firm, and a chilling atmosphere enveloped the entire private room. Seeing that he had achieved the desired effect, Yi Fan smiled faintly and signaled Lu Fuguwei and the others to leave with him. Yang Jingxiao and Lin Huanhuan instinctively shouted, Ruoxue. Tang Ruoxue hesitated for a moment. Yi Fan took her hand and walked out the door. Both Yang Jingxiao and Lin Huanhuan immediately broke into tears. Zhang Xiaojing, who was desperately trying to maintain his masculine composure, along with his lackeys, also turned pale. Although they hadn't collapsed, their legs were already trembling uncontrollably. I was just here to join the fun. A rather attractive woman slumped to the ground, hoarsely shouting, it has nothing to do with me. I swear. It really doesn't concern me. Please, don't involve me. The cocky young man in a flashy trench coat turned to run, only to be knocked down by a shotgun blast near the window. The scene was quickly surrounded by Huang Zhendong's men, and cries of anguish filled the air. As Tang Ruoxue entered the elevator, she heard the screams and looked at Yi Fan, whispering, Yi Fan. Some people need to be taught a lesson. Yi Fan replied, smiling at her. Otherwise, they will haunt us forever. I can't let them hurt you again. Tang Ruoxue fell silent. She felt that Yi Fan had changed a lot, having gained considerable strength, yet this transformation also made him seem somewhat unfamiliar to her. She wasn't sure whether to feel happy or worried. Lu Fuguwei, please escort Ruoxue home safely. When the elevator doors opened on the first floor, Yi Fan patted the bruised Lu Fuguwei on the shoulder and said, call me if you need anything. Got it. Don't worry, brother. I will definitely ensure Ruoxue. No, sister-in-law gets home safely, Lu Fuguwei replied, astonished but overjoyed at Yi Fan's trust. Tang Ruoxue understood that Yi Fan had business to attend to with Huang Zhendong, so she nodded and walked toward the red BMW at the door. Yi Fan watched her leave. As Tang Ruoxue opened the car door, she suddenly looked up and shouted, come back early. Yi Fan nodded and smiled, his expression radiant. Chapter 24. The Red Line Murder at 9 o'clock in the evening, in the Emperor Hall of the Summer Wind Club. After handling the matter with Zhang Xiaojing, Huang Zhentong invited Yi Fan to a private room for a banquet. With 10 dishes and a soup, plus 2 bottles of expensive red wine, it displayed his sincerity. As Yi Fan held Huang Zhentong's hand for diagnosis, he examined the photographs in the office of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce. The statue of Guan Gong had been destroyed. The killing intent in the office had dissipated, yet Huang Zhentong's brow was darker than the day before. As the life and death stone turned, Yi Fan quickly grasped the situation. However, before he could speak, Huang Zhentong's phone rang. After a brief conversation, he frowned slightly, but still motioned for one of his subordinates to come closer and whisper, Brother Yi, I'm sorry. Zhang Daqiang found my cousin to plead for him and wants to personally apologize to you. Huang Zhentong smiled at Yi Fan. I thought it best to have them give you an explanation, so I asked him to come here. Yi Fan replied nonchalantly, it doesn't matter. Soon, there was another knock at the door. Huang Zhentong had someone open it, and in walked a middle-aged couple. The man had a square face, was in his 50s, stood under 6 feet tall, dressed in a suit, and had a shrewd yet authoritative demeanor. The woman, 7 or 8 years younger, had an oval face, was tall and elegant, adorned with jewelry, and walked with more grace than Sister Rong. They were Zhang Daqiang and Lin Ruowan. Each of them was carrying 2 boxes. Upon entering, they immediately beamed with smiles, bowing and greeting, President Huang, good evening. We sincerely apologize for the offense caused by my son due to my lack of discipline. Zhang Daqiang was clearly well informed about the situation. I apologize on behalf of my useless child. After speaking, he placed the boxes on the table and slapped himself twice in the face. Yi Fan glanced at Zhang Daqiang. This guy was indeed something, being so harsh on himself. Lin Ruowan also smiled apologetically. Yes, President Huang, Xiaojing is confused. We are truly sorry. Although their son had lost limbs, they could not afford to offend Huang Zhentong, who they needed for protection through the Sihai Chamber of Commerce. They had no choice but to swallow their pride. Otherwise, not only would the recently acquired Disney project fall through, but they would also have to cough up their previous profits. Apologizing to me is pointless. Huang Jintong, looking impatient, pointed at Yi Fan. Whether this matter is resolved or not is up to Brother Yi. Brother Yi? Yi Fan. Zhang Daqiang clearly understood the situation now. Upon seeing the culprit Yi Fan sitting in front of him, a flash of anger crossed his eyes, but he quickly masked it with a smile. Brother Yi, hello. I sincerely apologize for not recognizing your greatness. He took a few steps forward, bowing and shaking Yi Fan's hand repeatedly in apology, completely lacking the demeanor of a billionaire with over 2 billion in assets. Regarding Xiaojing, I hope you can forgive us. He swiftly pulled out a check and handed it to Yi Fan, offering 1 million. Lin Ruowan clenched her fists, her delicate face flushed with anger, seemingly wishing she could strangle Yi Fan. She couldn't afford to offend Huang Jintong, so she directed her resentment towards Yi Fan. After all, he was merely a useless son-in-law. She had also gathered some information from Huang Jintong's subordinates that Huang Jintong was friendly with Yi Fan due to Yi Fan's ability to read fortunes and feng shui. Upon learning this, Lin Ruowan concluded that Huang Jintong had been fooled by Yi Fan, which further solidified her determination to take revenge on Yi Fan, who had no background. Of course, she wouldn't say much at this moment. She simply noted Yi Fan's appearance, planning to find an opportunity for revenge in the future. Thank you, President Zhang. Once Chairman Huang has finished handling things, it will all be over. Yi Fan pushed back the 1 million from Zhang Daqiang, saying, I just hope there won't be a next time. He sensed that the other party was smiling with malice, but he didn't take it to heart. If the Zhang family dared to retaliate again, he would crush them without hesitation. Zhang Daqiang wore a broad smile. Understood. No next time? What right do you have to say that? Lin Ruowan's pretty face turned cold, scoffing internally. A son-in-law daring to act tough really didn't know his place. All right, we'll discuss your son's matter later. Huang Jintong waved the two to sit aside. I'm here waiting for Brother Yi to help me dispel this bad luck. Zhang Daqiang hurriedly stepped aside. Lin Ruowan's eyes sparkled with intensity. She wanted to see how Yi Fan would put on a show and simultaneously find an opportunity to expose him and take revenge using Huang Jintong's hand. Brother Yi, I've already smashed the Guan Yu broadsword into pieces and put on the talisman you gave me. Huang Jintong no longer paid attention to the two, clearing his throat before speaking. But these past few days, I've been experiencing continuous bad luck. What's going on? Yi Fan looked at Huang Jintong. Let me see the talisman. Huang Jintong quickly took it out. It was still that same talisman, just stained with food residue. Seeing such a pitiful protective talisman, Lin Ruowan couldn't help but smirk. He didn't even take care while drawing the talisman, yet he dared to come out and deceive people. Yi Fan took it, looked at it, then grasped Huang Jintong's hand. Turning the life and death stone, you've discarded the talisman. It's been tainted with unclean substances, causing its power to diminish significantly, which is why the protection it offers you has weakened considerably. By the way, have you encountered any dead bodies in the past couple of days? He asked pointedly. Huang Jintong and a few subordinates nearly fell to the ground in disbelief. They looked at Yi Fan incredulously. Brother Yi is indeed a master. He even knows that I've encountered a dead body. Huang Jintong was completely in awe of Yi Fan. That's right. Last night, on my way home from the business association, just less than 20 meters from my doorstep, someone jumped from a high building and died right in front of me. A woman committed suicide while holding 2 children, and she was wearing red. He recounted what he knew to Yi Fan. Lin Ruowan rolled her eyes, knowing it was no surprise that Huang Jintong had encountered a dead body. As long as someone kept an eye on him these days, they could know all his movements. This was a scam easily seen through, yet only Huang Jintong believed it. Zhang Daqiang also chuckled, not taking it seriously. It's this resentment that has altered your fortune. Yi Fan looked at Huang Jintong and spoke blandly. Though the killing intent of the Guan Yu broadsword has ceased, the talisman is insufficient to dispel the malevolent energy surrounding you. You've also encountered the misfortune of the woman in red committing suicide, inadvertently absorbing her resentment. The resentment you carry is the last straw that breaks the camel's back, perfectly condensing the murderous aura around you into form. If I'm not mistaken, there must be a red thread on you. He fixed a sharp gaze on Huang Jintong's abdomen. Enough already. Can we stop with the nonsense? You really think of yourself as a master? Upon hearing this, Lin Ruowan could no longer hold back, standing up to shout. What resentment? What form? What red thread? Can you be a bit more grounded in reality? It's the 21st century, and you're talking about murderous aura taking shape? Besides, I've looked into you. You're just a poor kid. A live-in son-in-law. What do you know about fortune-telling and feng shui? President Huang might be too polite to expose you, but I won't let you deceive him. She turned to Huang Jintong again. President Huang, I'm not trying to target him. I just speak my mind. I really can't stand it any longer. This kid is just putting on a show. You mustn't believe him. Your recent misfortunes are just coincidences. Lin Ruan blasted Yi Fan for being utterly useless. Her mood greatly lifted as the anger over her son's mistreatment found an outlet. Shut up. As soon as she finished speaking, Huang Zhendong shouted at Lin Ruan. What the hell do you know? Calm down, President Huang. Lin Ruan means no harm. She's just straightforward. Zhang Daqiang quickly intervened, glancing at Yi Fan. I hope President Huang and young Master Yi can forgive her. Zhang Daqiang had been involved in many shady businesses, so he never believed in karma and scoffed at concepts like feng shui. Initially, he thought that a live-in son-in-law could earn Huang Zhendong's favor and even injure his own son, indicating some skill. But now, Zhang Daqiang felt disappointed. If he was just this kind of person, it seems Huang Zhendong made a misjudgment, and he had been flattering him for nothing. The idea of murderous aura taking shape and a red thread killing. Wasn't he that nonsense? Lin Ruowan didn't want to clash with Huang Zhendong, but thinking of Yi Fan being caught in the act, yet refusing to admit it made her furious. President Huang, we're doing this for your own good. He.S. definitely a fraud my ass. I really have a red thread. Huang Zhendong slammed the table, then, without hesitation, lifted his shirt to reveal a belly like a boiled chicken. Chapter 25. Well done. Zhang Daqiang and the others were taken aback, their voices lost in astonishment. A faint red line indeed stretched from Huang Zhendong's belly button toward his chest. How could this be possible? Their expressions shifted slightly. Zhang Daqiang's gaze toward Yi Fan changed. He realized that this red line couldn't have been revealed to Yi Fan by Huang Zhendong. Could it be that Yi Fan truly had some skills? Huang Zhendong didn't have time to settle scores with Zhang Daqiang and the others. He turned nervously to Yi Fan. Brother Yi, this red line is the blade evil. But I can't feel a thing. I thought I just bumped into something. He was now filled with admiration for Yi Fan and believed he was indeed afflicted. The red line was painless because the time had not yet come. Yi Fan squinted his eyes. The bad luck you've had these past 2 days could be partially alleviated by your talisman, which might save your life. But this red line? A talisman won't be able to stop it. If you had waited just one more day to find me, you would be in serious trouble. Huang Zhendong was baffled. This red line could take my life. The blade evil can materialize and rip me open? Yi Fan pointed at the red line on Huang Zhendong's body. Once this red line reaches your heart, it will burst open just like a ripe fruit. At this, Huang Zhendong was startled, unable to believe what he was seeing in his abdomen. Lin Ruowan bit her lip. That's too exaggerated. It's not like we're in a movie. It could just be a bruise. I've never seen a wound that moves. Before Huang Zhendong could reprimand her, the red line suddenly shifted, extending an inch toward his heart. This change left Lin Ruowan and the others in shock. Huang Zhendong felt a chill run down his spine and grasped Yi Fan's hand tightly. Brother Yi, I didn't recognize the gravity of the situation yesterday when I discarded the talisman and offended you. Please help me out. I don't want to die so soon. I'm really begging you. Just yesterday, Huang Zhendong had scoffed at concepts of feng shui and mysticism, but now he believed in them wholeheartedly. Don't worry. If I came here, it means I will help you, Yi Fan said, cutting off any further discussion. He motioned for Huang Zhendong to sit in the boss's chair and then took out a silver needle to disinfect it. Silver needle? Traditional Chinese medicine? Huang Zhendong was taken aback. President Huang, I think you should go to the hospital to get checked out, just to see if it's a bruise or consult with Dr. Sun, the miraculous healer, Lin Ruowan insisted, unwilling to let it go. We wouldn't want to delay treatment. Shut up or get out, Huang Zhendong snapped, silencing Lin Ruowan. He then looked at Yi Fan with excitement. Brother Yi, are you going to use qi to control the needle? Several sycophants were equally thrilled, their eyes wide with anticipation. Use qi to control the needle? Yi Fan was taken aback. No, I want qi. Although he had dabbled in both martial arts and medicine, he was still a novice with a shallow foundation, needing to carefully consider where to insert the needle. How could he control it with qi? That can't be right. Brother Yi, you can take on 500 opponents. You must be at the peak of the Huang realm. Huang Zhendong scratched his head. With that kind of strength, you should be able to control the needle with qi. Come on, I can take on 500. But does that mean I'm stuffed full of ginseng fruit? Right now, I can barely handle 100, Yi Fan retorted. Yi Fan gave Huang Zhendong a light slap on the head and said, Stop talking nonsense and be still. I need to perform the acupuncture. If my hand trembles and I miss the target, it could lead to serious issues. Huang Zhendong immediately quieted down. Yi Fan took a deep breath, picked up the silver needles, and began to puncture a few acupoints on Huang Zhendong's body. Tai Chi Divine Needle, he began. Performing the second form, the Bagua Break Evil. Yi Fan was very methodical, taking 3 minutes to complete 9 needles, all aimed precisely at the target acupoints. As the silver needles were inserted, the red lines that had been spreading began to stop and then faded away. The red lines receded, the red lines receded. A few of his subordinates suddenly cheered, as if they had just won a $300 million lottery. They clearly saw the red line that was pressing toward Huang Zhendong's heart gradually retreating toward his abdomen, eventually shrinking to a point and disappearing completely. Huang Zhendong looked down in surprise and was amazed to find that the oppressive feeling had vanished and the pain in his body had eased significantly. Zhang Daqiang was also dumbfounded. He had initially thought Yi Fan was just putting on a show, but now realized how limited his own understanding had been. "Brother Yi, thank you so much. I feel so much lighter now," Huang Zhendong said joyfully. "But I have one question. Many of my brothers have Guangong's broadswords at home or in their shops. Why are they safe while I had to face this calamity?" He looked puzzled. "Those swords aren't artifacts or burial items. They also worship Guan Eri when displaying the swords." Yi Fan spoke calmly. "When Guan Eri is honored, the broadsword will be restrained. But you only display the sword without any form of suppression, so its sharpness becomes exposed. Over time, it turns into a malevolent force. And then you become a target." Huang Zhendong suddenly understood, "So that's how it is." "Nonsense." Lin Rowan still refused to acknowledge Yi Fan's capabilities. "I don't believe you, a son-in-law, could possibly know about these things before Huang Zhendong could get angry." Yi Fan narrowed his eyes and looked toward Zhang Daqiang not far away. "Mr. Zhang, when you were a child, did you get hit in the waist by something hard while swimming? And did you choke on water injuring your internal organs?" Zhang Daqiang was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't expected Yi Fan to ask about him. His expression then turned to shock. "Ah, Brother Yi, how did you know about this?" Lin Ruowan was also stunned. "You really have this situation?" If he weren't her husband, she would have thought he was making it up because she had no knowledge of this incident. Yi Fan smiled lightly. "When you shook my hand just now, I took the opportunity to feel your pulse. Brother Yi is indeed remarkable. No wonder President Huang appreciates you so much," Zhang Daqiang continued. "That's right. When I was a child, my family was poor. And I worked on a sandboat at 12. I accidentally got hit in the waist by an anchor and nearly drowned. I had to recuperate for 3 months before I could walk again, but I didn't have any major issues afterward." Huang Zhendong was increasingly astonished by Yi Fan. He didn't expect him to be skilled in martial arts, dispelling evil, and also able to diagnose illnesses. Yi Fan smiled lightly. "It won't cause you any major issues in your daily life. However, you should get more sun and pay attention to keeping warm. That accident will not only leave you unable to have children for life, but it will also lead to half of your body being paralyzed when you grow old." He reminded her, "If you often go to places with dampness, it could land you in a wheelchair sooner than you think." The entire room fell silent in an instant. Lin Rowan's pretty face changed drastically as she snapped back. "What nonsense are you talking about? If you don't understand, just keep your mouth shut. Lao Zhang, let us go. This is just a quack spouting nonsense." She pulled the man toward the door. "Shut up." Zhang Daqiang forcefully pulled his wife back and then looked at Yi Fan in shock. "You mean I've been unable to conceive all this time?" Yi Fan took a sip of tea and replied, "That collision caused your spermatic vein to twist, leading to blood stagnation and blockage of the sperm duct. Mr. Zhang, if you don't believe it, you can go to the hospital and get checked." Huang Zhendong chuckled. "Little Yi can accurately describe your symptoms from childhood. If you still don't believe in his abilities, then you must be out of your mind." A few sycophants looked at Zhang Daqiang with pity. Zhang Daqiang didn't speak, but turned to stare at Lin Ruowan. At that moment, he was no longer nodding and bowing, no longer wearing a humble smile, but instead filled with fierce determination and a murderous intent. Plop! Lin Ruowan's heart raced in panic. "Lao Zhang, listen to me. Xiaojing is really your son." Zhang Daqiang kicked her out of the way and stormed out. Lin Ruowan hurried after him. Huang Zhendong squinted slightly. A dark night with a strong wind. It's a night for killing. Chapter 26. A change in temperament at 10:30 in the evening. Yi Fan left the Summer Breeze Club. Before he departed, Huang Zhendong handed him a check for 10 million yuan, marking Yi Fan's first substantial earnings since birth. Yi Fan understood Huang Zhendong's intentions. Offering such a large sum was not only an expression of gratitude, but also a way to build a connection. The martial arts, fortune-telling, and medical skills Yi Fan showcased had impressed Huang Zhendong, making him see great value in their association. Although Yi Fan initially didn't want to get too close to Huang Zhendong, he ultimately accepted the check, knowing that he would inevitably have to engage with him again regarding the Yunding Mountain Villa. Upon returning to the Tang family villa, Yi Fan slowed his pace and quietly made his way to the second floor. As he opened the door, he saw Tang Ruoxue emerging from the bathroom, wrapped in a white towel that barely covered her essential areas. His gaze immediately fell upon her impossibly straight legs. Typically, a woman's legs might reveal some flaws, too long and not straight, perfectly straight but uneven in skin tone, or even a uniform color but marked with small scars. However, when it came to Tang Ruoxue's legs, Yi Fan felt nothing but a powerful physiological impact. They were as pure and white as lotus roots, without any hint of excess. Yi Fan felt his breath quicken. "You're back?" Tang Ruoxua paused, slightly startled to see him, instinctively tightening her grip on the towel before relaxing. "Are you okay? I thought the police had taken you since you returned so late." Though she appeared casual, there was an undercurrent of anxiety in her heart, especially since Yi Fan had publicly severed Zhang Xiaojiang's finger. "I'm fine." Yi Fan's gaze followed her until she stepped into the inner room. Huang Zhendong intervened. "And the Zhang family won't be causing me any trouble," he added. "Zhang Daqiang even came to apologize to me." "That's good to hear." Tang Ruoxua's eyes reflected her concern. "But now you owe Huang Zhendong a big favor." She understood that someone like Huang Zhendong wouldn't lend his influence lightly. If he backed Yi Fan once, it was likely he would demand something significant in return. "Next time, I'll give you 100,000 yuan so you can buy some expensive gifts for Huang Zhendong," she suggested, sitting up slightly. "You should repay tonight's favor as much as you can." Yi Fan chuckled cheerfully. "Don't worry, I saved his life. Tonight's favor is more than enough to settle things." Recalling Yi Fan's life-saving act made Tang Ruoxua's worry ease considerably. "Yi Fan, if you no longer owe him a favor, please avoid getting too close to Huang Zhendong in the future. I don't want to visit you in prison," she warned. "Getting too involved with him will eventually lead to trouble. The Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, while it may seem legitimate, is involved in shady business." "Okay." Yi Fan suddenly remembered something. "By the way, why didn't you tell me about your financial issues?" He had learned that Tang Ruoxua had been tricked by Baiwa Bank. The 100 million yuan loan, originally set for 3 years, had been called back by the bank after just 6 months, citing excessive operational risks and refusing to extend the loan further. This left Tang Ruoxua in a chaotic situation. The company is expanding its production scale, but 100 million in working capital has been withdrawn, severely affecting normal operations. Tang Ruoxua is desperately borrowing money everywhere, even offering 3 times the interest to banks, thinking it wouldn't be hard to resolve the situation. However, her business partners are coming up with all sorts of excuses to refuse her. Despite her efforts, she still has a shortfall of 50 million, which ultimately leads to the conflict tonight. "Do you want me to say something?" Tang Ruoxua's pretty face instinctively showed a hint of sarcasm. "Will it do any good? 50 million, what can you help with? If you were even a little useful, I wouldn't have to exhaust myself every day." Yi Fan forced a bitter smile, realizing she had a point. In the past, even if he knew how difficult things were for Tang Ruoxua, he wouldn't have been able to help at all. "Oh, by the way, I have 10 million here that Huang Zhendong insisted on giving me." He pulled out a check and handed it over. "You can use this for now." 10 million? Tang Ruoxua's body trembled in disbelief as she looked at Yi Fan. "Huang Zhendong gave you 10 million? Yi Fan made up an excuse. "Yeah, I guess he didn't want to owe me a favor, so he gave me 10 million to repay the life-saving debt. This 10 million I can't take. And you shouldn't either." Tang Ruoxua maintained her clarity of thought. "You mustn't cash it, or you'll never be able to get out of this mess. Even if Huang Zhendong doesn't drag you down, the police will eventually come after you for this money. Don't touch it. If you need money, I'll give it to you." Her voice was cold and sharp, and she momentarily forgot her open legs, the sight of her fair skin stimulating Yi Fan's senses. He was taken aback, initially wanting to persuade her again, but seeing Tang Ruoxua's frosty expression, he decided to put the check away. "I'll handle my company's issues," Tang Ruoxua advised. "You should take care of things at home for the next few days and find a job as soon as possible. Your mom was sick, and you needed to care for her constantly, but now that she is better, there is no reason for you not to work. I'm not asking you to earn a lot, just to be a bit more stable." She didn't want to see Yi Fan mopping floors and cooking every day, nor did she want him pretending to be a miracle doctor and deceiving people, so she hoped he could have something constructive to do. Yi Fan nodded again. "Okay, I'll go see my mom tomorrow and look for a job as soon as possible." After saying that, he went to find clothes to take a shower. As soon as he entered the bathroom, his eyes narrowed slightly. He saw Tang Ruoxua's amulet hanging on the sink, a wisp of dark energy swirling around it. Seeing Tang Ruoxua combing her hair, Yi Fan quietly reached for the amulet. The stone of life and death turned on its own, exuding a fierce killing intent. Yi Fan could feel its malevolence. Just as he was about to crush it, he suddenly saw another face appear in the mirror. "Give it back." Tang Ruoxua, appearing behind him, suddenly shouted angrily and snatched the amulet from Yi Fan's hand. He was startled, trembling in shock as he looked at Tang Ruoxua, who was breathing heavily. For a moment, he was dumbfounded because he had never seen her like this before. She looked like a child who had just had their beloved toy snatched away, both frightened and furious, mixed with a fierce, menacing expression. At that moment, Tang Ruoxua held the amulet tightly in her hand and suddenly calmed down, as if she had realized her overly emotional reaction. She looked at Yi Fan, who was staring at her in shock, and a wave of guilt surged within her, making her feel like a child who had done something wrong. She wanted to apologize to Yi Fan, but instead, she stiffened her face and scolded him. Who told you to mess with my things? From now on, you can't touch my belongings without my permission, or you'll have to sleep on the 3rd floor. Throughout her speech, she kept the amulet clutched to her chest, as if it were a treasured possession. Ruoxiue, this is truly an evil object. You must get rid of it immediately, Yi Fan advised, his gaze fixed on her. Otherwise, you and those around you will be affected, and it could even lead to life-threatening situations. He noticed that the dark energy surrounding the amulet was starting to intensify again. Get out, Tang Ruoxiue coldly interrupted. Chapter 27. Unreasonable. The next morning, Yi Fan woke up early. After serving breakfast to the Tang couple and seeing them off to work, he got ready to head back to the village in the city. He wanted to check on Shun Biqin's situation. With the stomach tumor gone and her debts cleared, life should be easier for his adoptive mother. But Yi Fan still made it a habit to visit her every now and then. She and her family had raised him for 18 years, and he had long considered them his own parents. When Tang Ruoxiue heard that Yi Fan was going to see Shun Biqin, she was the first to take the initiative to ask to go with him. Yi Fan was a bit surprised, but more than that, he was happy. This meant that Tang Ruoxiue was slowly starting to accept him. It was worth noting that she had rarely even met her mother face-to-face before. 20 minutes later, their old Audi arrived at the Baishizu village. However, Shun Biqin was not at the rental property. When Yi Fan called her, he found out that she was at the nearby Chaoyang market. So, he took Tang Ruoxiue and walked over. Along the way, countless eyes were on them, as if they were a beauty and a beast. Soon, they arrived at the market, bustling with people, lively shouts ringing out, full of the essence of life. Yi Fan led Tang Ruoxiue around for a bit and quickly spotted his mother in the corner on the east side. She had rented a stall, with a table out front displaying 6 large aluminum pots, all filled with various herbal teas she had brewed. 3 yuan a cup. The herbal tea was quite popular, and there was a line of people waiting to buy. Shun Biqin was busy bustling about. Mom, you're not fully recovered. Why are you here setting up a stall? Yi Fan rushed over, worried that she might overexert herself. If you tire yourself out, it wouldn't be worth it. He even picked up one of the large pots to help. I'm fine. It's just too stuffy staying at home, and besides, I've spent quite a bit on medical expenses this past year, Shun Biqin said with a kind smile. I thought I'd brew some herbal tea to earn a little money for groceries. Yi Fan felt helpless. How many times have I told you? I can handle the medical expenses. It's not easy for you, and besides, you're my mother-in-law. If you keep taking money from me, people will talk. Shun Biqin understood completely, and it wouldn't be fair to the Tang family. Mom, Yi Fan hasn't taken any money from the Tang family. The money he gives you is all earned by himself. He has complete authority over it. Tang Ruoxiue chimed in, smiling as she squeezed through the crowd. So don't worry about it. Ruoxiue, you're here? Shun Biqin was slightly taken aback, seemingly not expecting her presence. Then she pulled over a stool. Sit down, Ruoxiue. You shouldn't be doing this heavy work. Mom, it's fine, Tang Ruoxiue said with a gentle smile. I can handle this. You should sit down and rest since you're not well. Let Yi Fan and me take care of selling the tea. She gently pushed Shun Biqin onto the stool. Ruoxiue, you're such a good girl, Shun Biqin said, helplessly sitting down, then kicked Yi Fan lightly. You didn't even let me know Ruoxiue was coming. I was at home preparing a meal for you too. Bringing her here to suffer, how could you do that to her? Shun Biqin remained as kind-hearted as ever. Yi Fan let out a bitter smile. How was I supposed to know you'd start selling herbal tea right after getting better? Tang Ruoxiue chuckled. All right, stop complaining. Let us sell the tea quickly so we can wrap up early and take Mom home. With that, the 3 of them got busy. Tang Ruoxiue attended to the customers. Yi Fan poured the herbal tea, and Shun Biqin handled the money. The appearance of the stunning Tang Ruoxiue attracted a crowd, and the number of customers surged, almost nonstop. Watching this scene, Yi Fan felt a warm feeling inside. This was the life he had always dreamed of, a life worth protecting for a lifetime. Unfortunately, he could never quite reach the depths of a woman's heart. Just then, a loud shout pierced the air, silencing the bustling market. Yi Fan looked up to see several unruly young men swaggering into the market. Leading them was He Go, chewing betel nut and looking down on everyone present, as if the Chaoyang market was beneath his notice. Following him, a crew-cut young man brandished a printed QR code, flaunting it in front of every stall as they passed by. Yi Fan recognized him immediately. The young man collecting money was Yi Hao, his uncle's younger son. It didn't surprise him. Yi Hao had always been a bully, having beaten countless classmates and even ambushed teachers. Out of a class of 47, he had picked on 45, with the only one he dared not bully being the principal's child. Yi Fan himself had been a victim of Yi Hao's bullying many times, so seeing him like this was nothing new. As soon as the stall owners spotted He Go and his crew, they hurriedly took out their phones to scan the QR codes and enter the predetermined amounts. Some stalls, making good business, paid 500, while others forked out 1,000 or even 2,000. With 120 stalls in the Chaoyang market, this gang could easily pocket 70 to 80,000 after a round. Tang Ruoshua asked, "Mom, who are these people?" Shin Bichin hesitated before answering. "They collect management fees." Yi Fan spoke up coolly. "Management fees? They're just a bunch of greedy thugs." He could see right through their tactics. Shin Bichin waved her hands. "Fan, Ruoshua, don't get involved. Let me handle this." She then opened her purse, pulled out several red bills, and added 350 yuan notes to make a total of 500. "Mom, you're selling herbal tea just to make 100 or so after half a day. Why do you have to pay 500 as a management fee? And Yi Hao is the one collecting your money?" Yi Fan frowned. To him, no matter how despicable someone was, they should have some sort of bottom line. At that moment, a chubby owner of a pork stall argued with He Go and his gang, only to have Yi Hao order him to leave immediately. It was only when the owner's daughter pulled out a wad of cash that they backed off. "This market was bought by us. It's our property. If you don't pay the management fee, you can get out," Yi Hao shouted arrogantly, even daring to grope the young and beautiful owner's daughter. His arrogance was off the charts. Tang Ruoshua narrowed her eyes slightly. They are completely out of control. Yi Fan's gaze sharpened as well. The leader of the gang, Black Dog, spotted Yi Fan's defiant expression from a distance and felt his authority challenged, so he swaggered over with his men. He shot a glare at Yi Fan and said, "What are you staring at, kid? Keep it up and I'll smash your eyes out." Yi Fan suppressed his anger, lowered his eyelids, and sipped on a cup of cool tea. "At least you know your place," he thought. The old man had a decent day selling tea. Now, about that management fee, it's $1,000, so hand it over quickly. Black Dog kicked the shop sign down and barked, "Quit your whining before I lose my temper." A few thugs casually poured themselves some tea, took a sip, and spat it on the ground, grimacing. "What is this crap?" Yi Hao approached, standing next to Black Dog, trying to act intimidating. "Auntie, you're out here selling tea in this heat? That must be tough. You really should be resting at home, especially after just getting out of the hospital. Don't tire yourself out. My brother would be worried about you." His smile was warm and friendly, making him seem less like a thug and more like a caring young man. Shin Bichin's mouth twitched, unsure how to respond. Yi Fan's expression turned cold. "Yi Hao, don't push it. Oh, my college brother is back." Yi Hao called out to Yi Fan with feigned enthusiasm. "You should have told me in advance so I could prepare some food and a bottle of wine for us to enjoy together. Are you looking down on me? Your little brother? Fine. Since we're relatives, I'll make a concession for Black Dog here. Today, we'll settle for 2,000. Yi Hao's grin widened, as if he and Yi Fan were the best of brothers. "Black Dog, this is my aunt. Can we make it 2,000 out of respect?" Black Dog burst into laughter. "All right. Yi Hao, I'll give you face and take the 2,000. "Wait a minute. You guys," Yi Fan interrupted. "I'll get the money." Not wanting Yi Fan to clash with Black Dog and his crew, Shun Bichin stepped in. "I'll pay the 2,000. Yi Fan pulled out a check and handed it over. "Wow, a check? Must be a wealthy guy. Yi Hao, your brother is doing pretty well for himself." Black Dog took the check, glanced at it, and his laughter froze instantly. 10 million? Huang Zhendong. Chapter 28. Eating with the left hand. Seeing the Black Dog in a daze, several companions curiously leaned in closer. It was one thing not to look, but once they did, their bodies trembled, and they uncontrollably fell to the ground. They struggled to get back up, but their legs were still shaking. What terrible luck. They were just trying to collect some protection money, and now they received a check from the big boss. Yi Hao also wanted to take a look, but unfortunately, the Black Dog had already returned it to Yi Fan. "Brother Black Dog, 2,000 in protection fees is too little for you." At that moment, Yi Fan stepped forward and smiled at the Black Dog and his crew, saying, "Take this 10 million. Consider it a token of our appreciation." Upon hearing that the check was for 10 million, many onlookers gasped in shock. They never expected the son of the herbal tea seller to be so wealthy. Yi Hao was also taken aback, surprised that his useless brother had so much money. Did the Tang family really value him that much? Then, excitement filled his face. Black Dog was asking for 2,000 in protection fees, but Yi Fan was offering 10 million. It was like he had lost his mind. Black Dog would definitely swallow that 10 million. Beaming with enthusiasm, Yi Hao said, "Brother Black Dog, my brother is being so generous. You should give me some face and accept the 10 million. He even cast a glance at Tang Ruoshua, thinking how the Tang family truly was wealthy. He imagined how perfect life would be once he took over the Tang family's fortune and his sister-in-law. Yi Hao was thrilled, but Black Dog was stiff as a board, dry-mouthed, and after a long pause, he finally managed to utter, "Who are you?" "Brother Dog, This is Yi Fan, my second aunt's adopted son. Yi Hao quickly clarified Yi Fan's identity, the son-in-law of the Tang family. Yi Fan. Black Dog's expression changed dramatically upon hearing the name. The next moment, he fell to his knees with a thud. Brother Yi, no, Fan Gu, we were wrong. Please give us another chance. Black Dog kept bowing his head to Yi Fan, weeping and pleading for forgiveness. Although Huang Zhendong had sealed off the news about the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce being swept away, the core members still understood the significance of that battle. After all, it was 1 against 100. Moreover, Huang Zhendong had issued an order to the entire Four Seas Chamber of Commerce that no one from the inner or outer circles was allowed to provoke Yi Fan, and anyone who dared to violate this would face family punishment. Therefore, the name Yi Fan was etched into the bones of the Four Seas leaders. When Black Dog realized he was challenging Yi Fan and connected it to the 10 million president's check, he immediately understood he was courting death. Brother Dog, why are you acting like this? Yi Fan handed the check to Black Dog. Get up and collect the protection fee. Black Dog felt the check was like a hot potato and pushed it back, saying, I can't accept it. Take it. No. A group of stall owners stared in disbelief at the scene before them. They had never seen anyone voluntarily offer management fees only for Black Dog to refuse like a butcher. Fan Gu, I really can't accept it. I was truly wrong. Black Dog was about to break down and slapped himself 4 times, saying, Fan Gu, I'm sorry. I didn't recognize the mountain. This scene left countless onlookers stunned. No one had expected the boastful Black Dog to be so afraid of Yi Fan. Tang Ruoxue was equally astonished, her gaze towards Yi Fan now filled with curiosity. Yi Hao was completely confused and asked, Brother Dog, why are you apologizing to a useless person? With a loud slap, Black Dog knocked Yi Hao to the ground and shouted, Shut up! How dare you speak to Brother Fan like that? Get on your knees. Black Dog had completely changed his attitude towards Yi Hao. Lying on the ground, Yi Hao's face was as pale as a sheet. But he still refused to back down. Brother Dog, he's just a useless fool, relying on a marriage of convenience to become a son-in-law of the Tang family. Bang! Before Yi Hao could finish his sentence, Black Dog stood up and kicked him fiercely. Then, he slapped him twice across the face. The strikes were powerful and crisp, clearly audible. Yi Hao fell to the ground, screaming in agony, half of his face swollen. You useless brat. Black Dog forced himself to suppress his fear and anxiety. If you dare to disrespect Brother Fan again, I'll kill you. The onlookers around were completely dumbfounded. What was going on? Yi Hao felt his worldview shatter, but still unwilling to accept his situation, he shouted, Brother Dog, he's not Brother Fan at all. He's just my second aunt's adopted son. You must have mistaken him for someone else. Shut your mouth, you insolent fool. Black Dog, trembling with rage, slapped him again. Brother Fan is not a simple person. Not simple? Haha. He has been in our Yi family for over a decade. And I know better than anyone whether he is useless or not. Holding his swollen face, Yi Hao shouted defiantly at Yi Fan, Yi Fan, quickly tell Brother Dog that you're my second aunt's adopted son, that you're just a useless fool brought in to please the Tang family, not Brother Fan. You've got the wrong person. If this gets sorted out later, you and my second aunt are both going to be in trouble. He was quite displeased with Yi Fan, thinking that Black Dog had mistaken him, yet Yi Fan didn't step up to clarify, which led to him getting beaten. Second aunt, you better come out and testify. You're not some big shot, just say it. You've made me suffer, just wait until my parents deal with you. Yi Hao vowed angrily to seek justice from his second aunt and Yi Fan. Idiot, you're going to get me killed. Black Dog was even angrier upon hearing this and directly grabbed a chair, slamming it down on Yi Hao. With a crack, 2 of Yi Hao's ribs broke. Seeing Yi Fan remain indifferent, Black Dog rushed over and kicked him several more times. Blood poured from Yi Hao's mouth and nose. He finally realized something was wrong. Brother Dog, I was wrong. I won't say anything anymore. Black Dog grabbed Yi Hao by the collar, whispering fiercely. Brother Fan is a friend of President Huang. This check is from President Huang to Brother Fan. If you want to die, do it yourself. Don't drag me and my brothers down with you. President Huang? Yi Hao was dumbfounded. Unable to believe that Yi Fan had climbed up the social ladder through Huang Zhendong. His face was filled with reluctance. Clinging to President Huang's leg? Clinging to President Huang's leg? Black Dog nearly ground his teeth, exhaling heavily as he uttered his last words. President Huang is afraid of him. Even though he forced down his emotions, his voice was barely audible, but the last line seemed to drain him of all his strength, making it hard for him to breathe. In that instant, Yi Hao was so shocked that he froze in place. Kneel down, everyone kneel down. Black Dog kicked down all his followers, who promptly knelt in front of the tea stall. Brother Fan, please show us mercy and give us another chance. The Black Dog kept bowing and begging for forgiveness, We promise we won't bother you or the lady again. A few thugs chimed in. We won't dare anymore. We won't dare. But Yi Hao's eyes were filled with resentment. Though he was terrified, he felt even more defiant. He could never accept that Yi Fan, whom he had bullied for so long, had now risen to a position of power over him. However, he didn't push back any further, knowing that the black dog might stab him. Give you a chance? Have you given anyone else a chance? Yi Fan coldly looked at the black dog. Whenever there's a disagreement about protection fees, it's either violence or vandalism. Everyone here relies on small businesses to make a living, yet you suck their blood. Have you ever given them a way out? The market vendors all cheered in agreement upon hearing this. Tang Ruoxue looked at Yi Fan with interest, her usually dim eyes sparkling for a rare moment. Yi Fan stepped in front of the black dog, emanating an even stronger sense of pressure, making the black dog and his gang feel like they couldn't breathe. Brother Fan, I'm sorry. I'm a beast. I'm an animal. From now on, I won't take any more. The black dog had already bled from banging his forehead, and I will return everything I collected this month. Seeing the black dog and his gang trembling in fear, Shun Biqing gently tugged at Yi Fan's sleeve. Yi Fan, let it go. Just let it go. Tang Ruoxue also leaned closer to Yi Fan and whispered, leave them a way out. The other vendors still need to do business. Yi Fan took a step forward and looked at the black dog. Which hand do you want to use to touch Ruoxue? The kneeling black dog shuddered and, with a stiff neck, extended his right hand. Brother Fan, this one. Yi Fan remained calm. From now on, use your left hand to eat. Understood, understood. The black dog's eyelid twitched. Then he pulled out a spring knife without hesitation and plunged it into his palm. With one cut, he made 2 wounds, blood gushing out. Many people around screamed. Shun Biqing and Tang Ruoxue turned their heads away. Yi Fan kicked the black dog, sending him sprawling. Get lost. The black dog covered his bloody right hand and hurriedly left. Chapter 29. Chairman Zhang wants to sit here. The black dog led Yi Hao and his group in a hasty retreat. Yi Fan was met with cheers and applause from the entire market. The black dog's gang had pressed them so hard they could barely catch their breath. And now, with Yi Fan's help to vent their frustrations and waiving the management fee, the vendors were filled with gratitude. As a result, everyone rushed over, not only buying up all the herbal tea but also bringing their own goods, chickens, ducks, geese, fish, and various vegetables and fruits, quickly piling them high at the herbal tea stall. Yi Fan wanted to return the favors, but he was sternly scolded by the uncles and aunts for being inconsiderate. In the end, Yi Fan and Shun Biqing had no choice but to accept the offerings, ensuring they wouldn't need to buy groceries for the next half-month. Shun Biqing was in high spirits, glowing like never before, and soon left with a smile, taking Yi Fan and Tang Ruoxue home. At noon, the dining table was laid out with 6 dishes and a soup, all colorful and delicious, allowing Yi Fan and Tang Ruoxue to feast heartily. They lingered until after 5 before heading back to the Tang family residence. Just as they arrived at the bottom of their apartment building, Tang Ruoxue received a call and then pulled Yi Fan into her BMW. During the drive, she informed him that her brother-in-law was hosting a dinner that night. Brother-in-law Han Jianfeng's business had taken off, recently securing a major project, and her sister Han Cici had been promoted to department head, bringing double happiness to the family. Consequently, the Han family had invited Lin Xiuling and others to dine at the luxurious restaurant. Since Lin Xiuling and Tang Sangwa had matters to attend to, they entrusted Tang Ruoxue and Yi Fan to represent them. Upon hearing this news, Yi Fan felt quite resistant. Can I skip it? He asked. The incident with the Rolex had embarrassed Han Jianfeng and his wife, and Yi Fan worried he would be targeted if he showed up. Tang Ruoxue teased him. If brother-in-law and sister make it clear you need to be there and you don't show up, they'll say the Tang family is being rude. Besides, if you don't show up to draw fire, won't they just laugh at me? Yi Fan playfully slapped Tang Ruoxue's thigh, saying, You're hoping for my downfall, aren't you? His palm brushed against her tights, feeling incredibly good and warm. Tang Ruoxue visibly shivered, clearly resisting the touch of a man, yet unusually did not push Yi Fan's hand away. She didn't scream or get angry, just pretended not to notice and focused on steering the car. Unbeknownst to her, she felt a flicker of acceptance towards this man. Seizing the moment, Yi Fan rubbed her thigh again. Tang Ruoxue didn't react. He moved his hand further up. Her eyelids twitched, but she remained silent. Yi Fan pressed on. Are you done? Tang Ruoxue yelled at him. Yi Fan was startled and quickly withdrew his hand. At 7 in the evening, Yi Fan and Tang Ruoxue arrived at the private room of the Dafahao restaurant. The room was luxuriously decorated, with 3 large round tables that could comfortably seat 30 people, each table costing at least 8,000, showing that the Han family had indeed spent a lot. The tables were already filled with guests, all chatting happily. Tang Ruoxue introduced Yi Fan to everyone, But the Han family relatives were indifferent, not only cold but also impatient, leaving Tang Ruoxue feeling quite disheartened. Although Han Jianfeng's parents were the hosts, they remained aloof and simply pointed to the seats by the door. Tang Fenghua and Han Sisi didn't even spare Yi Fan a glance. Yi Fan didn't pay much attention and pulled Tang Ruoxue to sit down by the door. Tang Ruoxue shot him a glance and said, "You really have a big heart. How can you eat after all this? Can't you have a little pride and just walk away?" Yi Fan smiled faintly. "Since we brought a gift, we might as well enjoy a meal." Tang Ruoxue almost muttered the word useless again. When everyone had arrived, Han's mother, dressed elegantly, stood up with a proud and pleased expression. "Today, Jianfeng signed a 30 million project with the Zhang family business, and Sisi has become the administrative supervisor of the Wuhu Group's branch. Their achievements today are thanks to the encouragement from all the elders and siblings. My husband and I set up these tables to show our gratitude for everyone's support." Han's father laughed heartily and said, "Everyone enjoy the food and drinks tonight, and don't hesitate to ask for anything you need. Mom, Dad, esteemed elders, brothers and sisters." Han Jianfeng raised his glass and stood up. "I want to say much. Let us toast to this." He downed his drink in one go. With Jianfeng and CC's talents, they LL soon soar to great heights. Let us not forget us poor relatives when that happens. "Wow, so young and already accomplished, impressive," a relative exclaimed. "One is a big project boss, and the other is a top executive in a Fortune 500 company. The Han family truly has a wealth of talent." The relatives of the Han family enthusiastically toasted while praising them. The eldest uncle, Uncle Jiu, even pounded the table, exclaiming, "This is how children should be raised. This is how children should be raised." Han Jianfeng laughed. "Uncle, you flatter us. No matter how successful my sister and I become, we are still one family." Han Sisi also raised her delicate face. "If anyone needs anything in the future, just speak up. My brother and I won't let you down." The Han siblings spoke grandly, and the relatives were quite satisfied, leading to another round of flattery. Han's father and mother beamed with pride. Suddenly, Tang Fenghua turned to Yi Fan, who was focused on his meal, and said, "Ruoxue, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but you should push your family member, Yi Fan, a bit more. Jianfeng is only 3 years older than him. While he may not be a Forbes billionaire, he still has a car, a house, and a company. And your Yi Fan? He hasn't accomplished anything and is still being supported by the Tang family." She wanted to vent her frustration about the Rolex incident. "Don't you feel embarrassed?" "I feel embarrassed for the Tang family. It's not entirely Yi Fan's fault. He has tried his best." Han Jianfeng smiled slyly. "It's just that his abilities are quite limited. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become a live-in son-in-law." Tang Ruoxue's expression changed slightly. She wanted to say something, but was stopped by Yi Fan shaking his head. They hadn't even finished eating. Han's father and mother looked over with deep disdain. After all, their son was a big boss, while Yi Fan relied on the Tang family's charity. How could they not look down on him? "Oh, so this is the live-in son-in-law of the Tang family?" They looked at him, thinking he seemed normal, but couldn't fathom why he seemed so inept. If he were capable, would he have torn up Jianfeng's antique paintings? "I heard he bought some cheap ginseng fruit from a street vendor as a birthday gift for his mother-in-law. Luckily, Jianfeng discovered it early and intervened. Otherwise, it could have led to a big mess. Plus, to show off in front of friends and family, he even bought a fake Rolex box. Such vanity." The birthday banquet turned into a scandal, and the Rolex conflict was twisted by Han Jianfeng, making it look completely different among the Han family relatives. Tang Fenghua didn't bother to explain. Tang Ruoxue's pretty face was filled with anger. "That's not how it is. If you're not capable, just know your place and stop making the Tang family clean up after you." Uncle Nine from the Han family lectured Yi Fan, "You need to be grounded. Don't aim too high." Yi Fan nodded repeatedly while munching on a chicken leg. "Yes, yes, yes." Han Sisi shot Yi Fan a glance, her face full of arrogance and disdain. "Sisi, now that you're a supervisor, see if Woohoo Company needs any interns. Let Yi Fan in to do some odd jobs. It'll help him get by," Tang Fenghua suggested, actually wanting to see the drama unfold. "We're all relatives. If we can help, we should." "What are you talking about, Fenghua?" Han's mother said arrogantly. "Sisi works for Woohoo Group, a Fortune 500 company. How could anyone get in through the back door?" "That's right. Mom is correct. Woohoo is a large corporation. Even though I'm an administrative supervisor managing a dozen people, I can't just let anyone in." Han Sisi looked down on Yi Fan. "In our company, even the janitors need a bachelor's degree. Someone like Yi Fan simply can't be accommodated." In her eyes, Yi Fan was just a piece of useless clay that could never be molded into anything useful. "Stick with me," Han Jianfeng said as he waved his hand. "I'm collaborating with the Zhang family and will soon be involved in a Disney project. It's a massive undertaking, and I'll need quite a few people. Yi Fan, come find me at Disney tomorrow. You'll be moving bricks for 5,000 a month. Tang Fenghua smiled mischievously. Yi Fan, shouldn't you thank your brother-in-law? Huh. Yi Fan set down his chopsticks, looking a bit surprised. Sorry, I was lost in thought, and didn't catch what you all were saying. Han Jianfeng. Han family relatives. What is wrong with you? Your brother-in-law kindly arranged a decent job for you, and you didn't hear a word? Uncle Nine from the Han family scolded. Are you deaf? Tang Ruoshua's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She wanted to say something, but was held back by Yi Fan. Yi Fan still ignored the commotion and continued eating. He had a 2,000 yuan red envelope, and not eating a bit more would be a loss. All he did was eat, and he didn't respond to the elders despite their many remarks. Don't blame him. There is hardly any opportunity to eat at a fancy restaurant, so he was determined to enjoy it. The Han family relatives scolded Yi Fan for being inconsiderate. Han Sisi also crossed her long legs in disdain towards Yi Fan. Tang Ruoshua's expression was equally grim. If it weren't for Yi Fan holding her back, she would have flipped the table and left. Just then, the door was suddenly pushed open. Yi Fan, sitting in the corner, was jostled, and the chicken leg he was gnawing on fell to the floor with a thud. Suddenly, a few unruly men in black burst into the private room. Among them, a long-haired youth with a panda in his mouth shouted at Han Jianfeng and his family, "Everyone get out. We're taking this room." Han Jianfeng slammed the table and retorted, "We haven't finished eating yet. Chairman Zhang wants to sit here, and even the King of Heaven would have to give some respect." The arrogant youth, with a cigarette in his mouth, casually dismissed Han Jianfeng's words. What if you don't? Chapter 30. Self-punishment of 3 cups. Chairman Zhang of the Zhang family? Zhang Daqiang. Han Jianfeng and the others all knew exactly who Zhang Daqiang was, and in an instant, their anger dissipated without a trace. The relatives who felt offended also shrank back, fully aware that they could not afford to provoke Zhang Daqiang. Let us wrap this up. Han Jianfeng awkwardly turned his face, glancing at the dozens of relatives. Everyone should have eaten enough. After we finish, let us clean up and head out. Chairman Zhang has generously given me a 30 million project, so we should give him some face. He was looking for a way to ease the situation. Han's mother nodded repeatedly. Absolutely, we must give him face. Chairman Zhang is involved in major affairs. This meal is optional for us. The dozens of Han family relatives quickly got up. Meanwhile, the arrogant group of young men standing at the door of the private room looked quite pleased with themselves. Brother-in-law, the dessert hasn't been served yet. Where are you going? At that moment, Yi Fan raised his head and looked toward a few people by the door. We are not giving up this private room. Also, have Zhang Daqiang come here to apologize. He pointed at a chicken leg on the floor. He ruined one of my chicken legs. Several aggressive men thought they had misheard and stared at Yi Fan as if he were a fool. Han Jianfeng and the others also turned pale with shock. Yi Fan, what nonsense are you talking about? Han Jianfeng scolded sternly. When did it become your place to make decisions here? This is a banquet for the Han family. We leave when I say so. And if you want to get yourself killed, don't drag us into it. He quickly turned to the arrogant young man. Bro, this is my mother-in-law as son-in-law. He doesn't think before he speaks. Please don't take it to heart. Han Sisi also shouted. Yi Fan, I command you to apologize immediately, or you can forget about working at my brother's construction site. Yi Fan ignored Han Jianfeng and simply looked at the arrogant young man. In 3 minutes. Have Zhang Daqiang come here to self-punish with 3 cups. Just say it's from me. Yi Fan. Han Jianfeng and the others turned ashen with fear. Kid, who the hell do you think you are to make Chairman Zhang drink? The arrogant young man glared at Yi Fan. Are you looking to get yourself killed? He was about to step forward to teach Yi Fan a lesson when a man wrapped in bandages approached from behind. It was the trench coat-wearing youth from the Xiaofeng Association who had had a conflict before. Upon seeing Yi Fan's face, he suddenly shuddered. His eyes filled with an indescribable fear. He quickly leaned in and whispered to the arrogant young man. With a kick, he had broken Zhang Xiaojiang's fingers and had been chummy with Huang Zhendong. A series of information intertwined, creating an unexpected effect. The arrogant young man's expression shifted between dark and light as he slowly backed out of the private room. Yi Fan, you've gotten yourself into big trouble. Han Jianfeng pointed at Yi Fan, exasperated. If something happens later, you'll bear the consequences alone. Don't drag us down with you. The Han family relatives glared angrily at Yi Fan. Tang Ruoshua frowned slightly, wanting to scold Yi Fan as she had in the past, but ultimately chose silence. Chairman Zhang, over here. Soon, footsteps echoed at the door as a weary-looking Zhang Daqiang appeared with a dozen people. The Han family instinctively stood up, their hearts racing. Han Jianfeng repeatedly distanced himself from the situation, saying, Mr. Zhang, we're not familiar with Yi Fan, really not. He turned to Yi Fan, Brother Yi, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to offend. However, the next scene left Han Jianfeng and the others utterly stunned. Zhang Daqiang rushed over to Yi Fan, shaking his hand and sincerely apologizing. My subordinates were disrespectful, and I apologize on their behalf. I'll take 3 drinks as punishment, hoping we can put all unpleasantness behind us. He had someone bring over a bottle of Matai and personally filled 3 large glasses. You really should learn your lesson, Yi Fan said calmly. A big boss like you should have a bit more class. The Han family was dumbfounded, not expecting Yi Fan to reprimand Zhang Daqiang like that. What shocked them even more was that Zhang Daqiang nodded like a schoolboy. Brother Yi is right. My mindset is too narrow. I need to learn from this. I'll drink to that. He raised the 3 glasses and downed them in one go. The arrogant young men followed suit and poured themselves drinks. The private room fell silent. Han Sisi and the others looked grim. It was clear to everyone that Zhang Daqiang was genuinely apologizing with those 3 shots of high-proof liquor, not just going through the motions. This made them uncomfortable. Why should this be happening? Yi Fan spoke up again. All right, let us move on from this. Thank you for your generosity, young Master Yi. Zhang Daqiang smiled broadly, then respectfully asked Yi Fan, Brother Yi, could I have your number? I'd like to consult you about something another day. Yi Fan knew exactly what he wanted to ask about, whether he could treat his condition, and he took a napkin and wrote down a number. Thank you, thank you. Zhang Daqiang cherished the napkin as if it were a treasure, folding it neatly and putting it away. He then turned to the Han family with a smile. Sorry for the disturbance, I really apologize. Please put this meal on my tab. Several key members of the Zhang family nodded and bowed, showing respect and fear. Yi Fan gave a slight nod. All right, you can leave now. His nonchalant demeanor made it seem as if Zhang Daqiang was his subordinate, which was hard for the Han family to accept. Tang Ruoxue straightened her back, feeling a sense of pride. Brother Yi, let us get together another day. Everyone, I bid you farewell. Zhang Daqiang laughed heartily and left with his group. The room returned to silence. Han Mother and the others had grim expressions, feeling hot all over. Just moments ago, they had called Yi Fan useless and suggested he go work at Zhang's construction site, only to see him treated like a VIP by Zhang Daqiang, who had just taken 3 drinks as an apology. The slap to their faces was painfully evident. Han Jianfeng felt even worse. He had always looked down on Yi Fan, but today he had been completely overshadowed. This was even more humiliating than his disgrace at Lin Xiuling's birthday banquet. After Zhang Daqiang and his group left, the atmosphere in the room remained awkwardly silent, with Han Mother and the others feeling out of place as they ate. In contrast, Tang Ruoxue seemed to have a hearty appetite, enjoying 2 bowls of dessert. However, she, being kind-hearted, didn't turn and mock the others. Yi Fan, how did you manage to impress Zhang Daqiang? Tang Fenghua couldn't hold back. Let me tell you, he is not someone to be trifled with. You'd better come clean about whatever you deceived him with. Otherwise, it could end up harming not only herself, but also us innocent people. She warned Yi Fan, his drinking habits are not something to take lightly. In her eyes, Zhang Daqiang valued Yi Fan so much because Yi Fan must have manipulated him. Otherwise, this scene wouldn't have occurred. How could Yi Fan possibly be better than her own husband? As Yi Fan ate lobster, he nodded repeatedly, saying, I understand, I understand. Han's mother also disapproved of Yi Fan overshadowing her son. She knew her own worth, and Zhang Daqiang was not someone to be trifled with. Yi Fan spat out a shrimp shell, saying, Yes, yes, yes. Be more mindful. Han Sisi pouted. Don't even think that your relationship with Zhang Daqiang is solid. Even if it is, you have no reason to feel smug. Zhang Daqiang is not clean, and if you cozy up to him, you might end up losing your head without any benefits. It's not decades ago anymore. Making money cleanly leads to longevity. Zhang Daqiang won't last long either. She looked down on Yi Fan, saying, If you want to bring honor to your family, you should aim for a big company. Han's mother nodded in agreement. Exactly. Times have changed. Underhanded methods won't last. Big companies are the way to go. Although Han Jianfeng felt uncomfortable, since he was also involved in the Zhang family's project, he kept silent as long as it meant striking at Yi Fan's pride. Just stick to the right path. Han Sisi took on a lecturing tone towards Yi Fan. If one day I achieve half of what I want, you'll have done the Tang family a favor. She trailed off, as her gaze fell upon a group of elegantly dressed men and women entering. Among them was a familiar face. Han Sisi abandoned Yi Fan, excitedly walking to the door, calling out to the well-dressed man in front. Hello, Mr. Lin. Yi Fan turned to look, and it was Lin Baishan. He was stylishly dressed in pointed leather shoes and fitted trousers, with an Armani jacket. He exuded an air of sophistication and wealth, though the bandages on his head and hands made him seem somewhat comical. Upon hearing Han Sisi call him Mr. Lin, Han's father and mother instinctively stood up to greet him. Mr. Lin, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to see you here. Han Sisi softened her demeanor. turning her arrogance into warmth. I've always wanted to thank you, Mr. Lin, for your support, but I never had the chance. I wonder if you could give me an opportunity today to treat you and your friends to a meal? The relatives of the Han family nodded in approval. Han Sisi really knew how to conduct herself. Sisi. Lin Baishun casually scanned Han Sisi's family before his gaze landed on Yi Fan, momentarily stunned. Seemingly surprised to see Yi Fan here, his cold expression instantly softened. As Lin Baishun strode confidently into the room, Han Sisi felt even more delighted. Mr. Lin, thank you for your attention. Mom, this is the general manager of the Zhonghai branch of Wuhu Group, and he is also my benefactor. The Han family was filled with enthusiasm. Han Jianfeng also raised his chin proudly, feeling happy for his sister. He even rolled up his sleeves, ready to shake hands. However, Lin Baishun ignored Han's family and walked straight past them to respectfully address Yi Fan, young Master Yi. Chapter 31. Saving People, young Master Yi? The respectful voice was neither too loud nor too soft, but it struck like a bolt from the blue for Han Sisi's parents. Han Sisi's face turned pale, looking extremely distressed. The relatives of the Han family were also shocked, staring at Yi Fan. Young Master Yi, what on earth is going on? Han Sisi exclaimed in disbelief. Mr. Lin, do you know Yi Fan? Lin Baishun ignored her and warmly greeted Yi Fan. Hello, young Master Yi, and hello to your wife. I didn't expect to run into you here. It's truly an honor. Confirming that the two knew each other and seeing Lin Baishun so respectful towards Yi Fan left the Han family completely frozen. Han Sisi's mouth fell open in shock. She never imagined that Yi Fan would know her superior, Lin Baishun. Tang Ruoxue had a poor impression of Lin Baishun, but out of politeness, she slightly nodded. Hello, Mr. Lin. Yi Fan, however, showed no courtesy, tossing the shrimp shell onto the table. Is there something you need? Yi Fan would not forgive someone who wanted to take advantage of Tang Ruoxue just because they had lost a hand. Young Master Yi, I was wrong last time. I've been looking for an opportunity to apologize, but there hasn't been one, Lin Baishun said, sensing Yi Fan's hostility. He bent slightly at the waist. Tonight. I wonder if young Master Yi would be willing to let me treat you to a meal? He had already found out that Yi Fan was the lifesaver of Song Hongyan's daughter, and that Song Hongyan had even knelt to thank him. Thinking about his actions at the Western restaurant towards Tang Ruoxue, Lin Baishun regretted it deeply and wanted to make amends upon seeing Yi Fan. At the same time, he hoped to curry favor. If he could build a good relationship with Yi Fan, he might have a chance to enter the core circle and rise from being one of the 18 arhats to one of the 8 great kings. Yi Fan had initially wanted to refuse outright, but was gently pulled by Tang Ruoxue, signaling him to give the man a little face. Another time. I'm full for tonight, Yi Fan said, retracting his earlier dismissal. After wiping his hands with a napkin, he stood up. Leave me a business card. When I have time, and remember, I'll let you treat me. Thank you, young Master Yi, thank you. Lin Baishun quickly pulled out a business card and respectfully handed it to Yi Fan. I sincerely hope, young Master, you can give me a chance to apologize. Yi Fan gave a non-committal and casually pocketed the card. The Han family was nearly spitting blood at that moment. They had tried every means to please Lin Baishun, but in Yi Fan's eyes, they were as insignificant as ants. The disparity was truly vast. Han Sisi felt even worse. Why should someone of low status get to rise up? And why was it happening repeatedly? She was on the verge of tears. I won't disturb your meal any longer, Lin Baishun said, straightening up and then smiling at Han Sisi. Sisi, why didn't you tell me earlier that young Master Yi is your relative? It seemed like a complaint, but it was filled with hidden meaning, and Han Sisi's eyes lit up. We're not that close. Yi Fan casually extinguished Han Sisi's hopes with a single sentence. Ruoxue, let's go home. With that, he took Tang Ruoxue and left the private room. I understand. Lin Baishun nodded repeatedly, then respectfully saw Yi Fan off. Han Sisi's expression was grim as she awkwardly glanced at everyone around her. This was entirely self-inflicted. She thought she had done well for herself. After 2 years since graduation, she had become a supervisor with a monthly salary of 50,000, which she believed gave her the right to look down on Yi Fan, whom she considered a failure. But now, compared to him, what did her achievements count for? Moreover, her humiliation of Yi Fan could very well lead to her being kicked out by Lin Baishun. Old Master Jiu slammed the table once more. This is how you should raise a child. This is how you should raise a child. After leaving the wealthy establishment, Tang Ruoxue dropped her pretense and happily threw her arms around Yi Fan. Over the past year, she had endured ridicule from her relatives, but tonight, she was receiving envious and jealous glances. So, she became quite affectionate towards Yi Fan. However, she quickly realized what she was doing and attempted to pull away. Yi Fan, however, didn't let her go and firmly held onto her hand. Tang Ruoxue tried to break free, but Yi Fan's grip was strong. In the end, She had no choice but to let him hold her. Their relationship experienced a significant change. Just as they were about to get into the car and leave, they heard a commotion up ahead. Not good. Someone has fainted. Tang Ruoxue and Yi Fan were taken aback and ran towards the crowd not far away. Soon, they reached the center of the incident, where they saw an elderly man with white hair lying on the ground, looking about 60 and extremely frail. His features were particularly gaunt, giving him a skeletal appearance that was quite eerie at night. At that moment, his eyes were tightly closed, his body curled up, and he was trembling slightly. A girl in a Givenchy shirt with an exquisite face was anxiously squatting beside him. She was calling for an ambulance on her phone, shouting out the address and urging them to come quickly to save him. Then, she turned to the onlookers and shouted, "Is there a doctor here? Can someone help my grandfather with first aid?" The old man's complexion was slowly turning darker, and his breathing was weak. It was clear to everyone that the situation was dire. If the ambulance didn't arrive soon, he might not make it. The crowd, hearing the girl's cries, instinctively paused their phone recordings and scanned the crowd for any medical personnel. A few people hesitated, but ultimately, no one stepped forward to help. In this day and age, people often hope to avoid trouble rather than seek to do good. Suddenly, the old man hugged his shoulders, shivering violently, and his expression became increasingly pained. Seeing this, the Givenchy girl grew more anxious and shouted to the crowd, "Who can help my grandfather? I'll give you 100,000. No, 1,000,000. The crowd gasped. The girl was indeed quite wealthy. "I'll go take a look." Seeing the old man's critical condition, Yi Fan decided to step forward. Tang Ruoxue quickly grabbed his arm. "What are you doing? Are you after that million?" Yi Fan quietly replied, "No, I want to help him." Tang Ruoxue scolded him. "You've only watched a few health shows. You got lucky saving Chanqian once, and now you think you're a miracle worker?" Yi Fan tried to explain. "No, Ruoxue. The patient's condition isn't good. I want to see if I can help. What can you do?" Tang Ruoxue pulled him back. "Look at how the patient is dressed. He is either rich or noble. Treating this kind of person comes with significant rewards if successful, but if something goes wrong, it's not just a simple matter of saying sorry. It could even cost you your life. That's why I don't want you to get involved in this mess." Tang Ruoxue has finally started to see Yi Fan in a better light. She just hopes he can lead a grounded life. Only then do they have a chance to move forward together. "Ruoxue, don't worry. I won't recklessly try to save anyone," Yi Fan reassured her, knowing her concerns. "I'm just going to take a look." Tang Ruoxue's face turned pale with worry. "You're not allowed to go. If Yi Fan were a proper doctor, she wouldn't stop him like this. But he is just someone who attended a few lectures on traditional Chinese medicine and hasn't even obtained a medical license yet. His involvement could pose too great a risk. One wrong move, and he could be accused of murder." At that moment, an elderly man groaned in pain, and a girl wearing a Givenchy dress cried out, "Is there a doctor here?" "Ruoxue, I'll explain later. We need to save him now," Yi Fan said as he broke free from Tang Ruoxue's grip and called out to the crowd, "I'll take a look." Tang Ruoxue was so angry she was stamping her feet. Yi Fan Chapter 32, A Divine Doctor? "Bah, you're a doctor? Hurry and take a look at my grandpa." The Givenchy girl clutched onto a lifeline, pulling Yi Fan down. "If you save my grandpa, I'll give you 1,000,000. Yi Fan examined the elderly man closely. In just a moment, blood began seeping from the old man's eyes. His throat was swollen, and the corners of his mouth were cracked. Yi Fan didn't waste any words. He reached out and grasped the old man's wrist. The jade pendant of life and death spun. Status: toxin spreading, organs failing. In an instant, Yi Fan understood the elderly man's condition. Although he already had 2 glimmers of white light, enough to revive the old man instantly, he hesitated to use them. He wanted to rely on his medical skills to save him and accumulate a few more glimmers of white light. He took out a needle box he carried with him, pulled out 3 silver needles, quickly sterilized them, and then proceeded to puncture the unconscious man's body. Taiji Divine Needle, 6th technique, for symbols transforming poison. His technique wasn't particularly skilled, but he was swift with the needles. With a flick of his wrist, the silver needles swiftly descended one after another. Xiaohai, Chuze, and Chize were instantly taken aback. 3 needles locking the poison. The old man let out a muffled groan, his face contorted in pain. The blood and swelling began to dissipate. Yi Fan didn't pause. He readied the 4th, 5th, and 6th needles. At that moment, the crowd began to murmur, and just then, Han father and Han mother pushed their way in to see what was happening. Upon seeing Yi Fan saving someone, Han father instinctively exclaimed, "Huh, this good-for-nothing knows medicine?" Han mother, who had been severely embarrassed by Yi Fan that night, felt a deep-seated resentment towards him. She sneered, "He knows medicine? Even pigs can climb trees. He is just showing off. Kid, be careful. Don't kill someone and end up in jail." Yi Fan ignored the Han couple. calmly continuing with 3 more needles. Chu Chi, Higu, and Nei Ting trembled. 3 needles gathering the poison. The toxins spreading throughout the old man's body converged in his abdomen. Hearing Han father and Han mother's comments, the Givenchy girl was taken aback and instinctively asked Yi Fan, "You're not a doctor?" "Yes, a doctor? Then I must be Hua Tuo." Before Yi Fan could respond, Han mother shot him a disdainful look and said, "His name is Yi Fan, the son-in-law of the Tang family, unemployed, living off others. Which hospital would accept him?" She sowed discord. "If you let him meddle, be careful your grandpa doesn't end up dead." Tang Roashue, who had squeezed in, frowned. "Auntie, mind your words." Although Tang Roashue also doubted Yi Fan's medical skills, seeing him so determined to save someone, she temporarily suppressed her complaints. "I'm just looking out for him. He shouldn't think that knowing a few people makes him invincible and that he can do anything." Han mother glared at Yi Fan with sarcasm. "If someone dies, not even a deity can save him." "What? You're not a doctor?" Hearing this, the Givenchy girl's expression changed dramatically as she pulled Yi Fan aside and shouted, "If you're not a doctor, why are you messing with my grandpa?" At that very moment, the old man's body began to convulse violently, coughing incessantly, his chest heaving. Han mother exclaimed with glee, "He's dying, he's dying." "Shut up. Grandpa, what's wrong?" Givenchy quickly supported the elderly man and shouted, "Doctor, is there a doctor?" Yi Fan almost stumbled but steadied himself and replied, "He still needs 3 more injections. If I give him those, he will recover halfway." "Get lost." The Givenchy girl was furious. "Let me tell you, my grandfather better be okay. If anything happens to him, I won't let you off the hook." Han's mother added fuel to the fire. "Call the police. I can testify that he's practicing medicine without a license." If Yi Fan got arrested, she could finally sleep soundly. Tang Roashue rushed over and pulled Yi Fan back. "Yi Fan, just let it go. Don't make things worse." "I can't. He still needs 3 more injections, or he could be in serious trouble." Yi Fan broke free from Tang Roashue, swayed slightly, and dodged the Givenchy girl's attempt to stop him. He quickly administered the 3 needles to the elderly man. The river swirled, dark waves surged, forcing the dragon from the abyss. Just as Yi Fan was about to deliver the last injection, the Givenchy girl rushed over and knocked the silver needle away. "How dare you?" she yelled. "What are you doing? Are you trying to kill my grandfather?" No sooner had she spoken than the previously trembling elderly man's stomach rumbled, and he suddenly straightened up, lifting his head. The next moment, he let out a loud retch and expelled a large amount of food. After the vomiting, the elderly man started to recover, his complexion brightened, and his breathing became smoother. However, Yi Fan's expression remained grave. The toxins had been neutralized, but the source of the poison had not been expelled. The danger was not over yet. "Get away." The Givenchy girl shoved Yi Fan aside and pointed at him, berating, "Let me tell you, if anything happens to my grandfather, you're going to pay." Yi Fan frowned slightly, taken aback by her ungratefulness and hostile attitude. Tang Roashue pulled Yi Fan back a few meters. At that moment, an ambulance arrived, and several medical personnel rushed over. They quickly assessed the elderly man and determined he was suffering from heat stroke. After administering oxygen, the elderly man slowly opened his eyes, exhaled deeply, and various vital signs gradually returned to normal. It was clear to everyone that the immediate danger had passed. "Doctor, thank you. Thank you." Seeing her grandfather's condition improve, the Givenchy girl was overwhelmed with gratitude towards the medical staff. "Thank goodness you arrived in time, otherwise, my grandfather would have been in serious trouble. I will reward you generously." The medical personnel waved their hands dismissively and then placed the elderly man on a stretcher, preparing to take him to the hospital for further examination. Yi Fan hurriedly called out to the Givenchy girl, "Miss, your grandfather was poisoned. He still needs 1 more injection to remove the source of the poison completely, otherwise." "Poisoned?" The Givenchy girl was furious. "You liar. You randomly jabbed my grandfather with needles. I'll kill you." She had just eaten with her grandfather, and he was perfectly fine. How could he be poisoned? The girl swung her hand to slap Yi Fan. Smack! Before the slap could land, Tang Roashue caught her wrist. "Miss, Yi Fan was only trying to help. No one else stepped up at the time. He came forward to save your grandfather. If you're not grateful, there's no need to resort to violence. If anything happens to your grandfather, feel free to call the police. Violence is not a solution to problems." Mid-sentence, she suddenly shifted her tone, exuding an irresistible aura. "And who do you think you are? How dare you hit my husband? I may look down on him, but that doesn't mean you. An outsider can bully him." Tang Roashue was stronger than ever before. "Your grandfather is in trouble because of Yi Fan, and we will take full responsibility. At worst, it will be 2 lives for 1. She resembled a protective mother tiger, leaving Yi Fan momentarily stunned. This was the first time Tang Roashue openly defended herself. The Givenchy girl was also taken aback, surprised by Tang Ruoshua's assertiveness, before angrily breaking free from her grasp. You just hope my grandfather is fine, right? Otherwise, I'll make sure you all pay with your lives. She quickly walked towards the ambulance a short distance away. Mr. and Mrs. Han looked at Yi Fan with glee. Tang Ruoshua turned and kicked Yi Fan. I told you not to meddle, but you wouldn't listen. Yi Fan rubbed his calf, which hurt quite a bit, but inside, he felt overjoyed. He sensed the woman's concern for him. Mrs. Han looked at Yi Fan with a smug expression. What a useless waste. Trying to put on a show, but hitting a brick wall, huh? Mr. Han also looked disdainful. A miracle doctor? Uft. Uncle. You had kidney problems when you were young and didn't treat them properly, leading to ongoing kidney issues. Yi Fan squinted his eyes, frequent trips to the bathroom at night. Mr. Han was shocked. How? Do you know that? Yi Fan ignored him and continued. Your liver isn't good, you have a fiery temperament, and you often lose your temper. Plus, you have severe fatty liver. Mr. Han looked at Yi Fan in disbelief. Yi Fan didn't pause, turning to Mrs. Han, who was reveling in their misfortune. Auntie, you've been feeling unwell lately. Haven't you? Mrs. Han's eyelids twitched. What is it to you? If I'm not mistaken, you've had fever, headaches, and joint pain for the past half month. Yi Fan finished the diagnosis in one breath. You have some rashes on your body, right? Mrs. Han's expression changed. How is that possible? How could you know? Yi Fan replied lightly. This illness isn't hard to treat, but you need to address it in time, or it will harm both others and yourself. Mr. Han instinctively asked, what kind of illness is this? In ancient times, it was called Hua Lu, now it's referred to as Mei Hua. Yi Fan smiled, and after finishing his words, he turned and left. Mrs. Han was so frightened she was nearly paralyzed. Before she could react, Mr. Han had already slapped her across the face. Chapter 33. What do you want? At 11 o'clock at night, Yi Fan and Tang Ruoshua returned to the Tang family home. Tang Sanghua and Lin Xiuling were already asleep, so the young couple kept their voices down. Although Yi Fan was still concerned about the old man's health, the Givenchy girl treated him like a charlatan, and he had to set that aside for the moment. Perhaps because the issue wasn't fully resolved, Yi Fan noticed that the white light hadn't increased. It remained at just 2 spots. Yi Fan was the last to take a shower. After drying his hair and washing his clothes, he finally pushed open the bedroom door. He found Tang Ruoshua still awake, illuminated by the desk lamp as she was on a video call. Snuggled up in bed, she wore something casual, a white silk camisole nightgown that draped over her like gentle waves, soft and delicate. Most of her fair skin was exposed, and faintly, one could see the black lace edging on the outer side of her thighs. Upon seeing Yi Fan enter, she quickly pulled the blanket over herself, shielding her from view. On the other end of the video call was a woman with an oval face, sitting cross-legged on a sofa, her legs pale and elegantly curved, evoking a sense of desire. Yi Fan recognized her as Zhao Xiaoyu, Tang Ruoshua's distant cousin who had always looked down on him. Hey Ruoshua, you're all better now, so why haven't you divorced that useless guy yet? Zhao Xiaoyu noticed Yi Fan's shadow. And you're still letting him stay in the same bedroom as you? Tang Ruoshua shot Yi Fan a glance. He is my legal husband. Where else would he sleep if not in my room? Oh, I remember you said he sleeps under the bed. Zhao Xiaoyu tilted her chin. But having a man and a woman alone in a room is really not a good influence. You'd better not let my brother find out, otherwise he won't be happy. She reminded Tang Ruoshua. Yi Fan frowned slightly. He knew Zhao Xiaoyu's brother, Zhao Dongyang, a somewhat well-known rich second generation in Zhonghai. He had once been a fervent pursuer of Tang Ruoshua, loudly professing his devotion in public. However, when he heard that Tang Ruoshua had fallen seriously ill, he quickly went abroad, seemingly worried that the Tang family would want him to marry into the family for good luck. Zhao Xiaoyu had also cut off contact with Tang Ruoshua for half a year and had only recently reconnected through some unknown means. I have nothing to do with your brother. How he feels is irrelevant to me. Tang Ruoshua stretched lazily. Xiaoyu, you really shouldn't meddle in my affairs. That is not acceptable. The moment I met you, I considered you my sister-in-law. Zhao Xiaoyu seemed to want to show off to Yi Fan. Besides my brother, no one else is worthy of you. If he hadn't had to go abroad to handle something last year, you would have been my sister-in-law by now. And that useless guy wouldn't have had a chance. Ruoshua, when are you going to divorce that spineless loser? Zhao Xiaoyu added. My brother will be back in a few days, and he'll definitely pursue you like crazy. Having Yi Fan around will just affect your world with my brother. Divorce? Tang Ruoshua glanced at Yi Fan, a hint of defiance in her tone. We'll see how it goes. Yi Fan let out a bitter smile, knowing that the woman was still upset. Zhao Xiaoyu's pretty face showed dissatisfaction. What do you mean we'll see how it goes? You must divorce him, otherwise. How will you marry my brother? How will you ever enter the Zhao family? Tang Ruoxue frowned and said, Xiaoya, there's really no chance between me and your brother. He's so outstanding that a bunch of women want to marry him. Since you're my best friend, I'm just leaving him for you. Zhao Xiaoya raised her chin and replied, don't act too high and mighty. Tang Ruoxue leaned back on her pillow and said, no more talking. I have a meeting tomorrow, so I'm going to sleep now. All right, good night. Zhao Xiaoya said half jokingly and half seriously. But you better be a good wife and not let Yi Fan take advantage of you. My brother is going to want to check on you on your wedding night. If anything goes wrong, I can't protect you and Yi Fan. Tang Ruoxue frowned and hung up the video call. After Yi Fan finished drying his hair, he took out his bedding and lay down in silence. He wasn't very good at comforting girls. Tang Ruoxue instinctively clenched her fists. That jerk nearly caused a disaster tonight. Doesn't he have anything to say to me? She thought about how Yi Fan didn't listen to her advice and ended up being scolded by the girl from Givenchy, which made her feel inexplicably annoyed. She tried to convince herself not to care about Yi Fan, but the irritation just kept bubbling up inside her, making her very restless. She burst out of the inner room and called out, Yi Fan, I want to set some ground rules with you. Yi Fan sat up and asked, what is it? Tang Ruoxue raised her charming face and said, first, starting today, be more ambitious and stop letting people think you're useless. Yi Fan softened his gaze and said, okay. Second, put away your shallow medical skills. Don't harm yourself or others. Tang Ruoxue huffed. I know you mean well and want to help patients because it reminds you of your mother, but you can't overexert yourself. That will harm others and bring trouble to you. She glared coldly at Yi Fan and said, promise me, no more reckless medical practices. Yi Fan nodded. All right, I promise. He thought to himself that he only prescribed the right medicine and had nothing to do with recklessness. Tang Ruoxue sighed in relief. Third, find a proper job as soon as possible. I'm not asking for a high salary, just that you have something serious to do. Yi Fan hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded. Sure. This is your own promise. Tang Ruoxue's charming face softened a bit. If I find out you've broken your promise, I'll go tell your mom. She smirked. Any objections? For the past year, Yi Fan had brought her nothing but shame and disappointment. After finally seeing some hope in these past few days, Tang Ruoxue didn't want Yi Fan to lose it by trying to show off. Being grounded was what Yi Fan needed to focus on, to avoid triggering Yi Fan's pride and causing trouble. She was determined to steer clear of discussing the Yunding Villa incident. What if I do as you ask? Yi Fan scratched his head and asked with a smile. What do I get in return? Tang Ruoxue thought for a moment. Her face slightly flushed. What do you want? Yi Fan instantly got excited. I want to sleep with you. Beast, beast, beast. Tang Ruoxue scolded him a few times before slamming the door and going to sleep. What a beast. I'm trying to encourage you, and you're thinking about sleeping with me. How shameless. Tang Ruoxue gritted her teeth, wanting to tear Yi Fan apart. But she realized that the hatred she once felt was gone. I just want to sleep in the inner room. Yi Fan lay down unsteadily, feeling that today was a reason to celebrate as their relationship had undergone a significant change. Then, he started to think about Tang Ruoxue's 50 million funding gap. Her predicament was also his predicament. 50 million. Just thinking about that amount made Yi Fan's head ache. Although he had earned over 10 million this week, he was still far from that 50 million mark. It seemed he needed to work harder to make money. Yi Fan silently clenched his fists. Is the floor cold? Just then, a voice floated out from the inner room. Yi Fan blurted out, not cold. As soon as the words left his mouth, he slapped himself twice. Chapter 34. You deceitful one. Again the next morning, after the Tang family left for work, Yi Fan quickly finished the house chores and prepared to head to the job market. Since Tang Ruoxue was so eager for him to find a job, he felt he needed to get one as a cover. However, before he could step out, he received a call from Song Hongyan. Little benefactor, where are you? Her tone was as gentle as a spring breeze. Do you have a moment? Yi Fan tensed up. Song Zong, what's wrong? Is Qian in trouble? Qian was the first person he had saved, and since she was so young, Yi Fan didn't want anything to happen to her. Song Hongyan expressed a hint of gratitude. No, Qian's condition has stabilized. She's no longer in danger. Yi Fan sighed in relief. That's good to hear. I have some time. What do you need, Song Zong? Please, don't call me Song Zong. Just call me Hongyan or Yin Jia, Song Hongyan said with a resigned smile. You're Qian's benefactor. Calling me Song Zong feels too distant. All right, then I'll call you Yin Jia, Yi Fan agreed, but hesitated for a moment. But please don't call me little benefactor. Just call me Yi Fan. Song Hongyan laughed lightly. Okay, I'll call you Yi Fan, or maybe little brother. Little brother? Yi Fan felt a bit awkward. What do you need from me, Yin Jia? Well, one of my elders suddenly fell ill about half a month ago. They've been experiencing severe stomach issues, Song Hongyan explained succinctly. The only relief comes from eating something cold. If they eat anything hot, or drink warm water. It's incredibly painful, and they might even faint. They've been to numerous hospitals and seen many doctors, but there has been no improvement. In fact, their condition seems to be getting worse. In less than half a month, they've lost 20 pounds and are in a terrible state. Last night, they tried to go out for dinner, but ended up fainting in the parking lot, nearly leading to a tragedy. Given your medical skills, having saved Qianqian twice, I thought maybe you could help take a look, Song Hongyan said, trusting Yifan completely. Would you be able to accompany me? I can go take a look. Yifan readily agreed, but I can't guarantee that I can cure them. He knew that unless it was a last resort and their families were on good terms. Song Hongyan wouldn't bother him. Thank you so much. Song Hongyan exclaimed joyfully. Yifan, send me the address, and I'll come pick you up. After hanging up, Yifan slapped his forehead, remembering the rules he had agreed upon with Tang Ruoxue. If she found out he was going to help someone, he might find himself in hot water. He reminded himself to coordinate his story with Song Hongyan later. Beep beep. Soon, a Ferrari pulled up in front of the villa. The window rolled down to reveal Song Hongyan's stunningly beautiful face. She seemed to have shed the weariness and despair from Qianqian's accident, radiating her original charm and vibrancy once more, like a flower that was about to wilt but had suddenly bloomed again. She leaned gracefully, slightly lazily, against the seat. Yifan, get in. Her eyes were like a painting, with a dreamy allure that held an extraordinary enchantment. As Yifan looked at the woman waiting, he was momentarily taken aback, feeling an inexplicable rush of breath. During their previous 2 encounters, his attention had been entirely focused on saving Qianqian, so he hadn't paid much attention to Song Hongyan. Now, upon closer inspection, she was undeniably a stunning beauty. He exhaled slowly and grabbed a box of silver needles. Stepping into the car, the interior was filled with a captivating fragrance, especially from Song Hongyan's legs, which were so beautifully pale they made his head spin. Should he greet Miss Tang? With a charming smile, Song Hongyan resembled a blooming night flower, breathtakingly alluring. No need. Let us go, Yifan replied, his breath slightly quickening. Before he calmed himself using the Tai Chi classic, Song Hongyan glanced at Yifan, noticing his calm demeanor and clear gaze, devoid of any hint of desire. She was quite surprised by his self-control. She was well aware of her own charm. In the entire Zhonghai, aside from a few old foxes, no one could resist her allure. What a particularly intriguing little man. Her interest in him grew stronger, and then with a playful oops, she leaned toward Yifan. He instinctively reached out to support her, but her soft right hand slid into the space between them, making a delicate grip. Yifan's body instantly stiffened. Leaning close to Yifan's ear, her warm breath tantalizing, she whispered, I thought my charm had faded at 10 in the morning. The Ferrari drove into a serene estate. The estate was vast, with numerous servants and bodyguards, and the architectural style was reminiscent of the hidden dragon absorbing the sun, clearly indicating a wealthy family. As Yifan followed Song Hongyan into the hall, he was even more astonished by the items on display. The nearly 1,000-square-meter hall was a veritable ocean of antiques, calligraphy, porcelain, battle knives, jade, even mummies, all worth at least 10 billion. It was extravagantly luxurious. Song niece, long time no see. What brings you here? Just as Yifan was curiously surveying the surroundings, a cough suddenly echoed from upstairs. A group of men and women appeared, escorting an elderly man. The old man was tall but thin, and due to his frail condition, he resembled a bamboo pole. Yifan recognized him immediately as the elderly man who had fainted in front of the wealthy family's door last night. He thought to himself how small the world really was. Uncle Hua, I didn't want to come either. My daughter is still in the hospital. Song Hongyan chuckled lightly as she led Yifan forward. Their families clearly had a close relationship, making their conversation easy. Upon hearing about his declining health, the family members' brows furrowed with concern. It was evident that everyone knew if the old man continued in this state, he wouldn't last a month. Very kind of you, the old man laughed heartily. But there's no need to be sad for me. Life and death are determined by fate. Wealth and nobility are in heaven. I've come to terms with it. By the way, how is Qianqian doing? Is her injury serious? His words were filled with concern. I just auctioned off a few ginseng plants. Take them back for Qianqian later. Thank you for your concern, Uncle Hua. Qianqian is fine now. She is out of danger. Song Hongyan smiled charmingly and introduced Yifan. Yifan, this is Mr. Han Nanhua, a tycoon in the antique business from Zhonghai. Uncle Hua, this is my brother, who is also my great benefactor. He is the one who saved Qianqian. I brought him here today for you to meet. Yifan, save Qianqian. Han Nanhua chuckled as he shook hands with Yifan, saying, at such a young age, you possess the ability to bring people back from the brink of death. A hero among heroes. Brother Yi, you've worked hard. Yifan quickly replied, Mr. Han is too kind. Since he is a friend of Sister Yin, he is also a friend of mine. Meanwhile, he turned the life and death stone. The situation remained the same as the diagnosis from last night. Although he had used the four symbols method to save Han Nanhua, the last needle had been knocked away by the Givenchy girl, causing him to miss the opportunity to expel the poison completely. After a night had passed, Han Nanhua was again facing the spread of toxins and the brink of death. Suddenly, another girl rushed down from upstairs. It was the Givenchy girl from last night. Upon seeing Yi Fan, she was taken aback, then furiously exclaimed, "You liar! You almost killed my grandfather last night, and you dare to come to our house today?" Pointing a finger at Yi Fan, she shouted, someone, arrest him and take him to the police station." Chapter 35. Stunned Han Yu, what's going on? Do you know Yi Fan? Seeing the girl glaring fiercely at Yi Fan, Song Hongyan was taken aback. You called him a fraud and a charlatan. Is there some misunderstanding? Han Nanhua waved his hand to stop the bodyguards. You err. This is the person your sister Song brought. How could he possibly be a fraud? Stop talking nonsense. He is a fraud. Han Yu glared at Yi Fan with wide eyes. Last night, he almost harmed my grandfather. Several family members had questioning looks, undoubtedly thinking that Yi Fan looked too young to be a doctor. Han Yu recounted the events of last night in rapid succession, then fixed a furious gaze on Yi Fan and said through gritted teeth, "If I hadn't stopped him from administering the injection, my grandfather would have been in serious trouble." Her eyes flashed with disdain. For the sake of a million, he really doesn't care about anything at all. Yi Fan spoke calmly. I administered the needles last night to save him. If it weren't for my 8 injections, Mr. Han would have likely succumbed to the toxic blood. Han Yu's pretty face darkened. You dare curse my grandfather? Do you have the guts to admit in front of everyone that you have no medical experience and no medical license? She was filled with hostility toward Yi Fan. And after reflecting on last night, she was terrified that her grandfather had almost been harmed by him. Han Yu, it's true that Yi Fan lacks a medical license and isn't a doctor. I don't fully understand what happened last night. Song Hongyan stepped forward without hesitation. But I can guarantee that his medical skills are absolutely top-notch. He saved Qianqian's life twice with his miraculous hands. As for the million, Yi Fan truly doesn't lack money. If he needed it, I could give him $1 billion or even $10 billion at any time. She unconditionally supported Yi Fan. Han Yu huffed. That just means you've been deceived, Sister Song. You err. How can you speak like that? Han Yan is only looking out for me. Han Nanhua shot a glare at his granddaughter. Besides, I'm just an old horse waiting to die. Brother Yi, I apologize. This is my granddaughter, Han Yu. She's a bit hot-headed, so please bear with her. Han Nanhua remained approachable. Han Yu was still fuming, convinced that Yi Fan was a fraud. But seeing her grandfather's and Song Hongyan's attitudes, she had to suppress her anger. Mr. Han, let's skip the small talk, Yi Fan said without any fluff. I can treat your illness. Han Yu sneered, you can treat it? Mr. Han's condition is not just an illness. It's more about the toxic source within you. Yi Fan's gaze sharpened. As long as we eliminate the toxic source, Mr. Han will be safe and sound. Han Nanhua was taken aback. Toxic source? But the hospital tested me last night and found no toxins in my body. Yi Fan replied directly. The reason no toxins were found is that I expelled them last night, while the toxic source is hidden. If the toxins were expelled, doesn't that mean it's resolved? Han Yu pressed aggressively. How can you say my grandfather is still poisoned? Yi Fan patiently explained. The toxins from last night were expelled, but the toxic source remains. After a night, the toxic source secreted toxins again. Nonsense. Grandpa's condition is not good, and we have indeed been searching for doctors everywhere, but we are not mindless. Han Yu interrupted Yi Fan. Her face filled with anger. Are you implying that my grandpa can produce poison on his own? At the same time, she felt frustrated with Song Hongyan for being reckless. How could someone without a medical license dare to treat her grandpa? Did they really think her grandpa was a dead horse? Yi Fan rubbed his head. There really is a source of poison in old Han's body. Is that so? If there really is a source of poison, why can't the instruments detect it? And why haven't we been poisoned ourselves? Han Yu raised her brows in disbelief. You're young and yet learning to play tricks? Sorry. You can fool Sister Song, but you can't fool me. Song Hongyan smiled helplessly. Han Yu, Yi Fan really isn't a fraud. Sister Song, I won't blame you. Because you are also doing this for my grandpa's sake. Han Yu interrupted Song Hongyan. But for a fraud, especially one who keeps deceiving, I won't show any kindness. Our family doesn't welcome you. Please leave. Her tone was stern, and she even pushed Yi Fan. Get lost, fraud. Yi Fan grasped her hand. And with a turn of the life and death stone, he instantly understood Han Yu's situation. Sister Yin, Miss Han looks down on us so much. Yi Fan released Han Yu's hand, and then pulled Song Hongyan out the door. Let's go. Just before leaving, he added, Mr. Han's life can't last more than a month. At most, he has 7 days. and this time was bought last night when I resolved the conflict. To survive those 7 days, he needs to keep eating cold food. Otherwise, something will happen in 3 days. Out of goodwill, Yi Fan kindly reminded the Han family. Live for 7 days? Han Yu was taken aback at first, and then erupted in anger. You're cursing my grandpa to death. You bastard. You're too cruel. Get lost, pretending to be mysterious. I don't believe you have any real abilities. Han Yu took Yi Fan's reminder as a revelation of her embarrassment. Just then, a roar of cars echoed outside, followed by a business vehicle stopping at the entrance. The door opened, and several young figures emerged, carrying instruments and medical boxes. Then, another elderly man with white hair got out, exuding an air of vitality. Yi Fan looked closer and was slightly surprised. The old man was none other than the top traditional Chinese doctor in Zhonghai, Sun Shou. Grandpa's son, you finally returned from the capital. Han Yu welcomed him with her family. You came just in time, or I would have been fooled by a fraud. Fraud, let me tell you, this is Grandpa's son. Sun Shou, a master of great renown. He is the real deal. As for you, you're not even worthy to carry Grandpa's son's shoes. And you dare to treat my grandpa? Why don't you just leave? She glared at Yi Fan. Brother Yi? Sun Shou looked in the direction of the voice, initially stunned. Then overjoyed, you're here too? He directly walked past Han Yu and her family to grasp Yi Fan's hand, exclaiming almost joyfully, what you used last time was indeed the 9 Palaces revival needle. You can't imagine how thrilled I was when I went back to look through ancient texts and compared them with the photos I took. In the past few days, he went to the capital specifically to find someone to carefully compare them, and ultimately confirmed that the life-saving technique used by Yi Fan was indeed the 9 Palaces returning yang needle. Sun Shou decided to do whatever it took to win Yi Fan over. Yi Fan was quite surprised by Sun Shou's insight, but responded with a gracious smile, saying, it's like showing off my skills in front of an expert. I hope I didn't embarrass you, Elder Sunday. You've acknowledged it. I never expected there would actually be someone in this world who can master the 9 Palaces returning yang technique. Sun Shou was as excited as a child. Truly, the heavens are watching. Brother Yi, would you be able to help me clarify some doubts later? I have so many questions about needle techniques that I want to ask you. I would greatly appreciate your guidance. Seeing this scene, Han Yu was instantly taken aback. Chapter 36. Be My Maid. Sun Xingshou is the foremost traditional Chinese medicine practitioner in Zhonghai, frequently visiting the Dragon City to treat nobles, and wherever he goes, he is treated like a star. Although Han Nanhua is worth billions and is a big shot in Zhonghai, he pales in comparison to Sun Xingshou's reputation. Han Yu admires Sun Xingshou immensely, much like an ordinary person would idolize a celebrity. However, now she sees this top-notch doctor, full of excitement, shaking hands with a con artist. Moreover, Sun Xingshou's eyes are sparkling with enthusiasm, and his friendly demeanor leaves Han Yu feeling as if she is in a dream. Song Hongyan is also surprised by Sun Xingshou's attitude, but seeing Han Yu's stunned expression suddenly fills her with a sense of vindication. Earlier, Han Yu had criticized Yi Fan, and Song Hongyan had been seething with anger, but out of respect for Han Nanhua, she had held back. Now, with the esteemed Sun Xingshou being so warm towards Yi Fan, what more could she say? Dr. Sun, he is just a con artist. Don't be fooled by him. Han Yu couldn't help but warn. Last night, he almost harmed my grandfather. A con artist? Sun Xingshou paused, then chuckled. If Yi Laodi is a con artist, then I must be a useless fraud. Han Yu's expression immediately turned awkward. Dr. Sun, let us discuss the medical matters later. Yi Fan smiled lightly. Mr. Han's condition is serious. You should check him first. Han Yu nodded repeatedly. Yes, let us treat grandfather first. Sun Xingshou looked at Yi Fan with curiosity. Yi Fan, do you perhaps lack confidence in this illness? Yi Fan smiled. Dr. Sun, I'll explain later. Sun Xingshou didn't press further, calming himself down and signaling for Han Nanhua to sit on the sofa. He first took Han Nanhua's pulse, then carefully examined him with instruments, and finally reviewed diagnoses from several hospitals. Integrating Chinese and Western medicine, Sun Xingshou initially seemed indifferent, but as time passed, his brow furrowed. This illness was too strange. An hour later, Sun Xingshou shook his head. The lungs, kidneys, and liver all show varying degrees of functional failure, but I can't find the underlying cause. Blood tests are normal, and there are no signs of poisoning, nor is it a case of the 5 declines of life. How could he experience intermittent, severe abdominal pain and fainting without any pattern? It's too strange, too strange. After another 15 minutes of examination, he stood up and sighed. I'm sorry, but I can't treat your grandfather's illness. Hearing that Sun Xingshou was at a loss, Han Yu and the others were taken aback. Grandpa's son, you can't treat him either? At the moment, I have no way, Sun Xingshou replied honestly. I can't uncover the root of the illness. and the instruments can't detect anything, so I don't know how to proceed. I need to go back and think it over, and consult with a few colleagues. Upon hearing this, Han Yu and the others looked despondent, never expecting that even Sun Xingqiu couldn't save the elder. Yi Laodi, have you treated him? Sun Xingqiu turned to Yi Fan. What do you think? Before Yi Fan could respond, Han Yu let out a cold laugh and said, he claims my grandfather has been poisoned and that there's a source of the toxin inside him. He even said that during the blood test, the toxin happened to be forced out, which is why it couldn't be detected. In a few days, the toxin will start to secrete again, and by then, my grandfather will be doomed. Does he think my grandfather can produce poison on his own? Isn't that ridiculous? She cast a disdainful glance at Yi Fan and added, he also said he can cure him. If even Grandpa's son can't do anything, what can he possibly cure? Grandpa's son's eyes lit up. Brother Yi, do you really have a way? Yi Fan glanced at the skeletal Han Nanhua, knowing he was suffering greatly every day, and felt a twinge of compassion. I can treat him, but Miss Han doesn't believe me. Han Yu scoffed. Of course I don't believe you. Even your relatives say you haven't studied medicine. Yi Fan fixed his gaze on the headstrong girl and replied, you have too much liver fire. Your endocrine system is out of balance. Your menstrual cycle is irregular, and when you're angry, you often have headaches at the back of your head. Also, your left foot was cut last year and soaked in ice water, leaving serious aftereffects. Now it not only gets tired easily, but it also cramps up at night. He continued, the pain during those cramps feels like being cut with a knife, doesn't it? Han Yu's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Yi Fan. How do you know? Han Nanhua and the others were also taken aback. Your foot was injured? And it cramps? Han Yu's eyelids twitched as she nodded with difficulty. Last year, while ice skating in the north, she accidentally cut her left foot and fell into a hole in the ice. Although she was fine, her left foot had lingering effects. Just as Yi Fan said, she experienced cramps at night and had seen many doctors without any results. Being a strong-willed girl, she hadn't told her family about her foot injury. So, when Yi Fan revealed it publicly, she couldn't help but be shocked. Could this fraud really have some skills? Grandpa's son looked at Yi Fan with appreciation. Brother Yi's skills are better than mine. Old Han, I suggest you trust Yi Fan this once. Song Hongyan nodded in agreement. Yes, Yi Fan really has abilities. Brother Yi, didn't understand, and I apologize on her behalf. Han Nanhua bowed deeply to Yi Fan. If you can treat him, I'll give you half of my fortune. If you can't, it doesn't matter. Things can't get any worse. He was living in so much pain, with constant abdominal cramps and sleepless nights. Though he was skeptical of Yi Fan's youth, he was the only one who dared to say he could cure him. Mr. Han is being too kind. Yi Fan originally wanted to walk away, but seeing Han Nanhua's ghostly appearance, he felt a surge of compassion. After all, the old man's attitude was still decent. Han Yu instinctively called out, Grandpa. Yi Fan's expression turned cold as he looked at Han Yu. Miss Han, if you don't believe in my medical skills, let us make a bet today. If I can't cure your grandfather, I will never practice medicine again and will leave the Han family garden on my knees. But if I cure your grandfather, I won't ask for half of the Han family's fortune. All I want is for you to be my maid for a year. What do you say, Miss Han? Are you willing to take a gamble? Yi Fan provoked the woman. This bet is a win-win for you. If you win, you get to laugh at me. If you lose, it's just a year of doing laundry and cooking for me, and your grandfather escapes a disaster. He aimed to temper Han Yu's arrogance and make the oblivious woman pay a price. Han Yu was taken aback at first, then gritted her teeth and said, Fine, I'm in. Grandpa's son and sister Song can act as witnesses. If I lose, I'll be your maid. Chapter 37. The master sets the bet after placing the bet. Yi Fan didn't waste any time and directly instructed Han Yu, go get me 10 crickets, 10 golden beetles, 10 summer cicadas, 10 dragonflies, and 10 wasps. Han Yu shivered in disgust. What do you need these for? Yi Fan frowned slightly. Just do as I say. Or do you want your grandfather to come and do it instead? He added, and when you bring them back, you'll personally stir-fry them for me. Don't add any chili, but do sprinkle a bit of salt. Then seal them up and put them in the fridge to chill. He reminded her, remember, seal in the aroma. You're such a creep. Han Yu almost threw up just hearing that. She shot Yi Fan a fierce glare before heading off with her bodyguards to complete this daunting task. An hour later, Han Yu appeared before Yi Fan, wearing a mask and holding a large plate of stir-fried wasps and other insects. They looked golden and crispy. Although they had been frozen, the aroma was still incredibly enticing. If she didn't know they were insects, she might have been tempted to try one. Breathless, Han Yu said, You creep, here's what you wanted. What are you going to do with it? She had already thrown up 3 or 4 times just thinking about this dish. If she thought Yi Fan was just messing with her, she would have chopped him up and stir-fried him instead. Don't speak. Yi Fan gestured for Han Yu and the others to be quiet. instructing the bodyguards to keep watch around them to prevent any noise from disturbing him. He then took out 2 silver needles and smiled. "Mr. Han, open your mouth. Are you going to feed me insects?" Han Nanhua stared at the plate of food, feeling a little uneasy, but he still obediently opened his mouth wide. Song Hongyan and Sun Xingsho watched with great interest. Although they didn't know what Yi Fan was up to, they believed he wouldn't disappoint them. Whoosh! Just as Han Nanhua opened his mouth as wide as possible, Yi Fan swiftly jabbed 2 needles into the acupoints on his face, keeping his mouth wide open. Han Yu was taken aback. "You bastard, what are you doing?" "Shut up." Yi Fan reprimanded Han Yu without any courtesy, then poured the entire plate of stir-fried insects into a transparent jar. The next moment, he pressed the jar against Han Nanhua's mouth. Han Yu panicked. Just as she was about to shout, she was silenced by Yi Fan's glare. The room fell silent, the tension palpable. Song Hongyan and Sun Xingsho stared intently at Han Nanhua and the glass jar. 5 minutes passed quickly, but nothing happened, causing Han Yu's face to turn cold. She was about to accuse Yi Fan of being a fraud when she noticed Sun Xingsho's eyes widen. Something's crawling out. Huh? Crawling out of his mouth? Song Hongyan and the others' eyelids twitched as they changed their angle to look. The next second, they all gasped in shock. A pale, inch-long living creature slowly emerged from Han Nanhua's mouth. Gasps of disbelief filled the air. Han Yu turned around and vomited. She could hardly believe the bizarre and horrifying scene before her. Yi Fan waved his hand to silence everyone. Quiet. Han Yu and the others quickly covered their mouths. The white creature moved slowly and was very small, as if it had just been born. It wobbled at the edge of his mouth, seemingly reluctant to leave the warmth of its surroundings, but ultimately could not resist the temptation of the stir-fried insects. With a sudden plop, it slipped into the glass jar and began to gnaw wildly at the aromatic insects. Song Hongyan and the others were utterly horrified. A minute later, when nothing else crawled out of his mouth, Yi Fan quickly covered the jar with a loud clap. "Oh my god, it's a centipede." A centipede in Old Han's stomach? How did it get in there? They realized it made sense why he couldn't drink hot water and could only eat cold food. He had to accommodate the centipede's diet. The dozen or so people present whispered among themselves, incredulous as they stared at the living creature in the jar. With a swift motion, Yi Fan removed 2 silver needles and instructed someone to bring white wine for Han Nanhua to rinse his mouth. Han Nanhua rushed outside and began to vomit uncontrollably. When he returned, supported by Han Yu, Yi Fan tapped the glass jar, saying, "This is the source of the poison." Han Yu's face turned beet red with embarrassment. Song Hongyan teased, "Uncle Hua, how do you feel now?" Yi Fan handed Han Nanhua a cup of warm water. Coughing, Han Nanhua's eyelids twitched as he trembled while taking the glass. Every time he had eaten something warm in the past, his stomach would churn violently, causing him immense pain, so he instinctively feared holding the cup. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and gulped it down. Moments later, the cup was empty, and warmth spread through his stomach, but the old agony was gone. The torment that had once raged within him had completely vanished. He was overjoyed, exclaiming, "It's gone. It's really gone." Han Yu and the others could see that Han Nanhua's spirit had improved significantly. "Brother Yi, what exactly is going on?" Sun Xingsho's eyes sparkled with curiosity. How could there be a centipede in Old Han's stomach? Yi Fan smiled and said, "If I'm not mistaken, Old Han has a penchant for cold food." "That's right. I pursue the original taste and texture, so I particularly enjoy cold dishes," Han Nanhua admitted honestly. Nodding. "Lettuce, raw beef, sashimi, raw seafood. I eat them all." Yi Fan smiled and nodded. When Old Han was eating these foods, he accidentally ingested centipede eggs. Under normal circumstances, stomach acid would digest such things, but because Old Han frequently consumed cold food, it provided a suitable environment for the centipede eggs to survive. He pointed at the centipede to explain. So this centipede eventually hatched and grew by feeding on the raw food Old Han kept eating. Sun Xingsho shivered, his eyes lighting up. Centipedes are carnivorous and prefer damp, dark places, so every time Old Han ate hot food or drank hot water, the centipede would stir in his stomach. Moreover, centipedes detoxify every half-month, and when the toxins are expelled, they circulate back into Old Han's stomach. Initially, the toxins were few, so Old Han didn't react much, but his internal organs gradually weakened. He finally understood the cause of the illness. Last night, the accumulation of toxins reached the human limit, and Old Han's frail body couldn't withstand it, leading to his fainting. Sun Xingsho was absolutely correct. Yi Fan nodded. "Last night, I met Elder Han and saw that he was poisoned. I tried to help him detoxify by using acupuncture to draw out the poison. However, when I was about to insert the 9th needle, Han Yu caused a distraction, so I was only able to remove the toxins but couldn't expel the source of the poison from his body." Han Yu's face flushed with embarrassment. It was your relative who said you weren't skilled in medicine. Sun Xingshou curiously asked. Then why aren't you using your acupuncture skills to force it out today, Brother Yi? Yi Fan smiled and explained, last night, I already startled the snake in the grass. If I try to use acupuncture again, it would likely become alert as soon as I started. It might hide or retaliate, and in doing so, it could inadvertently harm Elder Han. So today, I'm not going to force it. Instead, I'm going to use food as bait. Yi Fan pointed to a glass jar. See? It crawled out by itself. Sun Xingshou sighed in admiration. Brother Yi, your skills are truly remarkable. I am in awe. Han Yu hesitated and asked. So my grandfather will be all right? The poison has been drawn out, but Mr. Han's body is too weak and will need medication for a month, Yi Fan replied. Smiling at Han Nanhua, I'll write you a prescription shortly. Just follow it to prepare the medicine. Han Nanhua quickly bowed in gratitude. Thank you, Brother Yi. Please let me know if you have any conditions. Yi Fan playfully slapped Han Yu on the back. Call me master. Chapter 38. Can we do it a few more times? Yi Fan wrote a prescription and asked the Han family to prepare the medicine according to it. Afterwards, he personally stayed in the kitchen to brew the medicine. Yi Fan noticed that the white glow of the life and death jade had finally transformed into 3 petals. He wondered if 3 petals would be enough to save a life. While Yi Fan was lost in thought, Sun Shou, the renowned doctor, approached him, looking quite uneasy. Yi Fan smiled and asked, Old son, what's wrong? Is Elder Han's health in trouble? No, he is doing quite well. I checked his condition, and his pulse and heartbeat are normal now, Sun Shou replied with a friendly smile. He even fell asleep after having some hot porridge. Snoring like thunder, couldn't he wake him up at all? This is the first time he has slept so soundly in half a month. Yi Fan nodded gently. As long as he can sleep, that's good. If he takes a few more doses of my medicine, he'll be completely fine. Brother Yi, you truly have a miraculous touch, Sun Shou praised enthusiastically. At your age, with this level of skill, you are unprecedented. Hearing this, Yi Fan chuckled, Old son, if you have something to say, just say it. Sun Shou was momentarily taken aback, a bit embarrassed by his flattery. It seems that praising someone is also an art. Otherwise, I might get seen through at any moment. Brother Yi, I have an unreasonable request, Sun Shou said, looking like a child asking for something outrageous. Could you teach me your 9 Palaces resurrection acupuncture technique? No, I'll pay for it. Whatever the cost. He lowered his head completely. Just name your price. Yi Fan was slightly taken aback. This old man wanted to learn the 9 Palaces resurrection technique. Although it only involved 9 needles, each needle could transform in 9 ways, allowing for a total of 81 different techniques. Teaching just one would be trivial for Yi Fan. He was just surprised that this technique could be bought and sold. In the silence, Sun Shou looked at Yi Fan with immense nervousness. Such ancient acupuncture techniques were priceless. Who would be willing to part with them lightly? However, if he could learn it, not only would his own medical skills improve significantly, but the Sun family would also gain an important inheritance, possibly even surpassing the Huawang family in Longdu. So even though he felt the odds were slim, he still wanted to ask Yi Fan. If it didn't work out, so be it. He would just be a bit presumptuous. Sun Shou's face turned red with unspoken apologies. Brother Yi, please forgive my boldness. Money is not the issue. The old lady of the Sun family is being too formal. Yi Fan burst into laughter. I'll teach you for free. Free? This time, Sun Shou was stunned. You'll impart it to me for free? He couldn't believe it. This was the 9 Palaces resurrection technique, capable of bringing the dead back to life. Selling it, or opening a school could easily fetch billions. If Yi Fan was willing to trade, he could even exchange the rejuvenation hall for it. Yet, this priceless technique was being offered for free so casually by Yi Fan. Sun Shou was momentarily at a loss. Of course, it was free. Medical skills were meant to save lives, and hiding them was meaningless. Yi Fan, being generous, said, Come on, while I still have some energy. Let me teach you the first needle. Sun Shou shivered with excitement. You really want to teach me? Yi Fan nodded. The more people who know this, the more patients we can potentially save. That counts as doing good deeds. Sun Shou kneels down with a thud. Master, please allow your disciple Sun Shou to pay his respects. Han Yu, who had just returned with herbs, was momentarily stunned by the scene. You must have cast a spell on Grandpa Sunday. As Sun Shou happily went back to practice with the principles written by Yi Fan, Han Yu looked at Yi Fan, the so-called master, with a face full of despair. How could he do something so foolish? He is a renowned national champion in Huaxia, and yet he calls you master? In Han Yu's eyes, while Yi Fan might possess some skills, being so young, there's no way he could have the depth of experience that Sun Shou has. She couldn't accept her idol's admiration for a charlatan. Without me, your grandpa would have passed away last night. Yi Fan said as he took the herbs Han Yu had bought and started to process them. Then you would be an orphan. Hanyu was furious. But she retorted stubbornly, you just got lucky, that's all. Regardless, you've lost. I am your master for the next year. Yi Fan bluntly countered, you better show some respect, or you'll regret it. Hearing the word master, Hanyu's cheeks flushed. She stepped forward and said, besides the billion from Grandpa, I'll give you another 50 million to end our bet. How about it? Hanyu coldly threw out the temptation. What do you say? Yi Fan didn't respond, calmly continuing to brew the medicine. Is that not enough? Seeing Yi Fan's silence, Hanyu thought he was greedy and scoffed. Fine, I'll give you 1 billion. How about that? Not how about it. Yi Fan replied without looking back. 1 billion is easy for me to earn. But making Miss Han a maid would be nearly impossible. Hanyu exclaimed, 2 billion. She didn't believe there was anything money couldn't solve. Your grandpa just recovered. He needs a month of proper care. Yi Fan lazily replied, during this month, you should take good care of your grandpa, and next month, I'll come to fulfill my promise. Remember, I'll be at your beck and call. Yi Fan, don't get too cocky, Hanyu said, hands on her hips. Do you really think I can be your maid? Slap. Yi Fan smacked her thigh again. What kind of attitude is that? Damn it. Hanyu cursed Yi Fan's ancestors. Feeling humiliated not only from being slapped in the face, but also on her thigh, as if her 20 years of innocence had been taken away by him. Make sure you fulfill your promise, Yi Fan reminded her lazily. Otherwise, if your grandpa's condition relapses one day, how will you come to beg me? Hanyu's anger dissipated instantly. Although Yi Fan was insufferable, she had to admit he was still very valuable. At least until she found another doctor to replace him. She couldn't afford to fall out with him. You'll get struck by lightning. As Yi Fan turned around, Hanyu's eyes darted, and she kicked towards Yi Fan's lower back. Smack! Yi Fan quickly dodged the attack, and, taking advantage of the momentum, pulled Hanyu over and pinned her against the table. Ah! Hanyu was about to scream when a gust of wind from a palm struck her from behind. Ah! The sudden slap from behind shocked Hanyu, causing her to let out a scream. She panicked and forgot to resist, more in disbelief than anything else. This bastard was too violent and too overbearing. Does he even know what it means to cherish a woman? Does he understand what it means to be considerate and gentle? Hanyu shouted, bastard, let me go. Let me go? Slap, slap, slap. Yi Fan delivered 18 swift blows in one go, then released the embarrassed and furious Hanyu. Remember, this is the punishment for offending your master. Hanyu covered her backside with her left hand, pointing at Yi Fan with her right, yelling, bastard. Although her pretty face was filled with frustration and anger, deep down, there was an indescribable feeling, as if she couldn't bring herself to hate Yi Fan. What are you looking at? Yi Fan glared at her. Do you want another round? Hanyu quickly stepped back, putting distance between them. Bastard. Bastard. Her charming face was so red it looked like it could drip water. Just wait, you'll see how I deal with you. Yi Fan chuckled. Sure. I'll be waiting. I love it when beautiful women come to deal with me. Hanyu raised her delicate brows, ready to get angry again, but then saw Yi Fan's sparkling gaze fixed on her. She felt a rush of insecurity and instinctively looked away. But soon, her eyes widened in fury. I am Hanyu, the daughter of the Han family, the future heir of Qianbao Group. Why can't I fight back? Why can't I fight back? I will chop you to pieces. In a fit of embarrassment and anger, Hanyu frantically searched for something to use as a weapon. It wasn't long before she had 2 kitchen knives in her hands, the blades glinting ominously. Tremble, mortal, she declared, full of bravado. Yi Fan casually remarked, are you still angry? Does your head still hurt? Hanyu paused, dropped the knives, and touched her head, surprised to find that the sharp pain she used to feel when angry was now just a dull ache. She was overjoyed, after all. This headache had made her life miserable whenever it flared up. Those few hits earlier weren't to take advantage of you. They were to help clear your meridians and relieve your brain's nerves, so you wouldn't have a headache when you get angry, Yi Fan explained, looking at her. For the next couple of days, drink some herbal tea to calm your liver fire, and your menstrual cycle will return to normal. As for your foot injury, it depends on how you behave. After saying that, Yi Fan turned to leave the kitchen with his hands behind his back, just a few steps away. He heard Hanyu's shy and fearful voice. See, can you hit me a few more times? Yi Fan stumbled and fell over with a loud crash. Chapter 39. The check is fake. Although Yi Fan only needed Hanyu to be his maid for a year, Han Nenhua still gave him 100 million as a reward. The achievements of Qianbao Group today are largely due to Han Nenhua's efforts. His keen eye not only prevented counterfeit products from entering the market, but also enhanced the group's reputation. His life and death are crucial to Qianbao Group. Yi Fan saved him, which is equivalent to saving the entire group, so Han Nenhua insisted on rewarding Yi Fan no matter what. Yi Fan couldn't refuse and had no choice but to accept the check. Next, Sun Xingshou also offered 50 million as a master apprentice fee. When Yi Fan refused, he knelt down and wouldn't get up. Yi Fan could only accept the money with a mix of amusement and exasperation. And then he left Han's garden with Song Hongyan. Yi Fan asked Song Hongyan to take him to Baohai Bank, as he wanted to cash the check to pay off his high-interest debts. On the way, he looked at the woman in the driver's seat with gratitude and said, "Sister Yen, thank you for today. In just half a day, I've received 150 million. If I hadn't slapped myself twice, I'd think I was dreaming. I'll give you half as a referral fee." Yi Fan took out a 50 million check. "You're slapping my face," Song Hongyan said, swatting Yi Fan's hand away. "I should be the one thanking you for your help. Uncle Hua's survival is very important to me. I can't accept this 50 million. Besides, I owe you a favor now." The woman smiled brightly, with a hint of playfulness in her tone. "You can ask for anything, even to offer yourself. Let us not be so formal. No need to mention checks or favors," Yi Fan said, feeling a surge of warmth. He quickly changed the subject. "In any case, if you ever need anything, just let me know, and I'll do my best to help." Song Hongyan's finger brushed against Yi Fan's chin. "Now that's a good little brother. By the way, Sister Yen, I'm thinking of finding a job. What do you think I'd be suited for?" Yi Fan quickly shifted the topic. "A job?" Song Hongyan looked slightly surprised. "You have over 100 million now. Why would you want to work when you could be enjoying life with models at clubs? And with your medical skills, you could treat a few patients a year and earn more than most people do in a lifetime. Aren't you wasting time by looking for a job?" Yi Fan coughed lightly. "I mainly want to keep myself busy and feel more fulfilled." "Is it because your partner requested it? Hoping you'd find a job to lessen the burden?" Song Hongyan teased, realizing his motivation. Yi Fan didn't dare to respond. As they waited for a red light, Song Hongyan leaned closer, her breath warm against his ear as she laughed. "How about you be my personal doctor? You can set your own salary. What do you think?" Yi Fan rubbed his forehead in frustration. "I mainly want to explain to my mom. After all, it's been a year since I graduated, and I don't have a proper job." She's worried. Song Hongyan didn't press the issue anymore. "Getting a job is easy. There are dozens of companies under Woohoo Group. You could join anytime. But honestly, I think you shouldn't waste your time. Your medical skills are even better than Sun Xingxiu's. Your energy should be focused on practicing medicine. I suggest you open a clinic directly. This way, you can have a legitimate career, utilize your strengths, gain medical experience, and earn a substantial income, all in one go." Yi Fan was taken aback at first. Then he slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "That's right. I can open a clinic. That is a proper job." However, he quickly added, "But no. Ruoshua doesn't like me practicing medicine. She would be upset if she found out." He murmured to himself, "Besides, I don't have a medical license." Song Hongyan lightly tapped Yi Fan on the forehead and said, somewhat exasperated, "With your skills and connections, getting a medical license would be a piece of cake. As for Tang Ruoshua, come on. It's your life. You should make your own decisions. Why do you care about what Tang Ruoshua thinks? If you follow her every word, what if she tells you to jump off a cliff? You do that too? Let me tell you. I'm making the decision here. Your job will be to open a clinic. I'll help you sort out the medical license and the clinic." Song Hongyan decisively took charge for Yi Fan's sake. "If Tang Ruoshua gets upset over this, just break up with her. Worst case, I'll support you." After saying this, she slammed on the brakes and stopped in front of the bank. "We're here, get out." After leaving Yi Fan behind, she walked away with a stern expression. Yi Fan watched her leave and chuckled helplessly, feeling warmth in his heart at her domineering way of caring. Unfortunately, his affections were for Tang Ruoshua. He then turned his attention back to the checks in his pocket. He had 3 checks totaling a whopping 160 million, and he felt uneasy carrying them around. Worried he might accidentally wash them, Yi Fan planned to cash them, pay off debts, buy a house for his mother, keep some cash on hand, and then use the remaining money for a small business. With these thoughts in mind, he walked into the bank and asked a staff member, "Hello, where can I cash a check?" Just then, a fragrant breeze wafted by as a tall, beautiful woman appeared in front of him. It was Zhao Xiaoya, Tang Ruoshua's cousin, the woman from the video last night. "Wow, look who's here. Yi Fan, cashing checks like a big shot? But have you even seen a check before, you freeloading bum?" Zhao Xiaoya's mocking tone made it clear what she thought of him. She viewed Tang Ruoshua as a sister and held nothing but disdain for Yi Fan, believing he tarnished Tang Ruoshua's reputation and ruined her life. Her voice was loud, drawing the attention of several people nearby. Once they learned that Yi Fan was a live-in son-in-law, they began to whisper and point. "Miss Zhao, please watch your words," Yi Fan said calmly. "I'm a bank customer here to cash a check, not to be humiliated by you." "You, a freeloader, a customer?" Zhao Xiaoya crossed her arms, her gaze dripping with contempt. "That check is probably just pocket money from Ruoshua, right? You really are a disgrace. The Tang family provides for you, and you still squander Ruoshua's hard-earned money. Are you even a man?" Her pretty face was filled with disdain, thinking that Yi Fan was even worse than a beggar. The bank employees and customers shook their heads in disbelief. What Yifan had done truly crossed the line of decency. Are you done? Yifan's gaze turned cold. If you're done, step aside and don't get in the way of me cashing this check. If it weren't for the fact that the other party was a woman, Yifan would have slapped her already. I warn you, it's best to stay away from Ruoxue. She's not the kind of woman you can mess with. Zhao Xiaya said arrogantly, and my brother will be back soon. If he sees you being cozy with Ruoxue, you'd better watch out for your life. Yifan didn't even glance at her as he handed the check to a window. Hello, could you help me cash this check? Slap Zhao Xiaya snatched it away. I'm the lobby manager. Let me see this check first. Huh, 10 million? Zhao Xiaya looked at the amount in shock. Tang Ruoxue gave you this much money? Impossible, impossible. She wouldn't give you that much. This check is fake. Chapter 40. You're fired. Zhao Xiaya knew that Tang Ruoxue gave Yifan pocket money every month, but it was always 10,000 at most. $1 million was absolutely impossible. Tang Ruoxue couldn't come up with that much. So Zhao Xiaya's first reaction was that the check was fake. However, as she glanced down, she noticed that the seal was complete. There were no alterations. The numbers matched the written amount. And although the signature was unclear, it was written in one go. Her professional instinct told her that the check was genuine. When everyone heard that the check was fake, they all turned to look, whispering among themselves. Yifan spoke calmly. This check is real. Where did you get this check? Zhao Xiaya immediately shoved the check into her pocket, her gaze fierce as she stared at Yifan. Did you steal it from the Tang family? I'll give you one chance to answer honestly. Otherwise, I'll call Ruoxue and report you to the police. Even if the check was real, it couldn't possibly belong to Yifan. Many people gathered around, and upon hearing that a live-in son-in-law was holding $1 million check, they all clicked their tongues in disbelief, mocking Yifan for being dishonest. What family would give such a large sum to a son-in-law? Several female employees even curled their lips in disdain, thinking that he was living off a woman and stealing money. What low character. Yifan's voice deepened. This is my check. Your check? Zhao Xiaya scoffed. How could someone who relies on Ruoxue for a living have $1 million check? You must have stolen it from the Tang family. Let me tell you, you're committing a crime. She then took out her phone and called Tang Ruoxue. Ruoxue, come to the bank quickly. There's a problem. You're being unreasonable, Yifan retorted angrily. I want to see your bank president. The president isn't someone you can just see whenever you want, Zhao Xiaya said, her excitement growing. When Ruoxue gets here and finds out you stole the Tang family's check, let us see how you explain yourself. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. If she caught Yifan stealing the check, Tang Ruoxue would surely divorce him. Once Yifan and Tang Ruoxue were divorced, her brother could directly marry Tang Ruoxue. Xiaoya, what is going on? Not long after, a red BMW pulled up outside, and Tang Ruoxue rushed into the bank. Seeing Yifan, she paused slightly. Yifan, what are you doing here? At that moment, a few people came through the employee entrance, and a middle-aged man with a stern expression shouted, What is going on? Zhao Xiaya quickly explained, President Jia, someone is trying to cash a stolen check. President Jia frowned. Someone stole a check? This bastard stole a check from the Tang family. And I caught him red-handed. Zhao Xiaya pointed at Yifan and exclaimed, He refuses to admit it, but I've brought the owner here. She then turned to Tang Ruoxue and said, Ruoxue, you need to call the police to arrest him, and then you can get a divorce. Tang Ruoxue looked confused. A check? Yes, here it is, for $1 million. Zhao Xiaya pulled out the check. This is an attempt to completely drain the Tang family. Truly a thankless wretch. Tang Ruoxue took a look and was stunned. This isn't a check from the Tang family. Not from the Tang family. Zhao Xiaya was taken aback. Then fixed her gaze on Yifan. He must have stolen it from somewhere else or picked it up on the way. What a greedy person. She scoffed. And a foolish one at that. Do you really think you can cash in a check you found? Tang Ruoxue narrowed her eyes. Yifan, what's going on here? Indeed. This check did not belong to the Tang family, nor was it stolen or found. Yifan calmly met Tang Ruoxue's gaze. This is a cash check from Huang Zhendong. I helped him with something, and he rewarded me with 10 million. What could a useless person like you possibly help with? Zhao Xiaya sneered. Who would be foolish enough to give you 10 million? Huang Zhendong, Huang the fool. What? Huang Zhendong? Mid-sentence, Zhao Xiaya's expression changed. President Huang? At that moment, Manager Jia took the check and examined it. This is President Huang's check. I can recognize his signature at a glance. Tang Ruoxue's expression softened as she confirmed. Yifan does indeed have a connection with President Huang. You've got some guts. Zhao Xiaya was shocked. You dare to steal a check from Mr. Huang? I already said. This is a reward from Huang Zhendong. Yifan replied calmly. If you don't believe me, you can call and ask. Manager Jia hesitated for a moment, but ultimately picked up the phone to make a call. Not long after, he hung up, his expression awkward. Mr. Yi, I'm sorry. We misunderstood. Please forgive us. Manager Jia forced a smile, having confirmed the authenticity of the check. What? Zhao Xiaoya was stunned. It's really 10 million from Mr. Huang? How is that possible? How is it not possible? Manager Jia snapped. Mr. Yi is handsome and talented, and he has a good relationship with Mr. Huang. A reward of 10 million is perfectly reasonable. That is absolutely impossible. Zhao Xiaoya was losing her composure. How could a live-in son-in-law, someone who relies on the Tang family to get by, possibly be friends with President Huang? This must be a mistake. She couldn't accept it. Manager Jia, please ask President Huang again. He must have gotten it wrong. Tang Ruoxue stepped forward, forcing a smile. Xiaoya, Yifan really does have a connection with President Huang. At the same time, she shot Yifan a glare, recalling how he had promised not to cash the check from Huang Zhendong and was now at the bank. She would definitely deal with him when they got back. All right, Ruoxue, don't take his side. I know Yifan's background all too well. Zhao Xiaoya interrupted Tang Ruoxue and turned back to Manager Jia. Manager, please ask one more time. Seeing Zhao Xiaoya so certain and Yifan looking like a street vendor, Manager Jia hesitated again and called Huang Zhendong. Soon after, his expression turned grim. There was no doubt he had been scolded. After hanging up, Manager Jia shouted at Zhao Xiaoya, Manager Zhao, I'm ordering you to apologize to Mr. Yi right now. Zhao Xiaoya was momentarily dazed. Huh, is this really true? Manager Zhao barked. Did you hear that? Apologize. Zhao Xiaoya's pretty face changed dramatically. In Yifan's eyes, she saw him as a useless person. The thought of having to apologize to such a man made her feel uncomfortable. However, upon seeing President Jia's sharp gaze, she could only huff and say, I'm sorry. Yifan smiled. You mock me, slander me, and even brought Ruoxue here, yet you apologize so reluctantly? Zhao Xiaoya raised her brows. Yifan, know your limits. Don't push your luck. Tang Ruoxue added softly. Yifan, this is a misunderstanding. Just let it go. Since she wouldn't admit her mistake, then let's talk about firing her. Yifan looked at President Jia and said, keeping someone like her around will only bring you trouble. Such a bold claim. Zhao Xiaoya scoffed. Fire me? Who do you think you are? Tang Ruoxue shot Yifan a glance. Huang Zhendong might give Yifan $1 million for help, but he wouldn't necessarily pressure the bank based on his suggestions. President Jia was even less impressed. How could Huang Zhendong possibly cut off cooperation with him because of Yifan? Moreover, the fact was that 90% of the funds from the Sihai Chamber of Commerce were in Baiwa Bank, while Baohai Bank only held a trivial portion. He could give Huang Zhendong some face, but it wasn't enough to justify firing a manager. Besides, Zhao Xiaoya was also from a wealthy family, and the Zhao family's dealings with Baohai Bank were no less than those of Huang Zhendong. So he shrugged and said with a smile, Mr. Yi, know your limits. I can't meet your demands. Do you really think knowing Mr. Huang gives you free rein? Zhao Xiaoya became even more smug at his words. Yifan, you're too naive. By the way, my brother is coming back in a couple of days, and I'll have him deal with you. She suddenly turned fierce. You'll realize that I'm someone you can't afford to mess with. Yifan smiled lightly. I'm afraid the Na vet is yours. Yifan, stop messing around with Xiaoya. I'll go get the car, and we'll head home together. Tang Ruoxue shot Yifan a glare before turning to leave and start the car. She knew Zhao Xiaoya's connections. Yifan's wish to fire her was nothing but wishful thinking. Yifan looked at President Jia and smiled. Looks like Mr. Huang's influence isn't enough after all. President Jia chuckled non-committally. Indeed, it's not enough. Seeing Yifan being publicly humiliated by the president, several female employees either rolled their eyes or exchanged amused glances, looking down on him as if they thought he was too full of himself. Is this enough? Yifan handed over a second check. Hui Chuntang, 50 million. President Jia's expression changed. Still not enough? Then let us add another. Yifan presented a third check. Qianbao Group, 100 million. President Jia nearly stumbled. He looked at Yifan in disbelief, realizing he not only knew Huang Zhendong, but also had connections with Sun Shou and Han Nanhua. These were all major clients, with hundreds of billions in transactions each year. The fact that Yifan could secure such substantial funds from them indicated his significant influence over them. The next moment, he slapped Zhao Xiaoya. Get lost, you're fired. Chapter 41. Uninvited guest. Before Zhao Xiaoya could react, Yifan hopped into Tang Ruoxue's car. However, just a few kilometers down the road, Tang Ruoxue pulled over. She had received a call from Zhao Xiaoya. Moments later, with a look of surprise on her face, she hung up and turned to Yifan, asking, how did you manage to get Zhao Xiaoya fired from the bank? She had left early and missed the 2 checks that followed. Zhao Xiaoya was too caught up in her own pride to notice who signed them. Yifan casually explained. Her attitude was unprofessional. It's only natural for her to be let go. Tang Ruoxue's expression darkened. Don't play games with me. Tell me the truth. I know Han Nanhua from Qianbao Group. Yi Fan let out a bitter laugh. Qianbao Group is a major client of Baohai Bank, with transactions worth hundreds of billions every year. I told manager Jia that if Zhao Xiaoya wasn't fired, I would have Qianbao Group pull their funds and move to our competitor, Baiwa Bank. He honestly admitted that Baohai Bank was afraid and ultimately fired Zhao Xiaoya. You know Han Nanhua from Qianbao Group? Tang Ruoxue scoffed. I've even had dinner with Du Tianhu. Even if you know Han Nanhua, would he really risk his relationship with Baohai Bank for you? Who do you think you are? Tang Ruoxue saw through Yi Fan's scheme. Come clean. Did you get Song Hanyan involved again? Yi Fan opened his mouth slightly, unsure how to respond. After a long pause, he gave her a thumbs up, saying, My wife is brilliant. Get lost. Tang Ruoxue scolded. You're such a child. Just to get back at Zhao Xiaoya, you went and bothered Song Hanyan. You really need to know when to stop. She earnestly advised him. No matter how great the favor, you can't keep demanding like this. All right, I'll change my ways. Yi Fan patted Tang Ruoxue's thigh. I'll try not to trouble Song Hanyan in the future. He took the opportunity to give it a gentle squeeze, enjoying the silky texture of her stockings. Tang Ruoxue added, Also, you promised me you wouldn't cash in Huang Zhendong's checks? I don't want to cash them either, Yi Fan replied. But the high-interest loans I owe are piling up, and I need to pay them off quickly, or I'm worried they'll come after my mom. Tang Ruoxue's voice turned cold. If you need money, you can come to me. If I didn't know your situation, I might have asked you for money, but now you're already short 50 million. How could I possibly ask you for more? Yi Fan did his best to alleviate her worries. Besides, I saved Huang Zhendong's life. $1 million is manageable. After I pay off the loans, you can hold on to the rest for some liquidity. After saying that, Yi Fan quickly repaid all his outstanding high-interest loans and online debts. Thinking about the 50 million, Tang Ruoxue's pretty face dimmed a bit, and she no longer reprimanded Yi Fan for cashing the checks. You keep this money for yourself. I'll handle my own issues. Once you pay off your debts, buy a house for your mom and get her some social security. Just try to keep your distance from Huang Zhendong. She wanted Yi Fan to return the money but understood his difficulties and felt helpless to assist. So she had to settle for a compromise. By the way, I have a friend who has some extra money and can lend you 50 million. Yi Fan patted the bank card in his pocket and added, and the interest is even lower than the bank's. Do you want me to introduce you? Your friend? Lending 50 million? Tang Ruoxue suddenly let out a cold laugh. It's Song Hanyan, isn't it? Yi Fan quickly shook his head. No. Tang Ruoxue snorted. Don't deny it. Who else would dare to lend me such a large amount at this time? Yi Fan sighed and explained, I really didn't. Still lying? Tang Ruoxue pinched Yi Fan hard on the waist, then pulled a strand of hair from his shoulder. This hair is 30 centimeters long, shoulder length, and wine red. You also smell like Chanel's autumn fragrance. I remember, Song Hanyan has the same hair and uses that exact perfume. You met her today, didn't you? She added. 50 million, and you say it's not her? Yi Fan looked incredulously at the strand of hair she was holding, surprised at how sharp Tang Ruoxue's observation was. To avoid dragging out the situation, he finally nodded and admitted, All right, I went to see Qianqian today and borrowed money from her. Ruoxue, it doesn't matter who it is. As long as they can help, right? He advised the woman, You can repay this favor after you get through your tough time. I'll tell you. Tang Ruoxue tossed the hair aside. Tang Ruoxue, would rather die poor, exhausted, or bankrupt than take a single cent from Song Hanyan. After saying this, she stepped on the gas and surged forward. Why does this woman have such a strong opinion about Song Hanyan? Yi Fan opened his mouth to say something, but ended up shaking his head instead, putting the bank card back into his pocket. Ding. Just then, Yi Fan's phone vibrated. He glanced at it and saw that it was a call from Huang Zhendong. He put on his earphones to answer, and Huang Zhendong's voice came through quickly. Brother Yi, things aren't good. Yi Fan replied nonchalantly, What is going on? Huang Zhendong immediately started cursing Zhang Daqiang. That bastard Zhang Daqiang is too careless. That night, after leaving the Sihai Chamber of Commerce, he had people take control of Lin Ruowan and Zhang Xiaojiang, then went to the hospital for a test. After confirming he couldn't have children, he planned to kill the two of them, choosing tomorrow, which is also their wedding anniversary, to do it. But unexpectedly, the place where Lin Ruowan and Zhang Xiaojiang were held was raided today. They disappeared. His tone became serious. I'm worried she'll come looking for you. Yi Fan's expression changed slightly. Useless. Next to him, Tang Ruoxue was taken aback, surprised to hear Yi Fan curse someone else for being useless, as he was usually the target of such insults. Just then, as the red BMW was about to merge onto the auxiliary road, a black van came roaring in. The black tires screeched against the pavement, emitting a burning smell due to the sudden friction. The situation was unexpected, and Tang Ruoxue couldn't react in time. Watch out. Yi Fan shouted as he tossed his phone aside, his right hand quickly turning the steering wheel to dodge the incoming vehicle. Just as the steering wheel was adjusted, a loud bang echoed as the red BMW was struck by a commercial vehicle. The front right side of the car crumpled upon impact, and the right rearview mirror flew off, landing over 10 meters away. Tang Ruoshue's body jolted violently, causing a small bump on her forehead from hitting the steering wheel. With a swift motion, Yi Fan raised his left hand and delivered a quick chop to the back of Tang Ruoshue's head, rendering her temporarily unconscious. He then exited the car, locking the BMW immediately. At almost the same moment, the door of the commercial vehicle swung open, and a man and a woman emerged. The man stood at nearly 6 feet 3, muscular and towering like a giant, brandishing a knife. The woman wore shorts and a crop top that showcased her toned legs and sun-kissed skin, indicating she was also a fighter. Both of them bore tattoos of a bear on their bodies. The towering man looked at Yi Fan with a cold smirk. Yi Fan. The woman in shorts surveyed him with an arrogant gaze, her disdain evident. Yi Fan calmly asked, "Who are you?" "Very good," the towering man replied, a glint of coldness in his eyes. "Let's confirm names to avoid killing the wrong person." Yi Fan chuckled lightly. "Are you here to kill me?" "My name is Xiong Yi. This is my sister-in-law Xiong Jiao. Lin Ruowan is my woman, and Zhang Xiaojiang is my son." The towering man exhaled sharply. "You ruined our plans, so you must die." "Xiong Yi? Xiong Jiao? The Xiong family's notorious quartet?" Yi Fan's nerves instantly tightened upon hearing this. They were wanted criminals with $1 million bounty on their heads. They were known for their violent crimes, both domestically and abroad, responsible for numerous deaths, and had infamously slaughtered an entire family of a wealthy tycoon in Xiong country. Several women had suffered at their hands for 3 days and nights. Yi Fan hadn't expected them to be connected to Lin Ruowan, nor did he anticipate encountering them. Killing is against the law. I'm sorry about Lin Ruowan's situation. Is there another way to resolve this? Yi Fan genuinely wished to avoid trouble for himself and his loved ones. "I'm sorry, but Wanner and Xiaojiang just want you dead. As for killing, we have dozens of lives on our hands. We don't mind adding one more," Xiong Yi said with a cruel smile. "Don't worry. You want to be alone. After I kill you, I'll make sure your mother-in-law's family and Zhang Daqiang join you. Of course, your woman will die a little later, as Xiaojiang is very interested in her." Yi Fan's hesitant gaze turned icy in an instant. He felt a surge of murderous intent. Xiong Yi commanded, "Xiong Jiao, take him out. We need to move." Xiong Jiao tossed a beetle nut into her mouth and approached Yi Fan with a disdainful expression. "Don't feel wronged. Being weak is a sin. If you're not satisfied, feel free to fight back." She lunged at Yi Fan, intending to crush him with her grip. Without a word, Yi Fan charged at Xiong Jiao, closing the distance. Seeking death, Xiong Jiao's brows furrowed as she couldn't believe Yi Fan dared to strike first. She threw a punch, aiming to break his bones. But just as her fist made contact with Yi Fan's body, Xiong Jiao felt an overwhelming, destructive aura emanating from him. All of her defenses crumbled, and the punch she threw shattered with a sharp crack. Bang! In the next moment, Xiong Jiao crashed straight into the SUV. Boom! The vehicle's body instantly caved in. The windows shattered into pieces, raining down like confetti. It was a shocking sight. In Xiong Yi's incredulous gaze, Xiong Jiao slid to the ground, bloodied and bruised all over. This scene made Xiong Yi gasp in disbelief, and left everyone stunned by Yi Fan's overwhelming power. No one expected that Yi Fan's casual collision would have such devastating results. "Kid, you hurt my sister. Did you think about the consequences?" Xiong Yi shouted as he raised his dagger, but halfway through his words, he heard a crack. His neck twisted a full 180 degrees, and his last view was of Yi Fan's indifferent face. Too much talking. Yi Fan released his grip, and Xiong Yi fell straight down, his face a mix of shock, resentment, and disbelief. He never imagined he would be taken out before he even had a chance to strike. Seeing this, Xiong Jiao spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. Yi Fan took out his phone and said, "Zhang Daqiang, clean this up." Chapter 42. The visit from Aunt Lin. As Zhang Daqiang arrived with his team to handle the scene, Yi Fan escorted Tang Ruoshua to a nearby hospital. Her injuries were not serious. He just wanted her to calm down. Tang Ruoshua quickly regained consciousness and asked about the accident. Yi Fan informed her that the other party was fully at fault, that the car was covered by insurance and sent for repairs, and that they had even compensated her with 50,000 for medical expenses. Tang Ruoshua didn't doubt him. After a brief rest and confirming she was all right, she insisted on leaving the hospital and asked Yi Fan not to inform her parents about the accident. She didn't want Lin Qiuling and the others to worry, especially since this was the second incident in half a month. "You've been really unlucky lately," she remarked. "Not only is there trouble at your company, but you also keep getting into accidents. Don't you suspect it might be due to the amulet? Yi Fan seized every opportunity to address the amulet issue. I think it would be best for you to get rid of it. On the way to the hospital, he had considered using the accident to break the amulet, but he ultimately dismissed that crude idea. The amulet was quite sturdy. Since Tang Ruoxue hadn't been harmed, it was unlikely the amulet would break, which could easily lead her to suspect he had tampered with it. Moreover, even if she believed the amulet had shattered, if she held no aversion to it, she might just get another one to wear. If that happened, and it turned out to be even more powerful, it would truly be a case of losing more than he gained. After weighing his options, Yi Fan decided against taking action, instead drawing a few talismans to dispel any negative energy, hoping to prevent further misfortune for Tang Ruoxue. Here we go again, right? Every time Yi Fan mentioned the amulet, Tang Ruoxue's mood soured. Clearly, the other driver was careless. What does that have to do with my amulet? If it's really that malevolent, then why have I only had 2 accidents while driving to work every day? If we're going to blame the amulet, I could just as easily suspect you're the reason for my bad luck, considering both incidents happened while you were in my car. She shot him a glare, picked up her handbag, and said, "No more nonsense, let us go home." Tang Ruoxue was worried that Yi Fan might be losing his grip on reality with all his suspicions. Yi Fan had anticipated this outcome, and with a helpless smile, he followed her out. As soon as they reached the elevator, Yi Fan received a text message from Zhang Daqiang, informing him that the remnants of the incident involving Xiong Yi and the others had been cleaned up. Lin Ruowan and Zhang Xiaojiang had also been apprehended. Zhang Daqiang assured Yi Fan that he would no longer be in danger. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes slightly and discreetly deleted the message. The trouble with Lin Ruowan seemed to be resolved. Yi Fan didn't want to get his hands dirty. But with the other party not only wanting to kill him, but also threatening Tang Ruoxue's family, he could only see them off. With mixed feelings, Yi Fan and Tang Ruoxue returned to the villa, only to find a few guests waiting at home. As he focused his gaze, he recognized Aunt Lin and her daughter Lin Xiaoyan. Tang Sanghua and Lin Xiuling were sitting across from them, looking solemn and somewhat helpless. Aunt Lin was Lin Xiuling's cousin, an employee of a state-owned enterprise, and their relationship was fairly good, with mutual visits during holidays. However, Aunt Lin usually came to the Tang family empty-handed, often bringing her son and daughter along, claiming to be treating them to a feast. Today, however, she had surprisingly brought a gift box. The box, placed on the coffee table, looked rough and was tied with a red string, resembling some kind of craft item. Aunt Lin, Xiaoyan, hello, Yi Fan and Tang Ruoxue greeted politely. Lin Sanggu simply nodded gently at Tang Ruoxue, completely ignoring Yi Fan, the son-in-law of the Tang family, who didn't catch her eye at all. Then, with a frown, she turned to Lin Xiuling and said, "Xiuling, I'm really at my wit's end. Or I wouldn't have come here so boldly. Xiaoyan graduated with a degree in archaeology, but she's been struggling to find a job. The companies she's applied to are just utterly unreasonable. I've told them that my Xiaoyan is a city girl, spoiled since childhood, not suited for heavy work, and has higher material demands. I asked them to arrange a position for her that is light and easy, with an internship salary of around 18,000. But they all refused. They either send her out to the field or offer 5,000, which is no different from what rural graduates get. I mean, isn't that belittling Xiaoyan's status?" Dressed in red, Lin Sanggu pounded her chest in frustration, her former sharpness now transformed into anger and resentment. Lin Xiaoyan was playing with her phone, barely lifting her eyelids, as if this had nothing to do with her. Lin Xiuling gently reassured her, "Sister, I understand how you feel. How about this? Xiaoyan can work at my clinic for a few months to gain some experience." "Chunfeng Clinic?" Lin Xiaoyan replied with a look of disdain. "Aunt, forget about your clinic. The patients are all from the lower classes, truck drivers or street vendors. And there are even some thugs. There's no class whatsoever. Besides, I studied archaeology. I'm aiming for an elegant and noble path. Chunfeng Clinic is just like a vegetable market, and I have to serve patients." She pouted. "Even if you offered me 100,000, I wouldn't go." Lin Sanggu chimed in, "Exactly. Xiaoyan going to your place would not only mean she wouldn't learn anything, but it would also lower her status." Lin Xiuling's expression changed slightly, but she still managed to force a smile. "If Chunfeng Clinic isn't suitable, then what do you think we should do, sister?" She held a deep disdain for Yi Fan, but was genuinely concerned for her family. "I've thought it over. Those small companies look down on people, so we won't go there." Lin Sanggu's eyes lit up. "I've decided to let Xiaoyan go to Qianbao Group. I read in the news that they've discovered a jade mine overseas, and their business is booming. If Xiaoyan gets in, it'll be great for her." She laid out her plan decisively. "I'm not asking for her to be rich, just a salary of 1 to 180,000 a year would be fine. The idea of Qianbao Group is good, but their requirements for professionals are extremely high, Lin Sangua frowned and interjected. Getting into Qianbao Group is harder than passing the civil service exam. They only hire experienced appraisers or exceptionally talented candidates. The implication was clear. Lin Xiaoyan's chances of getting in were slim to none. I know it's hard to get in, which is why we came to you, Lin Sangua said, raising her eyebrows. Qiuling, after years of running a clinic, you have countless medical resources, and Sangua, as an expert in antiques, has connections with many wealthy families. You must have a good relationship with Qianbao Group. If you could put in a good word for Xiaoyan, wouldn't it be as easy as drinking water for her to get in? Lin Sangua suppressed her smile. Unless you don't want to help, or are worried about the costs and owing favors. Tang Sangua and Lin Qiuling exchanged awkward glances. They didn't want to help, but the situation was beyond their capabilities. Han Nanhua earned billions in a year, while the Tang family made only a few million annually. The gap between their social standings was astronomical. They acknowledged knowing Han Nanhua, but it was merely a nodding acquaintance. They had no connections to leverage. Even if they could pass a message, their words would carry little weight. Yi Fan was on his way upstairs when he heard Han Nanhua's name, and he hesitated. Mom, what's going on? Is it about Qianbao Group? Already under immense pressure from Lin Sangua, when Yi Fan asked this, Lin Qiuling instantly snapped. What are you asking for? You can't help anyway. She waved him off impatiently. Go cook. Aunt Sangua and the others will be eating here soon. Yi Fan replied nonchalantly. I just heard you mention Qianbao Group. I have some connections with old Han. Maybe I can help. If it weren't for the heavy atmosphere, which he worried might affect Tang Ruoshua's mood, he wouldn't have bothered with them. You can help? What can you possibly do? Lin Sangua yelled at Yi Fan. This matter requires at least the manager of Qianbao Group to resolve. Do you know anyone like that? Chapter 43. Call from Qianbao Group. Aunt Lin was furious. At such a critical moment, Yi Fan still dared to cause trouble? Lin Qiuling shot Yi Fan a glance before waving him off. Enough. If you have no skills, then just stay out of this. Can't you see we're all stressed to the point of turning gray? And remember to make an extra 4 happiness meatballs when you cook. Your auntie loves them. Yi Fan had no choice but to keep quiet. Qiuling, Sangua, this matter really needs you to handle it. Among us relatives, you two are the most capable. If you don't help, Xiaoyan will really have no way out. Seeing the troubled expressions on Tang Sangua and his wife, Aunt Lin's face turned stern. Can you really bear to watch Xiaoyan without a job? Just staying at home, living off others? Lin Xiaoyan chimed in sharply, Aunt Uncle. At a critical moment like this, you can't let us down. Yi Fan shook his head. This kid, no wonder no hospitals wanted her. At that moment, Tang Ruoshua, who had changed her shoes, walked over. Aunt, is Xiaoyan trying to get into Qianbao Group? Oh dear, I almost forgot about Ruoshua. She's the big boss and knows quite a few people. Aunt Lin slapped her forehead, her anger dissipating into a warm smile. She got up and pulled Tang Ruoshua to sit down. Ruoshua, come, help your sister out a little. She briefly summarized the situation and then pointed at Lin Xiaoyan, who was looking a bit too proud. If you don't help Xiaoyan, her life will be ruined. Aunt Lin's eyes were piercing. Ruoshua, you're not the kind of person who would let her down, are you? After hearing this, Tang Ruoshua helplessly explained, Aunt, Xiaoyan, we really can't help with this. Although old Han is easy to talk to, we only know him in passing, and we don't have any real connections. Moreover, every year, there are hundreds, if not thousands, trying to get into Qianbao Group, many of whom have strong backgrounds. Old Han doesn't give them any face. So what can we do to get in through the back door? Of course, I can try calling later. Tang Ruoshua didn't want to overstate her capabilities, wanting to prepare Aunt Lin for the possibility of disappointment. However, Aunt Lin's face fell instantly upon hearing this. They were here to solve a problem, not to listen to difficulties. What do you mean no connections? Usually, you're all boasting about being family, but at a crucial moment, there are no connections? Aunt Lin's patience snapped. You don't want to help, do you? Lin Xiaoyan fanned the flames. Mom, I told you not to come here. You have no money or power. Who would recognize you as family? Lin Qiuling also frowned. Sister, Xiaoyan, how can you talk like that? Do you think it's that we don't want to help? We really can't. Tang Sangua nodded in agreement. Qianbao Group is really strict. Without strong abilities or solid backgrounds, it's tough. How can you say you can't help? Have you even tried to help? Have you asked for favors or offered gifts? You haven't done anything and yet say you can't help? Aunt Lin argued passionately. Is this your attitude towards helping others? If it weren't for the fact that you're family, I wouldn't even want you to get involved. She launched into a scathing reprimand. I came to you with a serious face, already giving you enough respect, and this is how you respond. Lin Qiuling was furious. Is this still a privilege for us? Just as it seemed an argument was about to break out, Tang Ruoshua suddenly turned her gaze to Yi Fan. Yi Fan can really help. She was reluctant to let Yi Fan use his connections with Song Hongyan. But seeing Lin Sangua like this, She felt she had no choice but to let Yi Fan owe a favor. Yi Fan. Lin Sangu's anger escalated. Ruashua. Are you joking? Who doesn't know that your Yi Fan is a good-for-nothing? If you don't want to help, just say so. One moment you're saying he has no influence, and the next you're using him as a shield. What's the point? We aren't fools. By the time she finished speaking, Lin Sangu was thoroughly enraged. To her, it seemed like the Tang family was deliberately brushing them off. Even she knew that Yi Fan, the son-in-law, was a useless person, and for the Tang family to say he could help was treating her and her daughter like idiots. At this moment, Lin Xiaoling also realized, Ruashua didn't he mean that? Lin Sangu shouted angrily. The Tang family has become prosperous and now looks down on us poor relatives. If you don't want to help, just say it plainly. What is so great about it? If Yi Fan could help, even pigs would fly. Sweetheart, you're right. No money, no power, no relatives. Lin Sangu scoffed. To brush us off, you even dragged Yi Fan into it. Lin Xiaoyan tugged at her mother's sleeve. Mom, let us go. They need to disinfect the sofa we sat on later, so let us not disturb them. Her sharp words were even harsher than Lin Xiaoling's, infuriating Tang Sangua and his wife. Sangu, we're not trying to fool you. We just suddenly remembered that Yi Fan happens to know someone who has a good relationship with Song Hongyan. Tang Ruashua quickly explained. Song Hongyan is on good terms with old Han. With her intervening, things will definitely get resolved. Lin Xiaoling also suppressed her anger and nodded. That's right. Yi Fan knows Song Hongyan. She recalled that Yi Fan had once saved Song Hongyan's daughter. If she was willing to give Yi Fan 3 million in ginseng fruit, it shouldn't be too hard to have a word with Han Nanhua. Enough already, still bragging? Is this interesting? Lin Sangu was even more furious and laughed in anger. Yi Fan knows Song Hongyan? I know Du Tianhu too. You say your Tang family has just become prosperous in recent years. How did you turn into such cold-hearted people? Not only do you refuse to help, but you also come up with a bunch of ridiculous excuses to brush us off? I'm really disappointed. If you truly look down on us, just say it outright. And we want to come again, all right? Lin Sangu started gathering her things, preparing to leave with her daughter. Lin Xiaoling was so furious she felt like her lungs were about to explode. Tang Ruashua saw her mother's face turning red and hurried over to advise her not to get angry. Lin Xiaoling grabbed Yi Fan's sleeve. Yi Fan, call Song Hongyan, ask her to help out. I need to vent this frustration today. Otherwise, I want to be able to sleep tonight. This little matter doesn't require Song Hongyan. Yi Fan took out his phone and smiled lightly. I'll just have my maid. No, a friend help me. Then, he dialed Han Yu's number. Before long, he hung up and said to Aunt Lin San and the others, it's all sorted out. They were still putting on a show, but how long could they keep it up? Aunt Lin San packed the box with a loud clatter, looking at Yi Fan and the others with disdain. What kind of relatives are these? In today's society, family ties are really weak. Xiaoyan, let's go. This isn't a place for us. Aunt Lin San urged her daughter as she held the box. We can't afford to mingle with these high society people. Just then, Lin Xiaoyan's phone vibrated. She looked at it and gasped in surprise. Mom, it's a call from Qianbao Group. Chapter 44. The fish intestine sword quick, answer it. Hearing that it was a call from Qianbao Group, Aunt Lin was startled and hurriedly urged her daughter to pick up the phone. Lin Xiaoyan quickly grabbed the phone and connected the call. A moment later, she hung up, her face filled with astonishment. Aunt Lin immediately asked, Xiaoyan, whose call was it? What did they say? Tang Sangua and Lin Xiaoling also gathered around. Mom, it was a call from Qianbao Group. Lin Xiaoyan exclaimed excitedly. Secretary Qian said they've seen my resume and told me to prepare my documents for training at Qianbao Group tomorrow. They'll even pay me a salary of 8,000 yuan a month. If I perform well, I can start an internship in 3 months. If I don't make any mistakes during the internship, I'll be able to secure a full-time position with a base salary of 20,000 in bonuses. Thinking about becoming a part of Qianbao Group and earning so much money, Lin Xiaoyan became even more excited, speaking with greater enthusiasm. Really? Aunt Lin looked at her daughter, puzzled. Is it really a call from Qianbao Group? Yes, I checked, and the phone number is indeed from Qianbao Group. Plus, I recognize Secretary Qian's voice. She came to my school to give a lecture. Lin Xiaoyan nodded earnestly. Tang Ruashua shot a glance at Yi Fan, her expression complicated. Both surprised by Yi Fan's efficiency and displeased with Song Hongyan's obedience to him. Yi Fan understood the unspoken thoughts of the women, but could only smile wryly. Unable to explain how Han Yu had taken him as her mentor. With confirmation, Aunt Lin was overjoyed. That's wonderful. My daughter can join Qianbao Group now. It's truly a blessing from above. This not only meant a bright future for her daughter, but it also gave her something to boast about. Not a blessing from above, Lin Xiaoling snorted. It was Yi Fan who helped a lot. Tang Ruashua and Yi Fan exchanged smiles. Surprised that Lin Xiaoling was acknowledging Yi Fan for once. Yi Fan. Aunt Lin snapped back to reality. sneering, "Are you all deaf? Didn't you hear Xiaoyan say it was Qianbao Group that looked at her resume? Clearly, it's because my Xiaoyan is exceptional that Qianbao Group recognized her potential and chose her out of so many applicants. What does that have to do with your Yi Fan? Do you really think I would believe that Xiaoyan getting into Qianbao Group was because he made a phone call? That's just a coincidence." Lin Xiaoyan also looked at her aunt with disdain. "Aunt, let us not even talk about how Yi Fan isn't capable. Even if he had connections, Qianbao Group isn't a place you can get into just through connections. They must have recognized my looks and personality, which is why they want me as fresh blood." In that moment, she completely forgot that she had come here seeking a backdoor entry. Tang Ruoxua looked shocked. "Xiaoyan." "Enough, don't say any more," Aunt Lin interrupted impatiently. "If you want to give your man some credit, just say it outright. Don't twist Xiaoyan's own merits into Yi Fan's abilities. A live-in son-in-law who relies on your Tang family for support and pocket money. How could he possibly help my Xiaoyan get into Qianbao Group? If you can't even get Han Nanhua's respect, how could Yi Fan manage that? Don't be ridiculous." She had no faith that Yi Fan had played any role in this. Lin Xiaoling couldn't help but stand up. Yi Fan really had no talent. But the connections he had with Song Hongyan were impressive. "Yi Fan, tell her, was it you who helped?" She was truly about to be driven mad. She knew in her heart that with Lin Xiaoyan's abilities, she wouldn't even be able to work as a caregiver at Chunfeng Clinic, let alone be noticed by Qianbao Group for 8,000 yuan. It must have been Yi Fan leveraging his relationship with Song Hongyan. She didn't like Yi Fan, but she couldn't let her Aunt Lin forget the Tang family's contributions. "Auntie," Yi Fan was just about to explain, but was rudely interrupted by Aunt Lin. "Auntie, who do you think you're talking to? All right, enough of that. The more we talk, the more it spirals out of control. If Xiaoyan has joined Qianbao Group today, I'm happy, so I won't argue with you opportunists. As long as you're happy, if you say it was Yi Fan who helped, then it was Yi Fan who helped. Whatever makes you happy, okay? Just know that I won't be coming back here again. This gift box is for you as a farewell. You all take care of yourselves." After saying that, she held her head high and pulled Lin Xiaoyan away. As Lin Xiaoyan walked out, she momentarily questioned herself. Did I even apply to Qianbao Group? But then she brushed those thoughts aside. Regardless, she was now part of Qianbao Group and was about to reach the pinnacle of her life. She quickly posted a status on social media, a resume sent directly to Qianbao. Aunt Lin and her daughter quickly disappeared, while Lin Xiaoling and Tang Sangwa looked grim, clearly feeling a lump in their throats. Yi Fan gave a wry smile, thinking about how much trouble he had caused for Han Yu and resolved to treat her properly. Tang Ruoxua spoke up to comfort her parents. "Dad, Mom, it's okay, there's no need to argue with Aunt Lin. It's pointless." Lin Xiaoling slammed her hand on the coffee table and scolded Yi Fan. "You can't even handle a small matter." With that, she sulked upstairs. "Yi Fan, you helped her. This is a gift from Aunt Lin, you should keep it." Tang Sangwa tossed the gift box at Yi Fan and then left in a huff. Yi Fan was taken aback, then shook his head. "Dad, you should keep it. I'm not interested in these things. Just take it, no need to make a fuss." Tang Sangwa waved his hand impatiently, not allowing Yi Fan to say anything more. Tang Ruoxua gently tugged at Yi Fan's sleeve. "Mom and Dad are in a bad mood. Just go along with it for now. I'll go change, and then we can cook together." Tang Ruoxua released Yi Fan and took her handbag upstairs. Yi Fan opened the gift box to find a ceramic statue of a Vietnamese girl dancing with a sword. The color and workmanship were so poor that it could barely be considered a craft. It was more like a souvenir. It looked neither new nor old. Yi Fan believed that this item wouldn't sell for even 200 yuan at an antique market. Just as Yi Fan was contemplating how to deal with it, the Tai Chi symbol on his left hand stirred slightly. He felt a strong sense of danger. However, when he picked up the ceramic to inspect it, he found nothing suspicious. This statue of the dancing girl was clearly a product of a knockoff factory, devoid of any historical significance. But the stone of life and death was becoming increasingly active, as if something was drawing it in. When Yi Fan ran to the kitchen, he found a secluded corner and smashed the ceramic directly. The shards flew everywhere, and there was nothing inside. The legendary fault line was nowhere to be found. Unwilling to give up, Yi Fan stomped on it a few more times, and just as disappointment was about to set in, he heard a crack. The small sword in the hands of the Yu girl had developed several narrow cracks. Yi Fan picked it up and gave it a shake, causing the small sword to shatter into pieces. In an instant, a brilliant light burst forth. Yi Fan instinctively squinted. Suddenly, a soft sword about 5 inches long appeared before him. It was as thin as a cicada's wing, as supple as flowing water, and shaped like a small intestine. Yet it looked exceptionally sharp. Yi Fan was overjoyed. The fish intestine sword. Chapter 45. Enemies on narrow paths. What is the fish intestine sword? Not many people may know. It is one of the top 10 famous swords from ancient times, hidden in the belly of a fish by the swordsman Gongsun Zhuan to assassinate Wang Liao. The protagonist of this tale is indeed the fish intestine sword. Legend has it that it was forged by the master swordsmith Oyezi. On the day the sword was completed, the heavens changed color, the mountains trembled, and the stars flickered. While this may sound exaggerated, it does illustrate the significant place the fish intestine sword holds in history. Yi Fan exerted a slight force, and the sharp sword stood upright, slashing down at the kitchen knife. With a clang, the knife broke. It could cut through iron like mud. After reviewing some books, Yi Fan confirmed multiple times that the sword he had inadvertently obtained was indeed the fish intestine. This is a top-tier famous sword. Selling it could easily fetch 10 or 8 billion without breaking a sweat. However, Yi Fan understood that if he took it out, it wouldn't even wait for an auction opportunity. It would soon be traded for $500 and a certificate. Therefore, he kept this news to himself and, after admiring the sword for a while, made a circular sheath for it. Soon, Yi Fan's left wrist sported a new bracelet. At 4 o'clock the next morning, in high spirits, Yi Fan got up early to practice. Not only did he run through the Taiji classic, but he also found a sword technique in his mind to practice. He didn't choose to train with the Taiji sword or the Yunnu sword, as he was still not strong enough. Instead, he focused on speed and effectiveness. 10 steps for a kill. Yi Fan diligently practiced this fastest killing sword technique until dawn. Just like that, 2 hours later, while sitting cross-legged on the ground, Yi Fan suddenly vanished. The next moment, a flash of sword light flickered through the woods 10 steps away. Following that, the fish intestine sword stood still in the morning breeze, its tip piercing a drifting dry leaf. After achieving some minor progress, Yi Fan quickly sheathed the fish intestine sword, wiped off his sweat, and headed back to take a shower. Then he prepared breakfast for the family of 4 as quickly as possible. Just as he finished setting the table, Tang Sengua and his wife, along with Tang Ruoshui, came downstairs. The incident with Aunt Lin had left Tang Sengua and his wife in a sour mood. Just as Yi Fan sat down at the dining table, Lin Xiaoling crossed her legs and rapped her knuckles on the table. Yi Fan, where's the Rolex? Yi Fan was taken aback for a moment, but still pulled it out and handed it over. Here it is. Good, it's still intact, Lin Xiaoling said, snatching the Rolex and handing it to Tang Sengua. Tang Ruoshui was stunned. Mom, what are you doing? My dad and I have decided. Lin Xiaoling didn't even look up. This watch, starting today, belongs to your dad. Tang Ruoshui was dumbfounded. Mom, no, this watch belongs to Yi Fan. What right do you have to decide? Before Tang Ruoshui could finish, Lin Xiaoling interrupted her without hesitation. What do you mean it belongs to Yi Fan? Do you think we don't know the situation? Yi Fan was confused. What situation? Though you are the owner of the watch, your dad and I both know it was bought with Ruoshui as private savings. Lin Xiaoling glared at her daughter. So we have the right to make this decision. But I don't have any private savings. Tang Ruoshui protested. Tang Ruoshui was at a loss for words. Come on. Am I out of my mind to buy a Rolex for Yi Fan? I've analyzed it with your dad. That watch costs hundreds of thousands. Yi Fan can't afford it, and there's no way someone would gift it to him. Lin Xiaoling saw right through her. The only way you could have bought it is if you saved up some pocket money. Even though I hold your salary card, I give you a monthly allowance of 100,000. If you save for half a year, it would be enough to buy that watch. You want to give Yi Fan a Rolex to make him look more presentable and avoid embarrassment in public, maybe even to save face for you. Tang Sengwa chimed in with a serious expression. You're being unreasonable. Tang Ruoshui felt overwhelmed. Mom, your imagination is too wild. That watch is. Stop making excuses. Besides, it's your dad. Shouldn't we let him enjoy some comforts? Lin Xiaoling glanced at Yi Fan, and a Rolex worth hundreds of thousands can get easily scratched. Does Yi Fan have the money to fix it? Tang Sengwa cleared his throat. Actually, we're not really after the watch. It's mainly for you two to keep it safe. He took Yi Fan's hand and changed the fingerprint. Tang Ruoshui protested. Mom and Dad, you're being too domineering. I'll say it again, that watch. All right, enough already. Lin Xiaoling waved her hand impatiently. I know you want to dress him up, but a man's success isn't determined by a Rolex. Look at what happened yesterday when he helped out. The Lin family didn't appreciate it at all and even humiliated him. Plus, he has never seen such an expensive watch. What if he can't resist the temptation to sell it one day? Here, let your dad give him this vintage Meihua watch. Lin Xiaoling tossed an old Meihua watch from the ADS at him. After finishing half a bowl of porridge, she took her handbag and left for work with Tang Sengwa. Tang Ruoshui stood up to stop them, but Yi Fan smiled and held her back. Forget it. It's just a watch. Let her have it. It's my small gesture, and this Meihua watch isn't bad. Yi Fan put on the old, worn Meihua watch. See? It keeps time pretty well. He understood that Lin Xiaoling was venting her frustration from yesterday. But since she couldn't take it out on Lin San's family, she redirected it towards him. Tang Ruoxue was so angry she almost called him useless again. Then kicked Yi Fan's calf and said, I left my Chanel stockings on the sink. Remember to hand wash them. They'll be ruined if you put them in the washing machine. And don't forget to look for a job. Yi Fan called out. Do you want me to wash your panties too? Get lost. Tang Ruoxue threw a shoe at him. Yi Fan quickly dodged with a smile. Tang Ruoxue suddenly remembered something and reminded him. By the way, at 6 o'clock, you need to go to the AGNC restaurant. Yi Fan asked curiously, Are you inviting me to a candlelight dinner? Make sure you're on time, or I want to let you off the hook, Tang Ruoxue said, huffing as she left. Yi Fan's eyes softened. He finally felt the warmth of a woman's presence. He quickly finished his household chores. As he was getting ready to head out for groceries, a phone call came in. Yi Fan put on his earphones. And soon the lazy voice of Han Yu came through. You pervert. Yi Fan's voice turned serious. Is it itching again? Han Yu instinctively fell silent. Then replied with a pout. Are you free right now? Yi Fan bluntly responded, Not free. I'm going to the market to buy groceries. Damn it. Han Yu was nearly speechless. You have over 100 million in your hands, and you're telling me you're going to the market for groceries? Yi Fan replied coolly. If you have something to say it. If not, I'm hanging up. Seriously, you jerk. A beautiful woman is calling you, and not only are you not surprised, but you also sound impatient, and I helped you out yesterday. Han Yu was about to explode with anger, wanting to lash out, but then softened her tone. Master, are you free? I want to show you my foot. I don't know why, but it's been acting up today. It's lost strength 4 times. And I almost fell down the stairs. I also noticed it's a bit swollen, and I'm worried the condition might be worsening. I really don't want to lose a limb at such a young age. Can you help me treat it? She put on a pitiful expression. Yi Fan shivered. Han Yu's gentleness always made him feel like there was a knife hidden behind her smile. He frowned slightly and asked, Don't come looking for me. I'll head to the Han family garden instead. I'll also check on your grandfather's condition. Feeling a bit awkward about what happened with Lin Xiaoyan yesterday, Yi Fan decided not to tease Han Yu. I'm not at the Han family garden. I'm at Qianbao building. I'm at work today. Han Yu picked up the conversation. We found a jade mine overseas, and the workload is piling up higher than my head. All right, send me the address. And I'll come find you at Qianbao building. After receiving Han Yu's address, Yi Fan hailed a taxi. 15 minutes later, the taxi stopped in front of a tall building in the city center. Over 30 stories high, the exterior was entirely made of jade, sparkling in the sunlight. The interior was also lavishly decorated, with the lobby filled with various jewelry pieces, each worth a fortune. And the receptionists? Each one more stunning than the last. Qianbao Group really was loaded. Just as Yi Fan was about to head to the front desk to contact Han Yu, he spotted 2 familiar faces sitting in the lobby, Lin Senggu and Lin Xiaoyan. What a coincidence. Chapter 46. Rejection. Upon seeing them, Yi Fan was instantly taken aback. Wasn't Lin Xiaoyan supposed to be at training? Why was she still here? He took a few steps forward. At that moment, Aunt Lin was holding her phone and loudly calling out, Secretary Qian, this is Lin Xiaoyan's mother, Aunt Lin. Yes, Lin Xiaoyan. The one who is supposed to report today. I'm really sorry, we celebrated a bit too much yesterday because we were so happy and ended up sleeping in. Yi Fan was speechless. After finally getting a job opportunity, Lin Xiaoyan had overslept. He felt a twinge of regret for making that call. But you don't need to worry. Since Xiaoyan has decided to come to Qianbao Group, she won't let you down, so you can rest assured. Aunt Lin, not noticing Yi Fan, spoke with bravado. Yes. We're here in the lobby. Please come down to meet us. There's no need for any extravagant welcome lunch. Just a few mid-level managers will do. Okay, we'll be waiting. Aunt Lin hung up the phone with a triumphant smile and turned to Lin Xiaoyan, saying, Don't worry, being 3 hours late is nothing. You are a rare talent. They wouldn't dare to let you go. Otherwise, if you went to a competing company, Qianbao would be in trouble. The receptionist and security exchanged puzzled glances, seemingly wondering when the Han family had such relatives. Lin Xiaoyan nodded slightly. When you see Secretary Qian, ask him to adjust my salary. 8,000 seems a bit low. Aunt Lin gave her a thumbs up, just as I thought. With your potential, it's normal to ask for a higher salary. Yi Fan shook his head, contemplating whether to have Han Yu dismiss Lin Xiaoyan. However, seeing the fish intestine sword on his wrist, he hesitated for a moment. Noticing someone shaking their head, Lin Xiaoyan instinctively looked over and was startled to see Yi Fan. Yi Fan, what's with you mentioning that useless person? Aunt Lin snapped, but then her gaze fell on Yi Fan, and her eyes widened in shock. Yi Fan? Damn it, how did he follow us here? In the next moment, her expression changed drastically. Bastard. He must be trying to climb up the social ladder through us to find a job at Qianbao. I shouldn't have mentioned yesterday that you got hired by Qianbao Group. Xiaoyan, you sit here. I'm going to get rid of this good-for-nothing. Aunt Lin stood up and walked up to Yi Fan, demanding, Yi Fan, what are you doing here? Did your mother-in-law send you to follow us? Let me tell you, your family is too scheming, just trying to benefit from our Xiaoyan. She harbored deep resentment towards Lin Xiaoling when she needed help from the Tang family. They didn't assist, but now that she saw her daughter's bright future, she wanted her son-in-law to reap the benefits. Get lost. Get out of here now. Aunt Lin nearly shouted. We want to help you find a job here. Yi Fan didn't respond. Lin Xiaoyan also stood up, raising her delicate face. Yi Fan, did you hear that? This isn't a place you can come to. As she spoke, she reached out to push Yi Fan away. Lin Xiaoyan hated sharing good things with others the most. Yi Fan raised his hand to block her, his expression calm. For him now? Some old matters and humiliations felt as light as a breeze, easily brushed aside with a smile. Seeing Yi Fan block her, Lin Xiaoyan was furious and shouted at the front desk and security. Why aren't you throwing out these irrelevant people? Yi Fan didn't even glance at Lin's aunt and her daughter. He walked straight to the front desk and said blandly, I'm looking for Han Yu. The receptionist was taken aback. You're looking for General Manager Han? Lin's aunt scoffed. Impressive, coming here to find General Manager Han. Do you really think you're someone important? Even we can't see Miss Han. What makes you think you can? Lin Xiaoyan sneered. How ridiculous. At this moment, the receptionist looked at Yi Fan with a mocking expression. Sir, General Manager Han is not someone you can just meet at will. May I ask if you have an appointment? Yi Fan replied calmly. Tell Han Yu I'm Yi Fan. Give her 5 minutes. If she doesn't come down, I'll leave. The receptionist laughed dismissively. Sir, please don't cause trouble, okay? Several security guards approached, watching him closely. Yi Fan replied in a steady tone. For minutes left. Lin Xiaoyan mocked. Ordering Miss Han to come down? Who do you think you are? All right, Yi Fan. Stop pretending. Lin's aunt looked at Yi Fan with disdain, as if she could see right through him. I know you want to show off in front of us. But Miss Han is not someone you can come into contact with. Just leave quickly, don't embarrass yourself. Besides, if you leave a bad impression on Miss Han, it'll likely affect us. If something major is ruined because of you, how will you take responsibility? She was certain Yi Fan had followed them, and was now using the excuse of wanting to see Han Yu to cover his embarrassment. Yi Fan looked at the receptionist and said calmly, 3 minutes left. Feeling the powerful aura from Yi Fan, the receptionist hesitated for a moment, then finally made a call. Yi Fan, enough. Is this really entertaining? It's quite embarrassing. Lin's aunt was getting angry. I'm ordering you now, get out of here. Just then, a clear ringing sound interrupted her, and the elevator doors opened. The sound of polished shoes hitting the floor approached quickly. Next, several men and women appeared, and leading the group was Han Yu, dressed in Givenchy, stylish and competent. However, her expression was urgent and flustered. Lin's aunt and Lin Xiaoyan greeted her with smiles. General Manager Han. Han Yu ignored everyone's greetings and anxiously scanned the hall, then locked onto Yi Fan and rushed over. Yi Fan, I'm sorry I'm late. Lin's aunt and Lin Xiaoyan were completely stunned. Yi Fan really knew Han Yu? How is that possible? Yi Fan looked at Han Yu with a faint smile. Not bad, you've changed quite a bit. I thought you wouldn't come down. Han Yu nearly kicked Yi Fan, then turned to Lin Xiaoyan with a smile. Yi Fan, is this your sister-in-law Lin Xiaoyan? The one you wanted me to arrange work for? Lin's aunt gasped, completely not expecting that Yi Fan had indeed come through the back door. Lin Xiaoyan, filled with anxiety, exclaimed, Mr. Han, didn't you hire me for my looks and abilities? Deep down, she hoped it wasn't Yi Fan who was helping her. A few receptionists exchanged awkward glances, wondering if she had some misunderstanding about her appearance. Yi Fan casually said, Han Yu, if she wants to rely on her abilities, let's give her the chance to do so. After saying that, he walked straight into the elevator. Han Yu was momentarily taken aback, then smiled at her secretary beside her. Secretary Qian, Miss Lin is young, beautiful, and upright. Let us arrange her according to the rules. Secretary Qian stepped forward confidently. Miss Lin, Qianbao Group only hires candidates with master's or doctoral degrees. Since you graduated from a junior college, you do not meet our recruitment requirements. I regret to inform you that your application has been unsuccessful. Lin Sangu and Lin Xiaoyan's faces instantly turned ashen. Chapter 47. The Excavator Graduate Yi Fan. Please come in. As Han Yu welcomed Yi Fan into the office on the 8th floor, both Lin Sangu and Lin Xiaoyan looked on in surprise. The office spanned over 100 square meters and was luxuriously decorated. Not only were all the furnishings high-end, but even the floor-to-ceiling windows were made of bulletproof glass. A bookshelf lined one wall, filled with dozens of antiques including porcelain, snuff bottles, and jade ornaments, all exquisite in their own right. Several paintings adorned the wall behind the desk. Han Yu called out, would you like something to drink? It must be said that the women in the company were more mature and composed than those at home. Although they still exuded youthful vibrancy, signs of growth were evident. Yifan glanced at her and shook his head. No need. Just come over and let me take a look. I need to get back to buy groceries. Hanyu almost grabbed the paper cutter in anger. She managed to suppress her fury, kicked off her little leather shoes, and, right in front of Yifan, peeled off her stockings. Finally, she sat down in front of him. She lifted her left foot, revealing a small, snow-white foot before Yifan's eyes. The skin was fair with a hint of pink, perfectly curved, and her toenails were painted gold. Under the sunlight, it was quite alluring. Hanyu smirked. Let us get to it. Yifan took a deep breath, suppressing his inner impulse, and reached for the woman's small foot. He noticed a scar on the sole, over an inch long and dark in color, standing out starkly against the surrounding pale skin. It was clearly from the injury she sustained while ice skating. He looked up and asked, "Did you eat a lot of seafood last night?" "How did you know?" Hanyu was slightly taken aback, then nodded. "I was happy yesterday and had a big feast. I love hairy crabs and ate quite a few. Does it have anything to do with this?" "You were injured and got an infection. Although it was treated, it wasn't completely resolved, and some of your tendons became inflamed," Yifan replied calmly. "So, whenever you encounter cold or eat seafood, it triggers the inflammation, causing old injuries and even a dull pain in your left foot. The headaches you experience are also a side effect." Hearing this, Hanyu was taken aback. She leaned forward, resting her body on the coffee table, arching her back. An extremely tempting curve appeared in an instant. "Stop talking and treat me quickly," she pleaded with a hint of desperation. "I don't want to lose a limb. I'd rather die than have an amputation." Yifan was bewildered. "What are you doing? Aren't you here for treatment?" Hanyu slightly parted her lips. "Aren't I presenting myself properly? Just go ahead and do what you need to do. As long as it heals my foot, I can endure whatever it takes." With a loud slap, Yifan struck her back. "Who said I was going to treat you like that? Last time was to relieve your tendons and ease your headache." He chuckled helplessly. "Today, I'm treating your foot to eliminate the inflammation and expel the toxins using acupuncture." Hanyu's face instantly flushed red, and she quickly pulled back her arched back. Following that, Yifan began the detox treatment on Hanyu using the 4 symbols detox needle method. After releasing the 3 streams of pus and blood from her foot, Hanyu immediately felt a sense of lightness in her entire leg. Not only was the pain gone, but she also felt revitalized. At that moment, she thought she could easily kick 10 of Yifan's like that. A little while later, the 3 rounds of acupuncture were completed, and Yifan skillfully cleaned, disinfected, and applied the medicine. His serious demeanor made Hanyu momentarily dazed. For the first time, she noticed that Yifan looked somewhat handsome. "The inflammation is gone, and the meridians are repaired. Let me write you a prescription," Yifan said, picking up a pen and quickly jotting down a prescription. "Take 1 dose every day for half a month, and you'll be completely fine by then." "Thank you, master." "Thank you, master," Hanyu exclaimed joyfully as she took the prescription, the first time she willingly called him master. Then, she ran back to her desk, opened a drawer, and pulled out a box, tossing it to Yifan. "Sister Song told me that you're already married, so I'm giving this to you." Hanyu smiled brightly. "You can give it to your wife. She'll definitely like it. It's just a little token from me." "What is it?" Yifan asked, his expression wary. "Please don't mess with me. What if it's something meant for adults? I'd be dead if Tang Ruoshua finds out." Hanyu slammed the table in anger. "I have my limits, you know." Yifan looked skeptical, but ultimately didn't tee open the box. He changed the subject. "Can I borrow a car? I have something to do." He realized it was already 5:30 p.m., and it would be difficult to get a taxi since it was shift change time. So he needed to borrow a car to get to the Aegean Sea restaurant. "Hee, you're asking me for help now?" Hanyu teased. "Since you performed well today, I'll reward you with a car." She tossed him a set of car keys, a limited edition Lamborghini, worth 12 million, just landed a week ago. "It's downstairs. Take it." "Thank you, my lady." Yifan caught the keys. "Do you want me to help you have a dragon son?" "That rascal is driving, and she has no evidence." Hanyu was about to go wild on Yifan when there was a hurried knock on the door. "Knock, knock, knock." Hanyu went to open the door, revealing a young couple. The man was dressed in Armani, and the woman in Chanel, both sparkling and exuding wealth. The man looked anxious. "Hanyu, you said a divine doctor would treat you today? Where is he?" The beautiful woman chimed in. "Yes. How did your treatment go?" "Mr. Qian, Mrs. Qian, don't worry," Hanyu said with a bright smile. "I've finished the treatment, and it worked really well. I went from barely being alive to feeling full of energy." She lifted her leg and kicked a few times. "See? All better." "Hanyu, congratulations. By the way, where is the divine doctor? Let him take a look at us," Mr. Qian said, jumping up and down in urgency. "We're in a hurry to have kids. And if we don't have one in the next 2 years, my father will donate the entire family fortune to a charity." Mrs. Qian added, Han Yu. If this works out, you'll definitely benefit. I can introduce you to a good match in the future. The divine doctor is right here. Han Yu quickly introduced Yi Fan. Yi Fan, this is Qian Xinghua, Mr. Qian, Mrs. Qian, and Xun Yan, the young master of Baiwa Bank. They were also troubled by a hidden illness, seeking medical help for many years without success. When they heard that the Han family had encountered a miraculous doctor, they thought they might as well give it a shot. Seeing their eagerness, I let them come over to try. She even unusually expressed her apology. I know this might trouble you, but Mr. Qian has always been my dear brother, and I really can't bear to. Yi Fan nodded gently. It's fine, I understand. Then he took another look at them. Yi Fan remembered that Tang Ruoshue's financial difficulties were caused by Baiwa Bank. Han Yu enthusiastically introduced the Qian couple. Mr. Qian, Mrs. Qian, this is the miraculous doctor who cured me. Yi Fan. Hello, Yi Fan said politely, extending his hand. Qian Xinghua and his wife frowned and shook hands briefly before pulling away. This is the miraculous doctor? Qian Xinghua was taken aback. He didn't doubt traditional Chinese medicine, but he found it hard to believe that someone so young could possess high-level skills. A young man in his 20s probably hadn't even finished studying medicine. Xun Yan also looked skeptical. Qian Xinghua bluntly asked Yi Fan, "Are you a miraculous doctor?" Yi Fan replied without hesitation, "Not really a miraculous doctor, just a hobbyist. I don't even have a medical license." Qian Xinghua immediately frowned, thinking that Han Yu had completely lost her mind. How could someone without a medical license claim to be a miraculous doctor? A con artist might be more believable. Xun Yan also questioned, "Are you a medical student?" Yi Fan casually replied, "No, I've never attended medical school. I graduated from a vocational school for excavator operation." What a joke. Before Han Yu could speak, Qian Xinghua's expression turned angry. Do you know that practicing medicine recklessly is equivalent to endangering lives? Han Yu's expression changed. Realizing Qian Xinghua was about to ruin things. Brother Qian, what is wrong with you? Don't you trust me? Although Han Yu usually had many business dealings with Qian Xinghua, when it came to Yi Fan's value, she stood firmly on Yi Fan's side without hesitation. What do you think? A young kid who hasn't even studied medicine. How can he be trusted? Qian Xinghua scolded Han Yu as well. What a waste of time. We didn't even hold a shareholders meeting, and now you want me to look at this? Xun Yan also reproached. Han Yu, you were too hasty. In the past, they wouldn't have reacted this way, but Han Yu had praised Yi Fan too highly, which reignited their hopes only to leave them feeling despondent. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment, and thus the more anger. Mr. Qian, right? Yi Fan interrupted Han Yu, staring coldly at Qian Xinghua and sneering. You usually have a poor appetite, lack of energy, and feel fatigued. You need to drink a lot of coffee to stay awake every day. Moreover, you suffer from night sweats, insomnia, and your limbs feel cold. Additionally, when you walk, your right shoulder tends to droop, your left leg trembles slightly, and your spine seems to have been injured. With kidney deficiency and old injuries, you find it difficult to sit for long periods. Han Yu was taken aback, but the Qian couple listened in shock. How? How do you know that? Yi Fan didn't pause and turned to Xun Yan. Mrs. Qian, you should have intermittent coughs with thick phlegm, sometimes with blood. And you often feel chest tightness and dull pain. You have a lung condition. Moreover, you have stagnation in your Ren meridian and poor self-repairability, which causes your menstruation to frequently be heavy or irregular. Qian Xinghua and his wife were left speechless, their jaws nearly dropping in disbelief. Yi Fan didn't even need to check the pulse. He simply stated the symptoms. It felt as if he had experienced it himself. Could he really be that miraculous? If I'm not mistaken, when you went to the hospital, the doctor told you that you couldn't conceive because your womb was too cold. In fact, this is merely an issue with the Ren meridian, which governs fertility. If you can clear the blockages in your Ren meridian, you could still have children. Yi Fan finished speaking in one breath and then ignored everyone, turning to leave the office. Miraculous doctor, miraculous doctor. Qian Xinghua snapped back to reality, exclaimed loudly, and rushed to chase after Yi Fan. Xun Yan also snapped out of her daze and followed suit. However, by the time they reached the hallway, Yi Fan had already entered the elevator. When they chased after him, he had vanished in his Lamborghini. The couple grew anxious and quickly started their Maserati to pursue him. But Han Yu pressed down on the steering wheel, saying, "Don't chase after him." She added, "Yi Fan is in a bad mood right now. It won't do any good to pursue him." Han Yu, I was wrong. I didn't recognize his greatness, Qian Xinghua said, sweating profusely. Please help me make a call. Say some good words, and I'll pay any amount to ask Dr. Yi to help. Yes, please help me. I must have a child. Xun Yan also looked regretful. Han Yu, give me the address. We need to ask him for help. Hold on a moment. Chasing after him now will only backfire, Han Yu replied calmly. I'll call him in a little while, and you can go see him then. Half an hour later, when Han Yu called. She found that Yi Fan's phone was turned off. Chapter 48. One-punch knockout. While Qian Xinghua and his wife were filled with regret, Yi Fan was rushing to the Aegean Sea restaurant with all his might. He was already 5 minutes late, and if he didn't show up soon, Tang Ruoxue would probably lose her temper. Yi Fan considered using traffic as an excuse, but when he picked up his phone, he realized that his iPhone 4 had shut down automatically and wouldn't turn on no matter what he tried. He thought about getting a new phone and pressed the accelerator a bit harder. 10 minutes later, Yi Fan dashed into the parking lot of the restaurant. He parked his car haphazardly in an empty spot and ran towards the entrance. Just as he was about to step into the lobby, he heard a wave of cheers erupting from the restaurant. Looking up, he saw that the Aegean Sea restaurant had transformed into a sea of flowers and balloons. 36 elegantly dressed men and women formed a heart shape, each holding a bouquet of roses, their vibrant colors sparkling in the sunlight. Yi Fan also spotted the tall figure of Zhao Xiaoya. In the center of the group stood a young man, tall and handsome, with a broad forehead that exuded a sense of authority. Dressed in a chic British style, he looked quite fashionable. This was Zhao Dongyang, a PhD returnee, a wealthy second-generation heir, and Zhao Xiaoya's brother, destined to inherit the Dongyang group. He had pursued Tang Ruoxue for years, but had rushed abroad when he heard she was gravely ill. Now that she was fine, his ulterior motives resurfaced. In front of Zhao Dongyang stood a visibly distressed Tang Ruoxue. This was clearly a confession scene. With a snap of his fingers, Zhao Dongyang signaled, and his 36 companions flashed their left hands, revealing small boxes. When opened, a diamond glimmered inside. 36 diamonds, dazzling and eye-catching. The women in the crowd screamed in unison. It was simply too romantic and luxurious. Even though these were small diamonds, they were still worth a considerable amount. What a generous display. This wealthy young man was indeed very romantic and very rich. After all, he was the son of Chairman Zhao of the Dongyang Group, which may not be the top conglomerate in Zhonghai, but still boasted billions in assets, making it a prominent local family. Any woman chosen by him would certainly feel honored. The excited gasps and whispers around them made Zhao Dongyang's smile more confident. He was convinced that no woman could refuse such romance, not even the so-called Ice Queen. Tang Ruoxue. Ruoxue, I'm back. I'm back in Zhonghai, Zhao Dongyang said, holding out a rose with a beaming smile. His extraordinarily handsome face radiated eagerness and anticipation. The onlookers marveled at the scene. Look at this guy. He really likes Tang Ruoxue. In just a short while, his smile was radiant, embodying a perfect match. Meanwhile, a few women who harbored feelings for Zhao Dongyang bit their lips in envy. Ruoxue, you're so lucky. Zhao Xiaoya exaggeratedly expressed her happiness, crossing her long, stocking-clad legs. Brother, you're so biased. Every time you come back to see Ruoxue, you bring flowers. However, this time you are way too short. In the past, it was always 999 roses, but today there are only 360. I'm punishing you to make up the difference tomorrow. Yi Fan felt an inexplicable chill. He didn't rush into the hall right away. He wanted to gauge Tang Ruoxue's attitude. Nothing else mattered. What was important was Tang Ruoxue's heart. At that moment, Zhao Dongyang knelt on one knee before Tang Ruoxue, holding a bouquet of roses. Last year, I had to go abroad for the sake of my family's development. But even though I was away, my heart has always been with you. Now that I'm back, I didn't even meet my parents first. The first thing I wanted to do was see you. I want to make up for my mistakes, for my longing, for my love for you. I will never let you feel sad again, nor will I ever disappoint you. With deep emotion, Zhao Dongyang continued, Ruoxue, marry me. I will make you happy. Zhao Xiaoya and the others screamed in excitement, their expressions reflecting how happy Tang Ruoxue must be. Then dozens of men and women shouted in unison, marry him. Marry him. Thank you. At this moment, Tang Ruoxue's pretty face was cold, clearly annoyed by Zhao Dongyang's display. These flowers. Mr. Zhao, you should give them to the girl you truly love. Her words were perfectly measured, not allowing Zhao Dongyang to steer the conversation. I already have a husband. Although Zhao Dongyang's conditions were 10 times better than Yi Fan's, Tang Ruoxue felt nothing for him. Zhao Xiaoya's expression changed. Ruoxue, don't be willful. Seize the opportunity. I know you have a husband, but I also know that he is just a tool for you to boost your spirits. Zhao Dongyang's expression remained unchanged, his left hand resting firmly on his chest. In your heart, only a man like me is worthy of you. Tang Ruoxue showed signs of irritation. Zhao Dongyang. I'll say it again, I already have a husband. Zhao Dongyang still smiled. You have a husband, but I don't mind, because my love for you is sincere. The crowd was taken aback. This man loved Tang Ruoxue so much that even with a husband, he still pursued her so passionately. Zhao Xiaoya and the others were moved to tears. Ruoxue, You are so lucky. You must have saved the galaxy in your past life. Indeed, to receive Dongyang's love. You are truly fortunate. Marry him. Marry him. Others joined in clapping. Marry him. Marry him. Tang Ruoxue clenched her fists and shouted, Zhao Dongyang. Can't you understand human language? I have a husband, and I don't love you. Yi Fan understood Tang Ruoxue's feelings and was extremely happy, wanting to step in and help her out. But just as he reached the door, he was blocked by 3 burly bodyguards. One of the bodyguards, a tall man with a square face, emotionlessly said, Mr. Zhao is pursuing love. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed inside. He even pushed Yi Fan back. I'm Yi Fan. This is a public restaurant, and Tang Ruoxue is my wife. Yi Fan replied coldly, What right do you have to keep me out? So what if she is your wife? Even if she were your mother, it wouldn't matter. A square-faced bodyguard sneered. This romantic pursuit can't be disrupted by anyone. If you want to go in, wait until young Master Zhao has his beauty in his arms. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes and said, Step aside. Oh, are you angry? Upset? Feeling insulted? With your dignity trampled on? The square-faced bodyguard mocked. But you're just a useless waste. If you're not happy, what can you do besides banging your head against a wall? When Yi Fan mentioned that Tang Ruoxue was his wife, the square-faced bodyguard realized Yi Fan's identity. He was the son-in-law of the Tang family. Just a pathetic loser. The square-faced bodyguard looked down on Yi Fan with contempt, while the other 2 bodyguards wore forced smiles. There's nothing more amusing than seeing a husband powerless while another man covets his wife. Yi Fan spoke each word clearly. Step aside. Can't you understand human language? The square-faced bodyguard glared. Young Master Zhao is busy. Don't cause trouble, or you'll regret it. He swung his fist, which was as big as a cooking pot. Bang! Yi Fan didn't waste any words and knocked the square-faced bodyguard down with a single punch. Chapter 49. Where is it hard? The body of the bodyguard with a square face trembled, then collapsed to the ground like a lump of clay. He couldn't utter a single word. As he lay there, 2 of his companions also fell down, their faces turning pale with pain, struggling to speak. They stared incredulously at Yi Fan. Wasn't he just a useless man? How could he be so powerful? Yi Fan didn't even glance at them as he stepped over their bodies. At that moment, amidst the cheers, Zhao Dongyang, ignoring Tang Ruoxue's rejection, kept shouting, Ruoxue, marry me, marry me. If you don't marry me, I won't get up. His expression was sincere and affectionate, and he exuded an unwavering determination, as if he truly wouldn't rise unless she agreed. Ruoxue, hurry up and agree. What are you waiting for? Yeah, Zhao Xiao has been kneeling for too long. His knees will be ruined. He's already on his knees, and you're still not agreeing? Are you even human? A dozen women scolded Tang Ruoxue, feeling that she was being utterly unreasonable. Watching this scene, Tang Ruoxue's pretty face gradually turned pale. She had encountered many rogues, but she had never seen one like this. Her impression of Zhao Dongyang soured even further. To help her brother win the beauty, Zhao Xiaoya shouted the loudest, Agree to him, agree to him. They believed that with enough pressure, Tang Ruoxue would eventually nod in agreement. Yi Fan was no comparison to Zhao Dongyang. Even a fool could see which choice was better. At that moment, Yi Fan walked over. Zhao Xiaoya was momentarily stunned to see him. How did this useless man manage to get in? Then she defiantly shouted at Yi Fan, Yi Fan, come join us in asking Ruoxue to accept my brother. Don't you want Ruoxue to be happy? Loving someone isn't about possession. It's about ensuring their happiness for life. Yi Fan didn't reply. He simply took slow steps forward and stood beside Tang Ruoxue. Tang Ruoxue let out a cold snort. You're late. She shot Yi Fan a fierce glare, thinking that if he hadn't arrived so late, she could have used him to escape and wouldn't have to feel so passive now. She had tried to leave several times, but Zhao Xiaoya and the others had blocked her, and the crowd was all smiles, making it hard for her to even express her anger. Yi Fan offered a wry smile. Traffic was bad. Tang Ruoxue took half a step back and huffed. I don't care. You deal with this mess. With me here. It's fine, Yi Fan said lightly, instantly calming Tang Ruoxue's agitated heart. She was reluctant to admit it, but the current Yi Fan gave her a sense of security. Is this really the husband of a beauty? He looks so ordinary. I heard he is a live-in son-in-law, living off a woman. Beautiful women should choose their partners wisely. Why stick with a useless man? Exactly. Young Master Zhao is so handsome and wealthy, and he doesn't mind that you've been married before. You should feel incredibly honored. The crowd began to chatter excitedly, clearly leaning towards Zhao Dongyang, as vanity is a common human trait. Several women looked at Yi Fan with disdain, believing he was overestimating himself. When Yi Fan appeared, Zhao Dongyang's expression remained unchanged, his eyes filled with disdain. He pulled out a bank card and threw it over, saying, 10 million. Leave Ruoxue. Direct and straightforward. With a thud, Yi Fan also took out a bank card and slammed it down, saying, 100 million. Stop harassing Tang Ruoxue. 100 million to stop bothering Tang Ruoxue? Everyone was stunned, staring at Yi Fan in disbelief. No one expected Zhao Dongyang to throw out 10 million for Yi Fan to scram. Nor did they anticipate Yi Fan to confront Zhao Dongyang so boldly. Zhao Dongyang offered 10 million, and Yi Fan countered with 100 million. This was like slapping Zhao Dongyang in public. After all, Zhao Dongyang was the young master of a group worth 30 billion, while Yi Fan was just a live-in son-in-law. Zhao Xiaoya let out a sharp laugh. This is hilarious. You rely on the Tang family for a living, and you're talking about 100 million? You're really full of yourself. If you had a million, I would. Yi Fan interrupted her without hesitation. If you had a million, would you run naked in the street? Just as Zhao Xiaoya was about to retort, she suddenly remembered her bank check and instinctively held her tongue, realizing that if she continued, she might end up losing and have to run naked. Competing with me in wealth? Zhao Dongyang finally reacted, sneering, you, a useless fool. Think you can challenge me? Yi Fan, growing impatient, replied, are you going to get lost or not? Zhao Dongyang scoffed. Don't say you don't have the qualifications to challenge me. Even if you did, do you really think you have 100 million in your account? Zhao Xiaoya and the other women laughed coldly, clearly convinced that Yi Fan was just bluffing. After all, it would take time to verify whether there was money on the card. Yi Fan was unrelenting. Just tell me, will 100 million make you leave Ruoxue's world? Brat, who do you think you are? Zhao Xiaoya exclaimed. Who gave you the guts to challenge my brother? Zhao Dongyang sneered as well. Kid, do you really want to go against me? He didn't believe Yi Fan had 100 million, but he wouldn't agree to leave just because of that amount. It would leave a bad impression on Tang Ruoxue. Yi Fan's eyes were cold and indifferent, whether you want the money or not. If you continue to harass Ruoxue, I won't hold back. Do you know who I am? How dare you compete with me for Ruoxue? Zhao Dongyang laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. I am the young master of the Zhao Group, with over 30 billion in assets. Yi Fan interrupted him. I am Ruoxue's husband. I was admitted to Tsinghua and Peking University at 18, earned dual degrees in business management at 20, and graduated with a Harvard Law degree at 24. I am Ruoxue's husband. I am a director of Dongyang Group, and I personally own 6 companies with businesses all over the world. I am Ruoxue's husband. The people I've met, the money I've handled, the countries I've visited, are heights you could never reach in your lifetime. I am Ruoxue's husband. Zhao Dongyang was full of bravado, but he was brutally silenced by Yi Fan's words. No matter how grandiose his claims were, they couldn't compare to the 4 words, I am Ruoxue's husband. Zhao Dongyang was almost so furious that he spat blood. Even if Ruoxue is your wife now, I, Zhao Dongyang, can still undermine your foundation. Zhao Dongyang let out a roar, pulled out his trump card, and took out a box, opening it. A brilliant light burst forth. A 10-carat pink diamond appeared before everyone. Countless women's eyes went wide with astonishment. What woman in the world doesn't love diamonds? 1 carat for beauty, 10 carats for the heart. Ruoxue, this is the eternal heart, worth tens of millions. It is crafted from the hardest diamond in South Africa. It symbolizes our love that is stronger than gold. Zhao Dongyang's gaze was intense. Ruoxue, give me a chance. Before Tang Ruoxue could speak, Yi Fan stepped forward, picking up the pink diamond. A diamond? What a ridiculous thing. Who told you to touch my diamond? Seeing Yi Fan grab the diamond, Zhao Dongyang shouted, that's worth over 10 million. Is that something you can just touch? Put it down. Yi Fan smiled. Isn't this just a glass bead? A bumpkin with no knowledge. This is a priceless diamond. Zhao Dongyang's face was filled with disdain. The hardest diamond in the world. Just as he finished speaking, with a quick pinch of his fingers, Yi Fan crushed the diamond, producing a crisp sound as it turned into a pile of powder. Yi Fan smiled faintly. Tell me, where's the hardness? The entire crowd was left dumbfounded. Chapter 50. Whose car is blocking the way? Oh my god, what incredible strength. Everyone witnessing this scene couldn't believe their eyes. A South African diamond worth millions was crushed into a pile of dust by Yi Fan. It's worth noting that even a hammer couldn't do that to a diamond. The crowd looked at Yi Fan with a mix of awe and fear. Even Tang Ruoxue's pretty face showed a hint of surprise. She never expected Yi Fan could crush a diamond with just his hand. Then, a smile crossed her lips. After being morally restrained today, she finally felt a sense of relief. Smash, smash. Yi Fan didn't stop there. He continued to crush the remaining diamonds one by one, as easily as if he were kneading dough. In the blink of an eye, 37 diamonds were gone, leaving nothing but sparkling dust scattered on the ground. Zhao Xiao, your diamonds are even worse than glass beads. They're clearly counterfeit products from a knockoff factory. You think they're worth 10 million? Are you out of your mind? Or do you think Ruoxue is an idiot? Yi Fan casually blew the dust off his fingers. nonchalantly mocking Zhao Dongyang. You graduated from Harvard, yet you can't even tell real diamonds from fake ones. Put them away, put them away. Zhao Dongyang finally snapped out of his shock and hurriedly shouted to his stunned companions. But it was too late. All the diamonds had turned to dust. A sharp pain gripped Zhao Dongyang's chest. Even though he didn't understand where Yi Fan got that strength, he knew he had purchased those diamonds with real money. The pink diamond cost 13 million, and the fine diamonds were 300,000, totaling over 20 million. He couldn't believe that the seller would sell him fake goods. As they were a partner he had worked with for years, how could he not feel heartbroken as over 20 million turned to ashes in an instant? Zhao Xiaoya rushed forward and shouted, "Bastard! You've ruined my brother's diamonds. I demand compensation. Your brother said it was the hardest diamond, so I wanted to see how hard it really was." Yi Fan replied with a faint smile. But who would have thought that this so-called hardest diamond could be crushed with just a squeeze, without even needing a hammer? "Miss Zhao, your brother was duped by the seller. He should seek compensation from them." He clapped his hands and stepped in front of Tang Ruoxue, adding, "Besides, how can something I can crush with my fingers still be called a diamond? You. Zhao Xiaoya was so furious she felt like spitting blood. But the sight of the shattered diamonds left her speechless. Indeed, could something that could be easily crushed still be called a diamond? Zhao Dongyang clenched his fist slightly. A flash of malice crossed his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. "Zhao Dongyang, I want to warn you. Ruoxue is my lawful wife," Yi Fan said, intensifying his glare at the Zhao siblings. "Stay away from my wife in the future. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." Seeing Yi Fan's icy gaze, Zhao Dongyang inexplicably shivered, but he quickly shook it off. Why was he afraid of this waste? Your wife? What right do you have to be her husband? Zhao Xiaoya exploded. You eat at the Tang family's place, live in their house, and spend Ruoxue's money. How do you compare to my brother? She is my sister-in-law, and she can only be my sister-in-law. Even if the diamond my brother bought is fake and of poor quality, it still cost him 20 million in real money, which is better than you, who hasn't even given me a ring since we got married. You keep claiming that Ruoxue is your wife, but what have you ever given her? Zhao Xiaoya pressed on. Nothing at all. Yifan and I don't need those things. Tang Ruoxue's pretty face tightened. Yifan, let us go home. Ruoxue, is it that you don't need it, or that Yifan hasn't given you anything? Zhao Xiaoya was determined to make Yifan uncomfortable. Yifan, confess, have you ever given anything to Ruoxue? The answer is clearly no. Yifan smiled faintly. Just because I haven't tea in the past doesn't mean I want tea now or in the future. Zhao Dongyang scoffed. You think you can give Ruoxue a gift worth 10 million? As long as you do it in front of everyone and with your own ability. I'll never disturb Ruoxue again. Otherwise, you should just leave the Tang family and stay away from Ruoxue. He pressed Yifan hard. I'll give you 3 days to buy a gift. Is that enough? Zhao Xiaoya smugly added. Exactly. Want to bet on it? I can give Ruoxue a gift right now. No need for 3 months. Yifan smiled non-committally, then took out a box from his pocket, which was the gift Hanyu had given him. On his way here, Yifan worried that Hanyu was playing tricks on him. So he opened it to take a look and found a diamond necklace. He didn't examine it closely, but it seemed to be of good quality. So he thought it would make a suitable gift. A gift? Zhao Xiaoya sneered. You talk as if you've been planning to give Ruoxue a gift all along. Do you think I don't know you're just trying to save face? If you have a gift, then open it. Don't hide it. If you don't open it, who knows if it's jewelry or just garlic? The crowd burst into laughter, clearly believing Yifan was just putting on a show. An outsider like him could never afford a 10 million gift. Tang Ruoxue tugged at Yifan's sleeve. Yifan, don't engage with them. Let us go home. I'm tired. She longed for Yifan to give her a gift, but was more worried that whatever was in the box wouldn't be up to par, leading Zhao Dongyang and the others to ridicule them even more. She didn't mind for herself. She just feared that Yifan's hard-earned self-esteem would be trampled on again. With a snap, Yifan didn't say a word but opened the box clasp. A ray of light shone through. Oh, looks like there is something in there. But with your status, it's destined to be rubbish. Zhao Xiaoya wore a mocking expression. Did you buy that at a street stall? Several female companions stifled their laughter, disdainful of Yifan's pretentiousness. Yifan opened the box fully, revealing the contents completely. Whoosh! A brilliant light instantly burst forth. A necklace made of 12 diamonds emerged, sparkling and dazzling. Its pure transparency was captivating. It was simply stunning, so luxurious. No one had ever seen such clean, radiant diamonds, and for a moment, everyone forgot how to react. Zhao Dongyang's eyes also went wide. Yifan picked it up and put it on Tang Ruoxue. In an instant, she radiated brightness. Yi Fan turned her body gracefully, swaying with elegance and radiating brilliance, her spirit soaring. At that moment, Tang Ruoxue was as proud as a blooming flower, regal and majestic, resembling a queen of her era. Countless female guests gasped in unison, exclaiming, "So beautiful." Zhao Xiaoya struggled to speak. "This must be a piece of art. My goodness, that diamond necklace. Could it be the legendary city of love?" Suddenly, a beautiful woman let out a scream. The crowd turned to her in confusion, recognizing her as a jewelry expert from the fashion world. Soon after, another wealthy woman excitedly shouted, "Yes, yes, that's it. It's the city of love." "Humph, what city of love? Can it possibly be better than my brother's eternal heart?" Zhao Xiaoya scoffed. "That's worth tens of millions." Just as her words fell, another woman chimed in. "Humph, tens of millions? That's just a joke. The city of love is crafted from a single, flawless diamond. They all come from the same source and were created by the world-renowned master, Taiji, over 3 years. Each diamond is unique in shape and size. Yet they complement each other perfectly, a true masterpiece. This is not only Taraski's final work, but also his pinnacle achievement. Once, a British prince wanted to buy this necklace for his wedding and offered 100 million. But Taiji didn't like him, so the deal fell through. It appeared at the International Jewelry Exhibition last year and was indisputably the champion of that event. 100 million is just a conservative estimate. At auction, it could easily go for 300 million or 500 million. At least 100 million? Everyone stared at Yifan in shock. No one expected her to be so wealthy. Even Yifan herself was taken aback. She thought the necklace was worth at most 10 million, not over 100 million. Hanyu really was generous. Those who had mocked Yifan for being poor felt embarrassed, realizing that their entire fortunes might not even match the value of the necklace. The most awkward were the Zhao siblings, their cheeks burning as if they had been slapped in public, their necks flushing red. The diamonds Zhao Dongyang had meticulously prepared were not only crushed by Yifan, but also didn't even come close to the value of the city of love, leaving them utterly humiliated. They had intended to make Yifan look foolish, but it was they who ended up embarrassed. 100 million, is that a lot? Zhao Xiaoya disdainfully looked at Yifan. "For my brother, 100 million is just a drop in the bucket. But for you, it's probably your entire fortune, right? Maybe the necklace isn't even yours." Just then, a traffic officer rushed in, shouting, "Whose car is blocking the entrance? Move it. Is it my brother's $5 million Ferrari?" Zhao Xiaoya deliberately responded loudly. "No, it's a $12 million Lamborghini. Sorry, I'll move it right away." Yifan took out the key to his Lamborghini and pulled Tang Ruoxue away from the Aegean Sea. The entire scene fell into silence once again. Chapter 51. A slap in the face. Returning to the Tang family villa and entering their suite, Tang Ruoxue shut the door behind her and looked at Yifan, softly saying, "Thank you." Yifan smiled and replied, "Thank me for what? For helping you out? There's no need for that. We're not divorced yet. And I want to let Zhao Dongyang push you around like that. No, I'm thanking you for giving me a dreamlike experience," Tang Ruoxue said, her breath fragrant and her eyes sparkling. She wasn't a materialistic woman, but that didn't mean she didn't appreciate diamonds and luxury cars. She had always thought that her life would be like that of a hard-working cow, toiling away for the Tang clan, earning a few million each year while spending her most beautiful years in mediocrity. But unexpectedly, Yifan had given her a dazzling moment tonight, though brief. It was still something to cherish. Hearing this, Yifan's voice softened. "There's no need to thank me. Maybe I really have fallen for you." "Fallen for me?" Tang Ruoxue chuckled at his words. "I think you've had more thoughts of throttling me than actually loving me. We're just in a transactional relationship. How could there be any real feelings?" She couldn't believe that Yifan, who had been humiliated by the Tang family for a year, would develop any romantic feelings for her. Yifan's eyes grew distant. "You don't know, but I fell in love with you 18 years ago, all right. Is this a romance drama now? Let us stop here." Tang Ruoxue shot him a glance, and then reluctantly took off the necklace, City of Love, and handed it back to Yifan. Yifan was taken aback. "What are you doing?" "What do you mean, what am I doing?" Tang Ruoxue huffed playfully. "I'm giving you the necklace back. Did you really think I would believe you had $1 billion and could buy me City of Love? I checked the Lamborghini earlier. The registration showed it belongs to Qianbao Group. If I'm not mistaken, both the necklace and the Lamborghini are borrowed from Qianbao Group through Song Hongyan, right? The purpose was just to give me some face. Now that I've had my moment of glory, I'm quite satisfied, but they need to be returned. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, I wouldn't even be able to compensate you." She was reluctant to part with City of Love. It was probably the most expensive necklace she would ever wear. Yet she knew that Cinderella's glass slipper had to be returned eventually. Yifan chuckled helplessly. "The car is indeed borrowed, but the necklace, just admit the car is borrowed. Take care of it and return it promptly tomorrow," Tang Ruoxue interrupted. She bit her lip, putting away her longing, and placed the necklace in its box before shoving it into Yifan's arms. "Considering you helped me save face tonight and dealt a blow to Zhao Dongyang, I want to hold you accountable for your flirtation with Song Hongyan. Even though there are no feelings between us, you must uphold your duties as a husband until we're divorced. Otherwise, I'll make you pay. I'm done talking to you. I need to take a shower and sleep. I have to discuss the loan with Director Liu tomorrow. After saying that, she turned and entered the inner room, slamming the door behind her. Yi Fan looked at the items in his hands, feeling both amused and exasperated the next morning. Yi Fan woke up early to practice his skills. He had organized his schedule meticulously, practicing medicine on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, training in martial arts on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays, and spending Sundays revisiting his skills in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Of course, he made sure to practice the Taiji classic every day. After finishing his training and dropping off the Tang family members at work, Yi Fan drove to the mobile phone store. Last night, he had spent half an hour trying to fix his iPhone 4, but not only did it fail to start, its battery exploded, forcing Yi Fan to buy a new phone. Over an hour later, Yi Fan emerged from the store with a new Huawei phone in hand. He inserted his SIM card and powered it on. While waiting, he noticed a taxi pulling into the nearby Baihua Bank. The door opened, and Tang Ruoshua stepped out, her delicate face looking serious as she entered the building. As Yi Fan fiddled with his new phone, he crossed the street towards the bank, recalling Tang Ruoshua's loan situation. Baihua Bank was a local commercial bank that had gained a good reputation due to government support, and many enterprises in Zhonghai had accounts there, making it the 5th largest bank in the area. Just as Yi Fan reached the entrance, his phone buzzed to life. He picked it up to answer, quickly hearing Han Yu's anxious voice. Yi Fan, your phone finally works. Her tone was laced with a hint of complaint. I wanted to apologize yesterday, but I couldn't get through to you. I felt it was too abrupt to bring up the Tang family-ass issue. Yi Fan smiled lightly. My phone was broken. I just got a new one. Oh, I see. I thought you were mad at me, Han Yu said, relieved. I'm really sorry about yesterday. Don't worry. It won't affect our friendship. And I still want to thank you for the love of your life. Your wife liked it, right? Han Yu completely relaxed and then asked with a light laugh. Where are you now? Yi Fan paused for a moment before responding with a grin. Is President Qian looking for me? Han Yu didn't hide her feelings. He begged me for a long time yesterday and called me over a dozen times this morning, constantly regretting his arrogance. I want to go into details, but he really wants to see you. She added, he hopes to apologize to you in person. Yi Fan sent her his location. I'm at the Baihua Hongxing branch. Great, just wait there. I'll have him come to you right away, Han Yu said eagerly. After hanging up, Yi Fan tucked his phone into his pocket and walked into the lobby, searching for Tang Ruoshua. Just then, he spotted her walking through the loan area and entering an office labeled Director Liu Yong. Noticing the weight on her shoulders, Yi Fan decided to follow her to find out what was going on. Director Liu, I really need your help with my 1 billion loan. Please. You must approve it for me, Tang Ruoshua said anxiously, staring at a balding middle-aged man in the office at the end of the loan area. I've not only stopped 2 production lines, but I've also borrowed a lot of high-interest loans. The daily interest is tens of thousands. If you don't approve it soon, I'm going to lose my mind. She was quite sincere. We've been working together for many years. You should know the strength of our company. Mr. Tang, I've said it many times, Tian Tang Company is at risk. The bank won't extend the 100 million loan. Liu Yong didn't hesitate to hit back at Tang Ruoshua, then smiled as he opened the drawer and tossed out a pre-written agreement. But young Master Wang can lend you the money. This is a contract for a loan of 50 million, enough to alleviate your urgent needs. Just sign your name and it's effective. You can take it anytime. He was very direct, but you have to accompany young Master Wang for one night. Young Master Wang? Tang Ruoshua's face changed dramatically, clearly recognizing the person. Her eyes then turned cold. Director Liu, do you know what you're saying? She suppressed her anger. Don't you think what you're saying is disgusting? Liu Yong waved his hand. Of course I know what I'm saying. I want you to accompany young Master Wang. Last time at the joint wine party in Longhai, young Master Wang from Longdu took a liking to you and asked me to be the intermediary. If you spend one night with him, he will transfer the funds to this bank and even give me a share of the new company's stock. Young Master Wang is a major client of our bank. His funds in Zhonghai are very important to us. Getting shares would give me financial freedom. If you accompany him, the 50 million contract is yours. And I can even lower the interest rate by 1 point. In and out, you could save millions. Liu Yong was methodically pressuring Tang Ruoshua. Her voice deepened. I won't engage in such a sordid deal. Liu Yong was undeterred. I know this is a bit abrupt, but this is an opportunity for both of us. It could bring me huge benefits and change your future. In addition to the 50 million contract, I can also promise to use my connections to help your company sell products. You could relieve a lot of pressure for one night and save a lot of money. Why be so stubborn? He tried to persuade her. Ms. Tang, think it over. Tang Ruoshua's voice was low. Director Liu, I won't do that. Liu Yong sighed lightly. Miss Tang, look, it's just a matter of sleeping with someone. And the benefits are plentiful. Many people would jump at this opportunity. Why not take it? Just close your eyes and spread your legs. You're already married. So what's the big deal? Plus, if you help me this time, our future cooperation will be much more pleasant. If you don't help, aren't you just making things difficult for yourself? With a mix of soft and hard tactics, every move was lethal. Lu Yong was clearly a master at coercion. Anyone with slightly less resolve would be swayed. Tang Ruoxue stood up. Director Lu, I do need the money, but I will never make such a trade. Her demeanor was cool, her character resilient, and she had her own bottom line. If she didn't agree, then forget about that 50 million. Lu Yong suddenly exploded, slamming the table and threatening fiercely. And next month, the previous 30 million loan is due. Tian Tang Company must repay it on time. If you default, I have the right to seize Tian Tang's assets, and then you'll have nothing left to lose. She was even threatened by loan sharks to sell herself. Rather than being with a bunch of people, she might as well be with just Wang Xiao. Besides, Wang Xiao is one of the 4 young masters of Longdu. Being with him is a huge honor, so why pretend to be so high and mighty? He even stood up, grinning insincerely as he moved closer. Go sleep with your mother. Tang Ruoxue splashed her tea at him. Lu Yong instantly turned into a drenched chicken. You little bitch, how dare you splash me? I'll make you pay. Without even wiping the tea off, Lu Yong kicked her out. Bang! Tang Ruoxue couldn't dodge in time, and she felt a sharp pain in her abdomen as she fell to the ground along with her chair. A brutal blow. Bang! Almost simultaneously, the door was kicked open. Yi Fan stormed in, radiating fury, and raised his hand to deliver a slap. Crack! The sound echoed as Yi Fan knocked Lu Yong to the ground. Chapter 52. Who's more arrogant? Bang! Yi Fan didn't hesitate and kicked Lu Yong again, sending him flying a few meters. Lu Yong spat out a mouthful of blood. Tang Ruoxue was taken aback and immediately grabbed Yi Fan, shouting, Yi Fan, don't be reckless. Lu Yong yelled, who are you? What do you think you are? Yi Fan kicked him again. How dare you treat my wife like that? Your wife? Lu Yong was momentarily stunned, then exploded in anger. You're that useless guy who came to my door? You dare to hit me? I'll kill you. You can challenge me, but don't bully my woman. Yi Fan slapped him hard across the face. Not happening. Lu Yong fell to the ground, writhing in pain. Yi Fan, enough. Don't hit him anymore. Tang Ruoxue pleaded, holding onto him tightly. If you keep this up, something bad will happen. Yet, deep down, she felt a hint of sweetness. Was this a fit of righteous anger? You bastard. You hit me. You're done for. Lu Yong pointed at Yi Fan, growling, I will definitely call the police. I will make sure you rot in jail. And Tang Ruoxue will pay the heaviest price. I'll blacklist her from the banks, so she won't be able to get a single cent in loans. She borrowed 50 million in high-interest loans, and the payment is due next month. If she can't get a bank loan, not only will her company go bankrupt, but she'll also be killed by the loan sharks. If you want her and the company to be safe, you better kneel down and beg me. Tang Ruoxue will have to spend 3 days with me and young Master Wang. Otherwise, just wait to die? Slap. Yi Fan didn't waste any words and slapped Lu Yong hard again. Lu Yong cried out, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Try to blacklist her and see what happens, Yi Fan sneered. Fine, just wait. Lu Yong covered his face and said, if I don't take you down, I'm a dog. He then picked up his phone and said a few words. Before long, a tall woman in uniform arrived with 5 or 6 men. She wore a nameplate that read Branch Manager Shui Yan. Shui Yan scolded, what is going on? Lu Yong, holding his face, explained to her pitifully, Manager Shui, Tang Ruoxue's loan conditions are inadequate, so I refuse to approve the loan. Then her husband started causing a scene here. I tried to explain, but he slapped me and threatened to blacklist me. They want to kill me. He twisted the facts completely. Tang Ruoxue anxiously shouted, Manager Shui, it's not like that. You've been blacklisted by us. Shui Yan completely ignored Tang Ruoxue's explanation and pointed at her and Yi Fan, commanding, call the police, arrest them. High and mighty. Colluding in disgrace. The moment those words left her mouth, Tang Ruoxue's face turned pale. She never expected things would escalate to this point. The Tang company was already tight on funds. This meant complete disaster. How would she explain this to her father and the Tang family? Humph. This is what happens when you dare to oppose me, Lu Yong said, wiping the blood from his face, looking at Yi Fan with arrogance. Fool. Weren't you acting tough? Show me more of that arrogance. With a sharp sound, Yi Fan didn't say a word and slapped him again. Lu Yong let out a cry of pain and stumbled back, leaning against Shui Yan to avoid falling. This was too arrogant, too lawless. Shui Yan's delicate face changed. Someone, call the police, and notify all our colleagues. Tang Ruoxue is on our blacklist. At that moment, Yi Fan coldly looked at both Shui Yan and Lu Yong. You two are also on my blacklist, he said calmly. You won't be working in the banking system anymore. Lu Yong looked at him with disdain. At that moment, Tang Ruoxue was a bit dumbfounded, unsure of what Yi Fan was playing at. On your blacklist? Not working in the banking system? Who do you think you are? Have you lost your mind? Several attractive employees scoffed at him, clearly unimpressed. Lu Yong sneered. I've been in the banking world for so many years. And this is the first time I've heard someone talk so big. Shui Yin tapped her high heels on the ground, looking at Yi Fan with a mocking expression. So, you mean you're going to fire us? That's right, you're fired. Yi Fan shot back, not joking at all. Lu Yong and the others stared at Yi Fan as if he were a fool. A good-for-nothing who relies on others was threatening to fire a branch manager and a director? This was ridiculous. They had been in the banking system for years and had never seen such an outrageous thing. Tang Ruoxue also felt embarrassed. Then go ahead and fire me. Shui Yin crossed her arms, feigning indifference, but with a provocative look in her eyes. Go ahead, fire one. Just then, the bank doors were pushed open, and a dozen elegantly dressed men and women walked in. Leading them was a middle-aged man in a suit, exuding an impressive aura. He was Qian Xinghua, the young master of Baihua Bank. Upon seeing him, Shui Yin and the others quickly turned around, their faces filled with enthusiasm as they welcomed him. Young Master Qian. Baihua Bank was a joint stock bank, and the Qian family held an 80s stake, meaning that a single word from him could determine the fate of many. So, seeing Qian Xinghua appear at the branch filled them with excitement and a bit of panic. They never expected him to come to this small branch. Young Master Qian, what brings you here? Shui Yin and Lu Yong put on their brightest smiles and even reached out to shake his hand. To their surprise, Qian Xinghua completely ignored them. He walked straight up to Yi Fan and shook his hand firmly. Brother Yi, I'm really sorry about yesterday. The room fell silent. A pin dropping could be heard. Countless people looked at the calm Yi Fan with disbelief. A few young women covered their mouths, their eyes wide, unable to believe what they were seeing. Shui Yin stood frozen in place as if turned to stone. Lu Yong was utterly dumbfounded. What was going on? Shui Yin and Lu Yong never imagined Yi Fan knew Qian Xinghua, let alone that Qian Xinghua would treat Yi Fan with such respect. Had they really provoked someone they couldn't afford to mess with? Yi Fan replied lightly, Hello, Mr. Qian. Brother Yi, what's going on? Qian Xinghua didn't immediately mention seeking medical help. Instead, he coolly scanned the surroundings, his keen instincts picking up on the situation. Shui Yin and Lu Yong hurriedly waved their hands, insisting, It's nothing, it's nothing. He humiliated my woman and tried to force her into prostitution, and she, without any discernment, put me on the blacklist. Yi Fan pointed at Lu Yong and briefly recounted the events. A year of living as a live-in son-in-law had taught Yi Fan that compromise and retreat only invite more aggression from opponents. So he was determined to retaliate without holding back. Lu Yong, steeling himself, stepped forward. Mr. Qian, this is a misunderstanding. Shut up. Before Lu Yong could finish, Qian Xinghua rudely interrupted him. He turned to Yi Fan and respectfully said, Brother Yi, I apologize. It's my fault for not managing my subordinates properly. I take full responsibility. You tell me how you want this handled, and I will comply without any objections. The bank employees, who had been eagerly anticipating Yi Fan's drama, were nearly speechless. Yi Fan replied calmly, Mr. Qian, these are your people. You can handle it as you see fit. His indifferent remark sealed Lu Yong's fate, ensuring he would pay a heavy price. Qian Xinghua's gaze toward Shui Yin and the others grew increasingly cold. Shui Yin and Lu Yong felt parched, nearly collapsing to the ground. Stand straight. Qian Xinghua wasted no more words. He kicked Lu Yong and Shui Yin, breaking their calves. Then, he unleashed a flurry of slaps. Smack. The final slap landed squarely on Shui Yin's face, causing her mouth to bleed at the corner. Qian Xinghua shouted, Get out. You're fired. Chapter 53. Baihua Pharmaceutical. 15 minutes later, Tang Ruoxue was at Baihua Bank completing the loan procedures. Yi Fan was invited by Qian Xinghua into the VIP room, where Mrs. Qian Xinyan was already waiting. The elegant and beautiful woman in a long dress greeted Yi Fan as soon as he appeared, saying, Dr. Yi, hello. Yi Fan nodded in response. Hello, Mrs. Qian. Dr. Yi, you must help us, Qian Xinghua said, his tone a stark contrast to his earlier disdain. He grasped Yi Fan's hand, pleading, Please save me and Shunyan. Having a child is incredibly important to us. If my wife can't conceive within the next 2 years, and I don't divorce Xinyan to remarry, my father will donate the entire family fortune. Qian Xinghua didn't want to lose his wealth or abandon his wife, so he placed all his hopes on Yi Fan. Xinyan chimed in, As long as you can help us, feel free to name any condition. Just yesterday, the couple had insulted Yi Fan in Han Yu's office, calling him a reckless charlatan. But now, they were seeking his help. The dramatic turn of events left the wealthy couple somewhat disoriented. However, compared to their future, Qian Xinghua felt that his pride was insignificant. Let's skip the small talk. I'll start by clearing Mrs. Qian's meridians, Yi Fan said, not wanting to engage in too much conversation. He smiled as he took out the silver needles and carefully sterilized them. Once your health is restored and you have a child, then you can express your gratitude. The couple looked at Yi Fan with renewed respect. Thank you, Brother Yi. Thank you, Qian Xinghua said, relieved that Yi Fan was so approachable. He had worried that Yi Fan might refuse and had been prepared to cling to him for help if necessary. As Yi Fan prepared for acupuncture, Xinyan asked, Dr. Yi, do I need to take off my clothes? Yes, just remove your outer garment, Yi Fan replied. He wanted to say it wasn't necessary. There were acupuncturists who could do it with their eyes closed, but he wasn't one of them. He felt a bit awkward, after all. Xinyan was a beautiful woman, and asking her to undress felt somewhat inappropriate, especially compared to Hanyu. Brother Yi, why are you blushing? Xinyan suddenly giggled. I'm not embarrassed. You're the one who's shy. How interesting. Seeing her reaction, Qian Xinghua laughed heartily. Initially, he felt a bit uncomfortable with the idea of acupuncture requiring undressing. But Yi Fan's demeanor quickly eased his concerns. This expression indicated that Yi Fan was a decent person. He joked, Brother Yi, haven't you done acupuncture for Hanyu before? Yi Fan let out a bitter smile. Hanyu? To me, she's like a man. The couple burst into laughter again. Xinyan then shifted the conversation, saying, If you find this embarrassing, just call me sister. That way, it won't feel so pressured during the acupuncture. Qian Xinghua nodded vigorously. Yes, yes. If we call each other siblings. Then I'll be your brother-in-law. Yi Fan was taken aback. Is that really appropriate? Xinyan shot him a playful look. What? Do you look down on me as your sister? No, no. It's just sudden, Yi Fan replied with a smile, then decided not to be coy any longer. All right, I'll call you sister. Now then, sister, please take off your outer garment and change into something lighter. Qian Xinghua patted Yi Fan on the shoulder and then stepped outside to wait, so as not to disturb Yi Fan while he was administering the needles. Xinyan smiled as she changed her clothes and then lay down on a sofa. However, even in her thin attire, once Xinyan reclined, her curvaceous figure was suddenly laid bare before Yi Fan's eyes, especially her legs and arms, which revealed a large expanse of snow-white skin, exuding an extreme allure within the luxurious and opulent room. Her delicate body sprawled out, sending waves of subtle fragrance into the air. Yi Fan steadied his mind, picked up the silver needles, and prepared to perform the seventh technique of the Tai Chi Divine Needle, 3 talents connecting the mysteries. This technique was specifically designed to open and heal the meridians. If mastered to the peak level, it could even use silver needles to unblock the ruin and do meridians. Yi Fan still had a long way to go before reaching that pinnacle, but treating Xinyan was more than sufficient for him. Yi Fan held 3 fine needles in each hand, then took a deep breath, focusing on acupoints such as Xinyan's Qi Hai, Guan Yuan, and Yao Yang. Next, he inserted 3 silver needles into the points of Yong Quan, Kuan Luan, and Tai Bai. After that, he gently twisted the ends of the needles, causing them to start vibrating. In the next moment, 6 acupoints gradually revealed 6 delicate pink threads. At first, Xinyan felt nothing, but soon she noticed her entire body warming up, and a surge of heat began to gather and constantly impact her abdomen. It felt so hot, so hot. Xinyan was pleasantly surprised, feeling an incredible comfort in her lower abdomen. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yi Fan did not respond. Instead, he lifted his hand and inserted 3 more needles. These 3 needles landed on the points of Yong Quan, Kuan Luan, and Tai Bai. Xinyan's body shook, feeling the warm current transform into a ball of fire that not only fiercely impacted her abdomen, but also spread to her legs. She couldn't help but tremble. After all 9 needles were applied, Xinyan lay still, drenched in fragrant sweat, with no strength left in her body. Sister, you should rest for a bit. Take a shower in half an hour, Yi Fan said as he finished packing his things and walked out of the VIP room. Qian Xinghua, who was waiting outside, greeted him with a smile. Little brother, all done? His face was anxious. How is the situation? Acupuncture is complete, and the condition is very good. The Ren meridian has been opened, and the environment for the palace has been achieved. However, medication is still necessary. I'll give you a prescription first. Follow it for 2 weeks, Yi Fan replied as he picked up paper and pen, writing down a dozen herbal ingredients. After the adjustment, I'll check on you again. But during this time, you must avoid smoking, drinking, and sexual activities. Qian Xinghua was overjoyed as he took the prescription. Thank you so much, little brother. Don't leave at noon. Let us have lunch together so I can properly thank you. Qian Xinghua enthusiastically invited Yi Fan. Bring along your sister-in-law. Let us have a lively gathering. Brother Qian, let us save that for another day. Yi Fan smiled and politely declined. I have a few things to attend to this afternoon. After Xinyan's treatment, Yi Fan didn't want to be a third wheel during Qian Xinghua's great joy. All right, let us plan for another day. I'll treat you to drinks then. Qian Xinghua gave Yi Fan a hearty hug. You must come out then. Yi Fan nodded with a smile. By the way, sign your name here. Qian Xinghua suddenly remembered something, slapped his forehead, and pulled Yi Fan to the table, casually taking out a few documents for Yi Fan to sign. Yi Fan was taken aback. What is this for? Trust your sister and brother-in-law, they won't sell you out. Qian Xinghua said with a serious face, then took Yi Fan's hand and quickly signed several documents. Yi Fan's eyes widened. Brother-in-law, what is this all about? Qian Xinghua chuckled. A few years ago, your sister, feeling bored at home, started a company called Baiwa Pharmaceuticals, focusing on beauty products. Now that she has an underlying health issue, she needs to focus on taking care of herself and having children, so she can't keep running the company. However, if we were to sell it or let someone else take over, she definitely wouldn't agree, especially since she built it from the ground up. But if it's given to you, I know she would be more than happy. So from now on, you are the largest shareholder of Baiwa Pharmaceuticals, holding 90 of the shares and absolute control. The remaining 10 is just a keepsake for your sister. The company isn't huge, just over 100 employees, and it's currently valued at around 1 billion, but the profits are good. You can just play around with it. If you're not interested in running it, hire a professional manager. It's all up to you. Qian Xinghua laughed heartily. This is a little gift from your sister and me. 1 billion? Yi Fan was completely stunned. Chapter 54, Revenge? Yi Fan spent a good part of the day finally sorting out the paperwork for Baiwa Pharmaceutical. He felt that 10 billion was too valuable, but he couldn't resist the insistence of Qian Xinghua and his wife, so he reluctantly accepted the gift. This also meant that the two parties were now tied together. Regardless, Yi Fan was pleased with this achievement. He could now be considered someone with a business, and if he were to open a clinic, he believed both Shun Biqin and Tang Ruoxue would be very happy. As dusk approached, Tang Ruoxue called and asked Yi Fan to drive the repaired red BMW to Tiantang Company. Yi Fan swiftly retrieved the car. Upon arriving at the entrance of Tiantang Company, Tang Ruoxue happened to come out, accompanied by a young assistant, Chun Xiaoya. When Chun Xiaoya saw Yi Fan, she slightly raised her head, her expression dripping with disdain, clearly aware that he was the son-in-law of the Tang family. Chun Xiaoya was also a beautiful woman, especially with her long legs, radiating youthful charm that caught the eye. Yi Fan couldn't help but glance at her a few more times. Noticing this, Chun Xiaoya became even more contemptuous. Tang Ruoxue pulled Chun Xiaoya inside. I've been busy with the loan in the morning and then had a batch of goods to produce at noon, so I haven't had time to find you, she said, fastening her seatbelt. Can you tell me about what happened this morning now? Yi Fan chuckled. What happened? How did you get to know Qian Xinghua? Tang Ruoxue shot him a glance, but, unlike before, she didn't scold him. Her tone had a hint of gentleness and curiosity. Yi Fan's medical skills saved Qian Xinghua's daughter, Qian Xian, which Tang Ruoxue could chalk up to luck. He managed to collect debts, which she could consider good fortune. She could interpret slapping Zhang Daqiang and Zhao Donyang in the face as leveraging Song Hongyan's influence. But Yi Fan being held in such high regard by Qian Xinghua, who dismissed a bank president and a director for him, and granted him a 2 billion loan, left Tang Ruoxue at a loss for words. When Chun Xiaoya heard Yi Fan knew Qian Xinghua, she was taken aback for a moment, but quickly dismissed it. She probably thought they felt sorry for him. Yi Fan pondered for a moment. It was introduced by Song Hongyan. I knew it was her, Tang Ruoxue snorted. If it weren't for her, you wouldn't have had any contact with Qian Xinghua. It's just flattery. It's either a con or a theft. Yi Fan downplayed it. What does it matter? As long as I can help, right? Look, your loan issue is resolved. I can understand that you know Qian Xinghua, but how did you earn his respect? Tang Ruoxue cut to the chase. He wouldn't dismiss a bank president and a director for someone he hardly knows. Chun Xiaoya was slightly startled, surprised that Yi Fan had such influence. But then she recalled Tang Ruoxue's earlier mention of Song Hongyan and looked at Yi Fan with disdain again. Another one living off a woman? Don't change the subject. How did you gain Qian Xinghua's favor? Tang Ruoxue's eyes showed confusion. They are known to be quite proud. Yi Fan initially wanted to say he treated their ailments, but thought for a moment that Tang Ruoxue wouldn't believe him. Qian Xinghua's wife, Shen Yan, almost got hit by a car while crossing the street, and I noticed just in time and pulled her back. He fabricated a reason. I see. Tang Ruoxue suddenly realized it was another unexpected twist, but it was the best explanation. She thought to herself, how could Yi Fan possibly have the ability to make Qian Xinghua take notice? However, she felt like she had heard this reasoning somewhere before. Right. Didn't Tiantang Company take out 6 loans last year? Was their business not doing well? Seeing her expression, Yi Fan quickly changed the subject. If you're facing any difficulties, feel free to tell me. Maybe I can help. He knew very well that if Tang Company was operating smoothly and collecting payments on time, they wouldn't be in a tight financial situation. Chen Xiaoya almost burst out laughing at his words. Who do you think you are? Helping the company sort things out? Don't get me wrong. Even if General Manager Tang is capable, it's not something a freeloader like you can manage. She mocked Yi Fan in her mind. Meanwhile, Tang Ruoshue's smile faltered for a moment before she replied softly, there are some minor difficulties, but I can handle them. Of course, the company was facing challenges. Challenges that made it hard for her to keep it afloat. But she thought just like Chen Xiaoya. If it was something she couldn't solve, Yi Fan probably wouldn't be able to help either. Yi Fan pressed, you can handle it? Tang Ruoshua nodded, I can handle it. Even if she couldn't she didn't want Yi Fan to get involved. Otherwise, her debts to Song Hongyan would just keep piling up. All right, as long as you can handle it. Yi Fan sighed in relief. But if it becomes too much, don't force yourself. Just let me know, and I'll figure something out. Chen Xiaoya couldn't help but scoff at that. Yi Fan not only had a big mouth, but he also loved to put on a show. Suddenly, as the red BMW was halfway through its journey, 3 vans rushed out from an intersection, blocking the road ahead. At the same time, a business vehicle appeared behind them, effectively cutting off their escape route. Tang Ruoshue and Chen Xiaoya's faces turned serious, unsure of what was happening. With a loud crash, the car doors flew open, and a group of thugs jumped out, wielding baseball bats and surrounding them. Another business vehicle opened its doors, revealing Shui Yin and Lu Yong. Scum. Tang Ruoshue's expression darkened upon seeing them. They only know how to resort to this kind of tactic. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes, knowing without asking that Lu Yong and his crew were here for revenge. Chen Xiaoya was extremely anxious. General Manager Tang, what should we do now? Call the police. Tang Ruoshue said as she unbuckled her seatbelt. I'll go down and confront them. With my status, they won't dare to touch me. Yi Fan, you stay in the car. Don't get involved. She understood exactly who the target was. Chen Xiaoya nodded repeatedly, fumbling for her phone to call the police, only to find there was no signal. Ruoshue, you don't need to go down, Yi Fan said with a smile, pushing open the car door. They're here for me, so I'll handle it. You? How are you going to handle it? Chen Xiaoya retorted angrily. Just don't make things worse. Listen to General Manager Tang, or we're all done for. Yi Fan's act was one thing, but if he continued to play the fool at a critical moment, he might as well be struck by lightning. It's fine, they're just a bunch of rabble. I can deal with them easily. Yi Fan scanned the crowd and spotted a few familiar faces, a smirk playing at the corner of his mouth. Just brush it off? Chen Xiaoya laughed in frustration. Do you think you're Bruce Lee? Cut it out and come back. Bang. Yi Fan slammed the car door shut. Mr. Tang, who are these people? So full of themselves? Chen Xiaoya fumed, stomping her foot. This could affect them all. She had dealt with Lu Yong multiple times through Tang Ruoshue and knew he was involved in loan sharking, definitely not someone to mess with. Yi Fan was just asking for trouble by stepping out like this. Yi Fan. Tang Ruoshue didn't think twice. Upon seeing Yi Fan leave the car, she pushed the door open and followed him. Chen Xiaoya helplessly picked up her phone and stepped out as well. What a disaster this Yi Fan is. Dragging everyone down with him. She stomped her foot again. At that moment, Yi Fan had already walked up to face Shui Yin and Lu Yong directly. Leaning on his cane, Lu Yong sneered with malice. Well, fancy meeting you here, kid. Yi Fan didn't waste any words. Are you looking for trouble? Looking for trouble? Lu Yong scoffed at Yi Fan's cold demeanor. I think today, it's you who's asking for it. I can be a gentleman, and everyone thinks they can push me around. But once I turn into a demon, I'll be your worst nightmare. You ruin my plans, cut off my revenue, and get me fired. Today, I'm going to make sure you pay. Shui Yin looked at Yi Fan with disdain. Money is useless now. She turned to Tang Ruoshue, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Once we decide to go all out, no one can save you. Tang Ruoshue was about to explode, but Chen Xiaoya held her back tightly, urging her not to provoke the already irrational Lu Yong and his crew. Yi Fan smiled faintly. Whether money is useful or not, I'm still going to take you down. Take us down? Shui Yin laughed mockingly. Why don't you give it a try? With that, Yi Fan stepped forward and slapped Shui Yin across the face. The entire venue fell silent. Chapter 55. Asking for trouble. Lu Yong and the others stared in shock at Yi Fan. Shui Yin, who had fallen, also looked at Yi Fan in disbelief, forgetting the pain she felt. No one had expected Yi Fan to dare to make a move in such a situation. It was simply reckless. Chen Xiaoya shared the same thought, feeling a sharp pain in her chest from anger. Didn't this idiot realize that he should back down and be submissive at a time like this? If he continued to resist like this, he would end up severely beaten. And it would also implicate Tang Ruoshue and herself. It could even lead to disastrous consequences for her. Chen Xiaoya shouted in her heart. You dare to hit me? Shui Yin reacted, covering her pretty face. You dare to hit me? Yi Fan didn't waste any words and stepped forward, delivering another slap. Slap. Shui Yin couldn't dodge in time and was sent flying by Yi Fan's slap. Ah! Shui Yin screamed, staggering into Lu Yong's arms. Lu Yong was furious. Tang Ruoxue and Chun Xiaoya were completely stunned. Yi Fan was being too domineering. There seemed to be no room for negotiation. At this moment, Shui Yin covered her face. Filled with righteous indignation, bastard. You dare to humiliate me repeatedly? I want you to die without a corpse. Lu Gu, get rid of him for me. She pointed at Yi Fan. Kill him. You little punk, you're too much. Lu Yong shouted angrily. Go, waste him. A dozen thugs rushed forward. Yi Fan sneered. Instead of retreating, he charged straight into the group of thugs. After a series of clattering sounds, all the thugs were left lying on the ground, some with broken arms and legs. Lu Yong and Shui Yin's expressions changed drastically. They never expected this so-called waste would be so formidable that a dozen people couldn't hold him down. Seeing Yi Fan approaching, Lu Yong lowered his voice and said, You better not come any closer. Whoosh. At that moment, Yi Fan's figure flickered. Before Lu Yong could react, he felt a tightening around his neck. Yi Fan grabbed Lu Yong by the throat and hurled him directly against the windshield. Bang! The shocking impact caused the windshield to shatter instantly, with Lu Yong's entire body embedding into it. The force was terrifying. Revenge? Yi Fan chuckled coldly. You dare to lay a hand on Ruoxue? You all must be tired of living. What exactly are you? Lu Yong gasped in shock, staring wide-eyed at Yi Fan. This was simply Bruce Lee in action. He no longer believed Yi Fan was just a live-in son-in-law. He must have some other impressive identity. Shui Yin, now panicking, took out her phone to send a message. You don't need to know who I am. Just remember that I'm someone you can't afford to mess with. Yi Fan walked up to Shui Yin and kicked her away. Lu Yong let out another scream, causing Chun Xiaoya to cover her mouth in fright. Just then, several dump trucks came driving in. The vehicles stopped, and the back doors opened, revealing dozens of strong men in hard hats, armed with shovels and hammers as they got out. Each one had a bronze-toned complexion and an intimidating aura. You're finished. Lu Yong's eyes lit up. The ones who just attacked were just petty thugs I hired. They were weak. Now my strong brothers are here, so just wait for your demise. Brother Chong is a man who has blood on his hands. If he gets rid of you, he'll just drag you to the Disney playground and bury you there. Lu Yong became excited again. Shui Yin covered her face and shouted, You're done for. Chun Xiaoya's expression changed. Brother Chong? It seems Yi Fan is really in trouble. That as someone significant. Brother Chong? Yi Fan sneered. He looked towards a middle-aged man behind a group of strong men. Zhang Daqiang, get over here. He shouted into the crowd. Lu Yong and the others were taken aback. Then they couldn't help but laugh. Truly ignorant and fearless to challenge Zhang Daqiang like this. He is going to lose his life. Shui Yin rolled her eyes, thinking he really doesn't know when to quit. At that moment, Zhang Daqiang, wearing a hard hat at the back of the crowd, was nearly scared out of his wits by those words. Could he not recognize Yi Fan's voice? He practically stumbled over himself to get up there. And then, he really saw Yi Fan. Brother Chong, take care of this guy for me. Lu Yong shouted excitedly. I'll give you 10 million. Brother Chong, take him out. Shui Yin chimed in. He even slept with you. Hearing this, Zhang Daqiang almost fell over and rushed towards the two. Slap, slap. Zhang Daqiang swung left and right, knocking Lu Yong and Shui Yin to the ground. You bastard, you're trying to get me killed. Zhang Daqiang ignored the two miserable figures and quickly bowed in front of Yi Fan, saying, Brother Yi, I'm sorry. Brother Yi? Zhang Daqiang and Shui Yin swallowed hard, completely stunned. Who exactly is this Yi Fan? Not only does Qian Xinghu treat him with utmost respect, but even Zhang Daqiang is terrified of him. Chun Xiaoya's mind went blank. She was so shocked she didn't know how to express it. They want to kill me. Yi Fan looked at Zhang Daqiang and said calmly, You brought people with you. Zhang Daqiang immediately put on a sorrowful face. Brother Yi, I didn't know it was you. Lu Yong is an old acquaintance of mine. I happened to be inspecting the construction site and got the message that they were going after someone reckless. I thought I'd stop by to check it out, just to lend some support. I really didn't mean to oppose you. He wouldn't dare challenge someone who is on such good terms with Huang Zhendong and can take down the Xiong siblings. Not to mention someone who controls his own reproductive fate. Yi Fan added, If it were someone else, would you have helped to get rid of him? Zhang Daqiang was sweating profusely. Brother Yi, I slap. Yi Fan slapped Zhang Daqiang across the face. If it were someone else, you'd be killing another innocent person? Zhang Daqiang quickly waved his hands. I was wrong. I won't dare again. Slap. Yi Fan gave him another slap. If you act recklessly again, I'll be the first to deal with you. Zhang Daqiang nodded repeatedly. Understood. Only then did Yi Fan stop. This is your last warning. Chun Xiaoya was in shock. Shui Yin and Lu Yong were also stunned. The fearless Zhang Daqiang was as meek as a lamb in front of Yi Fan. They felt they couldn't accept it. Yes, yes, yes. Zhang Daqiang nodded repeatedly, secretly letting out a sigh of relief. His life was spared. Clean up the loose ends. Yi Fan said, then turned to leave. Who the hell is this guy? After Yi Fan departed, Lu Yong endured the pain and stared at the receding red BMW. So arrogant, huh? Fine, I'll take the fall today. No matter who he is, once I'm healed, I'll borrow some capable people from young Master Wang. I refuse to believe I can't take him down. And as for his woman, Tang Ruoxue, I'll definitely have her in bed for 3 days and nights. And I'll tie him up to watch. He vented his anger and was also displeased with Zhang Daqiang, who had stood there like a good little boy without saying a word while getting beaten. How impressive could Yi Fan be, really? With young Master Wang backing him. He looked down on everyone in Zhonghai. Shui Yan's eyes lit up. Tell young Master Wang to give me a chance to take care of Yi Fan. Director Lu. President Shui. Zhang Daqiang lit a cigarette. You've missed your chance. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 shovels struck Lu Yong and Shui Yan on their heads. Blood spurted out. Shui Yan fell straight down. The back of his head shattered. Lu Yong managed to block a fatal blow with his arm, but still cried out in pain as he hit the ground. He flailed his arms to protect his head while screaming hysterically, Brother Chong, I was wrong, I was wrong. Zhang Daqiang didn't even look back and walked towards the construction vehicle. Lu Yong, filled with despair, shouted, I have news. I want to live. I heard from young Master Wang that he is coming back. Chapter 56. Ambush. Tang Ruoxue's loan issue had been resolved, and Yi Fan wanted to take a few days to rest. After all, he had been incredibly busy over the past half-month. He had saved Qianqian twice, helped his mother-in-law recover her debts, rescued Han Nanhua, healed Huang Zhendong and Han Yu, and now he had also tackled the problem with Qian Xinghua. Although he possessed the Taiji Scripture and his body was constantly rejuvenating, preventing him from feeling fatigued, he still wanted a moment to unwind. However, before he could even get a couple of days of rest, Huang Zhendong called, Brother Yi, good afternoon. His voice was cheerful and hearty. Are you busy right now? Yi Fan replied flatly, get to the point. Brother Yi, I have 2 things to discuss. Huang Zhendong didn't beat around the bush. First, Lin Ruan, Zhang Xiaojing, and Xiong Jiao will no longer cause you any trouble. Second, that bastard Lu Yong leaked a secret to us just before he died. The truth is, the Xiong siblings came to Zhonghai not just to deal with you and Zhang Daqiang. That was just a minor detail. He lowered his voice. Their real target is Song Hongyan. Yi Fan's body trembled. Targeting Song Hongyan? That's right. Huang Zhendong nodded. Someone has hired the 4 fiends of the Xiong family to come to Zhonghai and eliminate Song Hongyan at all costs. When they infiltrated Zhonghai, it was the same night you exposed Zhang Daqiang's infertility, and coincidentally, Xiong Yi received a distress signal from Lin Ruan. So, Xiong Yi and Xiong Jiao took the opportunity to rescue Lin Ruan and her son, while also planning to deal with you and Zhang Daqiang. Huang Zhendong flattered. Unfortunately, they didn't expect that Brother Yi is invincible. The 4 fiends of the Xiong family. Yi Fan's eyes gleamed with killing intent. So, that means there are 2 more of them in Zhonghai? He had thought that Xiong Yi and Xiong Jiao came specifically to rescue Lin Ruan and Zhang Xiaojing, not realizing it was just a coincidence. That's right, Huang Zhendong continued. Xiong Ji and Xiong Yong are also here, along with quite a few capable subordinates. They are considered ruthless bandits, lacking any moral boundaries, and they enjoy playing sadistic games. The brothers on the streets have always looked down on them. But you don't need to worry. They will never find out that you killed Xiong Yi. The disappearance of Xiong Yi and Xiong Jiao will only be blamed on Zhang Daqiang. He comforted with a smile. At the moment, Zhang Daqiang is well protected by hundreds of people, and there are police detectives watching over him, so he's quite safe. Yi Fan said calmly. Can we locate Xiong Yong and the others? Locate them? Huang Zhendong first chuckled, then suddenly shivered. Brother, are you planning to take them out? Yi Fan didn't respond. Xiong Yi and his sister had come looking for revenge and ended up dead, regardless of whether he was the killer. Xiong Yong and the others would eventually seek him out to understand the situation. Yi Fan wanted to eliminate them completely to avoid future trouble. Moreover, since they were plotting against Song Hongyan, they had to be dealt with, especially since she was his first confidant. Although Xiong Yong and Xiong Ji were despised by both the underworld and the law, it had to be said that they still had some backing. Especially Xiong Ji, known as the modern Zhang Fei, possesses terrifying brute strength. One punch could easily kill a cow. Huang Zhendong hurriedly advised Yi Fan. If you take the initiative to seek them out, it could easily lead to trouble. It's not that I don't believe in your abilities, my dear brother Yi, but those people are all desperate outlaws. It's not worth it to get into a conflict with them. Just sit back and watch. Dealing with Song Hongyan is like courting death for Xiong Ji and his crew. Although Song Hongyan is just a woman and the Woohoo group appears quite legitimate, she is In essence, a ruthless figure. Having spent nearly a decade in Zhonghai, she has risen from obscurity to become a major player. Who can achieve such success without extraordinary capabilities? I've encountered countless people, yet I can't see through Song Hongyan. This woman is too deep. My assessment is that it's difficult for the Xiong brothers to take her life. Yi Fan was somewhat surprised by Song Hongyan's depth, but still felt a twinge of concern. Huang Zhendong was aware of Song Hongyan's strength, and the Xiong brothers surely knew it as well. They wouldn't take on the task unless they had some degree of confidence. After all, who would willingly fly into the fire and provoke a local power? After hanging up the phone, Yi Fan called a taxi and instructed the driver to head straight to the Wuhu group. At the same time, he called Song Hongyan. The call connected quickly, and as always, he heard her charming laughter on the other end. Yi Fan, what a surprise to receive a call from you. Have you missed me so much that it feels like years apart? Hearing that she was safe, Yi Fan let out a quiet sigh of relief. Where are you now? Oh, I'm just passing by the peak of Yunding Mountain, she replied with a hint of mystery in her voice. I just took a stroll through the old city, looking for a place to set up your clinic. I must say, you're quite lucky. I found a very suitable location. Tomorrow, I'll come by to take you to see it. If you think it's good, we can secure it. With some renovations, we could be ready to open in just 2 months. Her tone was laced with excitement, as if she were the one opening the clinic. Yi Fan felt a touch of warmth. He hadn't expected her to think about his clinic on such a hot day. Then he remembered the important matter at hand. Let's put the clinic aside for now. I called because I received some intel. Someone is targeting you and has even hired the Xiong siblings to go after you. You must be very careful. He didn't want anything to happen to her. Targeting me? The Xiong siblings? The 4 fiends of the Xiong family? Song Hongyan replied, slightly surprised. Aren't they after you and Zhang Daqiang? Yi Fan was not at all surprised that Song Hongyan knew he had dealt with Xiong Yi. Xiong Yi and Xiong Jiao targeting me and Zhang Daqiang was just a sideshow. Their real target is you. Song Hongyan fell silent for a moment, then sighed. I guess I was too careless. But it's fine. They're just a few minor characters. Yi Fan urged, you must be careful. Don't worry, she reassured him. Song Hongyan smiled. I've already called my cousin Zhao Rushuang over. She's the head of security for my group. Bang. Before she could finish her sentence, Yi Fan heard a loud explosion, as if something had just gone off. Then came a barrage of gunfire and the whistling of sharp objects flying through the air, followed by several blood-curdling screams. Yinjia, what's happening? Yi Fan's heart raced. What is going on? But Song Hongyan didn't respond. The phone was filled with static, as if the signal had been jammed. Yi Fan tried calling several times, but his phone wouldn't connect. Sweat poured down his forehead as he pulled out 3 days' worth of grocery money and tossed it to the driver. Master, Yunding Mountain, East Peak, hurry. 1,000 yuan was a generous offer, but as soon as the taxi driver heard Yunding Mountain, he slammed on the brakes. The car came to a screeching halt at the roadside. The driver shook his head. No way. Yi Fan was taken aback and threw another 1,000 yuan into the front seat. Come on, let us go? I'm sorry, but I won't go to Yunding Mountain for even 10,000. The taxi driver tossed the money back at Yi Fan and opened the door for him to get out. Reluctantly, Yi Fan climbed out of the car. Desperate, he tried to hail several more taxis. The driver's eyes lit up at the sight of 1,000 yuan. But when they heard Yunding Mountain, they all sped away. After 5 taxis had refused him, Yi Fan could only curse under his breath. Fei Ge, are you waiting for a ride? Just then, an old Mercedes-Benz pulled up beside him, and the window rolled down to reveal Lu Fugui's chubby, smiling face. Yi Fan paused for a moment, then opened the door. To Yunding Mountain. Yunding Mountain? Lu Fugui's body tensed, then he floored the accelerator. All right, with that. He pressed down on the gas, speeding off towards Yunding Mountain under the evening sky. They drove quickly, and about 10 minutes later, the Mercedes arrived at the east peak of Yunding Mountain. However, Lu Fugui took a narrow path up an old, poorly maintained mountain road, soon reaching the halfway point. To reach the foot of the east peak, they had to circle back a couple of times. Stop. As they approached a bend, Yi Fan suddenly shouted for Lu Fugui to halt. He opened the door and leaped out, rushing to the roadside. He stood on a protruding tree trunk, focusing his gaze down the cliff. He had just heard a faint gunshot. His instincts told him that was where Song Hongyan was being attacked. Though there were still over 100 meters to the mountain's base, and visibility was poor due to the trees, Yi Fan could still make out the lights of a car below. Just as he was trying to get a clearer view, Lu Fugui ran over, shouting, Fei Ge, what is wrong? As Lu Fugui placed his right foot on the tree trunk, it snapped with a crack. Yi Fan lost his balance and fell. Ah! He screamed as he plummeted from the height, flailing his limbs in a panic. His survival instinct kicked in, and he desperately tried to grab something. Halfway down, his right hand caught a fragment of stone, but it couldn't bear his weight and broke away with a sharp crack. Ah! Accompanied by a cascade of sand and rocks, Yi Fan continued to scream as he fell, eyes squeezed shut, crashing down towards the bottom of the cliff. On the mountainside, a group of armed thugs dressed in black surrounded a Lincoln car. One of the black-clad men, hearing a noise, instinctively looked up. Bang! In the next moment, Yi Fan came crashing down like a cannonball, striking a middle-aged man and producing a thunderous sound. Bang! The middle-aged man fell to the ground in agony, his head bleeding and bones broken, blood pouring from his mouth. Dust and debris filled the air, causing the 6 black-clad men to stagger back, their faces covered in grime as they brushed off the dirt. The middle-aged man, regaining his composure, glared at Yi Fan with a mix of anger and despair. You bastard. Chapter 57. Indestructible, he was the notorious bandit, Xiong, a formidable warrior from the Yellow Realm. Today, as he led his team on a mission that was on the verge of success, he was struck from a height of 100 meters. Although Xiong didn't die immediately, he knew that most of his bones were broken. Even if he survived, he would be paralyzed. This left him feeling incredibly despondent and unwilling to accept his fate. Yi Fan thought he would meet a brutal end, but to his surprise, he found himself completely unscathed. Instead, beneath him lay a middle-aged man who had been injured from the fall. Thank you. Heavens, Yi Fan felt a flicker of relief and then glanced around. The scene was chaotic, mangled limbs, severed arms, over 30 corpses lying around, and signs of an explosion, indicating a fierce battle had taken place here. Next, he looked towards the center of the bodies, where 3 cars were parked. The front and back of the vehicles were stained with blood, and their bodies were riddled with arrow marks and bullet holes. In front of a Lincoln, an old man in gray was half kneeling, gripping a bloodied axe. He was panting heavily, covered in wounds, clearly exhausted. Beside him lay 2 women in green, on the brink of death. Behind the Lincoln, Song Hongyan was hiding. She was no longer her usual brash self, but instead strangely quiet. It was this silence that allowed her to maintain the last shred of control. She gripped a Browning pistol tightly, with 3 bullet-ridden assassins sprawled at her feet. There was no doubt that she had killed them all. Surrounding the Lincoln were 6 indifferent assassins, each exuding a deadly intent, ready to launch a final attack. But at that moment, all eyes were on Yi Fan, the unexpected arrival from above. Upon recognizing Yi Fan, Song Hongyan froze, her cold gaze softening with unexpected warmth. She never imagined that he would risk danger to come to her rescue. Meanwhile, Xiong, regaining his breath, struggled to raise his military dagger, muttering, "You bastard. I'll kill you." Bang. Startled by the bloodied Xiong, Yi Fan's wrist twitched, and a chunk of stone struck the other man's forehead again. Thud. Xiong's skull cracked, and he fell back, his vitality dwindling. He was filled with rage and despair. I'm sorry, Yi Fan stammered, feeling embarrassed at having struck the man's head again. He fumbled to get off Xiong. Crack. Another sharp sound echoed as Yi Fan accidentally pressed down on Xiong's ribcage, causing a broken rib to pierce into his chest cavity. Thud. Xiong's body shook, his face turned pale, and blood gushed out. "Oh no, I'm so sorry," Yi Fan exclaimed, quickly trying to pull the rib out. Xiong let out a piercing scream, as if he were being slaughtered like a pig, his eyes bloodshot with rage, wishing he could strangle Yi Fan to death. But his hands, raised in anger, quickly fell limp. Life extinguished, he could not close his eyes in peace. Xiong never expected that victory was within his grasp, only to be thwarted at the last moment. He never imagined that as a proud warrior of the Yellow Realm, he would be killed by a single blow from someone below. He hadn't even seen Yi Fan's face clearly. Was he dead? Yi Fan stared at the stone in his hand, lost in thought. Did he die so quickly? He quickly got up, only to see 6 assassins charging at him with a clatter. They wielded curved blades and crossbows, their bodies radiating a menacing aura. Song Hongyan rushed up from behind the car. "Yi Fan, be careful." She aimed at one of the enemies and pulled the trigger, but the gun clicked empty. "Second brother." Seeing Xiong lifeless, the 6 assassins froze for a moment, then erupted in rage, shouting, "Bastard. You killed second brother. You killed him. We will kill you. One of them, a man with leopard-like eyes, shouted furiously, "Brothers, kill him. Avenge our brother." "Stop." Yi Fan sensed the danger and shouted, pressing down on the stone in his hand. It cracked into a dozen pieces, which he then scattered like a rain of projectiles. The shards shot out like a hailstorm. Bang, bang. The 6 assassins, who were about to attack Yi Fan, suddenly found themselves bleeding from their heads, collapsing to the ground with screams. Their crossbows and guns were raised, firing into the sky. Then, Yi Fan swiftly moved, appearing in front of one of the assassins, swinging his Yuchong sword. The assassin's expression changed drastically as he instinctively raised his military dagger to block. With a sharp sound, the Yuchong's sword sliced through the dagger and plunged into the assassin's neck. Invincible. Bastard. The man with leopard-like eyes gritted his teeth, enduring the pain as he grabbed a makeshift gun, aiming it at Yi Fan. He fired, and hundreds of iron pellets sprayed out. Watch out, Song Hongyan instinctively shouted. Yi Fan could have easily dodged, but if he did, Song Hongyan would surely be hit. So, he threw himself over her, rolling sideways. Yi Fan avoided the deadly blast, but 3 or 4 pellets hit his back, and blood sprayed out. Song Hongyan clearly saw Yi Fan in pain, and her heart trembled. If Yi Fan had brought Qian back to life twice, Song Hongyan felt only gratitude towards him. Today, however, he moved her deeply. Growing up, she had always been told to be independent, strong, and to fight for her career like a man. Over the years, she had excelled, but the pain within her was known only to herself. Now, she felt a sense of security. Yi Fan's embrace made her lose herself, as if with him around. She would never have to fear the cold or danger again. In contrast to Song Hongyan's infatuation, Yi Fan was tense, shoving her under the car before rolling away. He quickly reached the man with leopard-like eyes. Crack! The man hurriedly pulled the trigger for a second shot. Yi Fan waved his right hand, and blood gushed from the man's throat as he staggered and fell. Bang! Yi Fan kicked his body away, knocking over the assassins behind him who were about to fire. Taking advantage of the chaos, Yi Fan charged forward. The 4 remaining assassins were shaken, instinctively taking a step back. In the astonished eyes of Song Hongyan and the elderly man in gray, Yi Fan showed no mercy, raising his sword for the final strike. The blade flashed like lightning. Blood spurted into the sky as 3 assassins fell one after another. The last remaining assassin, in a state of panic, dropped his weapon and raised his hands, shouting, "I surrender! I surrender!" He had the chance to pull the trigger, but lost the courage to do so. Yi Fan, with a swift motion, thrust his sword and pierced through the assassin's throat. "Little brother, we spare those who surrender," the old man in gray called out to Yi Fan. The 2 women in green also frowned slightly. Yi Fan merely shot a glance at the old man, then delivered another strike to the leopard-eyed assassin. Only then did the old man and the others hear Yi Fan's indifferent response. "Surrendering and not killing is your rule. My rule is to eradicate all threats completely." With that, he raised his hand again, driving his sword into Xiangyang's throat. All were executed without mercy. Chapter 58. She is a traitor. The gray-clad old man and the others fell silent. It wasn't he just because of Yi Fan's ruthlessness, but also due to the cold and unfeeling tone he displayed. Even though they had seen countless battles and taken many lives, they suddenly felt an overwhelming dryness in their throats, rendering them speechless. The gray-clad old man looked awkward, then forced a smile. "Young hero, my name is Song Dazhong. Thank you for saving me and the young lady. I will surely remember this kindness. May I ask how to address you, young hero?" He warmly sought to befriend Yi Fan, both to express gratitude for his life-saving act, and because he believed that someone capable of killing a Huangjing master like Xiangyang had a bright future ahead. "Uncle Zhong, this is Yi Fan, my friend." Song Hongyan stepped forward, feeling an indescribable emotion in her heart. "Yi Fan, Uncle Zhong is my shadow guard." Upon hearing that Yi Fan was Song Hongyan's friend, Song Dazhong's expression instantly shifted to one of respect. Yi Fan wasn't he surprised, after all. He had interacted with Song Hongyan many times, but had only just met Song Dazhong, who was clearly one of her protectors. A wave of warmth surged within him. The fact that Song Hongyan shared such a life-related secret with him showed her complete trust. While Yi Fan was lost in thought, Song Hongyan pressed on. "Yi Fan, what brings you here?" Yi Fan wiped the blood from the fish intestines and put his hand back on. "I heard the explosion over the phone and worried something happened to you, so I rushed over. I didn't expect to save your life." He teased. "Don't forget to repay me well in the future." Song Hongyan stood tall, her pride evident. "What do you want? Should I offer myself in return?" Yi Fan's face inexplicably flushed. "How embarrassing." Song Hongyan shot him a glance, then curiously asked, "I thought your medical skills were impressive. I didn't expect your combat skills to be this formidable. You're quite the hidden gem." At that moment, Song Hongyan was indeed surprised. She racked her brain, unable to connect Yi Fan with the son-in-law of the Tang family. At the same time, her feelings shifted. If before she merely enjoyed teasing Yi Fan and watching him flustered, now she found herself wanting to take him home. "Let us talk about this another day." Yi Fan waved his hand. "We should call someone to handle the scene quickly. So many people died, and if the police trace this back to me, even 10 lives wouldn't be enough." Song Hongyan checked her phone. "The signal is jammed. We should get out of here first." Yi Fan's gaze paused on Xiangyang and the other's left wrists, which were all adorned with a black ribbon. Before Yi Fan could respond, Several off-road vehicles roared into the mountain path. The doors swung open, and a woman in a blue outfit stepped out, accompanied by 8 bodyguards in uniform. The blue-clad woman was stunning, with wavy hair cascading over her shoulders, and her blue shirt and shorts accentuated her curvy figure. Especially her long, fair legs were irresistibly alluring. Yet she carried an air of undeniable pride. A relative of the Song family and Song Hongyan's cousin, Zhao Rushuang, rushed over with her companions. Hongyan, are you all right? What exactly happened? I'm fine, cousin, Song Hongyan replied. Song Hongyan spoke softly. A group of assassins ambushed us here. 6 of my sisters were killed. And Uncle Zhong is seriously injured. Song Dazhong nodded. These assassins are very powerful, armed with knives and guns. From their skin color, they appear to be foreign thugs. And there are even experts from the Yellow Realm among them. Foreign thugs? Zhao Ruoshang exclaimed in surprise. How did they come to Zhonghai to target Hongyan? Song Dazhong looked puzzled. I don't know. It's strange how they knew the young lady's route and were fully prepared for the attack. Zhao Ruoshang narrowed her eyes, then returned to her in different demeanor. Song Hongyan looked at Yi Fan with a doting expression. I was indeed careless today, but fortunately, I have my destined one. Meeting Yi Fan has sealed their fate. Yi Fan. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ruoshang's gaze suddenly sharpened as she focused on Yi Fan, who was messaging Lu Fugui. Did he save you? Song Hongyan nodded. That's right. Seize him. Zhao Ruoshang commanded. Anyone who dares to resist will be killed without mercy. Song Hongyan's expression changed. Cousin, what are you doing? Zhao Ruoshang glared at Yi Fan, sneering. At your age, how could you possibly kill an expert from the Yellow Realm? You must be in cahoots with them. 8 of her subordinates immediately surrounded Yi Fan, drawing out dark firearms. Yi Fan tucked his phone into his pocket and scanned Zhao Ruoshang and the others. Kill without mercy? Before Song Hongyan could speak, Zhao Ruoshang shouted fiercely. You are definitely in league with the assassins, using lies to stage a play to get close to Song Hongyan. You might fool others, but you can't fool me. Yi Fan stared at her wrist. Evidence? Zhao Ruoshang arrogantly replied. Even if you did save Song Hongyan in these extraordinary times, we would rather mistakenly kill 1,000 than let one escape. Yi Fan was silent for a moment before nodding. Very well. Zhao Ruoshang's tone held a hint of disdain. To remain so calm at a time like this shows you have some skill. Too bad, you'll still have to die. She smirked. Just accept your fate. Song Hongyan's delicate face turned cold. Cousin, don't go too far. He is Yi Fan, who's saved. Shut up. Zhao Ruoshang interrupted assertively. Although you are a young lady of the Song family, I am your cousin, and I have the duty to identify the bad guys for you. Yi Fan spoke lightly. Do you really want to provoke me? Provoke you? A bald bodyguard sneered. Kid, who do you think you are? The bald bodyguard's voice abruptly cut off as the Yuchong sword was suddenly pressed against his throat. The entire scene fell silent. No one had seen how Yi Fan had made his move. Zhao Ruoshang narrowed her beautiful eyes, revealing a glint of undisguised coldness. The bald man shouted, Kid, do you dare to press a sword against me? Whoosh. Yi Fan swung the sword back, and the bald man staggered, flying 7 or 8 meters away. A hole now in his throat. A chill ran through everyone present. Zhao Ruoshang shouted, Who are you? Yi Fan did not respond, shaking his right hand as the sword light poured out. A chilling scream echoed as 7 bodyguards surrounding Yi Fan were sent flying backwards, their bodies severed apart. Although Yi Fan's martial arts skills were still developing, his speed and strength were terrifyingly formidable, more than enough to dispatch these thugs. Seeing the 7 dead, Song Dazhong and the others changed their expressions, while Zhao Rushuang shouted in anger, Who the hell are you? There was no response, only the flash of a sword. Zhao Rushuang quickly retreated, and at the same time, guns were raised, aimed directly at Yi Fan. But before they could pull the trigger, their weapons were sliced down, and in the next moment, a blade was pressed against Zhao Rushuang's throat. Yi Fan stood quietly. You dared to provoke me? Song Dazhong instinctively spoke up, Little brother. Please spare her. She is from the Song family. Zhao Rushuang interjected. I am from the Song family, a cousin of Song Hongyan. Do you dare to kill me? Can you handle the consequences? With a sharp sound, the sword tip pierced Zhao Rushuang's throat. Her body suddenly stiffened. Disbelief etched on her face. You. She could hardly believe that Yi Fan had truly killed her. A cold glint flashed again, and Zhao Rushuang spat blood skyward, her lifeless body falling before Song Hongyan. The mountain path fell into silence. Song Dazhong and the others stared at Yi Fan in shock, unable to fathom his ruthlessness. He had the audacity to kill Zhao Rushuang with a single stroke. How could they explain this to the Zhao family? Although they were dissatisfied, they dared not provoke Yi Fan, fearing he might turn his blade on them as well. Only Song Hongyan remained calm throughout, her pretty face showing no sign of disturbance. Yi Fan didn't even glance at Zhao Ruishuang, retracting the Yuchong's sword with a lift of his hand before stepping in front of Song Hongyan, speaking softly. Do you blame me for killing her? If there were any misunderstandings in Song Hongyan's heart, Yi Fan was prepared to sever their bond and cut off all ties. Song Hongyan smiled faintly. Even 10 cousins can't compare to your worth in my heart. Was that a confession? Yi Fan's eyelids twitched, then he pointed a finger. Changing the subject, you don't need to regret. Just look at Zhao Ruishuang and the assassin's left wrists. Song Dazhong and the others paused and turned to look at Zhao Ruishuang and the others' left wrists, surprised to find they were all wrapped with a black ribbon. Song Dazhong blurted out, she's a traitor. Chapter 59. The fallen aristocrat. After rescuing Song Hongyan, Yi Fan didn't linger at the scene. He exchanged a few words of advice before leaving with Lu Fugui to have dinner. Initially, he planned to go to a street vendor, but Lu Fugui insisted on treating Yi Fan to a nice meal, so they ultimately headed to Wuhu restaurant. Yi Fan also called Tang Ruoxue, hoping she could join them for dinner, but she was stuck at work and couldn't get away. He had no choice but to spend time alone with Lu Fugui. Lu Fugui looked like a nouveau riche, but he was actually a very clever man. He had seen the scene of Xiong Yong and the others' tragic deaths, but said nothing about it, nor did he inquire about what had happened. As they approached Wuhu restaurant, Lu Fugui took out a bank card and handed it to Yi Fan. Brother Fan, this card has 20 million yuan on it, which is all my savings. Please give it to sister-in-law to help her out of her immediate trouble. I had planned to give it to her a few days earlier, but the funds just came in. He added, also, let her know that I feel useless. She saved me back then, and I haven't been able to help her much in return. It was clear that Lu Fugui had been worried about Tang Ruoxue's financial difficulties for quite some time. Yi Fan was surprised to see this. He hadn't expected Lu Fugui to go to such lengths to gather money. He felt a bit touched and pushed the bank card back. You should keep this money. Ruoxue's loan issue will be resolved. To assure you, I've asked Huang Zhendong for help, and he has already contacted Baiwa Bank. The loan is sorted. Sorted? Lu Fugui was taken aback for a moment. Then his face lit up with joy. I knew it. With Brother Fan around, Ruoxue will definitely get through this tough time. He had seen how Huang Zhendong respected Yi Fan that night, so he believed that Tang Ruoxue's problems would be resolved. However, Lu Fugui still thought it best to give the 20 million to Ruoxue. Having more money on hand would provide her with more comfort. After thinking for a moment, he spoke up. She really is going through a tough time right now. You keep it. At least I can share the burden with her. Yi Fan shook his head. Besides, you'll need capital to make a comeback. A comeback? Lu Fugui chuckled bitterly. In the past, I would have thought that with 20 million and my connections, making a comeback would be easy. Even if I couldn't reach the pinnacle of the Lu family, I could still return to the upper class. But reality has cruelly shattered that notion. Those who once mocked me want to give me a second chance to rise again. They're afraid I might retaliate if I succeed, and they want to keep me beneath their feet. Since the Lu family went bankrupt, I've tried 7 or 8 businesses, but they've all been sabotaged, costing me over 10 million. The ones who have targeted me aren't just my snobbish stepmother, but also people who once called me brother, and even a girlfriend I cherished. Isn't that tragic? So, I don't plan to do business anymore, nor do I want to make a comeback. Right now, I'm just driving for a ride-hailing service. They can rest easy, and I can be at ease too, earning an extra 5,000 to 6,000 a month. Lu Fugui spoke with a carefree attitude, but Yi Fan could see the deep sorrow in his eyes, the sorrow of a small person unable to fight against the powerful. I've been quite busy lately and need someone I can trust to help me out. Come over and lend me a hand. Yi Fan clapped Lu Fugui on the shoulder and said, for now, you can be my driver and assistant. When the time is right, I'll give you a chance to make a comeback. It all depends on whether you believe in me. With Baohua Pharmaceutical and the construction of the clinic, along with other social interactions, Yi Fan was confident there were opportunities suitable for Lu Fugui. Lu Fugui was momentarily taken aback, but then quickly replied with a smile. All right. From now on, I'm with you, Brother Fan. Yi Fan opened the car door and joked, I'm a live-in son-in-law. You're really going to commit to this? Lu Fugui also climbed out of the car, saying, that night at the party, I knew Brother Fan was no ordinary person. Before he could finish his sentence, he instinctively stopped, his gaze becoming fixed. Yi Fan followed his line of sight and saw 6 or 7 women approaching from the opposite side, laughing and chatting, clearly drawing attention. There were tall, petite, voluptuous, and slender women, with both short-haired beauties and long-haired stunners, truly a gathering of attractive women. One woman stood out even more, with an oval face, phoenix eyes, and long legs, exuding a bit of an internet celebrity vibe. Yi Fan tilted his head toward Lu Fugui and asked, do you know her? I do, Lu Fugui admitted candidly. That's my ex-girlfriend, Su Xin. We were in love for 4 years. I loved her deeply. And she liked to cling to me. But she is also the person who hurt me the most. When my family went bankrupt, she not only took my 500,000 yuan in savings and mortgaged my car, but she also colluded with my stepmother to pressure me into signing for a lot of debt. Her betrayal earned her 1 million, while it nearly landed me in prison. Reflecting on the past, Lu Fugui felt a tinge of nostalgia. Yi Fan smiled and asked, "Do you hate her?" "I used to, but I've let it go now," Lu Fugui replied calmly. "Holding a grudge is the mark of weakness. If I'm really upset, I'll just seek revenge directly. But right now, I can only survive. I can't get back at her. After all, she's in charge of procurement at Baohua Pharmaceutical, earning 1 million a year plus bonuses. Plus, the new guy she is with, Shen Yunfeng, is a big deal in the herbal supply business, comparable to Zhang Xiaojing. The Shen family dominates a large part of the Zhonghai herbal market and has close ties with Baohua Pharmaceutical's president, Shen Yan. He was frank about his situation. Right now, I can't afford to provoke them. There was one thing he didn't mention, which was that Shen Yunfeng and Su Xian had crossed paths with them a few times, and he had to swallow his pride and endure it. Is Baohua Pharmaceutical really that impressive? Yi Fan chuckled. It's just a company valued at 10 billion, in a market filled with pharmaceutical companies like Zhonghai. That is hardly anything. Don't underestimate Baohua Pharmaceutical, Lu Fugui replied seriously. It may seem small, but it's backed by the Qian family of Baohua Bank, with astonishing sales and profits. Rumor has it that this pharmaceutical company was established because Shen Yan wanted to improve her health and gathered a team to search for medicinal materials. What started as a hobby turned into a 10 billion enterprise. Isn't that impressive? This was the result of Shen Yan's deliberate suppression. Otherwise, with just a little leverage on banking resources or traffic, they could easily reach a market value of 100 billion. Yi Fan nodded thoughtfully at this. Baohua Pharmaceutical may seem inconspicuous, but in reality, it has immense potential, especially with Baohua Bank's backing, always having the chance to become one of the top pharmaceutical companies. At that moment, Lu Fugui glanced over at Su Xian again. This glance happened to be noticed by a few women across the way, who immediately rolled their eyes and whispered, "Who is that chubby guy? He looks like a loser. Why does he keep staring at us? What a creep. Look, he's even checking out my chest. Seriously, with us dressed like this, how can we show our faces if he sees us? Right? People like him have no shame. And he thinks he can look at a girl like me. It's disgusting. A toad wanting to eat swan meat." The chatter among the women made Su Xian, who was sending a message, look up. Oh, isn't that Lu Fugui, the young Master Lu? Chapter 60. You have a problem. Su Xian recognized Lu Fugui at a glance, and a hint of mockery appeared on her pretty face. Oh, that's Lu Fugui, the young master of the Lu family, a suitor of mine, but he's already gone bankrupt. She scoffed. Now he drives a taxi to make ends meet. Initially, Su Xian thought that by getting close to a wealthy tycoon from Huaxi, she could secure half of the Lu family's fortune and walk away with 3 to 5 billion. In reality, she ended up with only a few 100,000. The stark contrast made her feel like her youth had been wasted, and it fueled her deep-seated hatred for Lu Fugui, leading her to take every opportunity to belittle him. Wow, he's your suitor? Several women gasped in astonishment. Does he even dare to pursue you? Lu Fugui's eyelids twitched, but he gritted his teeth and managed to hold back his anger. Fan go, let's go inside, he said to Yi Fan. Yi Fan nodded in agreement. However, while Lu Fugui was trying to avoid conflict, Su Xian was not about to let him off the hook. She strutted over with a few of her friends. Lu Fugui, you say you're down to driving a taxi, and yet you still have the audacity to come here for a meal? Do you even have the means to afford it? You might need to drive for 10 days just to pay for one meal. Don't let someone break your hands and feet. That would be embarrassing. Get lost. This isn't a place for you. The women giggled, their eyes scrutinizing Lu Fugui with disdain. Unable to hold back any longer, Lu Fugui shot back, Su Xian, don't go too far. I haven't said anything about how you wronged me. If you keep pushing it, what about you? Su Xian coldly mocked. You can't even take a little criticism? You have no backbone at all. Are you even a man? Yi Fan patted Lu Fugui on the shoulder. All right, Fugui, don't waste your breath on them. Let's just go in and eat. Eat? Are you kidding? Are you sure you're not here to work as waitstaff? Su Xian looked at the two with contempt. And this is the Woohoo restaurant, a members-only place. Do you think you can get in? Her friends also wore expressions of disgust. Stop pretending. Just seeing you two makes me sick. Su Xian pulled out a bronze membership card. Ladies, let us go in. I don't want to see these bumpkins here. You two wait here. We'll bring you the leftovers later. The women laughed as they walked ahead. As Su Xian passed by Yi Fan, she deliberately bumped into him. Good dogs don't block the road. Yi Fan extended his arm to deflect her shoulder while simultaneously turning the life and death stone. Bumpkin. Su Xian let out a huffy sound, leading her friends inside. After they entered the hall, she turned back with a smile. Aren't you two here to eat? If you have the guts, come in. The four hostesses watched Lu Fugui with wary eyes, fearing he and Yi Fan might sneak in. Su Xian, you're going too far. Lu Fugui shouted in anger. Even a broken boat has 3 nails. Let me tell you, I've been a member for 5 years. He pulled out a card to show the hostess at the entrance. The hostess swiped the card, and it beeped with a negative tone. I'm sorry, sir, but your card has expired. Lu Fugui's expression froze, and then darkened. He had forgotten that the membership required an annual fee of 100,000. Upon hearing the welcoming remarks, Su Xian and her friends burst into even more giggles. Your card expired? Lu, you can't even afford the card fee and still have the nerve to come here for a meal? The chubby one chimed in. I'm right, aren't I? You can't even get through the door. You're bankrupt, yet still pretending to be a rich kid. How vain. Lu Fugui clenched his fists slightly, feeling a mix of anger and despair. Indeed, a fallen phoenix is worse than a chicken. Van Gogh, I'm sorry. I wanted to treat you to a nice meal. But I didn't expect. He forced a bitter smile. Let's south change to another place. Yi Fan chuckled. It's fine. This door can be opened. Although the two hostesses wore bright smiles, their eyes reflected disdain, thinking Yi Fan was beneath them. Yi Fan sneered and took out his Zhuke card, handing it over. Initially, the two hostesses were impatient, but upon seeing the card in Yi Fan's hand, they immediately perked up. The Zhuke card. That was equivalent to a personal visit from Song Hongyan. One of the hostesses swiped the card through the machine, and with a beep, the Zhuke emblem appeared, along with Yi Fan's name. Authentic. Good evening, Mr. Yi. The four hostesses instantly stood up straight, bowing respectfully to Yi Fan. Soon after, the entire Wuhu restaurant stirred into action, with Lin Baishun leading a dozen men and women out. They scanned the room and quickly approached Yi Fan, bowing deeply. Welcome, young Master Yi. Su Xian and her friends were left dumbfounded. They never expected that Yi Fan and Lu Fugui would be allowed in, and that even Lin Baishun would come out to greet them. It's worth noting that Lin Baishun was the manager of the Wuhu Group S branch and the highest authority at the restaurant. Not willing to give up, Su Xian scoffed at Yi Fan and Lu Fugui. You must be here to apply for a lowly job, right? Just as Lin Baishun was about to reprimand her for being rude, Yi Fan gently waved his hand. He then turned to Su Xian with a smile. Miss Su, you seem unwell. Su Xian was enraged at his words. You're the one who is sick. Your whole family is sick. Don't believe it? Let me tell you. Yi Fan smirked. Do you find it hard to sleep during the night after dozing off during the day, with a bitter mouth and recurrent stomach pains? Su Xian looked shocked. How? How did you know? I've studied a bit of medicine, Yi Fan replied casually, and I can tell you're prone to anxiety, dizziness, and weakness in your limbs. He continued nonchalantly. These symptoms are dangerous for your health. If they persist, they can lead to blocked stomach qi and potentially stomach cancer. You're talking nonsense. Though Yi Fan had hit the nail on the head, Su Xian refused to admit it and dismissively said, What do you know about medicine? You're just a taxi driver. Stop making a fuss. Her female companions also scoffed, clearly not believing Yi Fan could diagnose anything. If you don't believe me, just press on your Qi-Hai acupoint, located just below your navel, Yi Fan lightly suggested. It will make you realize that you really are unwell. Quack. Su Xian retorted disdainfully. Yet her left hand involuntarily pressed against her abdomen. Pop. At that moment, a loud, sharp sound erupted from behind her as a piercing fart escaped. Suddenly, a series of loud chirping sounds erupted, each one louder than the last, filling the hall with a thick, chaotic atmosphere. Yi Fan and Lin Baishun quickly covered their mouths and moved away. A few of the girls also stepped back 3 meters. Su Xian was furious and embarrassed. You jerk. I won't let you get away with this. I'm not messing with you. Your current symptoms are clearly due to indigestion. Yi Fan replied, swaying slightly. If you let it out now, you'll sleep well tonight. He then patted Lu Fugui on the shoulder, saying, Let us get going. There's more to come. Lu Fugui laughed and followed Yi Fan inside. The others quickly retreated to a safe distance. Su Xian, extremely angry, picked up her phone and cried, Shen Xiao, I've been bullied. Just as she was halfway through her sentence, another round of loud chirping sounded. Chapter 61. Make a move on me. Under Lin Baishun's personal arrangement, Yi Fan and Lu Fugui sat down on the east side of the restaurant. Yi Fan ordered 4 dishes and a soup, along with 2 bottles of apple vinegar, and then began to eat. Brother Fan, I think we should leave here first. Lu Fugui said hesitantly. It's not that I don't trust your abilities, but there's no need to attract trouble because of me. Although giving the arrogant Su Xian a taste of defeat felt unprecedentedly satisfying, the thought of Shen Yunfeng made Lu Fugui feel a bit of a headache. What do you mean? Yi Fan sat up straight. You're my brother, Your shame is my shame. It's only right for me to help you out. Lu Fugui was slightly moved. Brother Fan, I know you consider me a brother, but don't overthink it. You're my brother, no matter how big the trouble. I'm not afraid, Yi Fan said confidently. I can assure you, Shen Yunfeng and Su Xian had better not think about revenge, or they'll find the outcome even more miserable. Now let's eat. Just then, a stool was kicked aside, and a group of people stormed into the restaurant. Leading them was a buzz-cut young man, who walked in with an air of disdain, as if this gathering of wealthy elites held no interest for him. Under Su Xian's guidance, he spotted Yi Fan and Lu Fugui, then scoffed contemptuously before striding over with his gang. Lu Fugui's expression instantly tightened. Yi Fan casually glanced at them and told Lin Baishun not to get involved. He could handle it himself. Yunfeng, this bastard played me, along with Lu Fugui. Su Xian rushed forward, pointing at Yi Fan in anger. They made me look foolish, and I want you to teach them a lesson. Kid, you messed with my woman. So you're in for a bad day. Spill your background and family. Shen Yunfeng swaggered over, casually playing with a butterfly knife. Don't get me wrong. I'm not worried about attracting the attention of big shots. I just want to make sure that once you reveal your background, I'll take care of your family too. His words were domineering, immediately boosting Su Xian and her friend's morale. Lin Baishun, standing not far away, watched in disbelief. Su Xian sneered, let me tell you. This is Shun Xiao from the Shen family. He's someone you can't afford to offend. Yi Fan casually wiped his mouth with a napkin, showing no concern for the situation. Lu Fugui hurriedly stood up, forcing a smile. Shen Xiao, this is a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding your mother. Shen Yunfeng pinched Lu Fugui's face, ruthlessly squeezing it. What are you? What qualifications do you have to talk about misunderstandings? He then turned to Yi Fan with a sinister smile. Don't worry. I won't get my hands dirty, nor will I let my people do so. Bullying the weak with numbers and resorting to violence is beneath me. I'll make sure your family takes care of you, you blind fool. Shen Yunfeng wore a devilish grin. And then they'll pay the price. Fugui, sit down. Yi Fan said, pulling Lu Fugui back. He then looked at Shen Yunfeng with a faint smile. So you're Shen Yunfeng? From Shun's Medicinal Herbs Company? Shen Yunfeng smirked. That's right, I am Shen Yunfeng. So what? Are you trying to dig into my background? You think you can mess with me? That's interesting. I haven't even touched you. Yet you're already challenging me. Your pretentious act is quite amusing. He pulled out his ID card from his wallet and tossed it onto the table, sarcastically saying, it has my name, home address, and company information, as well as my parents' address. If you have the guts, come at me. Su Xian and the others laughed, thinking that Yi Fan was just putting on a show. Yi Fan took out his phone and looked at Shen Yunfeng, saying, you've asked me for help, and it would be rude not to act. He dialed a number, and once connected, he spoke calmly. Two things. First, fire Su Xian, the head of the procurement department. Second, terminate all cooperation with Shun's herbal medicine. After giving his orders, Yi Fan put away his phone and smiled lightly. Shen Yunfeng, you'll get what you wish for. Su Xian scoffed at Yi Fan. Keep pretending. You think you can fire me? You're just a taxi driver acting like the chairman of Baiwa Pharmaceutical. She smirked. You're just like Lu Fugui, trying to save face. Shen Yunfeng also mocked him. Kid, if you can make Baiwa Pharmaceutical stop working with me, I'll crawl to the door. The beautiful women around them laughed silently, their eyes filled with disdain, clearly thinking Yi Fan was just posturing. Ding. Just then, Su Xian's phone rang. She glanced at it, picked it up to answer, and her face turned ashen, her hands trembling. Shen Yunfeng frowned slightly. Su Xian, what's wrong? Su Xian looked distraught. Baihua's board has fired me, saying I was involved in shady dealings with you. The police are investigating all my orders, and if they find any discrepancies, I'll end up in jail. Shun, you have to help me. Her female companions were stunned. Su Xian shouted at Yi Fan, why is this happening? Shen Yunfeng's expression turned sharp. He was surprised that Yi Fan could fire Su Xian, but he shrugged it off, thinking Yi Fan might just know some board member. Plus, even if Yi Fan could take action against Su Xian, it didn't mean he could do the same to Shen Yunfeng, especially since he had ties to Shen Yan. Kid, not bad. You have some skills, Shen Yunfeng said with a sinister smile. Come on, if you have the guts, try to take me down too. Ding. As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Yunfeng's phone rang. He impatiently answered the call, one after another, receiving 4 calls in a row. After hanging up the last call, Shen Yunfeng became completely stiff. Baiwa Pharmaceutical had completely stopped cooperation. Baiwa Bank had terminated the approval for 3 batches of loans. Someone reported that Shen's herbal medicine was selling inferior products. His family was demanding that he quell the storm at all costs. Yi Fan slowly walked up to Shen Yunfeng, pinched his cheek with a smile, and said, I've even taken you down. Are you convinced now? Su Xian and the others were dumbfounded, not expecting Yi Fan to insult Shen Yunfeng like that, and even more shocked that Shun Yunfeng didn't retaliate. Su Xian panicked. Shun, this jerk is treating you like this. Do something to him. Smack. Shin Yunfeng slapped Su Xian. Shut up. What do you think you are? Speaking to young master Yi like that? He kicked again. If it weren't for this woman, how would he have offended Yi Fan by stepping on Lu Fugawei, causing him to lose his position as heir? Young master Yi? Su Xian's lips were bleeding, panic-stricken, and she looked at Yi Fan in disbelief, not knowing who this person was. Young master Yi, it was my fault tonight. I didn't recognize the greatness in front of me. Shin Yunfeng forced a smile and asked someone to bring a bottle of matai, pouring 3 full glasses. I'll drink 3 glasses as punishment. Su Xian and her female companions froze at his words. Was Shin Yunfeng really bowing to Yi Fan? Could it be that Yi Fan had really moved against the Shin family? Bang! Yi Fan showed no mercy, sweeping the 3 glasses away with one hand. You all have bullied Lu Fugawei multiple times, and you think 3 glasses of wine can settle it? Do you take me for a Buddha? Given that you seem to understand your place, get down on your knees and apologize to my brother. He said with a mocking expression. How about it? I won't hold it against you today. Shin Yunfeng's eyelids twitched, filled with anger, but in the end, he lowered his proud head, gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and trembled slightly. He made his choice, took 2 steps forward, and with a thud, knelt down before Lu Fugawei. I'm sorry. Chapter 62. A Million. The incident at Wuhu Restaurant. The incident at Wuhu Restaurant ended with Shun Yunfeng kneeling down to apologize. And Su Xian no longer dared to provoke Lu Fugawei. Yi Fan didn't suppress them too much. He only wanted to dampen their arrogance. As for making the woman regret it, that was something Lu Fugawei would have to handle in the future. After dinner, Yi Fan had Lu Fugawei drive him home, and they agreed to meet at 9 the next morning to visit the clinic. Upon returning to the Tang family's villa, Yi Fan noticed that Tang Ruoxue had not yet come back, which surprised him. Normally, whether working late or attending social events, Tang Ruoxue would be home before 11. But today it was already half an hour past that. Just as Yi Fan was about to pick up the phone to call her, he heard the sound of high heels clicking behind him. He turned around to see Tang Ruoxue, still in her professional outfit, but her face was slightly flushed, and there was a hint of alcohol on her breath. Additionally, her sleeves were a bit wrinkled, as if she had been in a struggle with someone. When she saw Yi Fan, she smiled and asked, "How was your gathering with Lu Fugawei?" "Not bad," Yi Fan replied, stepping forward to support her. "Why are you back so late? Didn't you say you were working overtime? Did you go out to socialize?" Tang Ruoxue nodded. "Yeah, the funding difficulties were resolved, and productivity is high, so I ended up meeting with a few more clients and had a few extra drinks." Yi Fan pressed further. Was Zhao Dongyang there too? As he supported her, he caught a whiff of a different perfume, which reminded him of Zhao Dongyang's cologne from when he had pursued her at the restaurant. Tang Ruoxue looked slightly taken aback. "How did you know?" "You smell like his perfume," Yi Fan said, feeling a knot of unease in his chest. "Aren't you supposed to dislike him? Why did you drink with him tonight?" "He introduced me to a few clients and said it was to make amends." Tang Ruoxue explained softly. "I didn't want to make things too tense, and the company needs clients, so I went to the dinner. There's nothing between us." She didn't even know why she felt the need to add that last part. Yi Fan looked at the captivating woman before him and said, "Nothing between you. Yet you still smell like his perfume? That's something only close contact would leave behind. Are you done?" Tang Ruoxue suddenly became impatient. "I said there's nothing. Believe it or not. Do you have to be so suspicious? Aren't you tired of being paranoid? I'm not obligated to explain myself to you." Having already felt exhausted from fighting in the outside world, returning home to face Yi Fan's relentless questioning pushed Tang Ruoxue's temper over the edge. Seeing that an argument was brewing, Yi Fan tried to suppress his dissatisfaction. "Can you avoid seeing him in the future?" "Not see him. And who will bring me clients then?" Tang Ruoxue pushed him away. "Besides, when did my affairs become your concern? I haven't even mentioned your close ties with Song Hongyan, yet you're jumping to conclusions about me and Zhao Dongyang. Are you just bored?" After saying that, she kicked off her high heels, her expression troubled as she stormed off into the other room, slamming the door behind her. Yi Fan felt a wave of gloom wash over him, even forgetting to tend to his back injury. The next morning, Yi Fan prepared breakfast and tried to wake Tang Ruoxue, hoping for another chance to talk, but she left with a cold expression. What made Yi Fan even more frustrated was that it wasn't Chen Xiaoya who came to pick up Tang Ruoxue, but Zhao Dongyang's Mercedes. Yi Fan took out his phone, wanting to ask a few questions, but looking at the screen, he suddenly felt utterly bored. It's one thing to hold on to someone physically, but another to hold on to them emotionally. Rather than clinging desperately to a relationship, it would be better to make himself stronger. At 9 o'clock, Lu Fugawei's car arrived. Yi Fan hopped in and instructed him to head straight to Jinji Lin Medical Clinic. Half an hour later, Yi Fan appeared at the entrance of the clinic, and before he could take in his surroundings, a Cadillac pulled up. Song Hongyan stepped out of the car with a gentle smile. Dressed in a white shirt, jeans, and a ponytail, she looked charming yet refreshingly casual. Yi Fan walked over with a smile. You must have a lot on your plate. Why did you come over? I wrapped things up last night, Song Hongyan replied. Not only did we eliminate the Xiong family as stronghold, but Xiong Ji was seriously injured and fled. We also took the opportunity to clean out some pests. She smiled again. I can't say it will last long, but there should be a few months of peace. So I have plenty of time to come here and join the fun. Yi Fan chuckled. It's good that everything's taken care of. He didn't pry further into these underworld matters to avoid getting caught up in them. Of course, the most important thing was that no matter how big the issues were, they were still less important than her. Song Hongyan moved closer to Yi Fan and naturally linked her arm with his, compared to the mess of Woohoo Group. I'd rather see you get the clinic up and running. I want to be your first patient. Yi Fan was taken aback. Are you sick? He quickly shook his head. No way, you look perfectly healthy. Song Hongyan blinked. I have a heart condition. A lovesick heart. Yi Fan felt a chill run down his spine. All right, just kidding. Let us not talk about that anymore. Let us go inside. With a playful laugh, Song Hongyan led Yi Fan into the clinic. Meanwhile, Lu Fugui in the car looked conflicted, wondering whether he should report this to Tang Ruoxue. The clinic was quite large, covering an area of 1,000 square meters. The front had a lobby and a pharmacy. The middle featured a courtyard and 6 patient rooms. And the back had 4 living quarters. However, the clinic was quite run down. The walls were cracked and peeling, the floor was uneven, and there were cobwebs in several corners. If it were used to shoot a horror film at midnight, it would hardly need any set dressing. Moreover, the clinic was eerily quiet. Aside from a handful of elderly and sick patients, there weren't many people waiting or moving about, and the pharmacy was closed due to a lack of staff. When they saw Yi Fan and Song Hongyan enter, the patients curiously sized them up, as if it had been a long time since any young people had appeared there. Song Hongyan glanced around. Where's Dr. Gongsun? A red-clad lady, who was enthusiastically sipping from a thermos, called out. Dr. Gongsun is taking his granddaughter out for some sun. He'll be out shortly. You two can wait for a bit. She poured a cup of hot water for Yi Fan and Song Hongyan, then returned to her thermos for another big gulp. As Yi Fan touched her hand, he quickly sensed her health condition. Thank you. Song Hongyan smiled and thanked her as well, then turned to Yi Fan. Jinji Lin has been around for a century, spanning 4 generations. It used to be the most popular traditional Chinese medicine clinic in Zhonghai. It was bustling back then, when I was a child and fell ill. It wasn't a big hospital I went to, but this Jinji Lin. Over the past 2 decades, clinics and hospitals have become widespread. Gongsun Yuan only started studying medicine partway through, and after the tragic death of his son in a car accident, he became increasingly disheartened in his work. As a result, Jinzilin began to decline. Many patients have left, and now the only ones coming here for treatment are local residents, mainly due to the proximity and low costs. 3 months ago, Gongsun Yuan's only granddaughter, Gongsun Qian, suddenly lost the ability to stand up. After examination, she was diagnosed with spinal muscular atrophy, a fatal neuromuscular disease. Without effective treatment, Gongsun Qian would only have about 6 months to live. Unable to treat her himself and with hospitals at a loss, Gongsun Yuan became completely despondent. He planned to sell the family clinic and use the money to take his granddaughter abroad to purchase medication, specifically, a drug that costs 14 million yuan. While waiting, Song Hongyan explained the current situation of the clinic to Yi Fan. The location and environment are both top-notch, making it a good choice to take over. Yi Fan surveyed the surroundings and nodded slightly. It really is impressive. We can consider acquiring it. What's the asking price? 100 million. Just then, a weary yet sharp voice interrupted. Chapter 63. Not a penny to spare. Yi Fan and Song Hongyan looked up to see an old man with a goatee emerging. His face was covered in scraggly hair, his expression haggard, and he exuded an air of despair, as if he had reached the end of his rope. The only thing that still sparkled was his eyes. This was Mr. Gongsun Yuan. Song Hongyan introduced him to Yi Fan and then smiled at Gongsun Yuan, saying, Mr. Gongsun, this is my brother, Yi Fan. Without even lifting his eyelids, Gongsun Yuan stated, this clinic is worth 100 million. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes. 100 million? Song Hongyan's pretty face turned cold. Mr. Gongsun, didn't you say 40 million yesterday? Why is it suddenly 100 million today? This clinic is only worth 50 million at most, and it would take another 3 to 5 months to sell it. Given your urgent need for cash, 40 million is already a good offer. Isn't it a bit unreasonable to raise the price like this? She had a strong dislike for greedy people. 40 million was yesterday's price. 100 million is today's price. This clinic is mine, and I can sell it for whatever I want. It's none of your business. Gongsun Yuan replied coldly. Fine. If you don't want to pay, then just find a way to cure my granddaughter, and I'll give you the clinic for free. He retorted at Song Hongyan while checking the pulse of the lady in the red dress. The lady occasionally coughed, gasping for air, and looked quite uncomfortable. Song Hongyan's voice turned icy. If even the hospital says they can't treat her, asking Yi Fan to cure your granddaughter is just unreasonable. The patient looked at Gongsun Yuan in surprise, feeling as if he had suddenly turned into a different person. Stop talking nonsense. Either pay up or treat her. Gongsun Yuan said impatiently. If not, just get lost. Song Hongyan was nearly beside herself with anger. You, Yinjia, don't get upset, Yi Fan said with a smile. Mister, Gongsun thinks I'm young and doesn't he trust my medical skills. He is trying to scare me off with 100 million. But if I don't have 100 million and can still cure his granddaughter, that shows my skills are solid. He wouldn't worry about giving me the clinic if I can save lives. Mr. Gongsun seems to be asking for an exorbitant price, but he actually possesses a heart for saving lives. Song Hongyan was taken aback by his words and then seemed to ponder them thoughtfully. Several patients nodded in realization. Kid, you have a knack for reading people as hearts, but unfortunately, having a sharp tongue without real skills is pointless. Gongsun Yuan snorted at Yi Fan. You should hurry and leave, so you don't interfere with my treating patients. He withdrew his fingers from the pulse of the lady in red and picked up a pen to write a prescription. If I'm guessing correctly, Yi Fan suddenly interjected. The patient's pulse is slippery and slow. She has a dry mouth and tongue, feverish eyes, a dry nose, red cheeks, and also feels nauseous. You diagnosed her with typhoid fever. Gongsun Yuan's movements came to an abrupt halt, staring at Yi Fan in disbelief. This kid hadn't even examined the patient. Yet he could describe her condition so accurately. He stroked his goatee. You've got some skill. No wonder you dare to open a clinic. But it's still not enough. Song Hongyan's eyes lit up. Gongsun Yuan's words indicated that Yi Fan's guess was indeed correct. I also know that you prescribed her Baihu decoction. 30 grams of gypsum, 30 grams of Anna Marina, 20 grams of licorice, and 50 grams of japonica rice. Boiled in 1 liter of water, then strained. Yi Fan said calmly, 3 doses a day for 7 days, right? As soon as these words left his mouth, Gongsun Yuan's smile froze instantly. Everything Yi Fan mentioned, from the herbs to the quantities, matched his prescription exactly. The dozen or so patients watching Gongsun Yuan's expression understood that Yi Fan's deduction was spot on, and their curiosity about his identity grew. Who is this young man with such remarkable medical skills? Gongsun Yuan nodded slightly. I underestimated you. He then handed the prescription to the woman in red and felt the pulse of another elderly man in gray. The old man appeared to be in his 80s. With disheveled white hair, gaunt features, sunken eyes, sweating profusely, and his left hand clutching his abdomen tightly. 3 minutes later, Gongsun Yuan looked up at Yi Fan and said, Come, see what illness Grandpa Jia has. He even wrote down a prescription in one breath. Yi Fan smiled faintly, reached out to grasp the old man's wrist. And within 10 seconds, he let go. Abdominal distension, trouble lying down, strong tongue, pale complexion, headaches, right flank fullness and pain, cracked lips, alternating chills and fever. He has damp heat in the spleen. The prescription you wrote is just a chinkpea decoction. It contains poria, tangerine peel, grass fruit, cinnamon heart, angelica, licorice, and pinelia. Yi Fan recited Gongsun Yuan's diagnosis fluently, even detailing the quantities in his prescription. Song Hongyan and several other patients leaned in to check the prescription, finding that Yi Fan's words were indeed accurate. Seeing the shocked expressions on Gongsun Yuan and Song Hongyan's faces, the other patients realized Yi Fan was right again. This young man is truly impressive. He figured out Gongsun's diagnosis entirely. Indeed, he even knew the medication, proving that he is much better than his teacher. Plus, he took the pulse in just over 10 seconds. What a remarkable skill. Hearing the discussions around him, Gongsun Yuan was not angry. Instead, he showed a hint of appreciation. Young man, I must admit, you are indeed impressive. Yi Fan replied calmly, your prescription, while appropriate, won't cure the old man's illness. Gongsun Yuan paused, then huffed. Then what do you suggest for his treatment? While he acknowledged Yi Fan's talent, it didn't mean he would accept being questioned. Though he couldn't match the reputation of Master Sun, he was still one of the few renowned Chinese medicine practitioners in Zhonghai. Yi Fan replied softly, your prescription can indeed address the old man's damp heat in the spleen, but you overlook that he also has a constipation issue. If the remnants from the medicinal decoction can't be expelled, they will only accumulate in the abdomen, treating the symptoms without addressing the root cause. So, you should add one more herb. Yi Fan picked up a pen and wrote down 2 characters, Dahuang, for relieving constipation. Gongsun Yuan's body shook slightly. Then he sighed deeply. I see. Young doctor, Can you treat my cervical spine issue? Before Gongsun Yuan could express his thoughts, a chubby middle-aged man leaned over and said, I've been troubled by it for years. I come here almost every week. Simple. Yi Fan walked directly behind the middle-aged man and used his Tai Chi hand technique to perform a chiropractic adjustment on his neck. A series of cracking sounds followed, and the man cried out in pain. But just 3 minutes later, he was overjoyed. He felt a warm sensation gradually replacing the pain in his neck. When Yi Fan finally stopped, the man exclaimed, This feels amazing. I haven't experienced this kind of relief in years. I still need some medicine for my long-standing neck issues, though. Yi Fan quickly scribbled a prescription for the man, saying, You'll be completely fine in a month. The middle-aged man was ecstatic, thanking Yi Fan repeatedly. Thank you, little miracle doctor. Thank you. Can you help with my ear pain? I've been having stomach cramps every few days. Can you take a look? Doctor, I've been having persistent nosebleeds that just one T-stop. Can you check that too? A dozen patients rushed over, pulling Yi Fan towards them. Gongsun Yuan was left standing aside. Your phlegm and heat are blocking your throat. A dose of Li Gu decoction will solve that. You're coughing and wheezing due to excessive lung heat. 3 doses of Xia by San will do the trick. You have headaches and feel hot. I'll give you 3 acupuncture needles and prescribe Huanglong decoction to root out the problem. Yi Fan examined the patients at lightning speed, swiftly diagnosing each one. Every patient left satisfied, having received accurate assessments and treatments. News spread quickly that a little miracle doctor had come to Jinzalin, and soon, dozens more patients arrived at the clinic. Yi Fan handled everything with ease. Throughout this, Gongsun Yuan watched and listened, his expression growing increasingly solemn and astonished. These were all familiar faces from the neighborhood, and he knew their ailments well. Yi Fan's calm and precise diagnoses left him genuinely amazed. After treating several stubborn conditions and using similar prescriptions to heal patients, Gongsun Yuan was thoroughly impressed by Yi Fan's skills. The bustling scene in the clinic reminded him of his childhood memories, a sight he had only dreamed of for years. Overwhelmed with emotion, he felt like crying as he watched. He nervously stroked his goatee and stepped up to assist Yi Fan, reopening the pharmacy to prepare medicine, serving tea, and running errands. Esteemed doctor, please allow this old man to pay his respects. After all the patients were seen, Gongsun Yuan approached Yi Fan, bowing deeply in respect. Your talent far exceeds mine, and your establishment of this clinic is a blessing for the people. He regretted not having learned the essence of medicine from his grandfather and father during his youth, which left him feeling guilty for being unable to help his patients and granddaughter. Now, witnessing Yi Fan's miraculous skills, he felt a deep sense of admiration. This house, you can have it for 15 million. 14 million for the medicine, and 1 million for living expenses. Song Hongyan was overjoyed, not expecting to save 85 million so quickly. Yi Fan supported Gongsun Yuan and said, I don't want to spend a single cent. The room fell into complete silence. Yi Fan then smiled and said, I want to see Gongsun Qian. Chapter 64. Can you perform the 9 palace resurrection? Yi Fan and Song Hongyan followed Gongsun Yuan through the front hall, passing along a long corridor before entering the courtyard of the clinic. Although the courtyard was somewhat old-fashioned, it was reminiscent of the gardens in Suzhou, complete with small bridges, flowing water, pavilions, and rockeries. The sunlight poured in, and a warm breeze rustled the trees, creating a picturesque ambience. At that moment, in the pavilion sat a young woman in a white dress, her hair elegantly styled in a high bun. She held a book titled International Finance and was gently flipping through its pages. She exuded a quiet elegance, her radiant face infused with an air of scholarly charm. Yi Fan couldn't help but admire her. In this day and age, there were many beautiful girls, and one could easily find numerous fashionable women on the streets. However, there were hardly any girls as poetic and picturesque as Gongsun Qian. Grandpa, is this the buyer you were looking for? Gongsun Qian closed her book upon seeing someone enter the courtyard and looked at Gongsun Yuan with a wry smile. I've already told you, this leg can't be treated. That 14 million medicine is only effective for infants. Using it on me would be a sheer waste of money. She advised Gongsun Yuan. There's no need to sell this clinic and leave yourself without a place to stay. I'm your only granddaughter, even if there's the slightest hope. I want to try my best. Besides, if you can't live much longer, what do I need this house for? Gongsun Yuan replied gently, if the house remains, I'll be all alone, which would be even more desolate and sad. It's better to sell it and take a chance. Cousin has been taking care of us quite a bit lately. We can leave the house to her, he added. Gongsun Qian smiled sweetly. If she is grateful, she will accompany you and take care of you in your old age. Jinger does come often, but she thinks too much. Gongsun Yuan spoke calmly. Qianer, just focus on your recovery and don't worry about anything else. Seeing her grandfather like this, Gong Sun Qian stopped her persuasion and turned to Yi Fan and Song Hongyan with a smile. Thank you both for your hard work. Qian I forgot to mention. This brother Yi is the buyer and also a miracle doctor, Gong Sun Yuan said, slapping his forehead with a laugh. He intends to take this house without paying a dime. So I brought him to see you. Buyer? Miracle doctor? Gong Sun Qian looked puzzled. Grandpa, what are you talking about? Gong Sun Yuan quickly summarized the events in the hall, leaving Gong Sun Qian half convinced. She couldn't believe that Yi Fan was a miracle doctor because he was just too young. Yet, she also knew her grandfather would not deceive her. Yi Fan smiled and extended his hand to Gong Sun Qian. Miss Gong Sun. Hello, I'm Yi Fan. Hello, Dr. Yi. Gong Sun Qian politely shook his hand. It's a pleasure to meet you. Thank you for taking the time to see me. Please don't feel pressured. I'm already mentally prepared. She tapped the diagnosis report on the table, indicating her understanding of her condition. Muscle atrophy. Yi Fan confirmed the diagnosis and smiled, saying, I don't feel any pressure at all. Gong Sun Yuan was taken aback. What do you mean? Yi Fan replied calmly. This illness, I can treat it. Gong Sun Yuan's tone became excited. You can help Qian stand up? In the past, he would have definitely doubted it and called Yi Fan a fraud, questioning how Yi Fan could possibly treat a condition that even he and the hospital were helpless against. However, Yi Fan's performance in the hall had earned Gong Sun Yuan's complete trust. Gong Sun Qian also lifted her lovely face and asked, Dr. Yi, can you really cure her? Yi Fan nodded seriously. Yes, I can. Gong Sun Yuan was filled with excitement. If you can heal her, this house will be yours, and I owe you a big favor. Without further ado, he said, I'll let Miss Gong Sun have acupuncture first. Yi Fan didn't waste time on pleasantries and asked Gong Sun Yuan to bring him a box of silver needles. Gong Sun Qian was quite straightforward, rolling up her long skirt, revealing her pale, slender legs. Gong Sun Yuan then asked, Brother Yi, how do you plan to treat Qian? Yi Fan calmly replied, I will unblock her meridians and activate her muscle vitality. Just then, a sweet, familiar voice echoed from the corridor. I brought Dr. Sun to see you. Yi Fan glanced over and was slightly taken aback to find it was Yuan Jing. He was surprised, after the battle at the headquarters of the Four Seas. Yuan Jing and Huang Dongxiang had left early, seemingly to avoid any retaliation from Yi Fan. He thought he would never see Yuan Jing again, yet here she was. What a small world. Gong Sun Yuan and Song Hongyan turned to look as a group of men and women appeared from the corridor. Yi Fan noticed that besides Yuan Jing, there were several individuals carrying medical kits, one of whom was tall and slender but had an extremely proud demeanor. His features bore some resemblance to Sun Xingshou. Upon seeing Gong Sun Yuan, he slightly nodded. Good morning, Grandpa Gong Sun. Yuan Jing, did you invite the people from Huichun Hall? Gong Sun Yuan squinted slightly. Are you Sun Xingshou's grandson? Sun Bufan. Sun Bufan smiled. Yes, Grandpa Gong Sun, I am indeed Sun Bufan. Yuan Jing quickly explained. Uncle, Sun Bufan is my friend, and his medical skills are exceptional. He's made remarkable progress recently. Thanks to my strong recommendation, he is willing to treat Qianer. A spark of light flickered in her eyes. Uncle, let him give it a try. After all, we have no other good options right now. Your grandfather once treated Qianer but was unable to help. So you're worried he can't cure her. Gong Sun Yuan looked at the arrogant Sun Bufan and coldly replied, Moreover, I have already invited Dr. Yi to take action. He was familiar with Huichun Hall. Aside from Sun Xingshou truly being powerless, Sun Bufan was simply too pretentious. Among Sun Xingshou's disciples, Sun Bufan couldn't even make the top 10, so Gong Sun Yuan wouldn't let him waste his time. He lightly pointed at Yi Fan and issued an eviction order to Sun Bufan. Dr. Yi? Yi Fan. Yuan Jing was momentarily stunned, then saw Yi Fan call out. What are you doing here? Yi Fan replied lightly, If you can come, I can too. Jinger, do you know Dr. Yi? Gong Sun Yuan expressed a bit of interest. He can treat your cousin's illness and was just about to begin acupuncture. Treat my cousin's illness? Acupuncture? Yuan Jing was taken aback for a moment, and then she began to stomp her feet in frustration. Uncle, you're being foolish. Yi Fan is just a live-in son-in-law. My ex-boyfriend. He has never studied medicine and couldn't even help his mother with her stomach problems while she was hospitalized. If you let him treat my cousin, he'll end up hurting her. You absolutely cannot let him treat her. Otherwise, something terrible will happen. As she revealed Yi Fan's background, she kept shouting, Yi Fan, don't harm my cousin. If you have a grudge against me, then come at me. Do whatever you want of me, just don't touch my cousin. Gong Sun Yuan quickly grabbed her arm. Jinger, don't act recklessly. Gong Sun Qian smiled and reassured her, Cousin, I'm fine. Fine. Luckily I got here in time. Otherwise, you would have been in big trouble. Yuan Jing exclaimed, seizing the opportunity while Gong Sun Yuan was momentarily stunned to break free. She rushed in front of Yi Fan and slapped him hard across the face. I'll kill you. You useless piece of trash, daring to hurt my cousin. Before Yi Fan could react, Song Hongyan was quick to respond, slapping Yuan Jing back and sending her stumbling. How dare you disrespect Brother Fan? Are you looking for trouble? Yuan Jing screamed as she staggered back 2 steps, covering her pretty face in anger. Uncle, did you see that? She hit me. They are conspiring against my cousin. You cannot let him treat her. She anxiously shouted at Gong's son Yuan. It wasn't that she didn't believe Yi Fan could heal. In fact, it was quite the opposite. Yuan Jing felt that he had changed after the battle at the Four Seas headquarters, making her inexplicably believe that Yi Fan could indeed help Gong's son Qian. This was something Yuan Jing could not allow. Even the slightest chance had to be sabotaged. Otherwise, if Gong's son Qian recovered, all her efforts over the past 2 months would be in vain, and her schemes of the day would come to naught. Sun Bufan and the others, upon hearing that Yi Fan was a rival in the medical field, exchanged glances filled with mockery and hostility. Jinger, don't act impulsively, Gong's son Yuan said, initially shocked to discover the connection between Yi Fan and Yuan Jing. He then pulled her aside and advised. I don't know what Yi Fan was like before, but his medical skills are truly impressive. His astonishing performance in the hall just now clearly shows that he is no ordinary practitioner. Uncle, why don't you believe me? He'll harm my cousin. You're being foolish, I'm not. I cannot let my cousin get hurt. She pushed Yi Fan away and stood protectively in front of Gong's son Qian. Yi Fan, you can fool my uncle, but you can't fool me. If you want to hurt my cousin, you'll have to step over my dead body. She confronted him boldly. Are you brave enough to publicly admit that you never attended medical school and don't have a medical license? Sorry, but he actually does have a medical license. Song Hongyan chimed in with a smirk, pulling out a document. Yi Fan is a legitimate, qualified traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. As she opened the document, it displayed Yi Fan's information and a stamped certification. Yuan Jing was taken aback. How could this be? Come on, Yi Fan. You're just good at forging documents. You probably bought that fake certificate at People's Park. She sneered. Uncle, this is a ruthless scammer. Grandpa Gong's son. I don't know where you found that quack doctor, nor do I understand why you trust him. Sun Bufan interjected. I just want to tell you that apart from the rejuvenation hall, no one else can possibly heal Gong's son Qian's leg. Gong's son Yuan frowned slightly. Why? Because I have inherited the 9 Palaces resurrection needle. Sun Bufan replied with a proud look. With 3 needles, life can be restored. Gong's son Yuan exclaimed in surprise. What? You know the 9 Palaces resurrection needle? Chapter 65, Master? Naturally, seeing Gong's son Yuan so surprised, Sun Bufan was full of confidence. My grandfather received guidance from a master and learned the 9 Palaces resurrection needle last month. This technique can bring the dead back to life. He looked disdainfully at Gong's son Qian's legs, saying, treating muscle atrophy is a piece of cake. Yuan Jing chimed in. Uncle, let Dr. Sun take a look. He's from a renowned family of doctors and knows us, so he won't mess around. 9 Palaces resurrection? Yi Fan almost burst out laughing. Gong's son Yuan was stunned for a moment and then sighed. If you really know the 9 Palaces resurrection needle, there is indeed a chance to heal Qian's legs. He glanced at Yi Fan. Although he had confidence in Yi Fan, Sun Bufan's knowledge of the long-lost 9 Palaces resurrection gave him a higher probability, over 50%, of healing Gong's son Qian. Yi Fan understood what he was thinking and generously waved his hand. It's fine. If Dr. Sun can treat her, let him do it. As long as Gong's son Qian can stand up soon, that's all that matters. Gong's son Yuan, while feeling apologetic, also showed admiration. Yi Fan was indeed a remarkable person, calm and composed in the face of adversity. Gong's son Qian's beautiful eyes showed a hint of interest, sensing that Yi Fan was different from the usual doctors. Oh, he knows how to create an opportunity for himself. Yuan Jing scoffed at Yi Fan. If you don't understand, just admit it instead of trying to save face. She then gave Sun Bufan a knowing look. Sun Bufan immediately understood, cleared his throat, and spoke. Grandpa Gong's son. Let us be clear about the terms. If you can heal Gong's son Qian, this clinic will be yours? Gong's son Yuan glanced at Yuan Jing and then replied calmly. That's right. As long as you heal Qian, this clinic will be given to you. Yuan Jing instantly perked up. Dr. Sun, don't worry. My uncle keeps his promises. If you're not assured, I can vouch for it. With a snap, Gong's son Qian didn't waste any time, pulling out a stack of documents from her wheelchair and tossing them in front of Sun Bufan and the others. Don't worry. My grandfather has even prepared the contract. Yuan Jing quickly snatched it up to review, her eyes lighting up and nodding. Yes, this contract is valid. It just needs both parties' signatures. All right, no more chit-chat then. I'll start with the acupuncture for Gong's son Qian. Sun Bufan laughed heartily and then opened his medical box to take out and sterilize the silver needles. I'll start with 6 rejuvenating needles to boost her vitality. Yi Fan watched him with great interest. Sun Bufan picked up a silver needle and pressed it down into Gong Sun Qian's acupoint. Yi Fan sighed. Too heavy. Sun Bufan frowned, clearly unhappy, and shot Yi Fan a glance, but he didn't say anything. He picked up the second needle and placed it on the second acupoint. Yi Fan smiled wryly. Too light. Having seen Sun Xingtu use the rejuvenating needles while rescuing Qian Qian, Yi Fan was naturally familiar with the technique. Sun Bufan, suppressing his anger, found the acupoint and inserted the third needle. Yi Fan could no longer hold back. Off target. Can you stop talking nonsense? Sun Bufan finally snapped. One moment it's too light, the next it's too heavy, making it sound like you know the rejuvenating needles better than I do. Yuan Jing also scolded. Yi Fan, if you don't understand, don't pretend to know and disturb Dr. Sun's acupuncture. What are you really trying to do? I don't want to say it either, but his technique is really wrong. Yi Fan sighed in exasperation. It's hard to stay quiet about such a mistake as 1 + 1 = 3. But don't worry, I won't say anything from now on. Sure enough, Yi Fan fell silent, and Sun Bufan patiently completed the 6 rejuvenation needles. Gong Sun Qian's complexion had indeed improved, but there was also a hint of pain in her eyes. Sun Bufan stood tall, as if preparing to do something significant. All right, I'm ready to perform the 9 Palace Resurrection. Hey, you over there, I need to use our unique divine needle, so please step aside. Seeing Yi Fan standing next to him, he put on a stern face and said, if you don't leave, I won't proceed with the needles. After saying that, he held the silver needle motionless, clearly indicating that he wouldn't help anyone if Yi Fan didn't leave. Unique divine needle? Yi Fan scoffed coldly. Did Sun Xingshou tell you that? What a reckless thing to say. How dare you invoke my grandfather's name? Besides, who are you to question anyone? Sun Bufan huffed. Anyway, I don't want to see you. Get lost. Yuan Jing chimed in. Yi Fan, just go away. Dr. Sun's divine needles are not for public use. Fine, I'll get lost. Yi Fan signaled to Song Hongyan not to be upset and smiled faintly at Sun Bufan. But when you place the needles at Fengqi, Baihui, and Tianshu, you must remember to cough while inserting the needle or apply it against the skin. Also, during the Qing long tail technique, you need to follow the 3 shallow and 1 deep principle. Otherwise, Gong Sun Qian will suffer greatly from the blockage of her qi and blood. Sun Bufan was momentarily stunned, looking at Yi Fan as if he had seen a ghost. How did you know I would place the needles at Fengqi, Baihui, and Tianshu? You even know about 3 shallow and 1 deep, and the Qing long tail? He shuddered and shouted. When did you secretly learn our Sun family's secret techniques? You brat. How dare you speak to me like that? Just then, someone in the corridor shouted angrily, and soon after, Sun Xingshou strode in with the group. Slap. Before Gong Sun Yuan and the others could speak, Sun Xingshou slapped his grandson across the face. Sun Bufan screamed in pain as he stumbled back 2 or 3 meters. He covered his cheek and shouted, Grandpa, why did you hit me? It's this guy who stole our unique secret technique. I'll beat you to death. You little brat. You've only learned a bit, and you dare to treat patients, flaunting the 9 Palace Resurrection in front of Master Yi? Sun Xingshou was furious. Even I have to keep a low profile. Smack. Smack. Sun Xingshou stepped forward and delivered 2 more slaps, causing Sun Bufan to cry out even louder. Finally, with Gong Sun Yuan pulling him back, he knelt down in front of Yi Fan with a thud. Master, I'm sorry. It's my failure to discipline him that allowed this little brat to show off and offend you. Master? Both Gong Sun Yuan and Sun Bufan were left speechless, unable to believe what they just heard. Yuan Jing almost screamed, covering her mouth tightly. No one expected that the top doctor in Zhonghai would refer to Yi Fan as master. If this got out, it would probably shock a lot of people. You little brat, I'm telling you now, the 9 Palace Resurrection needle I learned was taught to me by Master Yi. Sun Xingshou angrily scolded his grandson. He is my master, and your little grandmaster as well. You are arrogant and full of yourself, yet you still haven't knelt down to apologize to your little grandmaster? Upon hearing that Sun Bufan came here to treat Gong Sun Qian, he rushed over in a panic, worried that his inept grandson would cause trouble. Instead, he not only found his grandson to be self-righteous, but also heard him slandering Yi Fan for secretly learning the 9 Palaces revival needle. Sun Xingshou's anger flared up. This grandson is simply an ignorant fool. Does he not realize this could sever the Sun family's legacy? Gong Sun Yuan had already reacted, his gaze intense and his expression excited. Yi Fan truly is an extraordinary talent. He must align himself with him. All right, old son, calm down. Don't hit him too hard. Seeing Sun Xingshou fuming, Yi Fan kindly stepped in to mediate. Just a few dozen hits will do. Hitting too much could be fatal. Chapter 66. Trapped. Sun Xingshou was about to stop when a series of slaps caught him off guard, leaving Sun Bufan's face swollen. Master. I'm sorry. After dodging for a moment, Sun Bufan hurriedly knelt before Yi Fan with a thud, saying, I was blind. I'm sorry. He felt both scared and wronged, never expecting that trying to show off would lead him to confront his master. And he had even tried to use the Nine Palaces revitalization needle against him. He knew that if he didn't humble himself and admit his mistakes, his grandfather would turn him into a pig's head. Yuan Jing couldn't believe her eyes. A man she had abandoned suddenly transformed into someone so imposing. She muttered to herself, Impossible, impossible. Get up. Ignorance is no crime. Yi Fan helped Sun Bufan up, saying, But remember, practicing medicine is not for showing off. Otherwise, it could cost someone their life. If I hadn't been here today, with Sun Bufan's medical skills, Gongsun Qian would have suffered greatly. Sun Bufan nodded repeatedly. I understand. I understand. Thank you for your guidance, master. Yi Fan ignored him further. The Nine Palaces revitalization needle can rejuvenate Gongsun Qian's muscles, but it can't clear the blood vessels. It's like a water channel. No matter how well you build the banks or how beautiful the plants are, if the channel is blocked with silt, the water won't flow out. He turned to Sun Xingshou and Gongsun Yuan, so it can halt Gongsun Qian's condition, but it can't help her stand up from the wheelchair. What? The Nine Palaces revitalization can't cure her? Sun Xingshou looked regretful. I was hoping to use it to heal Gongsun Qian. Yi Fan smiled calmly. The Nine Palaces revitalization can be used, but it requires an additional set of acupuncture techniques as support. Gongsun Yuan knelt down. I beg you, Divine Dr. Yi, please help. Gongsun Qian's eyes also sparkled with hope. Yi Fan waved his hand. Bring me the needles. Sun Xingshou hurriedly took out his silver needles and respectfully placed them before Yi Fan. After sterilizing the needles, Yi Fan moved his fingers, and the needles swiftly fell, piercing various acupuncture points on Gongsun Qian's lower legs. He first performed a round of Nine Palaces revitalization, followed by the 3 talents connecting to the mysterious. Soon, 18 silver needles began to sprout 6 red lines. The red lines slowly spread along the meridians. It's happening. The red lines are appearing. Song Hongyan and Gongsun Qian exclaimed in amazement. How can there be red lines? Gongsun Yuan watched the spreading red lines with excitement. He had seen a similar scene with his grandfather, but there were only 3 lines, not 6. He vaguely remembered his grandfather saying that the 3 lines were from the long-lost 3 talents connecting to the mysterious divine needle technique. He had painstakingly learned 3 needles from a fragment of the text, spending a lifetime to achieve 3 lines. While the pinnacle could produce 9 lines and open the Ren and Du meridians. Although Yi Fan only produced 6 lines, he was just in his 20s. Given time, he would surely reach the pinnacle. This kid is incredibly talented, almost monstrous. He could already see the red lines spreading to Gongsun Qian's knee, and her calf was slightly twitching, which meant she was regaining sensation. He wants to cling to someone powerful. Sun Xingshou trembled slightly. After the 9 Palaces revitalization technique, he was already convinced that Yi Fan was extraordinary. To his surprise, Yi Fan was even more impressive than he had imagined. This acupuncture technique was unfamiliar to him, but it was clear that it was just as effective as the 9 Palaces revitalization. Whoosh. 10 minutes later, 6 red lines pierced through Gongsun Qian's soles, and waves of heat surged into her Yongquan acupoint. Yi Fan also stopped twisting the silver needles. He let out a long breath, feeling as if all his strength had been drained. It was basically done, after warming her for 10 minutes. Miss Gongsun would regain sensation in her legs. Bang! At that moment, Yuan Jing pushed Yi Fan aside and rushed to Gongsun Qian, reaching out to pull the silver needles from her legs. You can't treat her. Bang! Song Hongyan was prepared and kicked out, sending Yuan Jing flying with a scream. She quickly got back up and charged forward again, shouting, You can't treat her. Slap. Gongsun Yuan slapped Yuan Jing hard across the face. Uncle, why did you hit me? Yuan Jing cried out sadly on the ground. I'm doing this for my sister's sake. You can't let him treat her. He will harm her. She understood that the situation was slipping away from her, but she was unwilling to accept it. The 50 million yuan house was at stake. Whether she had someone save Gongsun Qian, or if Gongsun Qian's condition worsened and led to her death, the house would ultimately be hers. But then, Yi Fan appeared out of nowhere, and once he cured Gongsun Qian, that 50 million would vanish. Yuan Jing couldn't accept it. This was her only chance to become wealthy and beautiful. 50 million was worth so much more than the few million Huang Dongxiang could offer. Do you think I'm senile? Gongsun Yuan snapped. Do you think your intentions are unclear to me and your sister? As long as you're doing it for our good and don't go too far, we wouldn't bother exposing you. After all, you are somewhat related to us. But today, you've gone too far. I thought you were just trying to scheme for our house, but I never expected that you would disregard your cousin's life for it. Gongsun Yuan tore off the mask of civility, Being hypocritical and greedy is one thing, but being this malicious? Don't blame me for denying our relationship. Yuan Jing's face turned pale. She and T expected her true intentions to be uncovered so easily. Sun Bufan seized the opportunity to stab her in the back. Grandpa? It was her who coaxed me into treating Gongsun Qian, saying that if I succeeded, she would get the house, and she would accompany me for 3 months. If I failed, at least she would leave a good impression on Grandpa Gongsun and could still keep me company for 3 days. Sun Xinsho slapped Sun Bufan again, sending him tumbling. Useless brat. Get out. I never want to see you again. Gongsun Yuan glared at Yuan Jing. Let me tell you again. Don't even think about scheming for this house. Today, I'm giving it to Brother Yi. No. Yuan Jing screamed. How can you do this? I'm your relative. And Yi Fan is an outsider. Why should you give the house to him? Why? Gongsun Yuan scoffed. Because I want to, and because he saved Qianer. Yuan Jing shouted in disbelief. He doesn't know anything about medicine. He's just fooling you all. There's no way he can make my cousin stand up. Before she could finish her sentence, her face turned to one of shock and disbelief as she stared at Gongsun Qian. At that moment, Gongsun Qian was slowly standing up with the help of a wheelchair, her face filled with immense joy. My legs have strength again. I can feel them. Gongsun Yuan and Song Hongyan were both dumbfounded, unable to believe that Gongsun Qian could stand up so quickly. Don't move yet, Yi Fan said as he helped her back into the wheelchair. You need to rest for another 3 days, taking the 6 doses of medicine I've prescribed during this time. And then you can start exercising. Gongsun Qian smiled. I'll listen to you. After Yi Fan wrote out the prescription, Gongsun Qian glanced at it. Her beautiful eyes sparkling. Each stroke of the characters seemed perfectly crafted, strong, and powerful. It felt as if the essence of Chinese characters had been condensed onto the paper. It was truly beautiful. She looked at the characters, then at her legs, and finally at Yi Fan, feeling a newfound curiosity towards this little miracle worker. Song Hongyan instinctively became protective and took Yi Fan's arm. Yuan Jing, seeing Gongsun Qian standing, slammed her fist on the floor in frustration, then gritted her teeth and ran off. She was worried that Gongsun Yuan might retaliate against her. However, just as she had run a few meters away, Yi Fan called out calmly, after being in love, let me give you a piece of news. Huang Dongxiang is in the late stages of lung cancer. He doesn't have much time left. If you want to gain something from him, you need to act quickly. Otherwise, once he's gone, you'll have nothing. And you'll even have to return your investment in the bar to the Huang family. Yuan Jing's face instantly paled, and then she vanished from Yi Fan's sight. After Gongsun Yuan processed what had just happened, he rushed over, looking at his granddaughter, wanting to say something but ending up in tears. He then grasped Yi Fan's hand and exclaimed, Sir, I will never forget the grace of your treatment. A mere house cannot express the gratitude my granddaughter and I feel. From now on, I, Gongsun Yuan, have decided to honor you as my master. Master, please allow Gongsun Yuan to bow to you. Without giving Yi Fan a chance to respond, Gongsun Yuan knocked his head 3 times on the ground and even included his granddaughter in the gesture. Damn it. I've been set up. Yi Fan sighed as he looked at Gongsun Yuan, realizing that old foxes are always the cleverest. Chapter 67. Where to move bricks. In the days that followed, Yi Fan got busy. Gongsun Yuan transferred the 1,000 square meter clinic to Yi Fan's name and firmly refused to accept the 50 million he was owed at market value, using Yi Fan's successful treatment of Gongsun Qian as an excuse. Unable to convince him otherwise, Yi Fan reluctantly took Gongsun Yuan as his disciple, teaching him the foundational 3 acupuncture techniques of 3 talents connecting the mysterious as compensation for occupying the clinic. Gongsun Yuan treasured this knowledge and immediately put up a sign suspending his practice, dedicating himself to practicing these 3 needles day and night. He wanted to earn the title of Needle King rightfully. Seeing this, Sun Shou, the skilled doctor, moved into Jinzilin and pitifully clung to Yi Fan. Yi Fan smiled and taught him the 4th, 5th, and 6th needles of 9 palaces returning to life. Thus, both master doctors holed up in their rooms, diligently practicing their divine needles and posting a notice of a 21-day closure. Yi Fan couldn't do much about them and allowed them to carry on with their obsession. Instead, he focused on carefully rehabilitating Gongsun Qian, helping her regain her ability to walk freely. Once her health improved, Gongsun Qian insisted on learning medicine from Yi Fan. However, Yi Fan felt she lacked a solid foundation and instead introduced her to work as an assistant to Shen Yan. He planned for Gongsun Qian to eventually take over Baiwa Pharmaceutical. During this time, many patients came to Jinzilin seeking treatment. Aside from a few complicated cases, most were minor ailments. Yi Fan opened the backyard and called in Sun Bufan to hold consultations, providing him with some practical experience. After handling these trivial matters, Yi Fan asked Zhang Daqiang to send a construction team to renovate the clinic. Zhang Daqiang personally led a high-caliber crew for the job. Before long, Jinzilin was bustling with activity, with dozens of workers laboring energetically. After all, this was Yi Fan's own clinic and his first venture, which made him particularly excited. And he found himself visiting Jinzilin frequently. At the same time, Yi Fan noticed that after treating Gong Sun Qian and several other patients, the white light of the life and death stone had returned to 7 fragments, giving him even more confidence. That afternoon, just as Yi Fan was discussing the design of a screen with Zhang Daqiang, a white commercial vehicle pulled up outside. The door opened, and 5 or 6 men and women stepped out, strutting arrogantly towards the clinic. A woman with almond-shaped eyes impatiently slapped the counter and demanded, "Who's in charge of this clinic? Get them out here." One of her companions, a man with a buzz cut, even kicked over a bucket of paint. Zhang Daqiang grabbed a shovel, ready to confront them, but Yi Fan stopped him with a gesture and walked up to the woman with almond-shaped eyes. "I'm in charge. What's the matter?" The woman pulled out a business card and said, "I'm Jiao Wenjing, the sales department director of the Shin Group. We'll be handling your medicinal materials. We'll deliver 30,000 worth of the 108 standard herbs used in your clinic on the 1st of every month. Additionally, we'll provide 1 million worth of high-end herbs, such as ginseng and reishi. The quantities of each herb will be determined entirely by our Shin Group. If you have any special requests, you can pay a 50% markup for the materials." She tapped her fingers on the table. "Do you understand?" One of her companions handed over a price list for the herbs. Yi Fan glanced over and said, "It's too expensive. It's 40 more than what I currently pay." "I don't want it." Jiao Wenjing chuckled in disbelief. "Did you not understand what I said? We deliver regularly on the 1st of every month. Whether you want it or not, you have to take it. You can throw away or burn down the entire pharmacy, but you still have to pay." Yi Fan, intrigued, replied, "What if I don't pay? You want to pay?" Jiao Wenjing sneered, her eyes filled with disdain. "Then you might as well close your clinic." The chicken head slammed the table and shouted, "I can have this place smashed right now." Yi Fan chuckled, "So you're going to play dirty?" Jiao Wenjing remained unfazed. "No more nonsense. Either sign the contract and pay a deposit of 500,000 or close your clinic." She placed a stack of documents in front of Yi Fan, her face raised high, confident that he wouldn't dare refuse. With a smile, Yi Fan picked up the contract, tore it in half, and tossed it on the ground. "Get lost." Jiao Wenjing's expression darkened. "I'm getting angry." The chicken head laughed with rage. Good. You dare tear up our contract? You're finished." He pulled out his phone. "Cousin, bring some people to smash the clinic. There's a kid here who won't listen." Jiao Wenjing crossed her arms, her almond-shaped eyes fixed on Yi Fan with a cold smile. "If you take out 1 million now, we can settle this. Otherwise, you'll be in trouble." Yi Fan shrugged. "No worries. I want to see how you plan to smash my clinic." In less than 10 minutes, a van pulled up. "Damn, you're bullying even my cousin? Is there no law? No justice?" Before the door even opened, a very arrogant voice came from the van. "Kid, speak up. Who are you?" "I don't bully people without a background." A young man wearing sunglasses with his left hand bandaged jumped out, followed by 7 or 8 laid-back youths, each holding a shovel. He chewed on betel nut and said, "State your name. I hope you won't disappoint me." Jiao Wenjing looked at Yi Fan with disdain. "You're done for. You're finished." Yi Fan turned to the young man in sunglasses and smiled. "Name?" "Sure, I'm Yi Fan." Clang. The moment the young man heard that name, he froze, his mouth agape as if an egg could fit inside. "Yi Fan, Brother Fan." In the astonishment of Jiao Wenjing and the others, the young man's voice trembled as he nervously took off his sunglasses. It was the black dog who had been taught a lesson before. Upon realizing that the owner of the clinic was Yi Fan, he completely collapsed to the ground, shaking. Yi Fan looked at the black dog and smiled. "That's right, I'm Yi Fan. So, brothers, how do you plan to deal with me?" "Brother Fan, I'm sorry. I'm sorry." The black dog quickly dropped the shovel in his hand, his face full of flattery. "It's a misunderstanding." Amidst the astonished looks from Jiao Wenjing and the others, Yi Fan responded lightly, "A misunderstanding? You come at me with a shovel?" "Yi Shao, there's a misunderstanding. The Luoyang shovel isn't for hitting people. We just wanted to ask if you needed some labor." The black dog trembled slightly, forcing a smile. "I know you run a clinic, so I came to see if you need any help. Is that so?" Yi Fan stepped forward, patting the black dog's face with a grin. "You guys are just in time. The septic tank at the clinic is about to be renovated, and we're short on hands. You all can help me clean it out. Do a good job. And you can stay at the clinic for food and lodging until it's done." Yi Fan tilted his head slightly towards the backyard. "Any problems with that?" The bolder the people, the greater the harvest. The black dog wanted to cry inside, but maintained a facade of enthusiasm. "Brothers, let us go dig out that septic tank." After saying that, He led 7 or 8 people to the backyard and kicked the chicken head hard as they passed by. Jiao Wenjing and the others were completely stunned. They couldn't accept that the rough black dog was as scared of Yi Fan as a little lamb. Thank you for sending me some labor. Yi Fan patted Chicken Head's cheek. Is there anyone else? Call them over. Chicken Head finally reacted. Although he didn't understand why his cousin was so afraid of Yi Fan, he could guess that Yi Fan's background was not simple. He gritted his teeth and remained silent. Jiao Wenjing shouted to his companions, "Let us go." 5 or 6 people turned to leave. Who said you could leave? Yi Fan smiled lightly. Do you think this is a market where you can just show off your authority? Zhang Daqiang tilted his head slightly, and a few workers lifted hammers and smashed the business card to pieces with a few loud bangs. Don't go too far. Jiao Wenjing's face turned pale with fear, but he still shouted bravely. Don't think you can scare a few thugs and intimidate me, Jiao Wenjing. I work for the Shun family's medicinal herbs. How are you going to pay me back for smashing my car? Jiao Wenjing's bravado was just a facade, otherwise. This one end well. The Shun family's medicinal herbs, quite impressive. Yi Fan took out his phone and made a call. Xinyan phone. Come over and help me move bricks. Jiao Wenjing sneered, thinking Yi Fan was just putting on a show. How could a clinic owner know a big shot from a corporation? Why would he come to move bricks? But in less than 30 minutes, a Maserati roared up. The car stopped in front of the clinic, the door swung open, and Shen Yunfeng rushed out in a frenzy. Brother Fan, where are we moving the bricks? Jiao Wenjing and his group were left dumbfounded. Chapter 68. Trouble at Baiwa. The turmoil of selling medicinal herbs. The incident ultimately ended with Jiao Wenjing and her gang getting the short end of the stick. Yi Fan, however, didn't expend much energy on these matters. He kept a close eye on the renovation process, while also finding time to treat Zhang Daqiang's illness. After several treatments, Zhang Daqiang regained his fertility, and he became even more grateful to Yi Fan. Sun Bufan was also actively seeing patients. With Yi Fan's guidance, Sun Bufan's medical skills improved significantly, allowing him to handle neighborhood patients on his own. He was incredibly enthusiastic towards Yi Fan, calling him Little Master Ancestor and occasionally bringing him tea and water. Knowing that even his grandfather and Gongsun Yuan wanted to apprentice under Yi Fan, Sun Bufan understood Yi Fan's true value. Yi Fan shared some of his experiences with him and treated over a dozen patients as demonstrations, greatly benefiting Sun Bufan. Just as he finished with his last patient and was about to go for lunch, Lu Fuqi came rushing in. Fan Gu, Baiwa Pharmaceuticals, is in trouble. Before long, Qian Xinghua and Shunyan also arrived. Yi Fan welcomed the three of them into the still unrenovated backyard and brewed a pot of herbal tea to help cool them down. Why do you all look so grim? What happened? Lu Fuqi suddenly knelt down, exclaiming, Fan Gu, I'm sorry. Yi Fan hurried to help him up. What exactly happened? This isn't Fuqi's fault. It was my sister who chose the wrong person, Shunyan said with her usual composed demeanor, forcing a smile. After Baiwa Pharmaceuticals fired Su Xian, she sold all the procurement data to our competitors. Several peers adjusted their pricing strategies, pushing the profits of our flagship Baiwa Beauty Cream to an embarrassing level. Of course, that's not the worst of it. The most outrageous part is that Su Xian had previously colluded with key members of the RD department, obtaining the high-priced royal formula I originally bought from them. Shun Yin continued, looking at Yi Fan. Now, all three of Baiwa Pharmaceuticals products, beauty, health, and scar removal, have been sold off to Bawang Pharmaceuticals. Qian Xinghua added, Bawang Pharmaceuticals is our biggest competitor at the same price point. Their head, Chun Liang, is the son of Chun Guangrong from Baohai Bank. Chun Liang has always wanted to swallow us up, but he has been kept in check by your sister. He once tried to pull a fast one on Baiwa Pharmaceuticals, but I warned him off, and he played nice for a while. Who would have thought that this time he would directly undermine us through Su Xian? A glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. Your sister went over the details and concluded that he has been scheming to steal our formula for a long time. Yi Fan took note of the name, Chun Liang. Shunyan looked at Yi Fan. Rumor has it that Bawang Pharmaceuticals is ramping up production and plans to sell at half the price to crush us in one fell swoop. Although Baiwa Bank can operate and even fight legal battles, without new product breakthroughs, Baiwa Pharmaceuticals will definitely suffer a severe blow next quarter. Not only will our products fail to sell, but all our clients will be snatched away by Bawang Pharmaceuticals. Qian Xinghua joked. Your sister is so worried about this that she can't even eat. She said she feels very sorry for you for handing you such a mess. He and Shun Yin weren't short on money, but he didn't want to lose face. Years of grudges meant that he couldn't allow Chun Liang to overshadow his wife. Yi Fan squinted slightly. It seems I've been too merciful. Brother Fan, I'm going to find Su Xian. I'll dig 3 feet into the ground if I have to, but I will drag her out and make her explain Lu Fugue said as he stood up abruptly. As long as we get her, we'll have a witness and can put a stop to the production of Bawang Pharmaceuticals. Yi Fan shook his head. She took the money and has probably run far away. Besides, you don't need to do this. I'll have Xin Yunfeng help with that. Moreover, even if Bawang Pharmaceuticals stops production, they could still leak information to small workshops, which would stab us in the back. He picked up a cup of tea and took a sip. What I want to know now is how we can resolve this crisis and save Bawang Pharmaceuticals. Although the company was given to me, it's still my own business. And I don't want it to go under before I even get a chance to warm it up. First, we need Bawang Pharmaceuticals to stop production, destroy their secret formula, and hire a legal team to keep a close eye on the market, cracking down hard on those small workshops and their counterfeits. Shunyan rubbed her fingers against the teacup, but that path is nearly impossible. Chen Liang 1T missed the opportunity, and we don't have the time or energy to spare. Second, in the next quarter, we should pull all the original products off the shelves and replace them with more effective and high-end products, leaving our competitors empty-handed and suffering losses. For instance, if our current beauty product claims to make someone look 3 years younger, we could switch to one that claims 5 years younger, which could turn the company's future around. While the second option seemed straightforward, it was also incredibly challenging. There wasn't enough time for research and development, and acquiring ancient secret formulas was a pipe dream. Who would give us a hen that lays golden eggs? The 3 secret formulas I managed to get were purely a stroke of luck. She was feeling quite overwhelmed. We could also represent foreign big-name products, but that would mean working for them, and their profit demands are usually split 90 to 10. New products? Yi Fan pondered. Beauty? Health? Scar removal? Yes. Any new product that outperformed our previous offerings could help Baiwa Pharmaceuticals survive. Shunyan crossed her long legs. But unfortunately, you can't just conjure up a prescription like that. Otherwise, you could directly write a few formulas. Write a prescription? Yi Fan squinted his eyes, suddenly struck by inspiration. Maybe I can actually come up with one. He suddenly remembered that he had quite a few ancient secret formulas stored in his vast mind. Besides healing, there might even be some for beauty. With this thought, Yi Fan quickly searched his memory, and soon his eyes lit up. Fugue, hand me a pen. He waved for Lu Fugue to bring him a pen, then grabbed a tissue and started writing furiously. Before long, he had written out a beauty secret formula. After a moment of thought, he added a name to the formula, Xiaohua. Sister, this is a beauty secret formula. Take it back to the R&D department and let them take a look. Yi Fan handed the formula to Shan Yan. Its effectiveness surpasses all beauty products on the market, and it's much better than our current product that claims to make someone look 3 years younger. Looking at the secret formula, Qian Xinghua smiled. Although Yi Fan's medical skills were quite impressive, Qian Xinghua didn't believe he could achieve anything significant with this formula. Different fields are like different mountains, and beauty treatments are especially complex and deep. However, Qian Xinghua could not express this too bluntly. He chose his words carefully, saying, "Sweep the market with this product?" Yi Fan nodded gently. "It can make you look about 10 years younger." 10 years younger? Qian Xinghua chuckled bitterly upon hearing this. He knew right away that the formula was completely unreliable. Even a court formula that could make one look 3 years younger was a rare treasure. Claiming to look 10 years younger was akin to offering a divine product, something that simply didn't exist in the market. Shameflower? Nice name. Shunyan also paused for a moment, then smiled dismissively. Like her husband, she felt that Yi Fan was talking nonsense. The best products abroad could only make one look about 6 years younger, yet Yi Fan claimed that Shameflower could achieve 10 years. That was just too exaggerated. Shunyan felt a bit disappointed. She had come to discuss matters with Yi Fan, hoping he could leverage his connections with the Han family, but instead, he was brushing her off with a secret formula. Of course, she didn't want to discourage Yi Fan. In a gentle tone, she said, "All right, I'll ask old medicine later." She neatly folded the tissue and casually tucked it into her pocket. Chapter 69. The secret formula at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. In the multifunctional conference room of Baiwa Pharmaceuticals, the atmosphere was heavy. 15 core personnel sat in their chairs, engaged in animated discussions, their expressions tinged with pessimism. The leak of their survival formula meant the company was at a critical juncture between life and death. Yet after half a day of discussion, no viable solutions had emerged. Shunyan crossed her arms and leaned back in her swivel chair, her gaze sweeping over everyone in the room. Her voice turned icy as she spoke. "Has everyone gone mute? Is there anyone who can propose a solution? I will award 10 million if someone can resolve this crisis. If not, you might as well prepare to leave." Although the company was somewhat casual, Shunyan didn't want to transition under the shadow of failure. She would not allow Chen Liang to gain the upper hand. A chill ran through the hearts of everyone in the conference room as they hesitated to stand up and speak. Shunyin cast a disappointed glance over the dozen or so key members before turning her attention to the company's product consultant. A national treasure and veteran in the field of medicinal pills, Yao Xinghan. Yao Xinghan was known as one of the three kings of Zhonghai, alongside Sun Shou and Gongsun Yuan. He was adept at curing ailments with medicinal pills and often used poison to counter poison, earning him the title of Medicine King. Given his status in the industry, he could easily live in luxury by treating a few dignitaries each year, and his role as a consultant for Baiwa was largely due to the goodwill of the Qian family. Thus, his position at Baiwa Pharmaceuticals was extraordinarily prominent. Shunyin respectfully asked, "Elder Yao, do you have any ideas?" "Elder Shen, we truly have no options left. We either convince Bawang Pharmaceuticals to retract the leaked formula, or we find an alternative formula," Yao Xinghan replied. He usually did not attend company meetings, only occasionally reviewing formula components and effects. However, given the life-and-death nature of the situation, he couldn't sit idly by, especially since he received a substantial dividend from the company each year. But both of those paths seem blocked. I've consulted colleagues both domestically and internationally, leveraging my connections and offering 100 million to procure a beauty formula. But there hasn't been a single formula that surpasses the original. I've searched through ancient texts and found nothing suitable, Yao Xinghan said, a hint of regret on his face. Right now, we can only prepare for the worst. Halt production, clear out inventory, and conserve funds for a comeback. The others nodded in agreement. If we don't stop the losses in time, once Bawang starts mass production, our losses will only grow with each additional product we have on the market. Bawang Pharmaceuticals has cut our R&D costs, allowing them to price their products extremely low. In terms of cost effectiveness, we can't compete. Yao Xinghan turned his sharp gaze towards Shunyin. "Elder Shun, let us first avoid the brunt of their attack. Don't worry. I'm currently developing a scar removal medication. Within 3 months, I'll have all the data finalized. Its efficacy will be 20% higher than existing market products. When the time comes, I'll hand the formula over to Baiwa Pharmaceuticals, and you'll be able to stage a remarkable comeback." This also served as a way for him to repay the Qian family's favor. The eyes of the key personnel brightened at his words, with Yao Xinghan's assurance. They still had a chance for the future. Shunyin felt a bit more at ease as well. This might indeed be the best course of action. However, thinking of Chun Liang's triumphant demeanor, she couldn't help but feel a pang of resentment. During her college years, Shunyin was entangled with a scoundrel for 3 years, who even pushed her into a winter river, leading to her loss of fertility. She couldn't bear to see his smile. Should she directly seek help from Han Nanhua and have him team up to pressure Chen Liang? But involving Han Nanhua in such a trivial matter might make him look down on her. As for using old Master Qian's connections, Shunyin dismissed the thought. Before she got pregnant, she and Qian Xinghua wouldn't dare disturb him, or they would be scolded mercilessly. Was she really going to give up? Shunyin irritably picked up her tea and took a sip, casually pulling out a tissue to wipe her mouth. "Don't move." At that moment, Yao Xinghan shouted, "Don't move." He hurriedly pushed his chair aside and rushed in front of Shunyin. He had just caught a glimpse of a few lines of a formula, and it seemed that this formula truly had beauty-enhancing effects. Yao Lao disregarded everyone's reactions, trembling hands grabbing the tissue from Shunyin, then slowly unfolding it to examine it. Shunyin was taken aback, realizing that she had been absent-mindedly using the tissue that Yi Fan had given her. She quickly spoke up, "Yao Lao, I'm sorry." "Don't talk." Yao Xinghan interrupted her, his eyes wide as he scrutinized every word. The more he looked, the brighter his eyes became, and he grew more excited. By the end, his hands were trembling, and he shouted, "This is the Shy Flower secret formula. This is the Shy Flower secret formula. Oh my god. I never expected that in my lifetime. I would see the formula used by Yang Guifei. I can die without regrets, die without regrets." Yao Xinghan jumped around, nearly fainting, leaving Shunyin and the others in shock. "President Shun, where did you get this formula? I want to meet the person behind this. They are incredible. Truly extraordinary, to have the complete Shy Flower secret formula. You should know that even the most complete ancient texts only record 1/10 of the Shy Flower secret formula. President Shun, tell me who this person is. I would kneel for you, and I would even work for you for free for 3 years." Hearing this, the 15 key members present felt a loud buzz in their heads. Then, they were completely stunned. No one had expected that the tissue Shunyin used to wipe her mouth would contain the invaluable Shy Flower secret formula. They were all key researchers and naturally understood the value of this formula. The 4 great beauties of ancient times were considered beautiful not only because of their natural attributes, but also because they all had secret formulas to maintain their beauty. Any beauty's exclusive skincare formula could cause a sensation in modern times. And Yang Guifei's formula was now in Shunyin's hands. Just a moment ago, She seemed to be at her wit's end, and now her future looked bright. Who would believe what had just happened? Shunyan was also stunned, looking at the formula in Yao Shenghan's hands in disbelief. Yao Lao, is this really a beauty formula? The one used by Yang Guifei? Yao Shenghan was taken aback. President Shen, doesn't he know? This was written by my brother for me. He said it was a beauty formula that could make you look 10 years younger after use. Xinyan's face turned very awkward, and she felt a sense of apology towards Yifan. I thought he was just joking. But I didn't expect it to be the Shy Flower secret formula. She still questioned with a skeptical tone, is it really effective? How naive. The old pharmacist reprimanded Xinyan without hesitation. I would stake my life and reputation on this. This formula will annihilate all products in the beauty market. Its effects are 10 times greater than our original product. What are Bawang on Mei or Dife? One will be wiped out, and 2 will be taken down together. Within a year, Baiwa Pharmaceuticals will dominate the entire beauty market. With a 300 billion market to feast on, we can take as much as we want. Upon hearing this, the room erupted in astonishment, followed by gasps of excitement, and Shun Yan's eyes sparkled. However, the old pharmacist then shifted his tone. But this prescription has been damaged by you, General Manager Shun. One crucial ingredient is completely gone. Dozens of people immediately cast dissatisfied glances at the beautiful president. Xinyan, I'll call Yifan and ask. Xinyan's cheeks flushed as she lowered her head. Chapter 70. Enveloped in malevolence the next morning, Yifan received a call from Qian Xinghua and Shun Yin inviting him to lunch. After quickly attending to some matters, he prepared to head out. However, before he could leave, Sun Bufan rushed in, looking extremely anxious. Master, it's terrible. Someone has fainted. Grandpa Jia has collapsed. He came in with stomach pain, and I told him to wait a bit since there were still 2 people ahead of him. But after a while, he just fell down. His voice carried a hint of relief, grateful that it hadn't happened while he was being treated, or things could have turned chaotic. Upon hearing this, Yifan immediately got up and rushed to the backyard. The backyard had only 4 rooms. Sun Xingshou, Gongsun Yuan, and Gongsun Qian each occupied one, while the remaining room was temporarily set up as a consultation room. When Yifan burst in, he saw a crowd of 7 or 8 neighbors gathered around, with Grandpa Jia slumped motionless in a chair. His face was pale, breathing labored, and there was drool at the corner of his mouth. Aunt Jia, having heard the news, was already crying out in anguish over Grandpa Jia. You scoundrel! What is wrong with you? What will I do if something happens to you? I can't go on living in a life-and-death situation. Her wailing was also the reason for Sun Bufan's panic. Stop crying, Yifan commanded Aunt Jia, then knelt down to check Grandpa Jia's pulse. Food poisoning, he quickly concluded, then swiftly grabbed some silver needles and began to perform the 4 symbols detoxification needle technique on Grandpa Jia. At the same time, he instructed Sun Bufan to brew a bowl of honeysuckle tea. After a round of acupuncture, Grandpa Jia's ashen complexion began to fade, and a hint of color returned to his cheeks. Just as Yifan placed the final needle, Grandpa Jia suddenly jolted. Ugh! He bent over the prepared trash can and began to vomit violently. 5 minutes later, Grandpa Jia showed signs of recovery. His eyes opened, and after drinking the honeysuckle tea, he gradually regained his strength. Sun Bufan quickly covered his nose and hurriedly disposed of the mess to avoid lingering odors that might upset the patient. Aunt Jia expressed immense gratitude. Dr. Yi, thank you. You are a great benefactor to our family. Grandpa Jia weakly asked, Dr. Yi, what happened to me? You had food poisoning, Yifan replied nonchalantly. It was caused by spoiled food. In the future, you should avoid eating expired or leftover food, especially in this hot weather. Anything that has gone bad is not safe to eat. He cautioned, be careful, or it could lead to serious issues. Food poisoning? Spoiled food. Aunt Jia looked confused. That can't be right. Everything we ate was clean. Besides, if it really was food poisoning, I ate the same things as Grandpa Jia, so why am I fine? She was a bit puzzled. Exactly, little doctor. Our food is very clean. Grandpa Jia nodded in agreement. I don't even eat leftovers. Food wasn't the issue. Yifan was slightly taken aback, but didn't dwell on it, assuming the elderly couple had forgotten. It could also be something like a drink. Just be cautious in the future. The couple left, leaving behind 100 yuan as a consultation fee, expressing their heartfelt thanks. Yifan shook his head, finished attending to the remaining patients, and decided to give Sun Bufan a half-day off. He hurried over to the Zui Xianlu. Just as he and Lu Fugui arrived at the reserved private room, Qian Xinghua and his wife both stood up, their faces radiating joy. Yifan, I underestimated you yesterday. I sincerely apologize, Qian Xinghua said. Shun Yin immediately poured a glass of white liquor, saying, please forgive me for my shallow judgment. Treating the Shy Flower secret formula like scrap paper. I share the responsibility. Qian Xinghua also poured himself a few shots of liquor. his straight back slightly bending as he continued. I was stuck in my old ways, thinking that at your age, having exceptional medical skills was impressive enough, and that you couldn't possibly know the long-lost royal secret formula. After all, such knowledge requires countless trials and refinements. But in the end, I was wrong, and I'll punish myself with 3 cups. The two raised their glasses and downed the liquor in one go, but just as they were about to refill their glasses, Yi Fan pressed down on the bottle. With a gentle smile, he said, "Sister, brother-in-law, I'm not holding a grudge against you. If I were in your shoes, I probably wouldn't have believed it was the Shy Flower secret formula either. So there's no need for you to feel guilty. Besides, I'm a major shareholder in the company, but I've always let you handle things. What is a little grievance for me? Let us not dwell on this. It could hurt our feelings." Yi Fan raised his glass, saying, "All is forgiven." Seeing Yi Fan's demeanor, Shun Yin felt relieved. "Yi Fan, you have such a generous heart. From now on, I will believe in you unconditionally. Yi Fan, there's one more thing." She felt quite ashamed as she pulled out the secret formula. "I accidentally tore the tissue and can't read one of the ingredients." Yi Fan burst into laughter, quickly grabbed a pen, rewrote the formula in a flash, and handed it to Shun Yin. "No big deal. Ha ha ha, that's refreshing. Enough about that. Let us drink together." Qian Xinghua poured drinks for the 3 of them, and they clinked their glasses before downing them. Shun Yin looked at Yi Fan with gratitude. Having expected him to be angry this time, but finding him so magnanimous instead, she vowed to cherish this relationship. Just then, halfway through their meal, Qian Xinghua's phone rang. After a brief conversation, he reported his location. "Yi Fan, an important guest will be arriving soon. I know you don't like socializing, but this person could bring tremendous benefits to you and the clinic. If you gain his support, no one in the medical community of Zhonghai will dare to make things difficult for you." Yi Fan was taken aback. "Who is it?" Qian Xinghua smiled mysteriously. "You'll find out soon." Before long, there was a knock at the door, and Shun Yin went to open it. "Brother Qian, Sister Shun, good afternoon. It's really hard to catch you both together." A middle-aged man walked in with a hearty laugh, dressed in a sharp suit, his hair neatly combed. "What's wrong? Worried I'd come to borrow money to cover the healthcare deficit? I've been turned away from your office a few times already." His half-joking tone hinted at a close relationship with Qian Xinghua and his wife. Yi Fan felt the man looked somewhat familiar and then suddenly remembered. The head of the Medical Affairs Bureau, Yang Yaodong. This was a prominent figure often seen on television, controlling the fates of various clinics and medical establishments. Qian Xinghua stood up with a smile and shook hands with Yang Yaodong. "Brother Yang, you're being too kind. I'm really not avoiding you. I've just been overwhelmed lately. You know how it's been these past few months. My father has been urging me day and night to have a child, and Xin Yin and I have been running around seeking medical advice." He let out a long sigh. "I've even been cutting back on my sleep. When would I have time to hang around the office?" With Yi Fan's arrival, the days of hardship are finally behind me. That's just how old Master Qian operates. Yang Yaodong stepped forward, shook hands with a smile, and said, "He even asked me to introduce you to a few renowned doctors, but unfortunately, all the ones I found have already been approached by you." He had a good relationship with the Qian family, so he understood old Master Qian's eagerness for grandchildren and was also aware of Qian Xinghua's anxiety. Shun Yin pulled out a chair for Yang Yaodong. "Brother Yang, you're too thoughtful." Yang Yaodong chuckled. "But now that you both have time to come here and enjoy the delicious food, does that mean you've sorted everything out?" "Ha ha ha. Indeed we have." Qian Xinghua laughed heartily. "I have to thank Brother Yi for that." He turned to Yang Yaodong. "Let me introduce you. This is Brother Yi Fan, a medical expert and also my benefactor." He pointed at Yi Fan. "He helped me and Shun Yin out of our predicament." "Yi Fan, this is the head of the medical department," Yang Yaodong. Qian Xinghua added, "If there are any issues with Baiwa Pharmaceuticals or the medical clinic in the future, feel free to call him. I guarantee Brother Yang will handle it perfectly." Yi Fan extended his hand and said, "Mr. Yang, nice to meet you." As they shook hands, Yi Fan's expression changed dramatically. A sinister aura enveloped him. Chapter 71. Leaving in a huff. "Hello, Brother Yi." Yang Yaodong politely shook hands with Yi Fan, but a look of skepticism flickered in his eyes. He wanted to regard Yi Fan with a higher level of respect, but the young man's age and his reliance on traditional Chinese medicine made it hard for him to believe in Yi Fan's capabilities. He suspected that Qian Xinghua and his wife, eager for a child, had been inadvertently swayed by Yi Fan's words. However, he chose not to call it out, as Qian Xinghua was in high spirits, and Yang Yaodong didn't want to rain on his parade. With a smile, Qian Xinghua chimed in, "By the way, Yi Fan, Brother Yang has been feeling quite unwell lately. From what I see on his social media, he is either suffering from neck pain or having leg cramps at night. There were even a couple of times during his afternoon naps when he nearly experienced cardiac arrest. Could you take a look at him and help him out?" Qian Xinghua smiled at Yi Fan, adding, Don't worry about the fee. He has plenty of money. Yang Yaodong laughed heartily. Neck pain, leg cramps, just a result of sitting too long. The cardiac arrest was just an accident. Qian Xinhua, however, was very interested. Come on, Yi Fan, we're all friends here. Just take a look for him. Yang Yaodong, feeling somewhat helpless, straightened up and said with a smile, then let brother Yi take a look. When Yi Fan had shaken hands with Yang Yaodong earlier, he had sensed a powerful aura of negative energy surrounding him. What is negative energy? It encompasses the ominous, filthy, and malevolent, anything deemed inauspicious. And what about energy? As Jin Guhong stated in Bio Puzi, ultimate truth, encountering negative energy can lead to physical deterioration, while encountering positive energy can yield flourishing health. Negative energy is the malevolent aura created by the convergence of wickedness and energy fields. Setting off firecrackers during the new year and lighting incense on the 1st and 15th days of the lunar month are all meant to dispel negative energy and prevent it from entering the home. However, Yi Fan now detected a dark aura around Yang Yaodong. This negative energy had enveloped most of his body, with only his neck and head remaining unaffected, even more severe than when he had treated Tang Ruoxue in the past. Following the trail of dark energy, Yi Fan discovered its source, Yang Yaodong's left hand, which was idly playing with a car key. The key was as black as ink and continuously emanated negative energy. Mr. Yang, you have quite a bit of negative energy surrounding you, Yi Fan said sharply, locking his gaze onto Yang Yaodong. Not only is it endangering your health, but it will also affect those around you. If I'm correct, not only are you experiencing health issues, but your family is also showing various symptoms. Qian Xinghua and Shun Yan exchanged surprised glances, not expecting a medical consultation to turn into a fortune-telling session. Yang Yaodong, after a moment of shock, had a grim expression. Really? I have negative energy. Where does it come from? Yi Fan pointed at the car key. The source is that car key you're holding. Car key. Yang Yaodong thought. What is this kid rambling about? Leg cramps, neck pain, cardiac arrest. These are physical ailments, and you're saying they're connected to a car key? Stop joking around. Yang Yaodong's face darkened. He was only letting Yi Fan examine him out of respect for Qian Xinghua and his wife. And now Yi Fan was spouting such nonsense. Qian Xinghua and his wife rubbed their eyes and scrutinized the car key, but they found nothing unusual. Yi Fan nodded. That's right, the car key. No, to be precise, it's your car. Yang Yaodong ignored Yi Fan and turned to Qian Xinghua, saying, Mr. Qian, Mr. Shun. This little brother you introduced really knows how to joke. His tone was not friendly. Qian Xinghua hesitated for a moment before responding. Director Yang, Yi Fan is not joking. I suggest you listen to him. Before they changed to the Shouhua secret formula, Qian Xinghua and his wife would have thought Yi Fan was exaggerating. But now they inexplicably believed what he said. Yi Fan pressed on. Director Yang, has your car ever been to a cemetery or come into contact with anything sinister? No. Yang Yaodong shook his head without hesitation. It's a new car, bought after Qingming, and I've only had it for a month. It hasn't been to a cemetery, nor has it come into contact with anything sinister. His tone turned unfriendly. There isn't even a safety talisman hanging inside. That shouldn't be. Yi Fan frowned slightly. The source of the malevolent energy is the car. Director Yang, can I take a look at your Audi? No need. The car is fine, and I won't have any issues. Yang Yaodong was losing patience and found Yi Fan's serious demeanor increasingly ridiculous. However, since Yi Fan was someone Qian Xinghua admired, he held back his complaints. Yi Fan persisted. Director Yang, think again. Has anyone in your family or subordinates driven too? No. Yang Yaodong was angry. This is a new car, and I'm the only one who drives it. Yi Fan's brow furrowed tightly. But the root cause is indeed the car. Enough. Yang Yaodong shouted sternly. Why are you, so young, learning to play tricks and act like a charlatan? You may have fooled Mr. Qian and his wife, but you can't fool me, Yang Yaodong. I'm sorry, Shenghua, Xinyan, but I have something to attend to. Let's get together another day. With that, he grabbed his car keys and headed for the door. What a young man, using such superstitious nonsense to deceive people. And to have the audacity to try to fool him was simply outrageous. If it weren't for Qian Xinghua, Yang Yaodong would have considered calling the police to have Yi Fan arrested for questioning about whom else he had deceived. He even decided to look into Yi Fan's clinic when he got back, to ensure he wouldn't harm the public. Old Yang, Qian Xinghua called out as he stood up. Don't go. Brother Yi wouldn't deceive you. Old Qian, I really don't know what's wrong with you. Believing in such nonsense for no reason, Yang Yaodong scoffed at Yi Fan. I advise you to stay away from these con artists, or you'll be fooled by every stray cat and dog. A businessman should conduct business honestly and not get involved in such nonsense. He even scolded Qian Xinghua and his wife together. Yi Fan chased after him, and Qian Xinghua and the others followed. Soon, Yi Fan saw Yang Yaodong walking towards an Audi. The area around the Audi was completely shrouded in dark energy. As Yang Yaodong pressed the key, the malevolent energy surged instantly, reaching its peak concentration. Both man and car were enveloped, leaving only a glimmer of clarity on Yang Yaodong's forehead. It was about to overwhelm him. Yi Fan ran up and said, "Director Yang, you can't leave. You're in the most dangerous situation. Old Qian, we'll get together another day." Yang Yaodong ignored Yi Fan, waved goodbye to Qian Xinghua and his wife, and started the car to leave. Whoosh. Yi Fan quickly tore off a piece of red paper from the entrance of the Zui Xianlu, then bit his finger and swiftly drew a talisman. "Brother-in-law, give this protective charm to Director Yang and make sure he accepts it." Yi Fan handed the charm to Qian Xinghua and urged, "Otherwise, he won't make it through today." Qian Xinghua was startled by his words and immediately rushed over with the charm. Before long, he returned, wiping the sweat from his forehead and chuckling. "That guy really is as stubborn as a mule. He only reluctantly stuffed it into his pocket after I threatened to lose my temper." Then he whispered, "Little brother Yi, do you really think something will happen to Director Yang?" Yi Fan sighed softly, "I just hope he makes it out alive." Chapter 72. Close your clinic. After leaving the drunken immortal tower, Yi Fan treated a few patients at the clinic before heading to the market to buy groceries for dinner. Once he had prepared the meal and turned on the TV, waiting for Tang Ruoxue and the others to come home, he noticed Zhao Dongyang's car parked outside through the window. Shortly after, he saw Tang Ruoxue come out. A chill ran through him. Although Zhao Dongyang didn't follow her inside, Yi Fan felt inexplicably displeased, flipping through the channels with the remote. Soon, Tang Ruoxue's tall figure appeared on the screen, as cold and stunning as ever, like an untouchable goddess. After changing her shoes, she noticed the dim light and saw Yi Fan sitting on the couch watching TV, which immediately darkened her mood, her pretty face turning frosty. "Can't this man do any better?" she said, her tone carrying a hint of reproach. "Have you found a job after searching for so long?" Yi Fan replied indifferently, "Almost there. I'm looking, don't worry. I want to be a freeloader at the Tang family's expense." "What kind of attitude is that?" Tang Ruoxue's expression soured at his nonchalant demeanor. "Am I complaining about you eating for free? I just want you to have a proper job." Her face was serious. "Once you have a job, your mom will have it easier too. Do you want her to sell herbal tea for the rest of her life?" Seeing her icy demeanor, Yi Fan shot back without hesitation. "A proper job sounds great. I could have a legitimate reason to flirt every day." "What nonsense are you talking about?" Tang Ruoxue's face showed anger. "Speak clearly." Yi Fan sighed. "There's nothing much to say. I lent my car to Chun Xiaoya to pick up a client, and Zhao Dongyang happened to come by my company for a collaboration, so he gave me a ride home." Tang Ruoxue's gaze sharpened as she stared at Yi Fan. "I have nothing going on with him, so don't slander me." Yi Fan replied coolly, "I just hope this back and forth doesn't lead to any feelings. You're just spouting nonsense." Tang Ruoxue was furious. "Yi Fan, can you stop being so jealous? It's pointless. If you channeled that energy into finding a job, you would have found one by now." Yi Fan remained calm. "Don't worry, I'll have a job soon. I don't want to argue with you." Tang Ruoxue suppressed her anger and walked up to Yi Fan, saying, "I know it's not easy to find a job in Zhonghai. Your major isn't great, and you've been out for a year, so it's normal not to find a job immediately. But I hope you maintain a positive attitude and don't give up on yourself or be overly suspicious. Here's the deal. My company is in need of a security guard. It pays 500. You're capable, so come to Tianheng Company tomorrow, and I'll have Xiaoya arrange it for you. Get used to a 9 to 5 schedule first, and then look for something better." In fact, Tang Ruoxue had thought about it for a long time and struggled before making this decision. By having Yi Fan come to Tianheng Company, she would not only face ridicule but also pressure from the Tang family in the capital. However, she worried that if Yi Fan continued to stay idle at home, he might end up wasting his potential. She thought Yi Fan would be grateful, but to her surprise, Yi Fan shook his head and said, "No need. I can handle it myself. From now on, you don't have to give me 10,000 yuan as pocket money. I can support myself." He added, "By the way, dinner is ready. You can eat with mom and dad later. I'm not hungry. I'm going upstairs to shower and sleep." After saying this, Yi Fan tossed the remote and went upstairs, feeling a bit down. Tang Ruoxue didn't want a divorce. She was using the Yunding villa to keep him tied down. Yi Fan thought there was a chance for their relationship to develop, only to realize it was one-sided. Just as Tang Ruoxue said, it was merely a transaction. She had no feelings for him. This meant that Tang Ruoxue would never trust him and wouldn't care about how he felt about Zhao Dongyang. Yi Fan sighed inwardly. No matter how warm a heart is, it can't warm a stone. "Stop. You stop right there." Tang Ruoxue was furious. She was only thinking of Yi Fan's best interests, and this man was throwing a tantrum. It was getting out of hand. She rushed over. "Yi Fan, you stop right there. You need to explain things to me tonight. I reminded you to find a job. Was that wrong? I'm doing this for your own good. Why are you throwing a tantrum? Yi Fan turned around and took a few steps back, looking down at her. I'm not throwing a tantrum. I just don't like how close you are with Zhao Danyang. Tang Ruoxua snapped back. Are you still jealous over something so trivial? How long is this going to go on? You're being so petty. Fine, I can avoid Zhao Danyang. As long as you help me find a proper job. I'll cut ties with him immediately, she said, clearly upset. Do you think you can find one? She challenged. You said it yourself. I hope you keep your word. Yi Fan didn't hide anything anymore. I've already taken over a clinic, and it's currently being renovated. It should be ready in about 2 months. By then, I'll have a legitimate job. He then threw down a flyer for the clinic. Jinji Clinic. This will be my workplace. I can support myself. What? You're opening a clinic? Tang Ruoxua was taken aback, then even more furious. Yi Fan, what on earth are you doing? Have you forgotten the 3 promises you made me? You swore to the heavens that you wouldn't practice medicine recklessly. And now, not only are you going back on your word, but you're also opening a clinic. Do I even exist to you? Do you still consider me your wife? Don't you know that your actions could harm a lot of people? She snatched the flyer from him, growing angrier as she read it. Jinji Clinic, a miracle doctor. What are you thinking? I did promise you not to practice medicine recklessly, Yi Fan replied calmly, but I'm confident in every patient I treat. So it doesn't count as reckless. Is it fun to play word games like this? Tang Ruoxua shouted, tearing the flyer in anger. Do you even know your own capabilities? Do you have a medical license? Let me tell you. While your initial investment is still small and you haven't caused any medical accidents yet, you need to stop work and shut down the clinic immediately. I don't want to be confronted by the patients' families, and I definitely don't want to visit you in prison. Yi Fan felt utterly exhausted by the chaos. And the renovation of the clinic meant that Huang Zhendong's 10 million was already spent, leaving him trapped in this situation. Looking at the furious woman, Yi Fan forced a pained smile and said, I'm sorry, but I can't do that. This clinic is my passion, and I won't shut it down. The Jinji Lin Clinic and Baiwa Pharmaceuticals are the foundations for Yi Fan's rise. They feel more substantial than the connections he has with people like Huang Zhendong. After saying this, Yi Fan turned and headed back upstairs. Let me tell you, if you don't shut it down, I'll have someone seal it off. Tang Ruoxua was completely furious. Tomorrow, I'll get the health department to shut down your clinic. Feel free to seal it, Yi Fan replied without looking back. Chapter 73. Provocation. The next morning, Yi Fan left the Tang family's residence early. Tang Ruoxua hadn't returned to her room last night. Instead, she had spent the night in her sister Tang Chi-Chi's bedroom, indicating she didn't want to see Yi Fan. Understanding the situation, Yi Fan decided to leave early to avoid running into her. As he was leaving, Yi Fan noticed that Lin Xiaoling was already up, standing at the door and talking on the phone. It seemed she was on the line with Aunt Lin San, discussing some ancestral recipes and a spring tonic pill. Lin Xiaoling, all smiles, appeared to have put aside any previous discomfort from their last meeting as she chatted with Aunt Lin San. Yi Fan was somewhat surprised to see that Aunt Lin San was still in touch. He had thought that after Lin Xiaoyan was dismissed by Hanyu, she would feel embarrassed and cut off contact. However, he didn't dwell on this and hopped into his car, heading straight for Jinjiling. Brother Fan, have you had breakfast yet? Upon arriving at Jinjiling, Yi Fan saw Gong Sun Qian bringing breakfast to Sun Xingshou and Gong Sun Yuan. She was quite surprised to see Yi Fan so early, but her expression quickly brightened. I made some buns, let us eat together. Gong Sun Qian was wearing a slightly faded white shirt and a short skirt, her long ponytail swaying as she moved. Her fair legs were quite striking, especially when she leaned closer, radiating youth and warmth. Yi Fan felt a flutter in his heart and quickly coughed to clear his throat. Thank you, Qian. I should be thanking you. You healed my leg, saved my life, and helped me get into Baiwa Pharmaceuticals, she replied, quickly setting 3 sets of chopsticks and bowls, then bringing over several baskets of various pastries, inviting Lu Fugue to join them for breakfast. The pastries are great. Your skills are impressive. Yi Fan took a bite of a corn bun and couldn't help but exclaim, with this level of expertise, you could definitely be a gourmet. Gong Sun Qian smiled sweetly. When I was studying at Harvard Business School, I couldn't get used to those hamburgers and fries, so I started making buns myself. They were terrible at first, but after making them a lot, they became decent. She poured a large cup of soy milk for Yi Fan and Lu Fugue. I'm glad you like it. Yi Fan was slightly taken aback. You studied at Harvard? You're quite the scholar. Lu Fugue teased. She got into Harvard at 16, graduated with dual degrees in management at 18, and earned her law doctorate by 21. He didn't continue about her parents' tragic accident that forced Gong Sun Qian to return home. Yi Fan chuckled. Looks like I've struck gold this time. With someone like Gong Sun Qian leading Baiwa Pharmaceuticals, I'm not worried about future operations. That is all in the past, Gong Sun Qian said, sipping her soy milk. I'm starting fresh now. I told Sister Shun that she can treat me like one of the guys. Lu Fuguei almost spat out his soy milk. What do you mean, like a guy? My Qian will always be a beautiful woman. Yifan joked. How about this? You don't go to the office today. Later, I'll take you shopping for some new clothes. The secret formula will soon be in production, and not only do the products need to look stunning, but you, as the chief secretary, should also shine brightly. If you present yourself like a guy, customers might lose confidence in the product. Yifan decided to buy clothes for Gongsun Qian. Although Gongsun Yuan's clinic was valuable, the grandfather and granddaughter didn't have much cash on hand. The clinic charged only 30 for a consultation, and while Gongsun Qian was well educated, she hadn't started working yet, and the compensation from her car accident was still being delayed, making their lives quite frugal. At her age, most girls have at least 10 sets of clothes, but she only had a few to rotate, and her shirts were already fading. So, Yifan found an excuse to support her a bit. Gongsun Qian lowered her head and said, Fangu, I have clothes. You don't need to buy any for me. Why not buy them? Lu Fuguei said while munching on a bun with a smirk. Fangu still wants to buy me some too. If we don't dress well, it'll be a loss of face for him. Plus, the clinic has been renovated. If we dress poorly, the patients might think Fangu is stingy. He lightened the mood. So let's go to the mall later and really treat Fangu. Gongsun Qian looked at Yifan with gratitude. An hour later, the three of them arrived at the Roman Holiday Mall, a luxury shopping paradise and a gathering place for countless beauties. Yifan was unfamiliar with this place. He had never been to such a venue before. Gongsun Qian was in a similar situation, so they both felt like Lu Laolao entering the Grandview Garden. Lu Fuguei, however, was well acquainted and led them to a trendy women's clothing store. The store was quite large, around 600 square meters, with 6 sales associates bustling about. And all the clothes were priced over 10,000. Knowing Yifan's personality, Gongsun Qian quickly adjusted her mindset and began searching for style she liked. Her eyes soon landed on a chic suit that was not only stylish but also very sharp, exuding a professional vibe. Are you Gongsun Qian? Just as Gongsun Qian reached for the suit, a tall, fashionably dressed woman appeared, her gaze fixed on Gongsun Qian as if she recognized her. She wore a name tag that indicated she was the store manager. Gongsun Qian was taken aback, turned to examine the woman, and then her face lit up with joy. Qian? Is that you, Yang Qian? Oh my gosh, it's been so long. Yifan, who had been distracted by his phone, looked up and immediately recognized the store manager as Yang Qian, a close friend of Yuan Jing. She was the woman who had once made his life difficult at the bar when he borrowed money from her. Yifan thought that after the fight, it would be hard to mingle with Yuan Jing's circle, but unexpectedly, he kept running into familiar faces these days. However, seeing that Gongsun Qian knew her, he decided to stay quiet. Yeah, it's been a long time. Compared to Gongsun Qian's enthusiasm, Yang Qian was much cooler. They had been classmates for a year, but that year had led Yang Qian to harbor resentment towards Gongsun Qian for many years. In the 4th grade, the top student, Gongsun Qian, had jumped to Yang Qian's class, instantly ending Yang Qian's reign as the class beauty and knocking her off her top position. That year, Gongsun Qian received endless affection and outperformed Yang Qian by 50 points, leaving a deep impression on Yang Qian. Once she confirmed that Yang Qian was indeed her former classmate, Gongsun Qian quickly pulled Yifan over to share her excitement. Fangu, this is my elementary school classmate, Yang Qian. We were desk mates for a year. Oh, Fangu? Yang Qian also recognized Yifan. Initially surprised and wary of the lingering power from the battle at Sea High, she quickly remembered that this was her territory and put on a stern face, saying, Yifan, you've made some progress, huh? From a nobody to brother fan now? Gongsun Qian was taken aback. Do you two know each other? Yifan smiled lightly. Of course we do. We're old friends. Who is your old friend? Yang Qian scoffed, looking at him with disdain. You're not even qualified to be my friend. What? After being dumped by my family S. Yuan Jing, you've turned to Gongsun Qian out of desperation? She then looked down on the two of them, saying, but I guess it makes sense. A broke nobody and a nearly disabled orphan, a match made in heaven. But what about your ailing wife who needs a boost? Did you abandon her after not getting that 100,000 from me for her medical bills? Chapter 74. Slapping faces Yang Qian. Is this your quality? Upon hearing these words, Gongsun Qian's enthusiasm instantly cooled. I admit my quality is indeed not as good as yours. Yang Qian crossed her arms and smiled. But I have a good physique. Won't suffer from muscle atrophy, and I have parents to rely on. My annual salary is $1 million. What do you have? Upon hearing that both Yifan and Yang Qian were poor, several female sales assistants immediately looked down on them, feeling that their presence was a waste of time. With your attitude, I'm going to file a complaint against your company, Gongsun Qian exclaimed. I'll report you for being rude and humiliating customers. She didn't mind being offended herself, but she couldn't let Yi Fan take the heat. Customers? Yang Qianqian scoffed with a smile. You consider yourself our customer? That's the funniest joke I've heard this year. Do you have the money to buy clothes here? Each piece costs over 10,000. Can you afford that? A live-in son-in-law who needs pocket money for medical bills, and a useless person who sells everything for treatment. And you dare to call yourselves our customers? You think we don't know you're just here to enjoy the air conditioning and snap a few photos for your social media? Acting like customers, what a show. The beautiful sales assistants gasped in surprise, realizing that Yi Fan was indeed a kept man, and their eyes were filled with even more disdain and contempt. Yi Fan didn't want to waste time arguing with Yang Qianqian. He turned to Gongsun Qian and said casually, Qian, let us just take this set and go. Yang Qianqian glanced at Gongsun Qian's blazer. This is a luxury store. Before you buy clothes, you should check the prices to avoid embarrassing yourself. Gongsun Qian glanced at the tag and was taken aback. It was 88,000. Yi Fan completely ignored Yang Qianqian and directly asked Gongsun Qian, do you like this one? Gongsun Qian shook her head. It's too expensive. Yang Qianqian sneered. You two are putting on quite a show, one red face and one white face. If you don't have money, just admit it. What is the point of saying whether you like it or not? Hurry up and leave. Don't waste our time during business hours. The female sales assistants began to mock them as well, urging Yi Fan and Gongsun Qian to leave quickly so they wouldn't disrupt their work. Other customers nearby gathered to watch the spectacle. Gongsun Qian's face darkened. Yang Qianqian, we are customers. Only paying customers are treated like gods. Freeloaders just enjoying the air conditioning want to be entertained. Yang Qianqian then turned to one of the sales assistants, Xiaolan. Please take that blazer for maintenance later to avoid giving other customers a bad experience. The beautiful sales assistant nodded respectfully yes. Gongsun Qian was furious. Yang Qianqian, we have no grudges against each other. Is there any point in targeting us like this? Targeting? Yang Qianqian smiled ambiguously. Gongsun Qian, are you being a bit childish? Why would I target you? What is there to target? I'm the store manager, earning $1 million a year, while you, suffering from a serious illness, don't even have a job and are hanging around with Yi Fan. Her words dripped with mockery as she continued. What do you have that makes me want to target you? You're just suffering from a victim complex, completely deluded. Also, if you really want to buy clothes, you shouldn't be here. This place isn't meant for you. Yang Qianqian pointed at the street outside the floor-to-ceiling window and said, the stuff at Dongmen Street stalls is perfect for you. But even the clothes there cost over 100 each. If you really want to put on a show, fine, as a favor to a classmate. I'll take you to pick out a couple of discounted, outdated outfits. As more and more people gathered to watch the scene unfold, Yang Qianqian's competitive spirit grew stronger. Xiaohong, bring out those leftover items from last year's clearance. Qian, give her back the clothes. Yi Fan's usual warm demeanor vanished, revealing a dominating presence as he ordered Gongsun Qian to toss the blazer back. We're buying from a different store. Without hesitation, Gongsun Qian complied. Yang Qianqian waved her hand, signaling the sales assistant to come over, and reiterated, take it for maintenance, and remember to disinfect it. Buying from another store? In this mall, even if you tried 10 stores, you still couldn't afford any clothes. Several sales assistants and female shoppers rolled their eyes, thinking it was ridiculous to act like this at such a time. Yi Fan ignored them and pulled Gongsun Qian to a brand store across the way, one even bigger and more upscale than Yang Qianqian's. Chanel. Yang Qianqian and her friends looked on, skeptical. If they couldn't afford the trendy pieces, how could they possibly buy Chanel? A few Chanel sales assistants, having overheard the earlier argument, approached with friendly smiles. Sir, miss, how can we assist you? Gongsun Qian tugged at Yi Fan, wanting to leave. Give me a full set of clothes, including underwear, in my size. Yi Fan tossed a bank card onto the counter. Remember, it's everything. A full set? Yang Qianqian burst into laughter. A live-in son-in-law thinks he is a wealthy heir now? If his card can swipe for 10,000, I'll admit defeat. Even Huang Dongxiang wouldn't dare to shop like this. Where does Yi Fan get the money? The upscale sales assistants crossed their arms, waiting for the spectacle to unfold. The Chanel sales assistants hesitated but ultimately provided attentive service. Soon, the clothes filled 10 boxes, totaling 20 million. Ding! Yi Fan successfully swiped his card and paid in full. Instantly, the Chanel store was in an uproar. Surrounding sales assistants looked at Yi Fan with wide eyes, envy and jealousy directed at Gongsun Qian. No one expected Yi Fan to be so wealthy, throwing money around like this. This is impossible. This can't be real. A few of the urban beauty sales assistants were left dumbfounded, clenching their fists tightly, flooded with intense regret. Just moments ago, they were mocking Yi Fan as a loser, a live-in son-in-law who could only buy street stall goods. In the blink of an eye, their faces felt like they had been slapped. The most stunned of all was Yang Qianqian. Beyond disbelief, she felt an indescribable discomfort. Why was it that in the past he was so pathetic, begging for a loan of 100,000, and now he was so extravagant? She had just claimed Yi Fan wasn't a customer, but merely someone cooling off in the air conditioning. Now he was spending 20 million. What right did she have to look down on him? Earning $1 million a year, what did she amount to compared to Yi Fan? In this world, there are no pills for regret. Yang Qianqian can only endure the scornful gazes of everyone around her. By the way, everyone should remember that this 20 million was originally meant to be spent at Urban Beauties, but manager Yang looked down on her. Yi Fan glanced at Yang Qianqian with a faint smile and said, "So, this 20 million was something she pushed away herself. It harmed the sales staff around her, tarnished the company's reputation, and cost the company millions in lost revenue." This remark not only fueled the animosity of the sales staff towards Yang Qianqian, but also raised doubts about her capabilities within the company. A six-figure salary job was slipping away. It was a heart-wrenching blow. Yang Qianqian spat out a mouthful of blood. Just then, Yi Fan's phone vibrated. He picked it up and answered, and soon he heard Sun Bufon's anxious voice. "Brother Fan, it's bad. The medical bureau is here to shut down the store." Chapter 75. Caught when Yi Fan returned to the medical clinic with Lu Fugue and Gong Sun Qian, 5 or 6 enforcement vehicles were already parked at the entrance. There were representatives from the medical bureau, the police, and the neighborhood committee. About 20 uniformed men and women surrounded the clinic, gesturing wildly and looking aggressive. At the front stood a fat man and a tall figure. The fat man wore a white uniform with medical bureau written on the back. His name was Zhao Rongxing. The tall man, dressed in police attire, was named Li Yunhua. The two had been partners for many years and were sworn brothers, specializing in cracking down on illegal clinics and small medical establishments. Today, their target was clear: Jin Jiling. Wearing hard hats, Zhang Daqiang and his crew blocked the entrance, preventing Zhao Rongxing and Li Yunhua from entering the clinic. With so many people around, there was a risk of being framed if something went wrong, which would complicate matters. Yi Fan also spotted Lin Baishan, who was carrying several baskets filled with food from Wuhu restaurant. Clearly, this guy had come to curry favor at the clinic as well. "Hey, Director Zhao, Officer Li, good morning." Before Yi Fan could speak, Lu Fugue rushed over, shook hands with the two leaders, and laughed. "What brings you here today?" He quickly pulled out a box of Furong Wang cigarettes to offer them. Having interacted with the two before while mingling in various circles, Lu Fugue knew they were ruthless characters, so he hoped to resolve the issue with a small bribe. "Come on, have a smoke. It's almost noon. You all have worked hard." Lu Fugue smiled. "Let us head to the rich hotel later for a few drinks to cool off." "Get lost." Zhao Rongxing, aware that Lu Fugue was a down-and-out wealthy heir, pushed him away without hesitation. "Cut the crap. I'm on official business. Hurry up and call the boss out, or we'll seal the place immediately." Li Yunhua pointed at Zhang Daqiang and his crew, who looked disheveled. "And you lot, aiding and abetting. You're all coming with us for questioning." Lu Fugue stepped forward with a smile. "Director Zhao, Officer Li, we can sit down and discuss this calmly." "Shut it. We received reports that this is an illegal clinic." Zhao Rongxing snapped, his eyes widening. "The clinic doesn't have proper paperwork, and the doctor is practicing medicine illegally. You all need to cooperate with the investigation." "Illegal clinic?" Several patients who had arrived early for treatment were astonished. "How is that possible? We've been coming here for years without any issues, and they never overcharge us." "Yeah, Jin Jiling has been around longer than your grandfathers. Where's the lack of paperwork?" The patients looked at Zhao Rongxing and the others with skepticism. "Are you out of your minds, talking nonsense?" The onlookers laughed uproariously at the exchange. "Can't you understand? This clinic is illegal and could kill someone. What are you still doing here?" Zhao Rongxing shouted at the patients and their families. Get out, or we'll arrest you for questioning too." "Does having evidence matter that much? Just because you have evidence, does that make you a good doctor? Can you actually cure people?" "Exactly. Hospitals have all their credentials, right? Yet I spent 3 months and over 30,000 on treatment for a skin ulcer with no results. Jin Jiling charged me $30 for a consultation and 100 for 3 herbal prescriptions, and my stomach pain was gone. Especially Dr. Yi. He is truly our salvation." Instead of investigating Jinzilin, the Health Bureau should look into the illegal workshops. The health products produced by Shinjo Pharmaceutical have people throwing up and having diarrhea. More and more patients and locals gathered around, and when they mentioned seeing a doctor, they were immediately filled with indignation, fiercely criticizing Zhao Rongxing and Li Yunhua. "Shut up." Li Yunhua's face darkened as he waved his hand to push the crowd back, then shouted at Zhang Daqiang and the others, "If you don't clear the way, I'll arrest you." A group of over 20 uniformed men advanced with intimidating force. Yi Fan, who had been watching the scene, smiled. He didn't rush in immediately because he wanted to glean something from them and see if they were called by Tang Ruoxue. I'm Yi Fan, the owner of Jinzilin. Yi Fan stepped in front of Zhao Rongxing and Li Yunbo and asked, "What do you want?" Zhao Rongxing's eyes lit up. Then he put on a stern face and barked, "You're the owner of the clinic? Show me your medical license." Yi Fan casually waved his finger, and Gong Sun Qian quickly brought over a booklet. Zhao Rongxing took it, glanced at it, and his expression changed slightly. It was indeed a legitimate medical practitioner's license. His voice dropped. "Now show me your business license." Yi Fan had Lu Fuguei bring over the business license. Another one? Zhao Rongxing's face grew even darker. This was different from the information he had. He then glared. "What about the drug operation license?" Yi Fan handed over that license as well. "Zhao Ke Li Shu. We are a legitimate clinic with complete documentation and an excellent reputation." Lu Fuguei smiled and tried to ease the situation. The report was just a misunderstanding. "All right, it's noon. Let me treat everyone to lunch." "Who the hell is talking about misunderstandings?" Zhao Rongxing pushed Lu Fuguei aside. "If you keep blabbering, I'll charge you with obstructing official business." Yi Fan stopped Lu Fuguei. "Gentlemen, our clinic is fully licensed. Please leave." "Is that so? Let me take a look." As Zhao Rongxing's expression fluctuated, Li Yunbo took the 3 documents and examined them. He squinted slightly, then coughed heavily while bending down, and with a tearing sound. He ripped the 3 licenses and tossed them into a paint bucket. The licenses were instantly stained with paint, making them unreadable. "Can't see clearly. It's too dirty to read." Li Yunbo, wearing gloves, picked them up from the bucket and smiled. "We can only assume they are fake." In the next moment, he waved his hand and shouted, "Seal the clinic. Arrest them. Shoot if they resist." Arrogant and domineering, the 20 or so people surged forward, brandishing seals and handcuffs. Zhang Daqiang and Xin Yunfeng were left dumbfounded. They knew they weren't good people and would end up in the 18th layer of hell after death. But compared to Zhao Rongxing and Li Yunbo, they felt much cleaner. This was just reversing black and white, using power to oppress others, nothing more. Seeing the other party tear up the documents, Yi Fan wasn't angry. Instead, he laughed openly, a bright and vigorous smile. "Zhao Ku, Li Jing, do you find this amusing? You'll find out whether it's amusing or not at the bureau." Zhao Rongxing gave the order. "Take them all away." Yi Fan stopped Zhang Daqiang and the others from making a move. This time, it wasn't worth stepping on these people. He aimed to uproot the whole problem. Soon, Yi Fan, Lu Fuguei, Zhang Daqiang, and the rest were all taken away. Their phones were also confiscated by Li Yunbo and the others to see if they could find any evidence of illegal medical practices. Ding! Just as the car was halfway down the road, Yi Fan's phone rang. Li Yunbo picked it up to answer. A respectful and apologetic voice came from the other end. "Hello, is this Dr. Yi?" "I am." Li Yunbo snapped back. "Dr. My ass. Yi Fan is practicing medicine illegally and has been arrested." The voice on the other end immediately turned serious. "This is Yang Yaodong. Where are you? Why the hell should I tell you where I am?" Hearing the authoritative tone, Li Yunbo's anger flared, and he hung up the phone in a fit. Chapter 76. Give me an explanation. Half an hour later, at the police station, in a dimly lit room of a 7-story building. Zhao Rongxing and Li Yunbo turned on the lights and personally sat down at the table to interrogate Yi Fan. "Name? Gender? Where did you get the money to open your clinic? How long have you been practicing medicine illegally? Which patients have you treated? How much money have you swindled from them?" The two fired their questions at Yi Fan like a rapid-fire barrage, hoping to gather enough evidence to pin a charge on him. However, Yi Fan remained silent, eyes closed, too lazy to respond. The other party had publicly ripped up 3 of his qualification certificates. Cooperating with them would only work against his interests. It was better to conserve his energy. "Kid, don't think that if you don't talk, I can't do anything to you." Li Yunbo slammed the table in anger. "Your attitude is only going to make your situation worse. Yi Fan, we've already figured you out. We're giving you a chance to reduce your sentence by speaking now. You'd better cooperate honestly. Otherwise, once your accomplices start confessing, you'll lose the chance for leniency. It won't just be difficult for you. Your family will suffer too. Don't forget, you're the son-in-law living under their roof. If this gets out, your mother-in-law and the rest won't tear you apart." He employed both soft and hard tactics, hoping to extract Yi Fan's crimes to mitigate the risks of the ripped qualification certificates. Yet, Yi Fan continued to show no reaction. "Damn it, what else with this attitude?" Li Yunbo was furious. "Do you believe I'll hit you?" Just as Li Yunbo reached for a belt, there was a sudden, urgent knock on the door, and one of his subordinates rushed in. Li Yunbo frowned slightly. Has his accomplice confessed? The subordinate nodded quickly. "Li, we've clarified the identities of Yi Fan's accomplices." "Good, let us hear it." "Some people won't shed tears until they see the coffin," Li Yunbo said, his spirits lifting. Now let him see, boss. The subordinate interrupted Li Yunhua's report. The guy who digs the cesspool is called Black Dog. He asked the manager of the Chaoyang vegetable market. Li Yunhua squinted. A market manager? Didn't he expect a market manager would do manual labor? That's interesting. Though surprised, he didn't dwell on it. After all, a market manager was still someone he could control. Does he have any criminal record? Any crimes? He tried to steer the conversation back to Yi Fan. However, the subordinate's next words shocked Li Yunhua. He has a long criminal record, but no recent crimes. However, Black Dog is still an employee of the Sihai Company, specializing in complicated market operations. Sihai Company? Huangzhendong? Zhao Rongxing sat up straight. Li Yunhua's expression grew serious. What about the identities of the other small-time thugs? Small-time thugs? The subordinate's scalp tingled. The one who collects the medicine is called Sun Bufan. He is the grandson of Sun Shou, the famous doctor from Huichun Tang. The one who moves bricks is Shun Yunfeng, the youngest heir of the Shin Group. The one delivering lunchboxes is Lin Baishan, the general manager of Zhonghai at Wuhu Group. The one smashing the wall is Zhang Daqiang, the chairman of the Zhang Engineering Group. Zhao Rongxing and Li Yunhua's calm demeanor began to crumble as their subordinates reported back, and their expressions turned stiff and ugly. At this moment, even a fool could see Yi Fan's extraordinary status. Those who mentioned his name were all prominent figures, at least wealthier than them. Yet, these individuals were reduced to brick-moving henchmen at Jinji Lin, leaving Zhao Rongxing and the others shaken. After arriving here, their lawyers had gathered and were demanding an explanation. Boss, what should we do? An anxious subordinate asked. Yi Fan is no ordinary person. Bringing people here so casually could lead to serious trouble. What are we afraid of? We didn't harm them. We're just acting according to the law, Li Yunhua said, forcing a calm facade as unexpected situations continued to unfold, leaving him unsure about Yi Fan's true identity. He glanced at the instigator, his sworn brother Zhao Rongxing. Zhao Rongxing's brows were furrowed as well. Damn it, his cousin. Wasn't he supposed to be a son-in-law? Which son-in-law hires people with billions to move bricks? Is he regretting bringing me here now? Yi Fan sneered, staring at Zhao Rongxing and Li Yunhua, his words laced with mockery. For him, the drama was just beginning. Don't think that knowing a few wealthy people will let you leave here safely. You're practicing medicine illegally, and if you fall into our hands, no one can save you. Li Yunhua, unable to tolerate Yi Fan's disdain and ridicule, slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "You'd better confess your crimes honestly." He was confident that with his status and position, as long as he didn't make a major mistake, a few wealthy individuals couldn't do anything to him. Yi Fan smiled faintly. Don't you have any idea whether I'm practicing medicine illegally? Zhao Rongxing and Li Yunhua's bodies shook violently as they realized that Yi Fan had all the proper credentials, and the reason he was brought here was entirely due to their own misrepresentation of the facts. Boss. Just as their eyes twitched, a uniformed woman rushed in. Breathless. Just now, a man named Yang Yaodong called, wanting to inquire about Yi Fan. I refused him, and he threatened that if anything happened to Yi Fan, he would demolish this place. I looked into it, and it seems this Yang Yaodong's call came from the health department. Li Yunhua frowned. Not this Yang Yaodong again. What? Yang Yaodong. Zhao Rongxing initially felt it sounded familiar, then suddenly jolted and shouted, Director Yang? Li Yunhua was taken aback. Which Director Yang? Zhao Rongxing's face turned ashen, the one ranked third in Zhonghai, and first in the health department, Director Yang. Li Yunhua trembled. Ah, Director Yang. Not only is he the decision-maker of the health department, but he is also the third in command in Zhonghai. His brother Yang Jinxiong is the head of the police, and his father Yang Baohua is the mayor. Offending Director Yang basically ends your official career. This can't be. This can't be. Zhao Rongxing yelled at Yi Fan. How could a small doctor have connections like these? Just then, the door was kicked open with a loud bang. Zhao Rongxing and Li Yunhua's hearts raced as they hurriedly looked toward the entrance, where a group of men and women with grim expressions walked in. The imposing Yang Yaodong strode in, accompanied by his brother Yang Jinxiong, exuding an intimidating aura. Director Yang Li Yunhua and Zhao Rongxing hurried to greet them. What brings you here? Yang Yaodong didn't even glance at them, pushing past the two to grasp Yi Fan's hand. Dr. Yi, it's good to see you again. Thank you for saving my life with your kindness. Can you help me again today? He nervously pulled out his Audi key. Director Yang, I'm afraid the credentials issued by the medical office are invalid. Yi Fan replied lightly with a smile. Treating you would be considered a legal practice, and I could end up in jail for that. Outrageous. Upon hearing this, Yang Yaodong spun around, kicking Zhao Rongxing and the others aside. Who gave you the power to act so recklessly? His voice was fierce, and he was clearly enraged. If you don't give me an explanation today, I will make sure you get one. Zhao Rongxing and the others instantly fell into despair. Chapter 77. joss paper and white cloth. When Yi Fan left the police station, Li Yunhua and Zhao Rongxing were collapsed on the ground. Yi Fan didn't inquire about their fate, but he knew it wouldn't end well for them. Even if Yang Yaodong didn't deal with these pests, Zhang Daqiang and Lin Baishan wouldn't let the two of them off easily. At 3 in the afternoon, outside Jinzalin, Yang Yaodong personally brought Yi Fan back. He also took care of the medical clinic's business license and other paperwork. Lu Fuguwei immediately hung it up with great enthusiasm and even took a group photo with Yi Fan and Yang Yaodong. Police Chief Yang Jinxiong followed closely behind Yang Yaodong. Compared to Yang Yaodong's calm demeanor, Yang Jinxiong was much more rebellious, exuding an air of gunfire. He scrutinized Yi Fan with sharp eyes, as if trying to extract something from him. However, he didn't interrupt any of Yang Yaodong's actions. Brother Yi, Li Yunhua, and Zhao Rongxing have already been dealt with. Their past corruption is enough to keep them busy for a while, Yang Yaodong said, his tone unusually respectful, a stark contrast to his lofty demeanor from the previous day. Zhao Rongxing mentioned that this was a task assigned by Tang Ruoxue. Yi Fan fell silent for a moment, surprised that the woman indeed followed through, using her connections to seal Jinzalin. However, Tang Ruoxue only instructed him not to practice medicine, fearing that his lack of expertise would harm the community. Yang Yaodong candidly informed Yi Fan that the real mastermind behind the harsh actions, who also had Li Yunhua closely cooperating, was the young master of Danyang Group. Yi Fan smiled faintly. Zhao Danyang? Yang Yaodong nodded with a smile. It seems Brother Yi is quite well informed. A hint of mockery crossed Yi Fan's face. Zhao Danyang was indeed ruthless, using Tang Ruoxue to eliminate him completely, yet he maintained a way out. Regardless of whether the clinic was ultimately shut down, he could still sow discord between himself and Tang Ruoxue. Yang Jinxiong looked at Yi Fan with interest, thinking about how a man whose wife had someone seal his clinic must lead a rather pathetic life. Chief Yang, thank you. I'll take care of the remaining matters, Yi Fan said, no longer concerned about the issue. He turned to Yang Yaodong with a smile. Did something happen yesterday? Upon hearing this, Yang Yaodong immediately grasped Yi Fan's hand, exclaiming, You really don't recognize a mountain of greatness. You really don't recognize a mountain of greatness. He lifted his shirt to reveal a thick chest covered in multiple bruises, dark and swollen, but not life-threatening. Then, he took out the amulet that Xian Xinghua had given to Yi Fan. The red paper amulet had now turned to ash. As the wind blew, it scattered away without a trace. Yang Jinxiong was slightly taken aback. Bro, what on earth happened? Yang Yaodong glanced at his brother and began recounting yesterday's ordeal. After leaving the drunken immortal building, he drove home for a nap. For some reason, he couldn't wake up after falling asleep. Although his mind was clear, his body felt heavy, as if being pressed down by a ghost. Just when he was about to suffocate, a warmth in his chest brought him back to clarity, allowing him to open his eyes and breathe. Even so, he felt utterly exhausted and drenched in sweat. Yang Jinxiong muttered, What ghost pressure? You were just overly tired. What's so surprising about that? Shut up. Yang Yaodong scolded his younger brother briefly before continuing the previous topic. He attributed his earlier fatigue to exhaustion, but by evening, his daughter's behavior left him in a cold sweat. The 7-year-old had taken her mother's lipstick and painted her lips in a bright and shocking color, then proceeded to play a horrifying game with a white cloth, pretending to hang herself. He wanted to rush over, but his legs felt heavy and he couldn't move at all. Fortunately, a sharp pain in his chest gave him the strength to call for his wife, who then saved their daughter. Upon hearing this, Yang Jinxiong was shocked. He never expected his niece to play in such a dangerous way. However, he still didn't think much of it, believing it was just a case of children imitating what they saw on TV. After all, he had once pretended to be the tragic hero Xiang Yu in his childhood. Once Yang Yaodong had calmed his daughter down and put her to sleep in the hospital, he wanted to talk to his wife, only to find her wandering on the balcony of the 8th floor, looking dazed, if not for the burning sensation in his chest, which propelled him forward with the speed of a cheetah. He would have been too late to grab his wife and prevent her from falling. It was a close call. Strangely enough, that morning, when he had taken his wife and daughter home, they were involved in a chain collision on the expressway that resulted in 13 crashes. A total of 7 vehicles lost control and crashed into Yang Yaodong, with the last one being a large truck coming right at them. Several times, he thought he was surely going to die, but the intense heat in his chest jolted his senses. That clarity allowed him to instinctively steer the wheel and avoid 7 collisions. In the end, they even escaped being buried under the sand from the truck. The 3 of them survived the ordeal without serious harm. Afterward, Yang Yaodong realized that the burning pain in his chest had been caused by the Taiji talisman given to him by Yi Fan. However, when he took it out, it had turned to ashes. He understood then that he had underestimated the power of the talisman. Once he settled his wife and daughter, He immediately sought out Qian Xinghua. Qian didn't make it difficult for him and provided a phone number and the address of the clinic. When Yang Yaodong called, he happened to be answered by Li Yunhua. After learning that Yi Fan was practicing medicine without a license, he went to the clinic to get more information and then asked Yang Jinxiong to locate his phone. Heading straight to the local police station. After listening to his brother's account, Yang Jinxiong felt both shocked and terrified, but he attributed it more to a series of unfortunate coincidences. He thought the string of incidents was merely a matter of chance. However, he kept his thoughts to himself, standing with his hands behind his back, watching Yi Fan and contemplating how he would handle the situation. Brother Yi, I have experienced your skills firsthand, Yang Jinxiong thought. Compared to his younger brother's reckless behavior, Yang Yaodong, who had lived through everything, looked at Yi Fan with newfound respect. But I assure you, my car has never been to a graveyard or come into contact with anything sinister. He added, I even checked the car myself, and there was no sign of anything suspicious hidden inside. I'll take a look at the car, Yi Fan said with a faint smile, then moved closer to circle around the Audi. Despite Yang Yaodong's repeated accidents, the Audi showed no signs of damage, further supporting Yi Fan's theory that a person must die for a car to be destroyed. Since Yang Yaodong was alive, the Audi, as the source of the malevolent energy, would not be harmed. Yang Yaodong and Yang Jinxiong followed closely behind, looking around curiously but finding nothing of note. I searched the car myself with my brother. Yang Jinxiong stated flatly, there was nothing suspicious at all. Yi Fan remained silent as he examined the car, eventually locking his gaze on the underside. He lay down, fixated on the chassis, and then reached out to tear something. With a crisp sound, a piece of yellow paper money appeared in his hand. The paper money was disturbingly pale, wrapped in an aura of endless resentment. Yang Yaodong was taken aback. Paper money? How could there be paper money in my car? Who did this? Yang Jinxiong was also surprised, judging by the appearance of the paper money. It seemed to have been there for some time. A mere piece of paper money shouldn't carry this much malevolence. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes, carefully scrutinizing the patterns on the paper. Then he slid back under the Audi, rummaged around, and pulled out a 3-foot length of white cloth, something traditionally worn by filial sons and grandsons on their heads. Yang Yaodong's eyes widened. He hadn't expected to find such an item beneath the car. Yi Fan glanced at the white cloth before diving back under the vehicle. This time, he emerged with a pair of red longevity shoes. Yang Yaodong shuddered, and Yang Jinxiong felt a chill run down his spine. Yi Fan placed the items on the ground and rolled back under the car. 3 minutes later, he resurfaced with half of a photograph, an image of the deceased.